Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Ending Maker. Action, adventure, fantasy, martial arts, romance, shounen comedy summary, two heroes of the game Legend of Heroes 2 who were rotten waters. Kang Jin-ho in the first place, and Hong Yoo Hee in the second place. One day, they opened their eyes and found that they had reincarnated as characters in the game Hong Yoo 2. Hame 2. The ending of Legend of Heroes 2 was the destruction of the human world. But if there were two of them, and they were not alone. If it was also the first place and second place in the server rankings. The path of the Rotten Waters begins for a perfect, happy ending. Rotten water is a Korean slang for someone who has played a certain game for a long time and mastered everything. Think of them as old bees, veterans, or game pros. Chapter 0 Prologue Outboxer 9 has logged in Romantic Cat. Oh, the stagnant water is here. Outboxer 9. Aren't we all stagnant water that are already rotting in this unimportant game? Why are you guys still playing here? It's been more than 10 years since this game was launched. Translator's notes. Stagnant water is a Korean slang used by the younger generations. It means that someone has played a certain game for a long time that they've mastered the game. Rotting/rotten water is an extreme version of stagnant water, meaning the stagnant water has pooled for too long that it had gone bad/rot. Rotten water is higher in level than stagnant water, meaning they have spent time far longer than stagnant water and are considered game pros, legends, or veterans. Source: Korean slang of the day Reddit Cowabunga. Look in the mirror first and ask yourself. Outboxer 9 Kang Jin-ho laughed at the reply that came from beyond the screen monitor. Legend of Heroes 2. It has already been 10 years since the game was launched, and a third installment was even released. However, it was still a classic game among veteran players. But why do people play games that are more than 10 years old? Because it's fun. What other reasons do they need to play the game? In fact, there was one more decisive reason. Kang Jin-ho was one of the longest-playing users of Legend of Heroes 2 now. He has reached the highest level and gained status as a rotten water. He was a ranker. And in this chat room, there was one more rotten water who is bad as Kang Jin-ho. Yellow Storm, are you here, Boxer? Are you ready to come down to 2 and D place? Outboxer 9. Oh, you're still dreaming. Please don't even look up at trees that you can't climb. Yellow Storm, bullsht. This time, it'll be first place. Outboxer 9, yes, everyone has the freedom to dream. You're allowed to dream. Romantic Cat, both of you shut up. This month's rankings are up. Legend of Heroes 2 announced server rankings every month by adding up various points earned in the game, such as time attacks. And this leaderboard that has been running for a long time has become the battlefield for the Rotten Waters. 1 cent place. Outboxer 9 315, 234, 999 points, 23 months in a row. 2 and D place. Yellowstorm 315, 234, 125 points, 22 months in a row. 3 RD place. Yellowstorm, FCK. WHT the FCK is T's. Is this broken? AAA, look at all the typos. You must have had a mental breakdown. Romantic Cat, I think I can hear the sound of trembling. It seemed like he could really hear a trembling sound. After swallowing nervously and then sighing in relief at seeing the results, Kang Jin-ho burst out into laughter from the depth of his lungs. Outboxer 9, Did you see it? Outboxer 9. You're eternally 2 and D place, etc. Second class, number 2. Yellowstorm, SDLK Giosk AAA, oh, it's here. Mental breakdown. Cowabunga, it's more fun to tease because he reacts like that. Shakes head Outboxer 9, it was fun. I'm going to have a good night's sleep. Good night to you too, Yellow second class. Try harder next month. Yellow Storm, hey, why is the difference between us only 800 points? Outboxer 9, right. I don't know why you couldn't get that 874 points. Is this the difference between 1 cent and 2 and D place? Yellow Storm, the use of abusive language is subject to sanctions. Yellow Storm, the use of abusive language is subject to sanctions. Yellow Storm, the use of abusive language is subject to sanctions. Yellow Storm, the use of abusive language is subject to sanctions. Yellow storm. F is an exclamation, not a curse. Outboxer 9. Anyway, I'm going to sleep. Good night. Dream of me, yellow storm. The use of abusive language is subject to sanctions. A few minutes later, when a new conversation did not appear in the chat room, the other Rotten Waters holding popcorn in one hand and watching the monthly event started to speak again. Romantic cat. What, did they really go to bed? Cowabunga, did Norfolk go to bed? Doesn't he have any other words? Yoon was in a war with another Korean baseball player, and he was losing in the war while he was at the Norfolk Tides baseball team. So, Yellow Storm is Norfolk, as she had lost the war in the server rankings. Source, AAA, they're a permanently first and second place in order together, like a married couple that grows old together. Cowabunga. It will be published as a dark BL novel. AAA, oh shit, I imagined it. Romantic cat, what happened? I don't know about Boxer, but if it's Norfolk, it's normal for him to act rashly and talk nonsense. Did the two of them really go to bed? Outboxer 9 has logged out. Yellow Storm has logged out. Kang Jin-ho has entered Pleiades. Hong Yoo Hee has entered Pleiades. Chapter 1 Pleiades 1 Count Bayer. It was once a famous family of swordsmen, and its head was the Margrave of the Slen Kingdom's northern frontier. But that was all in the past, as they are now just an old family clan. But even so, they were the Bayer family. Even if the father and son fell and their family declined in approximately 3 years, they still maintained their position at the bottom place of the 12 northern families. In the mansion of such Count Bayer, there was a struggling man in the second son's room, who was called the Anguish of Count Bayer. KQOU, it was a boy in his late teens who held his head and let out strange groans. He had dark blue hair, a white and slender face, and a pair of mysterious green eyes that all blended together to show off his good looks. But now, he was thinking of his situation as he looked at himself. The boy was named Jude Bayer, who was also known as the second son of Count Bayer, and was now thinking as he stared blankly at the mirror hung on the wall. Is this likeness totally real? Is everything that he could see in the mirror real? The fact that Jude Bayer is now Jude Bayer. The sentence was like a play on words, but Jude was serious. He would be, too, because he was both Jude and Kang Jin-ho at the same time. No matter how I look at it, this is the world of Legend of Heroes 2. 2 days have passed since Jude awakened his memory as Kang Jin-ho, and that time of 2 days was not short. The name Jude Bayer. The situation of Count Bayer. The Slen Kingdom and its surrounding circumstances. None of them were inconsistent with Legend of Heroes 2, Pleiades, a world that is the background of the entire series of Legend of Heroes. Let's face it, this world is Pleiades, and I am Jude Bayer. It felt a little different from simply entering a game, which was common in novels and manhwa comics. Rather, the situation felt like he was born as Jude Bayer, and then remembered his past life as Kang Jin-ho. So, even though he had become Jude, it almost didn't feel out of place. Because from the very beginning, he was both Jude Bayer and Kang Jin-ho at the same time. Jude raised his head and looked at the mirror again. He saw the beautiful view of a handsome-looking boy with superior looks sitting down in front of the mirror. I am handsome. He wasn't just handsome, he was exceedingly handsome. Jude rose from his seat and looked around the room. It was spacious, nice, and clean. It seemed to be larger than the villa he had lived in when he was Kang Jin-ho, and though the furniture showed signs of age, one cannot deny that all the furniture were luxury items. Jude considered his situation objectively. The difference between the days of Kang Jin-ho and the days of Jude. He was young again, a dozen times more handsome than before, and he had become a golden spoon noble. It was absolutely perfect. It was an upgrade to the point where he felt like applauding. But then Jude thought, isn't this FC cat up though? It wasn't because of Jude. Although Jude Bayer was character with some flaws among the characters of Legend of Heroes 2, the bigger problem lies in the fact that this was the world of Legend of Heroes 2 itself. The background setting of Legend of Heroes 2 was not a peaceful fantasy world. No, it was a world of great tribulation. Demons descended from the demon world, and angels came down to fight against them. All the countries and races of the continent were embroiled and killed in the war. In short, it was a world destined for apocalypse. I was fortunate that it wasn't the third installment. Legend of Heroes 3 dealt with the aftermath of the war between the angels and demons, where all human nations had collapsed. If he had entered Legend of Heroes 3, he wouldn't be sitting and looking in the mirror like this, but he would have been bitten and torn apart by monsters. As expected, there's only one way. He must become strong, so that when the times of great tribulation come, he could endure it. And if possible, he must become strong enough to protect himself and those around him. In the real world where Kang Jin-ho lived, there were clearly limitations for humans in becoming strong, but this was Pleiades, the world of Legend of Heroes. It was possible for an individual here to demolish mountains and become an absolute power that can shake the sky. Well, the authenticity of that is questionable, but moving on for a while, he looked at his slender forearm, but soon made up his mind and clenched his fist again. Let's do it. He can do it. He must do it. Jude himself is out Boxer 9. Wasn't he the rotten water that kept the top spot in the server ranking list for a staggering 23 months? So Jude decided to consider Jude Bayer's situation first. Jude Bayer, the second son of Count Bayer. He hails from the Bayer family, which has produced outstanding warriors for generations, but he himself hasn't mastered even one of the sword basics. Of course, he wasn't just a useless guy, as he was one of the playable characters. Jude certainly had a talent. It wasn't just an ordinary talent, but a truly incomparable talent. Chinmujic, heavenly martial body. As the name implies, it's a heavenly talent for martial arts. But there's a trap card here. Jude was born with an abnormality in the yin meridians of his whole body, particularly called Gyumjulmik, 9 yin-severed meridians. To quote its description from the above series, it is being innately born with yin energy, but with blocked meridians. Treatment is very difficult, and most people with this disease die very early. It means that the yin energy is so strong that the meridians are blocked, and the circulation of qi/kai does not work properly. Short-lived, weak, inability to use mana, but possessing a tremendous amount of yin energy. These were roughly the effects of Gyumjulmik. He was an unlucky genius born in a body with both Chinmujic and Gyumjulmik. That was the boy named Jude Bayer. Couldn't I just have been Leon or Maximilian? In Legend of Heroes 2, where various playable characters existed, it was Maximilian who was the main character of the game. A cheat character born with a great talent in both sword and magic. It was the so-called title character prepared by the production team to allow beginners to see the ending of the game. Then, Maximilian will be here too, right? Maximilian wasn't the only one. There was a high possibility that all the characters in Legend of Heroes 2 existed here. It's making me excited for no reason. He had just lamented that he had fallen into this world, but this was Legend of Heroes 2. His heart began to throb when he thought that he would be able to meet the characters of the materialized Legend of Heroes 2. Okay, if that's it, all I have to do is treat my Gyumjulmik. Then the heavenly martial body will start to bloom. Of course, it was not an easy task to cure Gyumjulmik. The evidence was that Count Bayer had not been able to do anything about Jude's Gyumjulmik even up to this day. But there is a way. As the rotten water of Legend of Heroes 2, he was a player who knew several treatments for Gyumjulmik. However, knowing and executing it were different. Is it possible to secure a remedy with his current body, which is itself weak because of Gyumjulmik? No matter how much he thought of it, it was impossible. It wasn't something he could do alone. But that was not the case if he could leave it to others. All of the methods he could think of were quite complicated, and he wondered if the Bayer family members would even believe in Jude's words. I need allies. Someone who will believe and carry out Jude's words. Someone who will be on Jude's side anytime and anywhere. But it was then. Young master, may I come in? The voice he heard from outside the room was Maja, Jude's exclusive maid. Exclusive maid. Although it was a world where a great tribulation was predicted, and he had a body with Gyumjulmik, Jude thought that his life was much better now than when he lived as Kang Jin-ho. After his brief lapse of thought, Jude immediately raised his head and said, "Oh, it's all right." With his permission, Maja opened the door silently and entered. She was a woman in her early 20s with her blue hair tied neatly, and her cold expression belied her attractive beauty. As soon as she entered the room, Maja bowed to Jude and said immediately, "Lady Cordelia Chase, your fiancé, is here to visit you." "Ah, visiting a sick person. Come to think of it, he thought, it was worth it coming here. When he awakened his past memories as Kang Jin-ho, he remembered a lot of nonsensical stuff. Moreover, wasn't Jude usually considered a sick person here? What should I do? He had awakened Kang Jin-ho's memories, but Jude's memories did not disappear. In other words, meeting his fiancée, Cordelia, didn't pose any problems. Cordelia? She was an incomparably beautiful girl with red hair close to pink. Wasn't the ratio of handsome and beautiful people here too high? Then again, wasn't the original game characters all like that? Anyway, if it's Cordelia Chase, Kang Jin-ho knew quite a lot about her. Chase, the famous family of wizards. If Jude's family, the Bayers, were a famous family of swordsmen, the Chase family were a famous family of wizards. Of course, both families were now weak compared to the past. In any case, Cordelia Chase was a wizard character, born with a fairly outstanding magic talent. She didn't have a natural-born talent like Jude, but instead, she lacked a weakness like Gyumjulmeek, making her easier to handle in the game. I am nervous. He didn't think he would meet his fiancée, who's also a playable character in Legend of Heroes 2. Young Master? Huh. Oh, yes, okay. I'm going to see her right now. When Jude willingly answered, Maja hesitated for a moment, but soon nodded and stepped back. She is waiting in the drawing room. After Maja said that, she began to take the lead as she guided him to the place. I am a real nobleman. It was a new experience for him, but as he stepped out of the hallway, Jude realized that this was a noble family's house, a residence that once boasted great power. It was a hall that emphasized practicality rather than splendor, but it was so big and grand that it felt like he was walking in a big castle rather than a mansion. Mr. Jude Bayer has arrived. Maja, who raised her voice once they were in front of the drawing room door, opened the door with a restrained movement. Unlike the hall, which gave a stark impression, the drawing room was well decorated. Inside, there was a girl with red hair close to pink and a female knight right next to her who served as an escort, Cordelia Chase, Jude Bayer's fiancée. Jude swallowed deeply as stepped into the drawing room. He faced Cordelia with a natural smile, but right after the moment he made eye contact with Cordelia, Jude widely opened his eyes, and so was Cordelia. The two shouted almost at the same time. Why are you here? Chapter 2 Pleiades 2 Young Master? Miss, Maja and Cordelia's escort, a knight, said almost simultaneously. That's because Jude and Cordelia looked at each other out of the blue and said strange things. Why are they here? Didn't we come here to meet the visitor? Isn't it because we came here to visit? At a time when Maja and the female knight were thinking rationally, Jude calmed his astonished self and thought of the girl in front of him. And like himself, Cordelia was full of emotions too, such as embarrassment, surprise, and so on. What? Why is Yellowstorm here? The girl in front of him, Cordelia, was so beautiful that the word great beauty could be attached. The 2ND place Yellowstorm had nothing to do with Jude's own fiancé, but it was strange. When their eyes met with each other, the player named Yellowstorm came to his mind. It was good to say that it was an absolute feeling. Moreover, it was important that the opponent showed a similar reaction to him. No way. Is she really that Yellowstorm? It was a dizzying story, but it wasn't impossible. In the first place, Outboxer 9, who was Kang Jin-ho, also became Jude Bayer. Well, excuse me for a moment. Me too. When Jude mumbled first, Cordelia also mumbled. However, the way he looked at her side was also unusual. First, please sit down. Yeah. Once he sat down, Maja and the female knight tilted their heads at the awkwardness of the two, but it was only for a short time. Maja brought out the newly prepared tea, and Jude continued to exchange awkward glances with Cordelia. Let's test her. He didn't know if only he felt something, but he thought that she would have felt something similar too. If the opponent really is Yellowstorm like he felt, it would seem like a catastrophe has come, but if it really is, he would likely understand. No. Hi, Yellowstorm. Jude's voice trembled because he was embarrassed to say it out of his mouth, but her reaction was good. Cordelia flinched for a moment and her eyes opened widely. Hi, Outboxer. Cordelia also spoke quietly, and at the time when Maja and the female knight tilted their heads again, Jude drove a wedge in. Hey you two? Him too. Young Master, Miss. Maja and the female knight's face now had a rather serious look of concern. Why are the two suddenly acting like that? but Jude couldn't care less about the reaction of those two. Crazy, are you really Yellow Storm? When he spoke with his eyes, the other returned a similar answer. Jude took a deep breath for now. He wanted to ask a lot of questions right away, like what happened and when did she become Cordelia, but there was Maja and the female knight here. Therefore, Jude tried to turn around. Coop reset 9 o'clock 3 minutes 9. One of the contents of Legend of Heroes 2 is the Coop mode that resets every night at 12 o'clock, meaning it was reset at midnight. 9 o'clock refers to the 9 o'clock direction, and 3 minutes 9 meant 9 blocks down, that is, 18 meters below the entrance coordinates. Therefore, the interpretation of Jude's words was as follows. Let's meet at midnight in the corner of my garden. Honestly, it would be difficult for a normal Legend of Heroes 2 player to understand what he meant, but it would have been understandable if it was the rotten water Yellow Storm. And indeed, Cordelia nodded and said in a whisper, "Roger that." It was a radio term meaning understood and is one of the most distinctive phrases of Yellow Storm. I am glad you're healthy. It's already late today, so I'll see you next time. It was nice to meet you. I look forward to seeing you next time. They couldn't have a proper conversation here. So, after deciding on when and where to meet, they quickly ended their meeting. When Cordelia and Jude stood up after talking to each other, it was Maja and the female knight who were confused again. You're going already? Miss. She was so surprised that Maja's usual expressionless face was now full of surprise. However, Jude and Cordelia had already reached an agreement and exchanged their greetings. Jude laughed awkwardly and saw off Yellow Storm no, Cordelia, who likewise walked out with an awkward smile and a quick walk. Young master? This is well, that's it. What the hell is going on here? But one thing was certain. The appearance of an ally who would be on his side and believe Jude's words. Looking at the entrance of the drawing room where Cordelia had left, Jude clenched his fist. Jude Bayer's father, Count Bayer, was out on a northern expedition with his successor, Gal Bayer, who is the older brother of Jude. It was a small-scale expedition, called the Northern Monster Subjugation, which was like an annual event, and the period from departure to return was 1 month. In any case, the quiet part of the house was now even quieter. This is because most of the vassals here went on the expedition following his father and brother. Having finished dinner alone in the room, Jude waited impatiently for midnight to come. And finally, the deepest of night, midnight, came. Jude sneaked out of his room and hurried to the garden. It was still summer in terms of time, but the night air was cold as they were in the northern part of the country. Y'all be able to find me, right? Standing under a big tree, the promised place, Jude looked up at the night sky with a worried face. It's a real Pleiades. There were 2 moons in the sky. Selene and Helen, twin goddesses illuminating the night sky. In fact, the 2 moons were even more beautiful and mysterious looking than when they were seen through the monitor screen. Hey! It was at that moment. With a very small voice that came out of nowhere, Jude became alert and looked up the wall and identified the owner of the voice. The owner of the voice was a red-haired girl wearing a hard-pressed brown hood reminiscent of monk's robes. Yellow Storm, out Boxer 9. Speaking quietly, the same little voice came back. And whoosh, Cordelia crossed over the wall using fly magic and looked at Jude with a face full of mixed feelings. Really? Yes, really. They just confirmed each other's nicknames. It's really something. What? I am madly pleased to see you. At Cordelia's words, Jude nodded. It was the same with himself. He thought that he had fallen alone in a completely different world, but he knew a face no, he was glad to see another person like him. Since when? 2 days ago. What about you? 2 days ago, too. It happened suddenly when you opened your eyes? Yeah. Jude and Cordelia squatted under the tree then and looked at each other with saying anything first. It was Cordelia who first opened her mouth. Hey, aren't you supposed to be a guy? How did you get a girl to go over the wall of a man's house? What is this sexism all of a sudden? And don't you know Jude? Jude Bayer, Gyumjulmeek. How am I supposed to cross the wall? Come to think of it, it wasn't just that. And since when did you become a woman? From birth. From birth, you crazy guy. At Cordelia's confession, Jude rubbed his eyes and soon spoke in an embarrassed voice. Yellow Storm was a woman. Then were you a man? I was a man. I was a woman. Yes, yes. Then again, they've known each other for 5 years, but they've never talked with each other in the common voice chat. When they met in the game, they met as game characters, so there was nothing for them to recognize about the other's real sex. That's not what really matters now. When Jude spoke, Cordelia nodded, though she frowned a little. What mattered was that Outboxer 9 became Jude, and Yellow Storm became Cordelia, and that this world was the world of Legend of Heroes too. Jude decided to try to lay the basics first. So do you. I mean, rather than feeling that I am inside the game, it was more like my past life was Outboxer. So it seems to be the same for you too, Yellow Storm. Me too, I feel the same. At first glance, there may be little difference, but in fact, there was a decisive difference between the two. Whether or not they could return. If you were really reincarnated in Pleiades, the world of Legend of Heroes 2, log out would not exist. You were reincarnated in the first place, so where are you going to go? But neither Jude nor Cordelia thought deeply about it. Though they felt strongly about the fact that they were both Jude and Cordelia now, there were also more important issues that they had to resolve. The Great Summons, an event where the angels and demons come down in earnest. At first, he only thought about being strong enough to survive in a time of great tribulation, but that was not enough. They had to stop the Great Summons itself, which would bring destruction to this world. Of course, it was a vague story. The advent of angels and demons was indeed the fate of the world of Pleiades. No matter how much of a rotten water he was, it was too much for him to do it all alone. But if he's not alone, if it was also with those who ranked as the 1 cent and 2 ND places in the server rankings together. I like our picks, Jude Bayer and Cordelia Chase. Both were non-mainstream characters that were far from weak ones, but the picks that she spoke about weren't just about character performance. Cordelia said with a bitter smile. Perfect for sharing. Bingo. Jude was a warrior and Cordelia was a wizard. As with all goods in the world, there was a limit to the number of various gifts and items that existed in Pleiades. If Jude and Cordelia were characters who walked the same path, they would inevitably interfere with each other's growth. But they were both warrior and wizard, so they could share the goods of the Pleiades with each other. I never thought it'd have a party here that I haven't had in 5 years. I know, this world is so weird. It's ridiculous to be reincarnated in the world of games, but he couldn't believe he reincarnated with the Forever 2 ND Place girl. Moreover, they were also engaged. Anyway, I'd like to ask you to cooperate on this. What cooperation? We're going to have to treat my Gyumjelmeek. Doesn't it automatically heal with an event? Indeed, it was true. In the game, after starting as Jude Bayer and somehow spending half a year, an event was supposed to take place where Count Chase would send to Count Bayer the cure of Gyumjelmeek. In other words, it meant that if he just waited calmly, he could completely cure the Gyumjelmeek. But at Cordelia's question, Jude said, kicking his tongue, "That's why you're still second place even in 1,000 years. What? Hey, be honest. You've never played Jude, have you? No, I've tried. I know it gets cured because I've played him. But do you agree to that? To just wait for half a year to get treated? There are 6 months in half a year, 180 days in 6 months, and 43 20 hours in 180 days. It was such a waste of a long time." Cordelia frowned back at Jude's point. "Then what will you do?" "I need to treat it before that, using all kinds of tricks, in a way that only they who have climbed over the stagnant water and reached the stage of the rotten water can do. Come closer." Jude, who beckoned to Cordelia, began to talk. Chapter 3 Pleiades 3. Gyumjelmeek refers to a constitution in which the inner Yi energy is so strong that an abnormality occurs in the whole meridians, and the circulation of Qi is not properly achieved. Therefore, in order to treat Gyumjelmeek, it was necessary to relieve the yin energy that were blocking the meridians at once. Do you know what Jude will eat in half a year? I know. It's the sunfire carp. Oh, it's not 2 ND place anymore. I am a little rather. Why do you keep saying second place? Cordelia warned sharply, but Jude just laughed. It was fun when he teased her in the chat window. But now that Yellow Storm had become an incomparably beautiful girl and showed her expressions, it had become more interesting. Well, as you know anyway, the sunfire carp is a carp that possesses extreme yang energy. So let's go fishing to catch it. Are you really the second in the server? I am the second in the server. Yes, I am the first. When Cordelia trembled and clenched her fists, Jude moved on to the next topic. Controlling the degree of anything was important. Anthai's person was a little different from me. They were Outboxer 9 and Yellowstorm that had ranked 1 Cent and 2 ND on the server back-to-back. But in fact, it was not an exaggeration to say that their playstyles took completely different paths. I was an attacker, and she was a fighter. If Outboxer 9 was an attacker who gained points for achievements by digging into the limit of characters, events, and items that exist in the game, Yellowstorm was the ultimate combat fighter that raised scores by hunting a lot. Of course, both were rotten waters, so Outboxer 9 is also a good fighter, and Yellowstorm also knew enough about Legend of Heroes too, but their majors were different. Whatever. Jude, who erased the distractions from his head, spoke quickly. If we can get in our hands an item with powerful yang energy, we can treat the Gyumjulmeek much faster. I know that, but was there something like that? Cordelia frowned and groped her memory. Although there were quite a lot of items with yang energy other than the Sunfair carp that Jude had mentioned, it was questionable if Jude and Cordelia could find it for themselves now. There is one, near that too. You know what I'm talking about, right? Huh, oh that's it, that. Well, there was that. Cordelia nodded as if awkwardly reading a Korean book. Yes, that, so please help me deal with it. That's what I need to prepare. Oh, I know. Yes, I know. What does she know? Jude could completely see that she didn't know anything. Jude shook his tongue and decided to give the right answer. It was fun to tease her, but time wasn't infinite. You can just wear the sun's necklace that Lysagang has. Yeah, if you wear the sun's necklace of Lysagang. Demon Lysagang Eep. A startled Cordelia jumped up from her seat and tried to raise her voice, but fortunately, she was able to cut it in the middle. Jude, who hurriedly shut Cordelia's mouth, said in a low voice, "Hey, we're meeting each other in secret, remember?" It was midnight, a quiet time for the entire place. It was a good thing that most of the people in the house followed Jude's father and were out. Otherwise, someone would have come by after hearing the sound. Be serious, okay? I'll take my hand off only when you've calmed down, okay? Cordelia nodded at Jude's reminder. Okay, here, Fuhua. Hey, are you really talking about that Lysagang? The Red Moon demon Lysagang? As soon as Jude pulled his hand out, Cordelia asked quickly in a low voice. She looked dumbfounded. Yes, the Red Moon's Lysagang. Are you crazy? How will you defeat him? Don't you know that its level is like a bully to us right now? The Red Moon's Lysagang. A demon sealed in the north of the Slen Kingdom, and one of the mid-bosses that appeared in the middle of Legend of Heroes 2. Outboxer 9 and Yellowstorm were rotten waters, but no matter how much rotten Cordelia was, it was impossible to defeat him with her current power, which is as if she had just started the game. Jude also admitted it. Yes, how do we defeat it? But this is really like you, Yellowstorm. You can only hold your head tightly. You said you needed the sun's necklace. That's the Lysagang drop item. 500 years ago, it was the Sun Paladin Gallus who sealed the Red Moon's Lysagang. Lysagang took Gallus' life at his last attack just before being sealed, and in the process, the sun's necklace, the relic of the sun god that Gallus possessed, was sealed with Lysagang. Because Gallus was already dead, the priests of the sun god completed the seal, believing that the nature of the sun's necklace would weaken the power of Lysagang. And thanks to this, the sun's necklace became the drop item of Lysagang. We want kill the demon. Well, just steal the item. How? And don't you have to unseal it in the first place to get to Lysagang? What are you going to do with that? I am still only a 1-star wizard. Yes, and I have a disease, so I can't even be villager A, so we use Belliston's magic circle. Belliston's magic circle? Belliston's magic circle. If you use it, it'll be possible to call out Lysagang for some time while maintaining the seal's power. We just need to take the sun's necklace away from the one who can't move because of the seal, and then seal it again. Say it seems to be that Belliston was a powerful wizard who appeared in the latter half of the heroic period. With proper application of his chain magic, it would be possible to call out the main body of the bound demon for a while, as Jude had said, while maintaining the seal of Lysagang. But what is it? That wasn't it really complicated. The magic circle? Cordelia had once visited the walkthrough website. It was rumored to be the perfect magic circle for sealing a demon, but she found it too complicated to draw now even if it was right beside her, so she had abandoned the thought of using it. At Cordelia's question, Jude nodded. Of course, I know. I've already ripped off the item a few times from Lizagang. Oh, can't you draw? Ah, no, I can draw it too. How many times have I drawn it? Because I memorized everything too. Right? Yeah, I think so. It's 2ND in the server. Don't tell me you can't memorize that one. Cordelia smiled awkwardly with a tearful face as Jude patted her shoulder and gave her a trusting look. Wow, it's all over her face. He now knew why she didn't use the voice chat. She seemed like the type who could never lie. Yes, since the wizard is you, I'll ask you to draw it. Really reliable, reliable. I will only believe in you, Yellow Storm. Yes. Trust me, only me? Yes. Only me. The appearance of Cordelia, who smiled with no confidence, was indeed spectacular. Then let's take the sun's necklace that Lizagang has as our first quest target. But isn't it a little far away? I don't think I'll be able to make a short trip at night. The place where Lizagang was sealed was an abandoned temple in the middle of the Belkane Mountains. It was a half-day drive from the frontier city where Count Bayer and Count Chase lived. Yes, so I thought about it. There's a solution for this, too. What is it? You and I are engaged for now, aren't we? Well, that's true. Cordelia slipped back at the word of engagement, and Jude also felt awkward by it. Yellow Storm and engagement, meaning a promise of marriage. It seemed like he was going to feel dizzy thinking of it, but in any case, using anything available was the mindset of an attacker. So, let's go on a date. Date. A date in a carriage. Who? You and me? You and I out Boxer and Yellow Storm. 1 cent place and 2ND place. What would the people in the chat room say when they see this situation? Cordelia had already made her white face even whiter, a creepy look in a word, and she hardened, and Jude had a similar expression. Oh, it seems like the time limit is coming. Time limit? Yes, my Gumjalmeek. After a long time in the night air, his hands and feet were already cold, and it seemed that the night dew would continue to spread throughout the place. Are you okay? Would you like a heal? I'd appreciate it. But how do you use magic? What about magic usage? Is it okay? It's a little different from the game, right? It's a lot different. It's amazing. Well, it's really fantastic. Unlike Jude Bayer, who was born with a disease, Cordelia Chase was a wizard who had been well established from the beginning. She used fly magic to cross over the fence just to go. Since arriving at the garden, Cordelia had felt tired and weak from being swayed around by Jude. But now she was smiling confidently. Fufufu, take this body heal. Yes, yes. Cordelia put her hand on Jude's forehead, closed her eyes, and chanted the spell. The beautiful appearance of Cordelia and the green light coming from her hands were combined, making it a truly spectacular sight. What do you think? Did it work? Yes. It's a little easier to breathe now. Jude thought he could get back to his room safely. Then I'll go back for now. Cordelia put the hood on again. Although Count Bayer and Count Chase were neighbors, but they weren't right next to each other, so it would take some time to get back. I am sorry. If I can treat my disease, I'll try to cross over the fence of your house. No thanks. I am fine with just the date plan, okay? A date request. Hey, shouldn't we just call it the quest for Lizagang? Yes, yes. That would be good for our mental health. Jude and Cordelia stood side by side and awkwardly bade each other farewell. Then, go, good night. Yeah, good night to you too. Dream of me. Cordelia, who answered with a middle finger to his habitual greeting, flew up and crossed the wall. Ha, that's real magic. The world where angels and demons exist, as well as magic. Looking at the wall where Cordelia had disappeared for a moment, Jude turned in the direction of the Belkane Mountains. Red Moon's, Lizagang, and the Sun's necklace. It was the beginning of their plans. Chapter 4 Pleiades, for the next morning. Jude thought as he woke up with a groan, I am really weak. Although he was healed by Cordelia, his Gumjalmeek was still there. When he woke up, he felt heavier and dizzy than usual. I must hurry too. He couldn't bear to wait for a month, let alone half a year. He had to cure his disease as soon as possible. We don't have time. There was still a few years left until the Great Summons, but the problem wasn't just the Great Summons. Various events and items that appeared in Legend of Heroes 2. They were literally left unattended. In other words, it meant that there was every possibility that anyone other than Jude and Cordelia could get their hands on it. In the first place, even in Legend of Heroes 2, if a certain deadline was missed, there were many cases where a person who didn't participate in an event or collect an item wouldn't have a chance to do it again. so it would be even more true in this world where everything had become reality. Even a little night walk in the garden was beyond his limits with the current Jude's body that's in a bad shape. After curing his disease and gaining a healthy body, he had to start training and optimizing it. Okay, first, the date. Let's start by applying for a quest instead of a date. After Cordelia accepted his offer and tried to maintain their peace of mind from the word date, Jude got up from the bed and began his morning routine. Wake up, wash up, and eat. Usually, there would have been a greeting for his parents here, but both his father and mother were away from home. Thanks to that, it's easy to apply for a quest. A full-fledged day outside while riding the carriage. No, it's a picnic, so it would usually be difficult to get permission because of Jude's weak body. Of course, it's not going to be easy now. Upon returning to the room after the meal, Jude glanced to the side. Maja looked differently at him than usual because she was thinking of his mysterious conversation with Cordelia yesterday. Her eyes were mixed with worries, concerns, and doubts that the young master might have something wrong with his brain. In the meantime, should I say I want to offer Cordelia a carriage date? In the meantime, how should I say that I want to ask out Cordelia for a carriage date? How should he even apply for a date? He knew that they couldn't just meet on the same day after deciding where to meet, unlike in the past life where they could use a messaging app. No, isn't there a similar method? According to Jude's memory, he could write a letter asking for a date and send it to Count Chase, and if Count Chase and Cordelia agreed, we could then go on a date. It'll take about 2 days. But he couldn't help it. Although they were engaged, they were both minors, and even one side was weak with a disease. Hey, Maja. Yes, young master. That I am. Yes, young master. That yellow. No. I am requesting a quest from Lady Cordelia. No. I mean a date. Do you have any sites to suggest? That well, like going out for some drinks in a nice place near the mountain, yesterday. That's right, we couldn't talk properly during her visit yesterday. Why does he have to say that he wanted to go on a carriage date with Yellowstorm? Jude was currently in deep agony, but what mattered most right now was Maja's help, not the anguish of his heart. Even if his parents were away, it was not possible to do everything according to his will. It was impossible to go out of the mansion without Maja's help, who is practically his elder sister, and is famous and recognized in the family. Therefore, Jude looked at Maja's lips with nervous eyes. He had done a lot of nonsensical stuff in the past few days, but what if he was told to just stay home and get drunk here? Please, Maja. Don't make me say that I want to date Yellowstorm again. Did Jude's earnest heart reach her? Maja nodded with a subtle smile instead of a cold expression. Okay, let's get ready. And then Maja smiles again, with her face expressing her following thoughts. I see. You actually wanted to get closer to Cordelia. You did it because you were embarrassed yesterday, and I thought you were all grown up, but you still haven't. No, is this because you're a grown up now? You fufu, I think I can see the true intentions of your heart. No, it's not. It's not what I am thinking. However, Jude was in a position where he could not deny it openly. Then let's write an invitation to Lady Cordelia. In the first sentence, how about to my dear Lady Cordelia, whom I deeply love, Maja Tantalot, Jude Bayer's exclusive maid. She is usually called the Ice Princess because of her cold expression, but in reality, she is a broad-minded woman. Yes, accepting with a long sigh, Jude lifted his pen and began to write a love letter to Cordelia. 2 days later, the carriage that departed from Count Chase's manor and stopped at Count Bayer's was now running smoothly over the road leading to the Belkane Mountains. 4 people were inside the carriage. The first 2 was Count Bayer's youngest son, Jude Bayer, and his exclusive maid, Maja Tantalot, and the other 2 were Count Chase's daughter, Cordelia Chase, and her escort knight, Dahlia Ale. The people of both families took their place in the form of facing each other. In other words, Cordelia sat opposite Jude. Do you not like it? I hate it too. Cordelia also had to reply to Jude's love letter. Cordelia's letter was also a love letter, as it was about going out on a date in a carriage and drinking together. Yes, I know how you feel. He felt the same way when he wrote the letter. But instead of sighing, the corners of Jude's mouth raised slightly. It was because of the sight of Cordelia in front of him. It's a complete full set, perfect for a date. She was going to see flowers with her fiancé. She wore a wide-brimmed hat to keep the sun out, and her white and heavy dress, with a long skirt filled with laces, made her pinkish-red hair stand out. Of course, it completely looked good on her. Anyone would admit that Cordelia was a very beautiful girl. Honestly, if you separate the fact that she was Yellow Storm, her appearance was pretty and cute enough to the point of applause. Yes, if only she was not Yellow Storm. As the pretty girl in front of him was also letting out looks of admiration at his looks, and as he thought that she was Yellow Storm, he couldn't help giggling and letting out a laugh. Well, I am in the same situation. Jude also came here dressed in the best clothes for a date. Furthermore, Jude also had an Adonis kind of look. So, Cordelia, who saw him, was blushing. As expected of Yellow Storm, you're true to your instincts. It's just a beast, a beast. No, I am not. It's not like that. Aren't you the one whose eyes are wide open? They only exchanged glances once and they felt like they could hear each other's thoughts. Then Maja and Dahlia looked at the two, each with a happy face. They're a good match. You're both cute. As the pair looked at each other, snarling and laughing, the other two who misunderstood their behavior as embarrassment smiled warmly. And half a day passed by. The carriage finally reached their destination, the middle of the Belkane mountain range. Hey, isn't the weather nice? I know, the flowers are very pretty. No, not as much as Cordelia, of course. Oh, dear heavens, no. If you make fun of me like that, the two walked for a few minutes while exchanging words awkwardly as if reading a Korean book. The pair, barely keeping their distance from Maja and Dahlia, who looked pleased, sighed at one point. FCK, I really can't do this. I don't care how much you curse, but do it with a smile, because I can see your face. Oh, FCK, really FCK? I can't FCking do this. Jude felt dizzy and tried to speak, but at the same time, he felt a sense of self-destruction that he was thrilled with the appearance of a beautiful girl who kept cursing. By all means, hold it in. We've already come all the way here. But what are we going to do now? It's still quite some distance from here to the seal. I have an idea. Did you bring all the supplies? Excuse me, of course. Who do you think I am? Yellow Storm, who's 2ND in the server. Yeah, I am the server's die. No, should I just go back? Aw, don't be upset being second. Don't lose your smile even when you turn around, okay? Now smile. Cordelia, who gave him a middle finger instead of a smile, laughed as she glared at Jude, who said after coughing in vain, "At least, you've got the items." Huh, did you know I was troubled hiding it inside my skirt? As she said that, she lightly shook her skirt. Good. As expected, it's Yellow Storm. I believed in you. That's my Yellow Storm. I don't really want to be your Yellow Storm, so tell me the plan first. How do you intend to go from here to the seal? It was just the two of them here, so Maja and Dahlia were watching with their eyes wide open. Jude stealthily moved his body, completely turning his back on Maja and Dahlia, and said in a quiet voice, "It's simple. See that cliff over there? I see it. It's the end of the flower field. Once we get there, you carry me and jump off." It sounded crazy, but Yellow Storm was convinced of his plan. She could tell that Outboxer 9 could say this to her because he had a map. Is there a secret passage under the cliff? It's not a secret passage, but about 10 meters downwards, there's a path under the cliff. Well, go that way to the seal. Jude had checked the terrain on his way here. And he was sure of one thing. Although there were some slight differences, if one looks at the big picture, the terrain of this world and that of Legend of Heroes too matched. Of course, remembering the way was possible, because he was the one who had reached rotten water status from just stagnant water. Will Maja and Dahlia come after us? Because it's 10 meters down, they won't be able to come down quickly. And we have a solution for that too. What is it? Instead of answering Cordelia's question immediately, Jude took a moment to pause. At the time that Cordelia, who has always tried to interject him, he opened my mouth. Just make one promise first. What promise? The promise to hear me and not be angry. Don't even hit me. What are you going to say? Is that a promise? Yes, so what the hell is it? It's this. Jude started talking in a low voice. After a while at the edge of the flower field, Jude looked behind his back and signaled to Cordelia. Now, as promised in advance, Cordelia suddenly held Jude's hand. Maja and Dahlia, who saw the bold skinship, let out surprised voices, but there was still more to be surprised. Run. Jude and Cordelia ran towards the cliff edge and leapt without any hesitation. Young master? Miss. No, what are the things that those who are already engaged doing now? It's not that their love is unachievable in this life, that they're trying to achieve it in the next life. Either way, the surprised Maja and Dahlia reached the cliff edge in the blink of an eye. And they both breathe a sigh of relief. This is because they witnessed the sight of Cordelia, who carried Jude in her arms, landing on the ground with fly magic. Young master, miss, Maja and Dahlia, who both raised their voices, looked around helplessly. They were trying to find a way down. As expected, Dahlia did not know how to use fly magic. Jude hurriedly urged Cordelia, and Cordelia shouted with a completely red face, "I want to spend time together with Jude. We'll be back before dinner, so just wait. Don't worry about us, miss," Dahlia shouted out of panic, and Jude urged Cordelia again. Quickly, the next line, "We're not going to do anything weird, so don't worry. Jude is a gentleman." This was enough. Maja and Dahlia were the only ones here anyway. Count Chase's coachman was taking a nap in a faraway place, so if only Maja and Dahlia were to shut their mouths, the coachman would not know. Either way, they succeeded in getting away from Maja and Dahlia, and they also finished making excuses to earn time. Now, the only thing left was to head for the seal quickly. "Let's go, quickly." Cordelia reacted quickly to Jude's prompting. It was also because she felt like she wanted to hide herself in a mouse's hole. After a few minutes, once they could no longer see Maja and Dahlia, Cordelia burst into anger. "Oh really, why did I have to do it? No, carrying you while jumping off a cliff, making excuses, and then I felt like you tried to hit me." She said that with a terrible face. For such a Cordelia, Jude explained in his calmest possible tone, "I've already said it once, I have Gyumjulmeek. I can't carry you with this slender arm, and how will I hit you? It doesn't make sense if I hit you. Why, I am a man with a disease. That Gyumjulmeek, just heal that Gyumjulmeek. Yeah, I'll hug you so that y'all feel better, I'll also hit you. No thanks, what is this crazy guy saying? Yes. Anyway, are you feeling better now? Then let's hurry up. We don't have much time." The possibility that Maja and Dahlia would really wait for them was zero. They had to finish their job before the two finds them. "Ha, really? Just heal that Gyumjulmeek. Yes, as soon as it gets better, I'll bake or boil or do whatever you want, so let's go to the seal first. Take the lead. Come along then." Looking back on the surrounding terrain, Jude strode along. Chapter 5, Pleiades 5, ha ha ha. How long has it been since I started walking? At first, it seemed like Jude, who was well ahead of her, was walking side by side with Cordelia at some point, but now he was completely behind and panting. Eventually, the worried Cordelia turned around and asked, "Hey, are you okay?" "Ha ha, no, it's okay. Not good, ha." I fell and barely continued talking, but it was at that moment that I felt like vomiting. At the sight of the sweat-soaked Jude, Cordelia said with a slightly dazed face, "You're really weak. Ha, don't talk big, come on. What? Okay, I'll ask you. Time and I have to go higher." Jude, who sat on the ground, stretched out his hands like a zombie. "Ha, quickly." "Whoa, really?" As Jude fluttered his arms again, Cordelia sighed and walked to the front of Jude, turning her back and sitting. "Here." Ha, Jude buried himself on Cordelia's back, almost as if he were falling. The sweaty Jude smelled and didn't feel very good, but Cordelia was more surprised by something else. "Hey, you have to gain some weight. Why is a man so light? Gyumjulmeek? Just use Muen sweet water. However, it was not sweet tasting, and upon actual testing, it was found to be just seawater. It became a parody that if you're suffering from troubles, just throw/sprinkle Muen sweet water, wish for a miracle, and voila, your troubles will end. A famous parody of it is that throwing Muen sweet water to a raccoon will allow it to be able to walk upright like a human. Source, Namu. Wiki, LibreWiki. Net Cordelia, who stood up from her sitting position, adjusted her position as she raised Jude. This is because it was difficult for her to lift Jude properly without supporting his buttocks. Hey, don't sneakily touch strange places. Aren't you too? Where are you placing your hands? Cordelia, who struck down Jude's protest, strode again. She didn't need any guidance because they were on a single track anyway. After a few dozen minutes, Cordelia, who looked at the distance, asked Jude behind her back, "Hey, is that it? I think we're almost there. Don't sleep." Yes, there it is. It's almost the same as what you saw in the game. At the end of the winding path next to the cliff, there was a cave entrance large enough for several people, and although it was damaged by rain and wind, it was a structure that was easily touched by human hands. Let's hurry. Giddy up, this is real. It was a low, growling Cordelia, but for now, she was in a hurry. She wanted to get in quickly once she saw the entrance. The Temple of the Sun God, the Paladins protected this place 200 years ago, right? I suppose so. 200 years ago. The denomination of the Sun God, who had always been at the forefront in the battle against the demons, suffered a devastating blow from the great demon Anguirus and was virtually destroyed. Thanks to this, even the temple, which seals the powerful demon of the Red Moon's Lysagang, was now in such a forgotten ruin. Now drop me off. Should I go inside more first? It's okay, if so then. Cordelia let down Jude from her back, cast a light spell, and stepped into the cave first. At that moment, "Oh, can you feel it?" Cordelia looked back and asked, and he nodded with his eyes wide open. "Oh, I can feel it, you too." Me too." The moment they passed through the cave entrance, the air around them changed. To be precise, it felt like sacred power was filling the cave. Oh, this is how it feels. In the game, there was one line that said, "I can feel the divine power of the Sun God." But it was not something that I could only express in words. I think my heart is being purified. As Cordelia looked around and spoke with sparkling eyes, Jude also nodded. "I think it's going to be the same as the game. I don't think you have to worry about monsters." The divine power of the Sun God had the power to drive out monsters belonging to the demons. As Jude said that, Cordelia agreed, and he took the lead again. "From here onwards, I know the way, so I'll take the lead. Be careful just in case." "Yes, watch your step too." The inside of the cave was wider than expected, and sculptures of the Sun God were all over the place, leaving Jude and Cordelia in amazement. "Why do all the divine creatures look scary?" Cordelia, who was ahead, said in a quivering voice. "It felt like I was in a haunted house because there were pieces of scary divine creatures in a dark cave. Come on, we're almost there." Moreover, unlike the sculptures, the Red Moon's Lysagang was a real demon. Even if it was trapped in a seal, the fear would be incomparable to that of a divine creature statue. We're here. We arrived at a fairly large hemispherical room on the way through the winding outer path. Is this where the Red Moon's Lysagang was sealed? Strangely enough, unlike elsewhere, there was subtle glow all over the room, so it was not dark at all. "The whole room is a facility for sealing," Cordelia said, squinting her eyes. As a wizard, she was much than the current Jude at detecting paranormal energy. However, Jude had knowledge of it in Legend of Heroes too. After a nod, I looked at the magic circles engraved on the ceiling and the floor. Okay, it's the same as what I saw in the game. When I came here, I was honestly uneasy. Install a magic circle and call out the demon. It was so dangerous and special that it was incomparable to checking the geography or maintaining human relationships. Let's be confident. I've already checked several things on the way here, haven't I? Moreover, Cordelia can use magic, so it's possible. There is magic in this world. Jude, who spoke to himself as if he were admonishing himself, looked back at Cordelia after he had hardened his mind. "Cordelia, the supplies. Just look over there and wait." All the supplies were inside her skirt. When Jude turned around awkwardly, Cordelia separated the skirt itself and laid out the items she had tied to her thighs and calves on the floor. "I am done." "Wow, you've been hiding all this in your skirt? It looks like Doraemon's pocket. It was so hard, so thank you. Don't be ignorant of grace like Nobita." The two who exchanged whispers began preparations for drawing the new magic circle. The best method is to draw it on the ceiling and carve it in the floor, but that's difficult. So, let's draw a magic circle using a magic drug made by mixing catalysts. Here, the magic drug. Cordelia pours a fourth of a red liquid into a spacious paper bowl. At first glance, it looked like blood, but it was a pure magic drug mixed with various medicinal ingredients. I am glad Cordelia's a wizard. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to get the ingredients to make the drug. "Give me a pen. I secretly brought my father's, so don't break it. Okay?" "Okay." Cordelia checked her items and brought out a pen made of griffin feathers. We're definitely Jude and Cordelia. Yellow Storm did not possess Cordelia's body. Cordelia had remembered her memories as Yellow Storm. The image of Cordelia worrying about being scolded by her father right away proved it. "You're not picking it up? You should get it." Instead of making fun of Cordelia, Jude received a pen without a hitch. No matter how fun it was to tease Cordelia, he had to consider the place and that their time was limited. Let's get started. Yes, fighting. From now on, it was Jude's solo stage. Cordelia, who shook her fist as she cheered fighting, sat down in the corner and watched Jude's actions. He had to draw a large magic circle that had to use almost the entire floor, so he shouldn't be disturbed. 1 hour after, Jude gestured to Cordelia as he sweated after having finished drawing the magic circle. Let's get started. Come this way? Yes. At Jude's call, Cordelia came up with a startled face. Why? No, it's just actually, it wasn't just. Cordelia was admiring Jude to be exact to outbox her 9. As expected, he's outbox her 9. Now that we've come this far, it's only natural, but I never thought he really memorized Belliston's magic circle. Why? Are you respecting me now? This is how I got into first place, isn't it? No, it's not. Because I can do it too. You were playing around too much, so I just stepped back to make a fool of you. Yeah, I am sure you will. Jude grinned, and Cordelia somehow became awkward and pouted her lips. Let's start then. I need your help again. I'm afraid I don't have much mana in my blood. Okay, I just drop it over there, right? Yes, I don't need a lot, so don't hurt it too much. Scars will remain. Wow, were you worried about me? Yes. In fact, both Jude and Cordelia were extremely nervous. The Red Moon's Lisagang was a powerful demon that could only be defeated in the mid to late half of the game. No matter how many times I have done it in the game, my hands and feet trembled when I am going to do the same thing in this world. That's why we spoke more miscellaneous words than usual. Let's do it then. Yes, let's do it. I am sure we can do it. Cordelia, who strengthened her heart, stood in the area corresponding to the inlet of the newly drawn magic circle, took out the needle and poked her fingers. Activate Belliston's magic circle. There was a reaction as soon as the low-pronounced Cordelia lost her blood. The magic circle drawn by Jude glowed red, and the whole air inside the seal began to vibrate. Cordelia, get back. Jude shouted, looking at the center of the seal, and Cordelia stepped back and stared at the seal's center too. The seal was being opened. In addition to Jude's magic circle, the magic circle on the floor and ceiling of the seal began to shine too. It was a brilliant golden glow reminiscent of the sun. Jude, get back! This time, Cordelia exclaimed. This is because the mana density of the seal increased rapidly. The air inside the seal would have been poison to the current Jude, who is worse than Villager A. But Outboxer 9 wasn't a rotten water for no reason. In the first place, Jude, who had been predicting the current situation, quickly took out the mask he had prepared at home and covered his mouth and nose. It was similar to a simple oxygen respirator used on airplanes, but the Bayer family had a few items like that, as they frequently battled against monsters. Here it comes, shouted Jude. At the same time, the space at the center of the seal began to break. A crack formed in the air, and soon a huge presence emerged with dazzling light. The Red Moon's Lisagang. Undead among them, the mighty blood demon that invokes vampires. A red and giant creature with a bat's head and wings spread out a red glow towards Jude and Cordelia. Chapter 6 Pleiades 6. Jude was bogged down by the sight before his eyes. For a moment, I forgot how to breathe. A huge being. Despite its kneeling and crouching posture, the hideous bat head touched the ceiling. The wings that rose behind its back covered the entire floor, making its presence clear. The Red Moon's Lisagang, demon prince that covets blood. I couldn't even compare it to when I saw it in the game. The appearance itself was the same, but the pressure was different. The limbs had been bound. A chain that seemed to be thicker than Jude's waist covered the entire body of Lisagang. Nevertheless, I felt afraid. Just by facing it, Jude felt like his own existence was trampled and crushed. Get a hold of yourself. Just then, Cordelia shook Jude's shoulders. Unlike Jude, who can't handle mana itself because he had Gyumjulmeek, she was a true wizard, even though she was only a 1-star. She put the necklace she prepared in a hurry on Jude's neck. Are you okay? Is your mind okay? It was a magic tool that slightly raised one's magic resistance. I brought it just in case, but I think it was a good thing that I did. Jude's eyes began to refocus. Cordelia? Yes, it's me. Get a hold of yourself. Jude blinked. Took a breath. He was so nervous that he could feel the enormous presence behind his back. Lisagang of the Red Moon, it was real. The mighty demon prince was before us. You can do it, Jude thought. The seal of the sun god was still working. Bellaston's magic circle was also playing its part. The given time is about 3 minutes. More than that, the Bellaston's magic circle could not hold out. There it is, over there by the waist, Cordelia said in a tense voice. Lysagang's waist. To be exact, the sun's necklace hung on the handle of the sword, which was worn at the waist. Jude, who once again sighed, swallowed again. Lysagang's eyes were still closed. It fell asleep on its own to endure the time it was trapped by the seal. But as the seal itself was being maintained, it did not seem to know that it had temporarily come out. It's a chance. Take only the sun's necklace and immediately release Bellaston's magic circle again. Then get out of its sight. You can do it. You can do it. It was the moment when Jude took a step forward. Hey, Hugh. When Cordelia suddenly reached out and grabbed his shoulder, a startled Jude let out a bizarre sound, and the surprised Cordelia also jumped back and screamed. You scared me. I was really surprised. Why all of a sudden? When Jude looked at her, Cordelia swung a baton that was slightly shorter than her forearm. Then the baton expanded by 5 times in a second. Here. It was not magic, but an assembled baton that could be pushed inward in the first place. Jude was puzzled for a moment, but soon understood Cordelia's intentions. You want me to take this? It's better than sticking to it yourself, right? It's definitely better. Jude gave a sincere look of gratitude, and Cordelia gave a merry, pleasant snort. In any case, time was ticking along in the midst of all this. With a baton, Jude crept to the side of Lysagang. Here it goes. I stretched out the baton and somehow reached the distance. Jude used the baton to poke between the strings of the necklace and lifted it carefully. Good, good. Almost done. Speaking very quietly, Cordelia nodded and swallowed slowly. And immediately after, the moment I finally took the necklace out of the handle, Jude was frozen once again. The same was true of Cordelia this time, and the two almost instinctively raised their heads and looked up to the heights. The red moon's Lysagang. It was opening its eyes. It glared at Jude and Cordelia and let out a red glow like when it first appeared in the seal. 1 second like that. No, it felt like an eternity. Take it, bounce back. Cordelia and Jude shouted almost simultaneously. Jude quickly pulled the baton and backed away greatly. He grabbed the sun's necklace that came down along the baton. No, said Lysagang. It opened its mouth, and the roar shook not only the seal but also the entire cave. Jude stumbled and fell. Lysagang gave strength to its arm to hold onto such Jude. Kaduk, but there was a chain. The seal of the sun god still held tight on Lysagang. Hurry up, Cordelia yelled. Jude stood up staggeringly and Lysagang spoke again. And at that moment, Jude once again witnessed an incredible sight. A small light burst in the open mouth of Lysagang. To be exact, an arrow of light flew towards the mouth of Lysagang and exploded. Magic missile, the most basic attack magic that 1-star wizards can cast from the beginning. It was Cordelia. No, it was Yellow Storm. The moment Lysagang tried to attack Jude, her instinct as a fighter to the bone was triggered. Hey, crazy? As he was about to shout loudly, Jude blinked in surprise, and so was Cordelia. Level up. Cordelia was enveloped in a ring of white light. The level up effect that I've seen countless times in Legend of Heroes 2 was clearly seen. Ah, Cordelia spoke out. Then she shouted again, this time together with Jude. Ah, we understood it. It was an embarrassing situation, but the two who were rotten water immediately understood the current situation. In Legend of Heroes 2, levels existed. However, for NPCs of Legend of Heroes 2, the status window does not exist, so they had to somewhere like a level temple to measure their level. The important thing was that levels itself existed in this world, and it was also possible to become strong through leveling up. Then why did Cordelia level up at this moment? Combat experience. It wasn't necessary to kill the enemy to gain experience. The act of attacking the enemy itself could gain experience points. Of course, the latter was far too insignificant compared to the former. But with Cordelia and Lysagang, if you've just started as a 1-star wizard and fought against a mighty demon that you can only be dealt with in the second half of the game. A vast gap in levels. If it was the original game, a person would never even attempt an attack. That's why the combat experience was amplified. Vermin garbage, Lysagang roared again, but it was still stuck in chains and unable to move. Cordelia and Jude looked at each other and understood the moment they exchanged glances. The fact that their gamer brains started to turn. Magic missile. Cordelia fired a magic missile with a cheerful cry. Instead of fear, it was a face of joy. Bang, 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 a series of magic missiles exploded. It was simply a ticklish little magic for Lysagang, but somehow the attack was an attack. Oh yeah. After 3 shots, a white ring appeared again around Cordelia's body. It was the second level up. I will level up too. Outboxer 009's gamer brain crushed his fear. It was unforgivable as Outboxer 9 to miss out on these easy level up points. Here we go. At one stroke, Jude, who narrowed the distance to Lysagang, swung the baton like a sword. I swung hard, but it was as if I had knocked on steel. Rather, the backlash was likely to damage Jude's wrist. But as long as you're leveling up, even if it's painful, but nothing happened. No white rings were formed. Well, like rotten water, Jude soon figured out the cause of the problem. That's why Cordelia burst out laughing. Too weak. Jude was too weak. He was so weak that Jude's attack was not even recognized as an attack on Lysagang. It wasn't even itchy, literally. Which vermin dares to boom, boom? Lysagang's voice was overlapped by the sound of magic missile's explosion. Cordelia laughed and created another stretch of magic missile. It was proven that the seal of the sun god was firm, and there was no reason to hesitate. Oh yeah, level up. Cordelia once again leveled up. The impatient Jude thought over and over again, I couldn't be left behind like this here. Somehow, he had to make an effective hit to gain combat experience. But how do you do that? But what bingo? Habitually shouting, Jude threw the baton and clenched his fist after letting the decorative part of the sun's necklace rise on his fingers. May the great sun god Solaris blessing be with us. O sun that illuminates the morning, O light that drives the night away, arise, let fire light at my fingertips. As I recited the prayer of the sun god Solari, the necklace of the sun god began to shine in a golden color. Of course, the effect was negligible because he was not a believer of Solari, but it was also a prayer that was recited by Jude, who had no mana. But even so, it was the power of Solari, the sun god who destroys monsters and burns injustice. Haya! The sound of Jude running, Dododo, echoed as he struck Lysagang's shin with his fist. Like Cordelia's magic missile, it was a tickling attack for Lysagang, but it was still an attack. Level up, a white ring appeared in Jude's body, and Jude could feel it. It was a little, but he became stronger. His overall physical ability rose. These vermin? Lysagang roared again, but Jude and Cordelia did not stop. The Rotten Waters' desire to level up overweighed their fear at this moment. We don't have time. One more shot. Bellaston's magic circle has a 3-minute time limit. Cordelia made magic missiles while drinking mana potions, and Jude sweated and shook his fist like a boxer hitting a sandbag. These bugs. I've remembered your faces. I've imprinted your souls in my brain. On the day I am released, I'll let you suffer pain worse than death, these vermin. Hear me? Listen. Jude and Cordelia did not listen to it. The time left now was only 10 seconds. I had to hit one more before the easy points passed. And 10 seconds later, a 5th ring aroused simultaneously around the waist of Jude and Cordelia. It was Cordelia who first started to attack, but it happened because the experience effectiveness of Jude, who was a raw level 1, was better in the first place because he had Gumjalmeek. Once 10 seconds passed, Bellaston's magic circle took effect. As the space began to close again, Lysagang vented his anger as he glared at Jude and Cordelia. Vermin, I'll see you again. Watch my words. Yeah, see you again at Act 7. It was nice meeting you, and I'll see you again next time. When Jude and Cordelia laughed and waved their hands, Lysagang, who was close to having Hwabyong, grunted and closed its eyes. If its hands and feet were free, it would have caught them by the scruff of their necks. The golden color symbolizing the sun god Solari filled the seal, and the red moon's Lysagang disappeared again to the far side of space. Woo. When Lysagang's huge presence disappeared, Jude and Cordelia undoubtedly sighed. And then they burst into laughter. Really? I always knew it, but you're a crazy bastard. Well, you're not sane either. Even if it was sealed, we ignored the warnings of the great demon and attacked it. Jude and Cordelia looked at each other again and cheerfully laughed. This quest had been a great success. Are you feeling better now? It will take some time, but I will get better. Unlike the sunfire carp, the sun's necklace couldn't cure the Gyumjulmeek at once. I had to melt away the excessive yin energy blocking the meridians with the yang energy of the sun's necklace little by little. But that was enough. It was clear that things would get better day by day. Please get better. Yes, yes. When I get better, I'll give you a hug, I'll hit you, and I'll cross your wall. What is this crazy guy saying? Cordelia, who laughed small, stretched her shoulders once and suddenly pushed her fist straight forward. It was one of the moves the characters take when they clear the quest in Legend of Heroes 2. Therefore, instead of sitting down, Jude walked towards Cordelia. Then he bumped fists with Cordelia. Fine play, fine play. It was a little childish, but they did it like in the game. Jude and Cordelia faced each other and smiled. Not only did they get the sun's necklace as planned, but they also raised their levels by 5, so it was a great success. Let's go now. We'll be in a lot of trouble, right? I am sure we'll get scolded. Even if they were engaged, an unmarried young man and woman said that they want to have time alone, so they went on a midnight daytime flight. Cordelia stretched her shoulder as if she was worried, and Jude held down her shoulder in one arm. What are you doing? Please carry me, because I am exhausted. At that outrageous moment, Cordelia asked dazedly, Didn't you level up? Why do you think I'm asking for a piggyback? Yes. Cordelia laughed as she gave Jude a piggyback ride, and the two stepped in good harmony side by side. And at that night, Jude and Cordelia, who had returned home, were grounded for 10 days. Chapter 7, Dungeon Book 1, Count Bayer. The Bayer family is one of the 12 northern families that defend the northern part of the Slen Kingdom and is famous for producing powerful knights for generations. Victor Cromwell, a long-time vassal of the Count and now a retired knight, reddened his eyes with tears at the sight in front of him. Jude Bayer, who was called the anguish of Count Bayer because of his Gyumjulmeek disease that even disrupted his daily life, was now running in the training courtyard, though he gasped for breath as if he was going to die soon. It is indeed a gift of the heavens during Jude's and his fiancée's tryst, their daytime escape. They got the sun god Solaris divine item, which helped in the treatment of his Gyumjulmeek. A literal eccentricity that is too coincidental to be seen as a coincidence, but can only be seen as a coincidence. Oh, Ascantor, thank you for watching over the Bayer family. Victor, who prayed to Ascantor, the god of war, looked back at the training courtyard with a smile. A red-faced Jude was turning around the corner to complete the last lap, 10 laps around the training field. For ordinary knights, it was only a warm-up and a barely possible amount of exercise, but for Jude, it was simply a great development. Just a week ago, he couldn't even properly run a lap around the training field. Jude, who managed to keep the running form itself, collapsed in place almost as soon as he finished the last lap. The sky seemed to be spinning. I didn't think of anything as if my head were empty. I ended up lying down. I sweated so much that my whole body was wet as if I were drowning. How long has it been since I laid down? When my breath calmed down to some extent, I was able to think. I am dying. 10 laps around the training field. Considering the distance, it is just over 1 kilometer. It wasn't that short, but it wasn't that long either. Still, a smile began to spread on Jude's face. I could clearly feel that I was getting better little by little. Sun's necklace. The necklace of the sun god, Solari, was still hung on Jude's neck. Unlike the sunfire carp, which injects an enormous amount of yang energy at once, the sun's necklace slowly but continuously supplied yang energy. Gyumjulmeek meant a blockage of the meridians due to the immense yin energy. The yang energy little by little had melted the excessive yin energy, thus the symptoms of Gyumjulmeek began to ease. Moreover, that was not the only effect of the sun's necklace. As the energies of yin and yang met to covet each other, the result was the creation of a clear and pure energy. Right now, the mana training method, in other words, the inner chi cultivation method, was something that Jude couldn't properly train yet, so he couldn't use the pure energy that was created. But that didn't mean the energy disappeared. All these pure energies remained in Jude's body, so if he fully absorbs them later, he could achieve great achievements at once. Young master. As I rolled my eyes at the call, I could see Victor with a face full of smiles. Having retired after reaching the age of 60, He didn't follow Count Bayer's expedition, but his will to continuously reform/train himself knows no bounds. I saw you achieve your goal without giving until the end. The Count will be very pleased when he comes back. What he said wasn't just flattery. Jude had managed to finish running 10 laps around the field even though he suffered and had a hard time breathing. Even though Jude's body was still in the process of being restored, Victor appreciated his strong will. As expected, Jude is also a Bayer. Gyumjulmeek was no different from a curse when it was appeared, but the spirit of Count Bayer, the master of the warriors, was also continuing to Jude. If you recover a little more, you'll also be able to master the family's martial arts. Young master, do you think you'll be able to unfold the Bayer family's martial arts, Ho-Ho? I may be old, but it gets my heart pounding. It was Victor who was not very eloquent, but what he said was good, so Jude ended up smiling. Count Bayer's Mugong martial arts. Like a playable character, Jude was also given his own growth points. One of them was Count Bayer's Mugong. The Bayer family now barely occupies the lowest level among the 12 northern families, but at one time, Count Bayer was the head of the 12 families and held the Margrave position. The Mugong that have been passed down through generations never declined. It's Mugong. It was not just a martial art, but something superhuman that uses inner chi, that it is not an exaggeration to say it is magic in a sense. There was nothing strange about the world where not only angels and demons but also magic existed, but I felt amazed every time I felt it again. Now, young master, that's enough for today. It's not good if you overdo it. Don't forget that getting enough rest is part of the training. After Victor helped him stand up by holding him with his giant-like hands, Jude nodded and took another breath. 1 week. It had been a week since I got the sun's necklace from the Red Moon's Lysagang. In the next 3 days, the ban on going out would end, so it was time to prepare for the next step. If I were alone, I wouldn't have dreamed of it, attempting to get it after the sun's necklace. The ultimate goal of Jude and Cordelia was to protect the world from the Armageddon of angels and demons by stopping the Great Summons, but they haven't made any progress yet. We're still powerless. It was obvious to say that it was impossible with the combination of a 1-star wizard and a guy who can barely run 10 laps. For now, they had to suppress their impatience and lay the foundations for growth. We can do it together. I hadn't intended to do so, but I had leveled up thanks to Lysagang, and so with Cordelia, I'll be able to proceed to the next step right away. But how to contact Cordelia? It was not that he hadn't had a means of communication. It was just a burden. Maja would like it after last week's flight. She was happy with her eyes even though she scolded me. Dearest Yellow No, Lady Cordelia. Recalling the first verse of the letter to his fiancée, Jude became a face of misery without realizing it. The next morning, at Count Chase's, Cordelia, who was training in meditation to raise mana hearts, suddenly opened her eyes shaking. Because I had an ominous feeling. What is it? Since her time as Yellow Storm, her senses were good enough to beat out boxers. I can't believe it's so sinister that I can't help but wake up in meditation. However, there was no need to worry for a long time. This is because I saw someone who is believed to be one of the causes of her premonition. Miss Dahlia Ale, Cordelia's escort. She was approaching with a suspicious, no rather, an ominous smile. Dahlia? Why? Why is she smiling like that? In fact, she had a rough idea for the reason. I've seen her several times in the past week, and the name Jude Bayer always came out when she looked like that. It wasn't the act of a chaste maiden, but I support your love. Dahlia came up to her and said it to her, who had received a restraining order. Her words were creepy enough that I could remember it without a mistake. Why are you laughing like that again? You're going to say something strange this time again. When the anxious Cordelia smiled awkwardly, Dahlia nodded as if she understood everything and said in a soft tone, Miss, you have half a face. It means to look very haggard from sickness or pain. Source, Tutor K, I am telling you, I've been training hard. It's not for any other reason. If you insist. She said she understands it, but her eyes say otherwise. It was clear that she was thinking completely different things. Oh, really? This was all because of Jude. If it wasn't for that day, or those shameful lines and dialogue, Dahlia wouldn't have misunderstood this much. In fact, Cordelia wasn't the only who got punished for her weekly run with Jude. Dahlia was also given a pay cut for failing to escort her properly, but she was still taking the same attitude. That she's like a sister. If Maja was like a sister for Jude, for Cordelia, Dahlia was like a sister she had grown up with since childhood. No, come to think of it, isn't this an act of revenge? While Cordelia was doubting her, Dahlia spoke again. Anyway, miss, there is good news for the troubled lady. Good news? Yes, good news. What is it? It's news from Mr. Jude Bayer. Dahlia smiled briskly, took out a letter from her arms and held it out. It's a letter full of warmth from Mr. Jude Bayer. Letter? Love letter. The moment she heard it, Cordelia got goosebumps all over her body, but she also felt glad. It was because she received news from Boxer after a week. Come on and read it. When Dahlia urged her with shining eyes, Cordelia had a complex and subtle expression as she opened the letter. To my dear lady Cordelia, whom I truly yearn for. I couldn't stand it from just the first line. But still, Cordelia swallowed her breath and firmly prepared herself. I had to read anyway. Moreover, it couldn't have been just a letter. There could be some hidden message. Is it a vertical drip or a diagonal drip? An acrostic cipher or code is when the first letter or syllable of every word, line, or paragraph spells out a secret message. Vertical means that the message is hidden vertically. A variation of it is diagonal drip, meaning the message is hidden diagonally. Source: Cordelia, who painfully read a letter full of sweet sentences from Maja's corrections, widened her eyes suddenly. It wasn't because she found a vertical or diagonal drip. At the end of the letter, full of words of love, one line of Hangul that is written honestly, without any finesse. 2 days later, let's meet at the Temple of Varuna at 2 p.m. Oh, you've used your brain? The only ones who can recognize Hangul in Pleiades are Yellow Storm and Outboxer. At this rate, it was almost a perfect code. More than that, Varuna's temple. It was 2 days later, when the ban on going out was over, so I understood the date itself, but the Temple of Varuna was on my mind. Varuna, the god of the mirror wall, a guardian and watcher of secrets. There was a temple of Varuna in the border city where Count Bayer and Count Chase lived. It wasn't that big, but as the god that governs secrets, people visited the temple to make confessions. Is there anything there? If you're asking me to see you there must be something. Cordelia traced her memories for a moment, but nothing came to mind. Anyway, the problem is Cordelia, who folded the letter after reading everything, glanced slightly towards Dahlia. And as expected, Dahlia's brightly shining eyes greeted Cordelia. I hate to say it, I really hate to say it, but I still had to. I had to take Dahlia with me to go out in broad daylight, whether the ban is over or not. Dahlia. Yes, miss, that 2 days later. Yes, miss. Are you going to have a secret love affair with Mr. Jude Bayer a day after the ban ends 2 days later? Huh? See secret love affair? Huh, Mr. Bayer must have been very sweet. I can't believe he's asking you out as soon as the ban ends. At that moment, Cordelia's mind went blank, but she nodded her head for now. I had to go anyway. The misunderstanding was a bit annoying, but I couldn't help it. Anyway. I am going to the Temple of Varuna in 2 days. Oh, even the place looks pretty good. Having a secret love affair at the Temple of the God of Secrets. Don't run away this time. I'll make time for you too. Dahlia, who finished talking with a smile, even winked. What should I say? It's definitely a helpful story, but I feel like I am strangled. Cordelia closed her eyes once and took a very long breath. It was for her peace of mind. But Dahlia's views on it was different. You're very relieved. The fact that I can finally meet my beloved Jude. Didn't Cordelia focused on training for the past week to suppress the pain of not being able to meet him? It is not known when love has become so deep, but in nature, instant communion was more important than absolute time between men and women. Miss, I'll help you a lot. Fighting. Dahlia looked at Cordelia with warm eyes, and Cordelia, who had just opened her eyes, thought with astonishment. What's wrong with her? What are you delusional about? But I didn't ask out loud, because I was afraid of what to say. Anyway, 2 days later. Keep that in mind. Yes, miss, 2 days is not short, but hang in there, okay? She said it cutely, but it wasn't cute. Why do I have to endure this? I'd rather die than suffer. With a dry nod, Cordelia drooped her shoulders. Chapter 8, Dungeon Book 2. The wars in the nickname came from his war with another baseball player, Yang Hyunjong, whose success or failure was inversely proportional to Yoon every baseball season. In 2014, when Yoon was fighting a losing war in Norfolk, Yang was winning the war and making records. So if Yellow Storm is called as Norfolk, it meant she is like Yoon and is losing the war server rankings against Outboxer 9. In the afternoon 2 days later, Cordelia, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a big skirt, went out of Count Chase's mansion with Dahlia. Tea-tack-hack, tea-tack-hack. The sounds of the horse pulling the carriage and of the rolling carriage wheel could be heard. And as if to match it, Dahlia hummed. It seemed that it was Dahlia, not Cordelia, who was going on a date. No, it's not a date. It's not a date. It was just a business meeting. It was just a business meeting. Because it is important, Cordelia, who repeated it twice, turned away from Dahlia's high tension and looked out of the window. The site of the Temple of Varuna was located in the outskirts of the border town, but there were many people and buildings. Varuna's temple was built not only in the Slen Kingdom, but also anywhere on the continent to be exact. It was erected where there was a large floating population, and the reason was simple. To hide the tree, hide it in the forest. The best way to hide a secret was to make people not interested in the secret itself. If there were many visitors, those who visited the Temple of Varuna could easily conceal themselves. Miss, we're almost there. You can meet him now. Yes, yes, Cordelia, with a forced smile, hoped the carriage would arrive quickly. Rather than wanting to meet Jude, I wanted to escape from this awkward space and the excited gaze of Dahlia. We're here. And finally, the carriage stopped. The heavy voice of the coachman relieved Cordelia, who let out a breath of relief, and Dahlia continued her own misunderstanding this time again. You are nervous. How cute. It was Cordelia who could tell what Dahlia was thinking just by looking at her sparkling eyes, but she tried to turn away this time. It wasn't something I could deal with right now. Anyway, let's go. Yes, miss. Cordelia got off the carriage with Dahlia and looked around. Perhaps because it was afternoon, so the believers of Varuna stood out all over the place. But it was then. Hello, his sister called Cordelia Chase. A child squatting in the corner of the temple rushed to ask. He was a little boy around 5 to 6 years old and held a small folded note in his hand. What's going on? Although her strange appearance was only seen lately, Dahlia was ostensibly an escort knight of Count Chase. After reflexively blocking the child's access, she asked with a low voice, and the frightened child replied hesitantly. This. A very handsome brother told me to deliver this. It was the note the child was holding. It was a very suspicious item, but Dahlia's face loosened at that moment, because the name of Jude was written on the outside of the note. Miss. Yes. When Cordelia gave her permission, Dahlia took the note from the child. Then Ilgo, I am sure I told you. Perhaps because he was scared of Dahlia, the child ran out of the temple as soon as he gave the note. But Cordelia and Dahlia had long lost interest in the child. Come on and open it. Hurry, yes. At Dahlia's prompting, I opened the note and the content was simple. See you in the confession room, confession room. It is one of the reasons why the cult of the god of secrets, Varuna, is enjoying popularity. In Varuna's temple, there was a confession room where you could confide and keep any secrets. Varuna didn't perform any miracles for those who told secrets. But the fact that there was a place to confide secrets to those who lived under the weight of secrecy was bound to be comforting. Oh my, is this a love affair in the confession room? Foo-foo, how cute. At that moment, Cordelia was worried that Dahlia's brain had gone haywire, because she kept relating all of Cordelia's actions to a maiden in love, but she couldn't protest against it. Anyway, let's go. Yes, miss. In the Temple of Varuna, I had memories that I had visited here several times previously before my memories as Yellow Storm awakened. As Cordelia moved to the eastern section of the temple where the confession room was located, a middle-aged priest, who appeared to be in charge of the confession room, approached and guided the way. He is inside. He didn't tell who, but it was obvious who was there. The priest retired with a smile, and Dahlia stopped at the door and smiled brightly. I'll stay here. And a wink. It was Dahlia's helpful consideration, but I feel like I am falling into a quagmire. I'll be back. Yes, miss. Good luck. Yes. After responding awkwardly, Cordelia entered the confession room as if she was running away. And it was at that moment. Yo, long time no see. In the confession room, where a small desk and 2 chairs were placed, There was Jude was waiting as expected. This side suffered from all kinds of misunderstandings, but the face on the other side seemed to be well-fed and well-off. I'd rather die than suffer. Yellow Storm, instead of answering, Cordelia asked Jude, "How did you borrow this place?" The temple's confession room. Have you caught the priest's weakness?" Outboxer 9 was someone who knew the inner workings of the big and even the small NPCs in the streets. The priest seemed to have quite a weakness, given that he had come all the way to meet her. At Cordelia's question, Jude blinked once and soon laughed lightly. "What is the weakness? It's money." "Money? Yes, money. He lent it to me because I gave him money. Why would he threaten him with weakness? I have money. You seem to forget, but I am the son of a count. He is also the son of Count Bayer, one of the 12 northern families. Even though they were weaker than they used to be, the Bayer family was still one of the most prominent families. What, I am a daughter of a count too, I know." As the awkward Cordelia grumbled for no reason, Jude smiled small and offered her a seat, while Cordelia, opposite Jude, asked, slightly opening her eyes, "How is your Gumjalmeek?" "I am recovering little by little." Perhaps because I heard the story, it did seem that Jude's complexion was better than before. "What about you? Any accomplishments?" "I think there's a little more before I become a 2-star. I leveled up a lot last time." A smile spread across Cordelia's face when she recalled the fight against Lysagang. "I wanted to do it one more time at heart, but unfortunately, Belliston's magic circle was good for one use only. If we forcibly summoned Lysagang again, there could have been some problems with the seal this time." "Why did you call me anyway? There's nothing here. Why not, there is." "Oh, there is, hidden event." In Jude's response, Cordelia blinked. "Because I could not understand." "No way, that's not possible. There was nothing on the walkthrough sites." "I wasn't talking about a typical walkthrough site. She was talking about Legend of Heroes Wall, a site created by a large number of rotten and stagnant water, including Yellow Storm." Did Cordelia forget about it? But that was not it. Yellow Storm's memory was correct. The cause of the problem was with Outboxer 9, not Yellow Storm. No wonder there isn't. Because I am the only one who found it. The first discovery, notice, came up when it was discovered. And Jude kept this event in his mind. "No, why would you post hidden event information that you've struggled to find on the walkthrough site?" "Wait, you didn't post on the Legend of Heroes Wall walkthrough site?" I did post, but only the things that everyone knows. Secrets can only have value when they're a kept secret." "What, so you just put it all up?" "Really?" Cordelia didn't answer, but you could tell the answer by just looking at her face. "Yes, so you're a 2 and D place. No wonder you always came in second." "FCK, you jerk. I knew there was something fishy. I struggled and couldn't catch up. Our Norfolk is knave. I never imagined stealing the base." As for stealing the base, that's a baseball terminology. Yeah, the author's a baseball fan source, but in fact, I had just guessed it. While I was having fun browsing at people's comments, I saw a clue buried in the guide's posts. "So, what is it? What is hidden here?" "Is it yours again?" When Cordelia asked with a pout on her lips, Jude hid his laughter and continued to speak. "There is mine and there is yours too. Do you know the dungeon book?" "I know. Is there a dungeon book hidden here?" "It's hidden. The rewards are pretty good." Dungeon book, as its name suggests, was a virtual dungeon that could be entered by using the book. "What's the reward?" "Mine is a Mugong martial art. Yours probably magic." "Skill book. Skill book. Using the skill book, you could acquire the skill at once without having to learn it." The tempted Cordelia leaned towards Jude and asked, "What kind of Mugong and magic is it in detail?" "For Mugong, it's a footwork, but I don't know for magic." "Why don't you know? I haven't broken it yet as a wizard." Sure enough, it was a valid explanation. I had to break it to know. "Rank, it wouldn't be too high if we could challenge it in the beginning." "B rank? B rank? B rank?" Cordelia's eyes widened. She would have, as it was B rank. Of course, if you looked at Legend of Heroes 2 as a whole, B rank wasn't that great. But if you had just begun, it was not an exaggeration to say that B rank was a rank above the sky. Originally, what you could get at this point was usually E or D or C at best. Then the magic would be B rank. Perhaps a bright smile came over Cordelia's face. "Good, then let's settle it quickly. Where is it? Where is it hidden? Here? Here. I've already found it. It was located in a secret room deep in the temple library, but I came in the morning to find it. That was why I asked to meet Cordelia in the afternoon in the first place. Time is gold, right? Saying that with a smile, Jude brought out a thin book from his arms and put it on the desk. Varuna's Dungeon Book. Cordelia stared at the cover of the red book, raised her head, and asked, "Right now?" "Right now." No further consultation was necessary. Jude opened the book and recited the spell, and pure white light filled the confession room. Chapter 9, Dungeon Book 3. There were quite a variety of types, but the use itself was all the same. Move the person who opened the book into the dungeon. There were times when the dungeon was a virtual space like a virtual reality game, and there were times when it was real dungeon, but in a big way, it was also the key to teleport. Jude slowly opened his eyes. The pure white light faded, and what came to sight was not the narrow and dark confession room, but a black sky and white floor to be exact, a large space covered with pure white cloth. I've come to the right place. The dungeon book with an unknown author and title was hidden in the temple of the Varuna, the god of the mirror wall. In Legend of Heroes 2, this was the key to the conquerable dungeon. No, Outboxer 9 was the only one who got in and conquered it. There's a reason why I held on for more than 10 years. The world of Legend of Heroes 2 continues to grow. What it meant was that even now, around 10 years after its release, Legend of Heroes 2 had not stopped its periodic update. It was not only the story of the 2 ND episodes' main story for the single-player gameplay, but also the story between the second and third main stages of the multiplayer gameplay system. Each character's story, the various quests that result from it, and the unthinkable relationships between NPCs, etc. Moreover, the number of stories was never small. Rumor has it that the AI using big data continues to create stories, though I don't know if it was real, but a huge quantity of stories was created with each update. Despite the fact that the game is full of rotten waters such as Outboxer 9 and Yellow Storm, Legend of Heroes 2 has not been completely conquered yet, because there are still elements that I do not know. Of course, the fact that there is a realm of mystery here, where you don't know whether it's in the Legend of Heroes 2 or the world like the Legend of Heroes 2, was not something to be happy about, as it was closer to a demerit than a merit. What matters now was the fact that Jude himself had entered the dungeon. What about Cordelia? "Owa, I have a headache. Is this teleport motion sickness?" Cordelia's voice came from behind his back, as if to answer. When I turned around, I saw Cordelia holding her head with a painful expression. "Are you okay, Cordelia?" "It's not okay." "Are you all right?" "Oh, I am all right." "Why are you okay?" "Why aren't you okay?" "I know." Perhaps because of motion sickness, Cordelia, who responded like a fool, trembled. "Anyway, this is the dungeon in the dungeon book. Looks like a virtual dungeon type. The biggest difference between a virtual dungeon and a real dungeon was the presence or absence of death. If it's a virtual dungeon, even if you die inside the dungeon, you don't really die. Though you felt pain, you were deported from the book and no injuries were left. Of course, there were penalties besides pain. Retry is impossible. Once kicked out, they cannot return to the virtual dungeon. It's much better than dying, though. There were 2 reasons why Jude originally chose Varuna's dungeon book at this stage. One was the reward was good, as I had told Cordelia, and the other was to experience actual battle without the risk of life. Legend of Heroes 2 is a fighting game, after all. The journey to stop the Great Summons was also accompanied by battles. Ha! Once again, Jude, who had cleared his mind, looked toward Cordelia and soon had a little smile on his face. Wow, it's really real. It was a place where I went in and out countless times in the game, but in this reality, this was my first time. It was strangely interesting and mysterious, so I looked around with my eyes wide open. That's it anyway. Jude turned to his left hand and smiled again at Cordelia. Bingo. As planned, he held a large bag in his left hand. It was a bag he deliberately held just before opening the book. Even in the game, the dungeon book also took inside all the items I was holding. Jude smiled and opened the bag. As the size of the bag was large, there were quite a variety of items inside. I should have brought my bag too, Cordelia said, lifting her skirt slightly. It seems that she has been carrying many things in her skirt again. What did you bring? Just the basic stuff. Cordelia, answering Jude's question, looked around again and said, pouting her lips. Don't look back until I tell you. Should I just turn my back and sit? That's good then. Cordelia, who had said so far, laughed, and Jude quickly turned around and then rummaged through the things in his bag again. By the way, yes. What tech are you specializing on? You mean magic? Yes, magic. First elemental, I am going for the flame types. What about buffs or debuffs? I have to get it. But the base is elemental, because ill need firepower. Well, what a typical yellow storm answer. A life-risking battle maniac. In response to Jude's comments, Cordelia replied with a small smile, because that's me. You can turn around now. Then without hesitation. Sitting around again, Jude's eyes widened and soon smiled again. It's our yellow storm, as expected. Cordelia, who had just been wearing a wide skirt and a dress full of lace, was wearing her own combat uniform at this moment. Body-fitting blouse and leather trousers, a dagger in the waist, and a short magic wand shaped like a baton in her hand. Her shoes were not dress shoes, but leather boots. Did you know you were coming here? No, but I thought something must have happened when you called me, so I brought it in my skirt. Can you show me the inside of that skirt later? I am curious about the internal structure. What is this crazy bastard saying? There was a stream of abuse, but Cordelia was smiling. Jude also shrugged once, and then approached Cordelia with some of the things he took out of his bag. Come on, put this on too. Don't hesitate. What Jude brought was a leather vest with chains, and hard gaiters and cuff guards made of old leather. There's also a helmet and a shield. Again, it was made of leather. Jude, who placed the helmet with old aviator goggles over Cordelia's head, smiled contentedly, and Cordelia, looking around at the round leather shield she had somehow come to hold in her hand, squint her eyes wide open. Outboxer, yes. If my eyes weren't wrong, isn't this the only armor set in the bag? That's right. But why are you putting this on me? That's because you ray the line. Front row? Yes, front row. The battle line in front of you in battle, the battle line. You're a warrior and I am a wizard. In Korea, they're people trained in martial arts. If you've seen a Korean historical battle drama, they're the ones fighting in the battles. They're something like the Korean equivalent of Japan's samurai warriors. So, if you see the word warrior in this series, like the escort Dahlia or Count Bayer's warriors, they're referring to Muin. Hey, what's wrong with you? I am a man with Gyumjulmeek. How can I stand in the front lines now? I am standing behind the line. You got the sun's necklace. Will it be treated in 10 days? There's something you overlook, even if it does. There is. Even without Gyumjulmeek, Jude is still weak. The limbs were weak and the body weight was light. Perhaps the muscle mass is even less than Cordelia. How conscientious it is, though. They'll dress you in your only armor to stand in front of you. Jude grinned and Cordelia said with a bright smile, too. FCK. Yes, yes. If my Gyumjulmeek is healed, I'll give you a hug, hit you, cross the wall, and even stand in the front row. Jude smiled and raised his thumb again while Cordelia stood still. Hey, yeah, I'll be in the front line for now. Then what are you going to do in the back row? I am going to use this. Jude walked back to his bag and took out a bunch of papers he packed inside. Magic circle? I've made them available at our level. Originally, Jude had experimented with several magic circles first in order to find out how to start and use Belliston's magic circle. Let me see. Here it is. Take your time. On the paper slightly larger than the size of a palm, drawings of quite complex patterns could be seen. Crazy Ba Cordelia, who looked at the magic circles, had no choice but to vent her admiring curses. The number of magic circles that Jude gave out was 30 pages. 1-star magic circles were drawn, but the reason Cordelia cursed was simple. Did you memorize all of this? Belliston's magic circle was amazingly complex, but well, it was a very special magic circle. However, the magic circles in front of them were not so great. Of course, it would have been easy to memorize because it was simple, but with these many, he memorized all these figures. No, it's nothing. At that moment, Cordelia wanted to ask how many more things he memorized, but she decided to hold it in. I'll definitely memorize it all, and y'all tease me if I can't memorize it. Cordelia. Well, good, this should be good enough. There are many different kinds of magic circles. Yes, so please inject some mana on it. No, you have to inject mana into the magic circle to use it. What about your mana? Hey, this again. I have Gyumjulmeek FC King Bastard, bad guy, son of a BTCH. Woof woof. Of course, the last one who said that was Jude, and this time Cordelia growled like a dog. And an hour later, Cordelia, who finished injecting mana into the magic circles by drinking the mana potions she had brought, was collapsed on the floor. Haha, I haven't started yet, but I want to spread out on the floor. But it wasn't the time to be spreading. The speed of time is doubled by how much who, tell me? It was 1:20 times in the game. Cordelia grumbled and asked, and Jude answered refreshingly as he packed up the magic circles. 20 times? In other words, here 20 minutes inside the dungeon book meant 1 minute outside. No matter how long much confession we're having, after half an hour, Madra and Dahlia will be worried. So, let's finish it before that. Wait half an hour? How long does it take to attack here? I don't know. At our level now, roughly 8 hours if you include the resting time. Crazy. What's in here? As I have already explained, B-rank Mugong and magic skill books. Of course, we're going to have to suffer first. At the snap of the answer, Cordelia thought she was rolling her eyes, but soon closed her eyes and gave up a sigh. You just have to use those stinking magic circles. No way. Jude, who answered leisurely, sat in front of Cordelia and unfolded a large piece of paper. It was a map of the dungeon drawn in advance based on his memories. I remember all the roads, but you should know them for now. We should also talk about the monsters that will come out inside we. No, it's nothing. What can a guy who can even memorize Belliston's magic circle not memorize? Once again impressed, she and Jude began to talk in earnest about their dungeon strategy. How long had it been since then? After a rough discussion, Jude and Cordelia stood side by side in front of a large arched door. If the place you are now in is a safe zone, beyond that was a dangerous place for monsters to appear. Jude took a long breath, then looked at Cordelia, and she also looked back at him. Shall we get started? Let's get started. Varuna's dungeon book attack. The two who stood side by side took their first steps. Chapter 10, Dungeon Book 4. The top scorer of Legend of Heroes 2 was Outboxer9, who ranked number 1 in the server rankings. However, the one who hunted the most in Legend of Heroes 2 was Yellow Storm, the number 2 in the server rankings. If you count the numbers of monsters you've hunted, Yellow Storm has twice as more than Outboxers. She was the one who had experienced the most battles in Legend of Heroes 2. However, Cordelia had not experienced an actual battle. Lysagang is not counted. It couldn't even move because of the seal, and frankly, at that time, Cordelia herself and Jude went crazy because of the level up. Anyway, this was our first real battle. Therefore, although Cordelia was more nervous than expected, she was able to carry out the battle with ease. It's so comfortable. Varuna's dungeon book was never easy. Basically, there were goblin monsters in the early stages, but they weren't ordinary. Goblins with different attributes appeared in each room, and their levels was not low either. In terms of Legend of Heroes 2, it was around level 10 or so. Monsters that were almost twice the level of Jude and Cordelia appeared with different attributes and abilities, so it was not an exaggeration to say that the difficulty was in nightmare mode. Nevertheless, Cordelia felt comfortable. The hands and feet are so in sync. I don't want to admit it, but I did. Furthermore, Outboxer9 was the most perfect support play ever experienced by Yellow Storm. As soon as the black masked goblins with darkness attributes appeared, even before they appeared, Jude was already tearing up the magic circle of the light attribute to counter the darkness attribute. When the goblins appeared, they began to feel heavy fatigue as soon as they stepped on the floor with light attributes, and Cordelia bombarded them with magic missiles before they could even approach them properly. Of course, this wasn't the only one. Jude saw exactly what Cordelia needed. If you run out of mana, mana potions came flying from behind, and if you needed a certain magic circle, Jude came close behind her back and gave the magic circle to her. As a result, the nature of Jude and Cordelia's hunt was quick and sophisticated at the same time as the surgery of a doctor and nurse who had been working hand and foot for many years. But nevertheless, the sound of Warak had Cordelia broke out in anger. Hey, don't just eat the last hit. The average level of enemy monsters was 9 to 10. Nearly twice as many as Cordelia's, it was almost impossible to knock it down in one shot, and the number of those scurrying to the brink of natural death was also considerable. And every time those guys showed up, Jude put in a gruesomely perfect hit. When did you also bring a bow and a hand axe? Moreover, his hit rate was significant. Because of his chinmujic, Jude was proficient in moving his body. Kei-kiek, the goblin, who was hit in the chest by a hand axe, collapsed with a scream. It was reeling from a magic missile from Cordelia. When Jude seasons and Cordelia feeds shots, Jude finishes it up again. The seasoning, refer to Jude's support, like he used a light magic circle to counter the enemy's dark attribute. Cordelia feeding shots is her hitting magic missiles, and Jude finishes is him dealing the last hit, killing blow. Their breathing was sort of perfect, but why does it feel like it was not Jude but Cordelia herself who was playing support? In any case, the experience itself was the structure in which the person who hit the last hit ate the most. Here he comes again. Jude, who pulled out the hand axe stuck in the goblin's chest, shouted as he looked straight ahead. The hobgoblin, which is about twice the size of the goblins that have appeared so far, came rushing and screaming. Grease, Cordelia cried, pointing to the ground. The hobgoblin, who had been rushing recklessly, suddenly stepped on the slippery floor and fell in grand style, and once again, Jude shouted and ripped the magic circle. Bind. An invisible rope tied the limbs of the fallen hobgoblin. Considering the strength of the hobgoblin, it wouldn't last long, but it wasn't a long time anyway. Jude let out a short breath. As he grasped his axe and rushed forward, Cordelia quickly cast a spell instead of looking at such a Jude. Urasha. It is a shout of energy when a person lifts or moves something heavy literally or figuratively, lifting yourself up when you're feeling down. In Jude's case, it's his body. Sources: High Native Jude did not lie to Cordelia. Thanks to the sun's necklace, his Gyumjul-meek was being treated, but he still had a weak body. Even so, he still possessed minimal strength. If so, it would have been enough to attack a place where even that minimal strength could strike a critical hit. KQA, the hobgoblin screamed when an axe hit in between its crotch. The struggle was so severe that the bind magic was shattered at once. Oops! Although he was the attacker, Jude, who was rolling on the floor to avoid the kick of the hobgoblin, put his hands between his groin without realizing it. And Cordelia completed her spell. Fire Arrow. Unlike the non-attribute magic missile, Fire Arrow was of the fire attribute. For Cordelia, who was still a one-star wizard, it was a magic that required time in casting. KQA. The arrows of the flame fell again between the groin of the hobgoblin, and the fluctuating hobgoblin stretched out at one moment with a crackling sound. It was a shock caused by a series of shocks. Cordelia, wrapped in a ring of white light, collapsed with a wild breath, and Jude let out a breath of relief too. It's the end of the monster waves. Now only the boss room is left. Hearing the words of Jude, who was stretched out on the floor, Cordelia closed her eyes and wiped the sweat off her forehead. 5 hours. It was the time it took to get here. Of course, we took a break from time to time. However, it was evident that this forced march was incredibly tiring. Indeed, it's yellow storm. Jude, who sat down as he raised his upper body to soothe his breathing, looked at Cordelia and smiled. Perhaps if it was someone other than Cordelia who came along, I would not have come here in 5 hours. No, I guess I didn't have to plan at all. Anyway, I've come here. It was a virtual dungeon where you never die, so the experience was poor, but because of the level gap between monsters, the level of Jude himself reached 7 just before 8, and Cordelia was 8. It's possible. Jude, who counted the number of remaining magic circles, nodded. We consumed less than expected against the enemies, so this much was enough to challenge the boss room. Cordelia, are you exhausted? In response to Jude's question, Cordelia laid down instead of answering, so Jude decided to take a little more rest. An hour later. Jude and Cordelia, who recovered their physical strength and mana through their respective respite and meditation, stood side by side at the large black door, which is the entrance to the boss room. Its movement is fast. You and I have to constantly move. What's our plan of action? I tie him up, you beat him. But, you focus on evading until I give the signal. I have some preliminary work to do. Why? When Jude asked, Cordelia narrowed her eyes once instead of answering immediately. Are you trying to do something weird? What's weird? The two of us are on the verge of catching them when we work together. All right, if you insist. The determined Cordelia relaxed lightly and then jabbed at Jude, who opened the door of the boss room. The moment I opened the door, silence fell. The atmosphere itself has changed. a land covered with white cloth under a black sky. In the middle of it stood a giant wolf. With its green fur and clear yellow stripes, its eyes lit up yellow and it gave out a hot breath. The distance is about 30 meters. It was never close, but it wasn't a safe distance either. Jude had a side glance at Cordelia, and so did Cordelia. The two gradually distanced themselves from each other after they exchanged looks. The fury wolf did not move hastily. With hot drooling, it alternately between Jude and Cordelia, and at some point it bristled up its hair and gave strength to its limbs. Right after, when Cordelia exhaled, Quang, the fury wolf, kicked the ground. It rushed at Jude, and Jude, who had predicted it in advance, threw his body without delay and rolled on the floor. Cordelia. Instead of answering, Cordelia tore up the magic circle that she had taken over during the break. The bind magic struck the fury wolf, and in the midst of it, Jude, who stood up, also ripped a magic circle. It was bind again. Kyo-hyang, the fury wolf, roared. Cordelia's bind was destroyed by the wolf's roar, but Jude's bind tied its body down. Grease. Cordelia unfolds the magic again. It was between Jude and the fury wolf, and the wolf, who released the binds by force, slipped on the floor. Jude threw an axe towards the fury wolf. He tore up the magic circle without even looking at whether it hit or not. Quakang. It wasn't a bind this time. The first one was a waterfall that he had saved, and the second one was lightning. A pool of water generated in the air hit the fury wolf. Then a single bolt of lightning struck the wet wolf's head. Kyo-hyang, the fury wolf, roared in pain, but Cordelia felt a sense of incompatibility at that moment. Jude. She screamed and moved away at the same time. This is because the fury wolf rushed towards Cordelia. It was also faster than ever. Not yet. Jude stomped on the floor and tore another magic circle. Then again, a ray of lightning struck the fury wolf, and Cordelia was convinced. Jude wasn't attacking the fury wolf now. Rather, he was strengthening it. Crazy, lightning attribute. To the fury wolf, the lightning attribute lightning spell was nothing more than a nutritional supplement that strengthens it. Nevertheless, Jude hit it with lightning twice to strengthen it. Why, what for? Bingo. At the time of Jude's cry, the fury wolf roared into the sky. At the same time, a huge horn shot up between its forehead. Pajai-jai-jik, lightning flashed along its horn, and Cordelia understood. In the first place, this was Jude's goal, strengthening the fury wolf to bring out its hidden powers. It was a hidden piece to get the B-rank skill book. FCK, I knew something was weird. From the beginning, he had said that it was safe for a dungeon that gives a B-rank skill book, Enhanced Dungeon Boss. The horns that grew on its forehead was not the only change in the fury wolf. The size itself felt much bigger than before. Good, it was awakened properly. As Jude shouted in a jubilant voice, Cordelia immediately cursed. Crazy bastard. Can we catch that? We have to catch it. What? Can't you catch it? Evil bastard. Damn it, you bastard. In the midst of all this provocation, Cordelia hurriedly swept her hair aside as she fixed a magic wand that looked like a baton. Jude laughed hard as held a bunch of magic circles in his left hand and an axe in his right hand. It's coming. As Jude said that, the fury wolf rushed forward. Chapter 11, Dungeon Book 5. The fury wolf and other wolf race monsters shared one characteristic: straight line attack. Use a powerful angular force to rush forward like a bullet. However, the trajectory of the attack was as simple as that. Therefore, I could avoid it as much as I could with the right timing. The fury wolf kicked the ground. Roughly pushing the ground with its hind legs, the whole body of the fury wolf shot forward at the moment. Chew-pa-hack. Lightning rose from the horns. It burst sharply, and the sound ripples was pierced through by the fury wolf, a speed that was hard for the eye to chase. The same was true of Jude. He was level 8, but it was only 8. It was impossible to capture the movement of the fury wolf with the eye of Jude, but there was something he could do. The moment it departed. When the fury wolf hit the ground, Jude also began to move. He threw himself to the left without any hesitation. Quajik. The fury wolf had penetrated the spot where Jude stood. Jude had rolled down the floor and Cordelia screamed, "Outboxer!" It wasn't that I was mistaken that Jude allowed a valid strike. Cordelia knew. The memories of Yellow Storm shouted. The consecutive attack comes. The fury wolf, who penetrated the air, hit the ground. It rotates and spins simultaneously with a terrifying angle. Jude was rolling on the floor. He had not even been able to get up yet, so it cannot be avoided. This attack will end up hitting him. Cordelia raised her wand. I tried to invoke magic by instinct without thinking. The target area is the empty space between Jude and the Fury Wolf. It is impossible to hit the Fury Wolf. So I directed the attack between it and Jude. Please, the spell has been activated. This was not a magic that had a proper composition, but an attack that simply sends out magical power. But that's why it was fast. She was able to push the explosion of mana between Jude and the Fury Wolf. Quagic, but there was no explosion. Lightning broke out from the horn on the Fury Wolf's forehead, and the mana agglomeration, which was hurriedly created by Cordelia, broke down into pieces. Kyohyang, the Fury Wolf, pierced through the remnants of mana. Cordelia screamed out loud, and Jude raised his upper body. The Fury Wolf struck Jude. Cordelia could see it then. The Fury Wolf's sharp teeth will tear off Jude's neck at once. Bang, but it was not. Instead of Jude's scream, instead of the gruesome sound of broken bones and flesh, a small pang sounded. Just before the Fury Wolf reached Jude. Between the moments created by Cordelia to break through the agglomeration of mana. Kiking, the Fury Wolf suddenly rolled on the floor in a painful cry. Far from biting Jude, it went further and struggled. How? How the hell? The smell of dogs is thousands of times that of humans, cried Jude. Thanks to him, I held my breath and struggled for a short time. Cordelia understood. Without thinking about it, I found out what he did the moment I saw it. Smell. It was as Jude said. The dog's sense of smell was 1,000 times than that of humans. Furthermore, the opponent is the Fury Wolf. All abilities were superior to ordinary dogs. It was a paper envelope that Jude had burst. It was a special odor bomb created by combining various items. He had planned for this from the start to the end. He had to level up first in the dungeon, so he couldn't beat the Fury Wolf with the frontal attack method, attacking fairly without using tricks when he first planned this. Thus, he aroused its sense of smell, evading the first straight-line attack and then detonating the odor bomb during the second turn attack, thereby temporarily neutralizing the Fury Wolf. An intolerable smile spread over Cordelia's face. She laughed and clenched her fists. Yes, this is Outboxer. He's the one in the server rankings that I've never won against. Q-hack, cack, Cordelia. Jude coughed as he shouted, and Cordelia did not miss his cry. No, she was already on the move when Jude started yelling. It wasn't only Jude who had prepared a number of hidden provisions. Cordelia had prepared for the moment too. Dig, Cordelia activated the magic stone in her left hand. Like the piece of paper inscribed with the magic circle used by Jude, the stone was filled with mana. It was created by Count William Chase, who was the Chase's family head at that time before Cordelia's father. The spell was activated. It was a pit with 3 meters in diameter and 3 meters in depth, which was formed with the Fury Wolf at the center, who was still tormented by the smell. KK-ching, the Fury Wolf that was suddenly stuck in the pit made a sneezing sound, but Cordelia did not stop. As soon as I stopped in front of the pit, I wielded the wand to invoke magic this time. Dig, dig, dig. Most of the beginners of Legend of Heroes 2 always chose attack magic as the first magic to learn. It was not strange. Attack magic was needed to deal damage to the enemy. However, attack magic was not the only way to attack the enemy. Moreover, the wizard was not just an artillery unit that fired off attack magic. The wizard is the one who controls the situation. Among the rankers of Legend of Heroes 2, it was Cordelia who risked her life more than anyone else, but she did not forget the most important fact. The wizard was not just an artillery unit. They were the ones who controlled the situation. They were the ones who made it possible to win fights that could not be won. Therefore, Cordelia was not obsessed with attack magic. I learned grease to make the floor slippery. I learned dig to dig a pit that can transform the battlefield. Dig, it couldn't compare to Count Chase's dig. However, it worked because it was used 4 times in a row on an existing pit. 7 meters deep. If it's only this deep, the Fury Wolf can somehow escape. But it was okay, because Cordelia knew it, because Yellowstorm believes it. Outboxer 9. As soon as she was exhausted and fell on her lips, Cordelia said quietly, And in response to her call, Jude, who had been running, tore up all the remaining magic circles in the pit. Bingo! Immediately after speaking in a low voice, Jude threw himself at Cordelia. He fell almost at his stomach, and at that moment the ground shook with a loud roar. Quaggagagagagak, flames, lightning, and wind were rampant. The magic in the narrow space influenced each other to create a greater explosion. Quagwang. The last roar, Jude and Cordelia raised themselves up almost simultaneously. The two of them slid their heads into the pit side by side and soon smiled contentedly. The level has gone up. Jude spoke loudly, and white rings of light swirled round the bodies of Jude and Cordelia in succession. 1, 2, 3. Jude's level was 11 and Cordelia's level was 10. And that was not the end. You acquired the title Caught the Fury Wolf before level 10. Permanently increases all stats by 1. The phrase came into my mind. I couldn't open the status window, but I felt a new surge of energy coming up like when I level up at the moment. Title, bonus points you can get when you achieve something. Jude held out his fist to Cordelia. Fine play, fine play. Cordelia, who bumped fists with him, replied with a smile, but only for a moment. Ugh, the smell. Hey, get away first. You smell like shit right now. When the odor bomb was burst, the smell had clanged to Jude too. In response to Cordelia's reproach, rather than feeling sad, Jude laughed and leaned towards Cordelia. I am suddenly feeling anemic because of my Gyumjulmeek hay. I can see you're acting. But still, Cordelia reflexively supported Jude. Jude leaned on against such Cordelia and pointed his chin at the sky. I guess it finally came out. It's true, wow. Cordelia, who was trying to push Jude away, opened her eyes wide and admired. I had no choice but to. B-rank skill book. 2 columns of light formed in the shape of a book and floated in the air. Jude and Cordelia exchanged looks, and a bright smile spread across their faces. Skill book. As the name implies, it is a book which you use to acquire skills, and it's the most popular means to acquire skills in Legend of Heroes 2, because it's easy and simple. Using the skill book, you could acquire the skill right away without having to learn it. Of course, each skill has its own skill level, so it was impossible to master it as soon as you learn it, but its biggest advantage was being able to use it right away. Learning from the NPC or self-studying by reading from a book takes time to learn. However, one drawback to this skill book is that it was a one-time use only. When you get the skill book disappears. Therefore, it is impossible to share it with others. Wow, it's really B-rank, B-rank. Can you see that border color? Is our suffering worthwhile? Pointing at the silver border surrounding the skill book, Cordelia smiled brightly. It was the same in the game, but when compensation time came, Yellowstorm really liked it like a child. I am raring to see the reward. The number of skill books is 2. Moreover, one was martial arts and the other was magic, so there was no need for Jude and Cordelia to quarrel with each other in the first place. This was my favorite time. What? When opening the item. Oh, I am just nervous about what's coming out. Cordelia, who showed a charming girl like an absolute beauty, brushed the dirt off after standing up and then reached towards the sky. Then the B-rank skill book slowly flew towards Cordelia. Whoa, it's a real B-rank. Hee, what will come out? But is this a confirmed item? Do you know what will come out? Yes, it's a confirmed item. Mine is footwork, as I've said before. Jude also reached out to the sky to get the skill book. The color of the cover changed according to the rank of the skill book, and red symbolized the B-rank's color. Skill book with a red cover and a silver border. Cordelia turned to Jude, embracing her share of the skill book. So what is it? What footwork? Chinhasam Zipukbo, 36 worldly steps. Chinhawat? Chinhasam Zipukbo. I'll be spelling numbers in their word forms, 36, instead of their numerical value, 36, because it's more formal looking for a technique name. In response to Jude, Cordelia frowned and was puzzled. I thought I've heard it from somewhere, but clearly nothing came to my mind. It's a B-rank Mugong. Besides, you like magic more than martial arts. When Jude shrugged and made excuses instead, Cordelia strained her lips, but she didn't pretend to know. So what is it after all? As the name suggests, it is a footwork technique made of 36 steps. It specializes in evasion. And, hey, this is B-rank. Looking at Cordelia's eyes to see what more she wanted to know, I nodded. There is actually more to it. the reason why 36 world steps is so special compared to other B-rank Mugong. This is an upgrade. The 36 worldly steps was just the foundation. When learned perfectly, the door to the next stage was opened, and the number of steps that make up the footwork decreased as the stages progressed. A-rank footwork technique, 24 Gale steps, Jilpung is Absabo. S-rank footwork technique, 12 Faith steps, Sinlo Zabibo. And the so-called ultimate fantasy footwork technique, X-rank footwork technique, 9 celestial steps, Chingagyubo. Can you hide from the sky in 9 steps? In fact, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the king and end goal of all existing footwork techniques in Legend of Heroes 2. And even for Outboxer 9, he only knew of the footwork technique, but never got to learn it. 36 world steps, come to think of it, it has a similar name to the 12 faith steps you often used. Yeah. Jude, who responded moderately to the naively talking Cordelia, grinned and laughed before pointing to Cordelia's chest, to be exact, the skill book she held in her hands. Yours, huh, you really don't know. I really don't know. I told you I'd never woken up as a wizard. Heh, really? So it's really your first time opening it? I am excited. Cordelia smiled brightly like a child with a gift box in front of her and opened her skill book. Then the title appeared on the cover. Fire Missile B-rank? Oh, this is good. I like this one. As Cordelia laughed and stroked her skill book, Jude nodded unconsciously. It's custom made. The reason why Yellowstorm could stay 2ND in the server rankings, whose knowledge of Legend of Heroes 2 was less than Outboxer 9 know, it was even less than the guys in the top 30. Yellowstorm lived in dealing damage, and mainly played as a wizard who was good at dealing damage with the highest efficiency, clearly showing why her nickname was Storm in each battle. The baptism of magic bullets that swept like a storm. While others deal with 10 at the same time, she was literally creating a storm, dealing hundreds of magic bullets that were difficult to handle at the same time. Having the flame attribute of magic bullet in such a Yellowstorm's hands was like giving the artisan a perfect tool. Okay, both of us seem to be satisfied. Shall we slowly get ready to go back? Jude looked back at where the Fury Wolf first appeared. A billowing spatial door to escape the dungeon, which was shaking like the surface of a windy lake, had appeared. Wait a minute, let's change clothes first. We do smell a little. Dahlia will definitely ask. Well, I suppose so. In fact, Jude had also brought a change of clothes. It was in his intentions to use an odor bomb in the first place. Don't look back, just you. Jude and Cordelia, who turned their backs on each other, hurriedly began to change clothes. By the way, yes, the title in on, right? It came up. There is no status window, but the title itself is there and its benefits should be applied, right? Maybe. As soon as I answered, a smile was drawn on Jude's face. This is because I have a few titles in my head that I can use right now. Well then, yes, you and I are both over level 10, right? No more. Do you have anything in mind for the next step? Yes. What about you? Me too. The rustling stopped for a moment. Instead of looking back, Jude opened his mouth again, grooming his clothes. Shall we speak at the same time? Okay. 1, 2, the devil's hand. Jude and Cordelia spoke the same words at the same time and both smiled. You're good at it. Just you, devil's hand. I wasn't talking about items or new skills. In Cordelia's main scenario, it was the roaring antagonist. In short, it was the name of a group of demon followers. Legend of Heroes 2 had a variety of playable characters, each with their own main scenario. The main scenario of Cordelia was half a year earlier than Jude's main scenario, but the day of its beginning was approaching. About 15 days in the future, Cordelia's main scenario began when she traveled to join a social gathering of children from the 12 northern families. The main event in the beginning is that the Devil's Hand attacked the gathering of the 12 northern families. Because of that event, some of the children of the 12 northern families were killed or injured, and some were kidnapped by the Devil's Hand and even brainwashed. In the game, I had to be contented that Cordelia alone managed to run away, but this was not a game anymore. Moreover, there were 2 people who knew what was going to happen in the future. We should stop the Devil's Hand. In the first place, Jude and Cordelia's purpose was not to follow the scenario of Legend of Heroes 2 as it was. The promised bad ending of Armageddon would be waiting for them then. Make a new ending. Stop the great summons and the world destruction that lead to Legend of Heroes 3. Stopping the devil's hand was the first step in that journey. There, so to speak, that. When Jude asked again, Cordelia pouted and got angry. You know, right? What Cordelia herself is trying to say now. Still, Jude shook his head deftly. No, I don't know. I'd have to hear it myself. Hey, just now, you already know the answer, right? Jude laughed pleasantly. It was as Cordelia said, but can't you just tell me first? That's how I get motivated. FCK, I really can't. Cordelia, who mumbled quietly, took a big breath once and then said in a small but clear voice, Let's go together. The social gathering of the 12 northern families will be held at the northern heart of Langeathé. Jude Bayer did not originally go to Langeathé. It was because long-distance travel was impossible due to his Gyumjulmeek. But now it was different. If you are the Jude now, it was possible to go together. It was why I was in a hurry in the first place. It was one of the reasons for hastening the treatment of Gyumjulmeek, if my beloved Lady Cordelia wishes for it. On Jude's answer, Cordelia shuddered for a moment, but only for a short time. After smiling brightly, she finished the hem of the skirt, turned around and said, Okay, you can turn around. I'm already looking. FCK? Jude, who completely laughed at Cordelia's blushing face, walked towards the spatial door and said, Anyway, hurry up. Time is gold, right? Just talk, only talk. Cordelia, who was grumbling and pouting her lips, stood beside Jude, and the two took a step at the same time after looking back at each other. The two began their first steps towards a new ending. Chapter 12. Count Chase, 1, the Kingdom of Slen, which is competing for supremacy with the Argon Empire for the position of the continent's most powerful nation, had 3 major territories. The north connected with the unexplored northern region, a land of severe cold and barbarism. In the center, the Silates Plains, which was called the continent's breadbasket, and the southern region extending its influence on both the inland and foreign seas. The north was like another kingdom that existed within the Slen Kingdom, which protected the kingdom and the entire continent from the barbarians beyond the unexplored regions for many years. For generation, the King of Slen entrusted the rule and defense of the north to the Northern Margrave, and the Northern Margrave cooperated with the famous northern families in protecting the borders. Just as the Margrave seat was transferred from Count Bayer to Count Harsvelger, the northern families also differed in number or organization from generation to generation, with 12 families occupying seats at the present time. Count Bayer, the famous family of warriors. Now that the power of the house had declined, he has handed over the Margrave position to Count Harsvelger, but it was still a family whose power cannot be ignored. In particular, the Count Bayer family head was one of the Slen teenage swordmasters and a member of the Northern Sagang, 4 Rivers, a strong man with the title Sword General. Count Chase, the famous family of wizards. Count Chase had the smallest manor out of the 12 northern families, Red Dawn Tower, one of the 5 magic towers in the north. At that time, Count Chase was one of the 3 7-star wizards in the north and served as the tower master of the Red Dawn Tower. 10 other families. It was too long to list each one. In any case, Count Chase, who was practically without land, built a mansion and settled in the frontier city of Balon. Then, Count Bayer, who had stepped back from the Margrave position, returned to his hometown of Balon. Thus, the present situation of 2 families residing in one manor was created. Ha ha ha. Jude, who was breathing fast and loudly, ran through the training courtyard. His entire body was sweaty, and his face was red, but he didn't stagger or breathe like a person who was about to die. 10 laps around the training field. Just 10 days ago, it was almost a life-threatening challenge, but now it was different. It's just FC King hard. My mind had gone blank. I was sweating so much that I felt like I had fallen into the water. But my breathing was regular. My limbs were sore, but they didn't look like they were going to break. Once Jude stopped running, he breathed loudly. Instead of lying down, he bent his upper body, took his breath, and slowly stabilized his breathing. There's a result. His stamina increased, a lot of it, because he was so weak at the beginning, but still it was that. His visible growth was enough to inspire motivation. This one too. Jude stabilized his breath to some extent and sat upright, as he closed his eyes and focused on his consciousness. Mana training method. In other words, it was to operate the inner chi cultivation method. Legend of Heroes 2's inner chi cultivation method was somewhat different from the inner chi cultivation method that usually appears in martial arts. It was the same in its use of the three danshin, but there was no need to move or stick to a specific posture during training. Should I say that it is close to practically the same if I pick it out? Jude tried to use the basic F-rank cultivation skill he learned from Victor. Feel it. I felt the warm and lively energy that was as big as a bean. Moreover, it was pure. It was not an exaggeration to say that the pure energy created by the combination of yin and yang energy was the crystallization of purity. But it's still tough. The Gyumjulmeek hasn't been completely healed yet. There were still many blocked or cramped places in the big and small meridians, so it was difficult to cultivate properly. But Jude was not in a hurry. Just as his stamina was increasing, his Gyumjulmeek was steadily improving. His stamina was the initial proof that his Gyumjulmeek was being treated. I am looking forward to it, when you use the right Mugong. Though it was a little childish, I honestly wanted to try using Mugong at least once properly. Yao'll be able to fly halfway using Qinggong or use Nigong to shoot powerful air waves. In Wuxia, Qinggong allows you to circumvent gravity to fly, cover tremendous distances in a single stride, run across surfaces of water, mount trees, and jump over or scale high walls. Nigong is building up and cultivating the chi/energy, and use it to attain skills such as superhuman strength, speed, stamina, durability, and healing, as well as the ability to project energy beams and elemental forces from their bodies. Source: Wuxia skills and abilities. Wouldn't it be like those superhumans in a hero movie? I mean, it's amazing. Not only Mugong martial arts, but magic too, and the world itself where all that is possible. There are levels and there are level ups. There is no status window, but titles exist. But this is not a game. This is reality. Even at this moment, Jude himself is alive and breathing. Yes, that's the most important thing. The fact that I am alive. The fact that I am trying to live. It was not a matter of consideration, such as the reason for entering the world of Legend of Heroes 2, and the reason for the existence of a real world like that of Legend of Heroes 2. Therefore, Jude decided to focus on the immediate reality. Good job. Hearing the voice full of satisfaction, Jude opened his eyes and turned his attention. Victor Cromwell, the old knight in charge of Jude's physical training, stood with a smile on his face. Your physical strength is increasing every day. If you keep going by the time the count returns, Yao'll be able to learn the Bayer family's Mugong. Victor said with joy, as if it were his own business. In fact, it was only natural. He was the one who had been watching the whole process of Jude growing up from Jude's birth up to the present moment. The child who had always suffered and been frustrated by the curse of Gyumjulmeek is now growing up day by day, so why would he not be happy? The tiger cub is a tiger. Victor also liked Jude's attitude. In terms of Jude's standard, which are much weaker than the average person, the training itself was conducted faithfully without any tricks. It's a blessing for the Bayer family. It really was, because the sincere and faithful Jude had outstanding talents. It had only been 20 days since he began to treat the Gyumjulmeek with the sun's necklace, but it wasn't only Jude's physical strength. Almost all body functions such as muscle strength, agility, flexibility, etc. have changed beyond recognition. That's because I leveled up. Level 1 became level 11 now, so it was natural that it would be different. But anyway, whatever it was, what was good was good. I mean, Victor's gaze of admiration also felt pleasant. Young master is talented, so you don't have to be disappointed or frustrated to your late initiation to Mugong. You know what I mean, don't you? Yes, Sir Victor, I will keep that in mind. When Jude answered positively again, Victor smiled with a mixture of joy and sorrow. It was a fact that Jude was now 17 and that he was too late to begin his training. Even so, you look so bright I didn't realize it will come so soon, no. Have you forgotten the reality and the joy of being able to learn Mugong? Dark emotions were back in Victor's deep blue eyes, but the concerned party, Jude, was thinking simply. Having Chinmujich is naturally awesome. Age doesn't matter. Chinmujich, heavenly martial body. It's a cheat talent that makes the main character into a hero. Young master, please cheer up. Young master, Yao'll definitely be able to do it. Yeah, yes, I'll do my best. It was the time when Victor and Jude were working together but having different thoughts. Young Master Jude. At the urgent call, Jude's and Victor's eyes turned at the same time. It was Jude's exclusive maid, Maja. However, the atmosphere was different from usual. She was always cold and calm-looking, but was now approaching at a pace with a face that reminded me of when I was running. Maja, Jude, as well as Victor were surprised. Maja's quick steps meant that much. What happened? At Victor's question, Maja picked up her breath first before looking at Jude and saying, "Young Master, a letter came from Count Chase." "Oh, from Count Chase. Did our cute lady send you a letter?" Victor asked with an openly sparkling face. The rumor that the love between Jude and Cordelia had deepened has even reached the Count. Hee, our young master is good at it too. Cordelia Chase was an absolute beauty that everyone had to admit. Victor's face, in which he imagined Cordelia shyly writing words of love while thinking of Jude, was filled with a delighted smile. But it was not. There can be no such thing that Yellowstorm is thinking about out Boxer9 and worrying about writing words of love. It's not Lady Cordelia. It wasn't Cordelia who sent the letter. In Maja's words, Victor's eyes flickered, while Jude frowned. At this point, there were only two people from Count Chase that will send a letter to Jude himself. One was, of course, Cordelia Chase, and the other one was it's a letter from Count Chase. Arthur Chase. The present Count Chase. It was the summons of his future father-in-law. "Young master, please don't be too nervous. He's Cordelia's father." And the engagement was decided by Count Bayer and Count Chase together, so your relationship with her is literally approved. So, a slight deviation will be fine. Slight deviation. The daylight runaway where Jude and Cordelia said that they needed to spend some time alone together. Jude swallowed his saliva unconsciously. "I am nervous, very much. That's strange enough. In fact, it was natural. How will he not be nervous when the son-in-law is going to see his father-in-law?" Moreover, the daylight runaway incident was enough to make even Maja, who was called the Ice Queen of the Bayer family, talkative. It was natural to be nervous. Who. In a carriage that rattled faster than usual, Jude gathered his breath to stay calm. I closed my eyes and focused on my thoughts. Arthur Chase. Count Chase, Cordelia's father. He is one of the northern four rivers and is one of the best battle wizards in the Slen Kingdom. In fact, his role in the original scenario wasn't that big. In Cordelia's main scenario, there were few appearances, and in Jude Bayer's main scenario, his presence was also small, because Jude and Cordelia's engagement eventually fizzled out. In Cordelia's main scenario, the two had become estranged because of Jude's struggle with Gyumjelmeek, because the two rarely met. Although the two started in the same city, but when you followed their main scenarios, the areas where they were active were in opposite directions. To be precise, both were active in the north, but when one was in the east, the other was in the west. In Cordelia's story, it became out of hand. There was nothing else that came to mind in other respects. Well, did he call for me? Is it because of the daytime runaway? But then, why now? Over 10 days have passed since the ban on going out was lifted. Calm down, out Boxer9. It was unusual. My head did not work properly because I was strangely nervous. No, why are you so nervous in the first place? It's not a problem, right? Isn't he Cordelia's father? Father-in-law. It was a time that I screamed silently at the strangeness. "Young master, we've arrived." When Jude opened his eyes to Maja's words, he saw Count Chase's mansion when he looked out the carriage window. The wall that I promised to cross over someday was a lashai and was too high. If Count Bayer's mansion was the knight's castle, Count Chase's mansion was the wizard's model garden. After arriving at the front door of the mansion past the well-decorated spacious garden, Jude swallowed down. The reality that I've visited the house of my soon-to-be wife dawned on me. "We welcome your visit. Please come this way." Following the butler's guidance, Jude admired the atmosphere of Count Chase's mansion, which was clearly different from Count Bayer's mansion. It was bright, radiant, and splendid. The direction itself felt different from that of Count Bayer's mansion, which was plain and somber that it was reminiscent of the castle on the border. But it was just when I entered the long hallway. Cordelia and Dahlia, as if they had been waiting in advance for a long time while standing restlessly in the hallway, approached Jude. "Butler Norton, please give us a moment." Dahlia smiled and pressured Norton, and Cordelia pointed at the corner of the hallway with an urgent glance. Her eyes suggested that before going to the boss room, they should have a little operational meeting. Jude was also in a situation where he desperately needed information, so it was not something to refuse. Quickly following her, Cordelia suddenly opened her mouth when the decor hid them from sight. "What are you going to do? Please give me your daughter?" When Jude replied reflexively without thinking, Cordelia covered her face with both hands. "What is this crazy beastard saying? No, why did you call for me in the first place? Do you know anything?" "No, it was just a sudden call. After all, is this because of the daytime runaway? I don't know, do you think he'll mention it?" "Ha, why did you overdo it, crazy beastard? You ordered it. You. Anyway, now's not the right time to argue what's right and wrong. I want to argue like mad. But it wasn't really the time to argue what's right and wrong. If you think about it, the father-in-law only called for his son-in-law, so maybe he didn't have much purpose. Regardless, I'll do my best. Okay, I don't know what to do, but good luck." Fig fighting. After receiving Cordelia's timid cheering, Jude nodded and approached Butler Norton and asked to be guided again. And so, in what briefly felt like a minute, Mr. Jude Bayer has arrived. Butler Norton raised his voice. The boss room, no, Count Chase's drawing room door was opened. Chapter 13, Count Chase, too, like the rest of the mansion, Count Chase's drawing room was brightly and beautifully decorated. The ceiling, paired with a white, clean marble floor, was white, and the wall with several large glass doors leading to the garden was turquoise, giving it a cool feeling. A carpet with a bold use of red and yellow colors to give off a sense of splendor, and luxurious furniture with a bright overall tone. A foreign presence stood alone in a place where it would seem more right for beautiful ladies to have a tea party here. "Have you come, Arthur Chase?" "Count Chase. He is a member of the Northern Four Rivers and a 7-star wizard, and one of the most prominent battle wizards in the North." And as if to reveal that fact with his whole body, he was big, scary, and sharp-looking. If I can compare it to a sword, should I say he's like a claymore? Red Storm, Count Chase's nickname. He is also known as the Red Monk and always wore blood-like red robes as he is now. Mr. Jude Bayer greets Lord Chase. When Jude showed proper decorum, Count Chase, who was standing facing the garden, turned around. He had short-cut red hair and a height nearing 2 meters tall. Strong, broad shoulders and rock-like muscles presumed to be honed on the battlefield. In addition, sharp, piercing eyes that could see through the opponent, and the overall impression was truly overwhelming. I felt more like facing a mighty warrior than a wizard. The mother's genes worked hard. All 3 children of Count Chase, including Cordelia, were good-looking men and women that were as beautiful as flowers. Of course, Count Chase didn't have an ugly face. Rather, he had a thick, dark, and manly handsome face. It was like the time when I went to Lysagang. All the big talk in my head went out because of my nervousness. "Sit down." Count Chase spoke low again and sat down at the head of the table. Jude took a bated breath after Count Chase sat in his seat of authority. If this was an ordinary meeting, the maids would have come in and served tea and cookies at this point, but only the deep and heavy silence was set between Count Chase and Jude. As such, a dozen or so seconds passed. Around the time the cold sweat began to flow along Jude's back, Count Chase opened his mouth again. "I heard a few stories. It has come." Count Chase looked down at Jude while maintaining a straight posture, and Jude swallowed nervously as he faced Count Chase's chilly gaze. "Frankly, I am scared. Similar feelings sprang up in my heart like when I first saw Lysagang. But I did not turn away. I mustered up and endured Count Chase's gaze. A few seconds passed then. Count Chase, who looked at Jude with glassy eyes, opened his mouth and said again, "I heard about your actions during the deviation." Deviation, weekend getaway? It was Count Chase who came in hard from the start. However, Jude kept his composure. What Count Chase mentioned was not just the deviation. You were lucky to get the sun's necklace. Count Chase could not have known that he had obtained the sun's necklace. But Jude didn't answer, and instead took the sun's necklace that he had put in his clothes and put it on the table. "It's the sun's necklace." A golden necklace engraved with the crest of Solari, the sun god. Count Chase's gaze, which had been focused on Jude, shifted to the sun's necklace. He stroked the necklace a few times with his thick, coarse fingers and nodded. By all means, is it an item that constantly radiates yang energy? You got a great start. The sun's necklace was the divine item used by the sun god Solaris champion Gallus, and not anyone else. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a divine treasure of the denomination, so it was natural for Count Chase to admire it. Whatever. Count Chase laid down the sun's necklace. He once again looked at Jude as if searching him before suddenly pulling out a small box from his bosom, pushing it to Jude and speaking. "This is of no use to me, but I already brought it, so take it. What the hell is it?" When Jude sent a glance to ask if he could open it, Count Chase said with a snort, "HMPH, I am telling you in advance, but it's not much." It was a little vague, but I thought it was okay to open it, so Jude carefully opened the box and soon opened his eyes wide. It's a big deal. What was inside was a Yang Earth pill, which possessed a powerful amount of Yang energy. I just opened the box, but the fragrant aroma seemed to fill the drawing room. It wasn't something that cured Gyumjelmeek at once like the Sunfair carp, but it was still a valuable item that would be of considerable help to the treatment. And Count Chase spoke again before I could even express my gratitude for the Yang Earth pill. Once again he asked, looking at Jude with fierce eyes, "I heard that Cordelia carried you when you jumped off the cliff. Was it true?" "It's true." Tusk, how foolish. Count Chase, who clicked his tongue in disapproval, searched his arms again and held out a small box. "It's a fruit that strengthens muscle strength. All I have around me is a bunch of wizards who just need the strength of a cane. That's why it's useless to us, so take it." The fruit of strength? Jude once again looked in surprise. The fruit of strength was an item that permanently increases muscle strength a little, and it was hard to obtain this in the beginning, as all of these kinds of items do. From the Yang Earth pill to even the fruit of strength. He's actually a very nice person. No, maybe he's very fond of Jude himself. He seemed to be displeased with the fact that Cordelia carried Jude herself in their weekend getaway rather than the weekend getaway itself. It's because he has a fierce impression and he's awkward at expressing himself, but he's actually a good person. Jude looked up and saw Count Chase. He still had a scary face, but somehow he looked different from before. And he began to talk once again. Now, rather than being afraid of what he'll say next, Jude began to look forward to it. "I've heard that you're going to join Cordelia in the upcoming social gathering. Children of the 12 northern families specifically. It was a social gathering of underage children who have not yet started official duties." This time, Jude had given his word to Cordelia that he would participate too. Jude replied with a little expectation. "Yes, I will. You need stamina to go a long way." It was absolutely right. Jude quietly waited, and Count Chase did not disappoint this time either. I thought he was throwing up a cough, but once again he took out a small box from his bosom. "Everyone around me is just a bunch of geeks stuck in the lab. That's why it's useless, so take it." The fruit of stamina. As the name suggests, it was an item that gives a small increase to stamina permanently. For Jude, who had poor stamina, it was a treasure as valuable as the Yang Earth pill. And, "Yes, father." When Jude quickly answered, Count Chase coughed up again and said, putting his hand in his inner chest pocket, "When you say you're going on a trip, that meddlesome old man, Count Bayer, will do something stupid like a test. It's not much, but this will help. I didn't say anything this time, but the size of the box gave me a rough idea. It was clear that it was one of the fruit series. Ah, father. Ah, father. If I can do Legend of Heroes 2 again, I'll try to dig into Count Chase somehow. He's like a treasure goblin, no, a treasure father." Count Chase's, who snorted once again as Jude shone with deep gratitude, stood up and said, "HMPH, the business is done. Now get out of here. Thank you very much. There's a bag under the table, so put it in there." The small-spoken Count Chase turned to the garden as he had when I first came in. It meant there was nothing more to talk about. It was a bit rude, but Jude didn't mind. "What more do you want from the treasure father who even packed your bag?" When Jude quickly packed up the boxes into the bag and left the drawing room, the people who were waiting to be exact, Cordelia, approached him. "Hey, are you okay? Did anything happen? What did father say? Did you get scolded a lot? Did he tell you to break off our engagement?" She looked a bit scared. Before answering, Jude looked over Cordelia's shoulder and smiled at the figure of Maja and Dahlia standing there restlessly. "Hey, what did you talk about?" "Huh, father. He wants me to carry you around from now on, so don't carry me." "What?" Cordelia opened her eyes widely as if asking what he meant, and Jude laughed cheerfully. At Count Chase's garden. Jude and Cordelia walked through the beautifully decorated flower garden, and Madra and Dahlia stood side by side and looked at the two such figures. So Cordelia said in a small voice, covering her mouth with a hand fan, "So, did Father gave and packed you with items?" "Yeah, he told me to eat, cheer up, and carry you around. Don't carry me." When Jude spoke again, Cordelia lightly blushed and snorted. "Well, that's a relief anyway. You're your father's daughter." That's snorting. "What the hell? It worked out really well anyway. If I eat everything your father has given me, I'll be in a much better condition than I am now. It was really an unexpected luck. The condition of the Gyumjulmeek is better than it is now, and if I eat the fruits of strength and stamina and the fruit of agility given to me lastly, with a little exaggeration, I'll be 5 times stronger than now. Of course, it's not very good right now. Either way, 5 times is 5 times. The mere sight of the bag made me smile. By the way, oh, are you going to give me something too? I love you, Miss Banker. Please call me anytime. It's not. Hey, anyway, are you starting that now? Father's Test Quest? I suppose so. Father's Test. The first main quest that appears in the main scenario of Jude Bayer. As the name implies, it was an event where my father, Count Bayer, recognizes that my Gyumjulmeek is cured and that I am ready to leave the city. In the game, after being completely cured of the Gyumjulmeek with the Sunfair Carp event, I could challenge it if I practiced Mugong for a month or two, but despite it being the first main quest, it boasted an uneven level of difficulty. It was one of the reasons why Jude is a non-mainstream character. As a matter of fact, I started later than other characters, but I had to waste more time because of my father's test quest. Furthermore, unlike other quests, it was a quest that had no particular trick. Don't worry. This is why I got the 36 worldly steps. I'll be able to go with you to Langesthay. HMPH, I'm not saying that I want to go with you together to Langesthay. Well, what should I say? It's a typical dialogue, but it works well with your good appearance. What's this crazy beastard saying? Cordelia blushed like a character with a typical dialogue, and Jude had a small laugh. And Madra and Dahlia, who looked at the two from a distance, also smiled warmly. From afar, they were a cute couple shyly whispering love. When does it start anyway? First of all, we'll be leaving after the fortnight. My father's coming in 10 days at the latest, so there won't be a problem with the time. After passing his father's test quest and preparing for his trip, he'll head to Langesthay with Cordelia. Can I trust you? Just make sure you're well prepared for the trip. There are things to pack on the way. This was enough. It was Cordelia who understood exactly what Jude was saying as a rotten water. Then I'll be waiting for the news. Yes, I'll see you again soon. The two who bumped their fists like a habit moved towards Madra and Dahlia, and a week later, Count Bayer is back. Chapter 14, Count Chase, 3. The mornings in Count Bayer's mansion were originally quiet. However, it was different today. Led by Baron, the long-serving butler of Count Bayer, all of the servants of Count Bayer's mansion has been very busy since morning. This is because the news that Count Bayer, who had been away for more than 2 months on an expedition, will arrive 3 days earlier than scheduled. It was the return of the Lord of the Bayer family after their annual expedition to reduce the number of monsters in the Baylon area prior to winter. After all, the preparations for the reception could not be neglected. While sitting in a sunny spot and looking at the bustling servants, Jude turned to his side and asked, "But why are you here?" "I know." Cordelia, who was dressed up and sitting next to Jude, answered with a slightly absent-minded voice. In fact, both of them knew why Cordelia was here now. "I didn't realize that your father was this great until today. He is great, isn't he?" Count Chase. It was because he had appeared with Cordelia today. Count Chase and Count Bayer were comrades who have experienced life and death several times. "Is father-in-law in my house to give greetings?" As Jude looked at the front gate as if he were welcoming Count Bayer's return, he was secretly feeling stressed as he thought on what would happen once word gets out that he had made Cordelia act rashly. You know what? Isn't our situation too peaceful? About a month after awakening the memories of a past life. At Cordelia's words, Jude turned his head and soon he laughed. "Ah, enjoy it now. You know we haven't started the main scenario yet, right? It's hard work when we leave home, hard work. I know, right? Is that the look of a person who knows that? When Jude kicked his tongue, Cordelia wanted to refute it, but she had nothing to say, so her lips were puffed up. As Jude said, once the main scenario began, the hardship gate would be wide open. Because the attack of the devil's hand is very hard. It was a brutal event where several children of the 12 northern families were killed and kidnapped. Even in the game, there were only 3 routes for Cordelia: be kidnapped by the devil's hand and sacrificed, be killed on the spot, or be in a struggle to survive by barely escaping. In the first place, Jude's main scenario began with a trip to find out the whereabouts of the missing Cordelia in Balon, and if it really went as the original, the future of Cordelia was itself a path of flames that crossed the thorny road. I'm not going to let that happen. They have to change the original story and create a new ending. Changing Cordelia's main scenario was the beginning. Well, it's not because of that. When Jude suddenly smiled, Cordelia said with a startling look, "What is it? Those sad eyes." Jude's eyes are worrying about the lady Cordelia he yearns for. Hey, I got goosebumps. That, aren't you getting too used to it? What that? That what, that one? Yearn for? Dear? The cute and lovely lady Cordelia who is the apple of my eyes. Cordelia shuddered and blushed as Jude spoke shamelessly. Wah, what is this crazy bastard saying? Because your father is coming. Huh, father. Cordelia also understood. When she looked back, Count Chase was walking their way. Lady Cordelia, you're beautiful again today. Oh my goodness, I am so embarrassed. Thank you, Mr. Bayer. By the time Cordelia responded with a clumsy smile, Count Chase, who had arrived before the two, looked at Jude and said with a disapproving look, "Tusk, you're still skinny." He had a dissatisfied expression, disagreeing eyes, and was clicking his tongue. But Jude was not afraid at all, because he knew the next words. This isn't much, but eat this up. Thank you, father. When Count Chase pulled out a small box, Jude quickly accepted it and thanked him. He was a very precious treasure, father. Meanwhile, Cordelia blinked her eyes with a blank face. She had heard it the other day, but it was indeed a strange sight. Count Chase, who looked at the two for a moment to see if he could tell their inner thoughts, said as he turned his eyes, "He's coming." It was pretty straightforward, but Jude and Cordelia immediately understood. Beyond the main gate, Count Bayer was coming back. It was the Count of Bayer who would normally lead and improve the order of the knights, but today he was only accompanied by a few subordinates and his eldest son, Gal Bayer, because he hurried home when he heard news of Jude. Count Bayer's servants lined up in front of the main gate, and Jude stood alongside Cordelia. And how much time had passed? Jude called out a knight riding a red horse that sped up and arrived at the main gate. It was Gal Bayer, Jude's older brother and the next Count of Bayer. With blue hair and blue eyes, he jumped off the horse at once, and for a moment, hugged Jude tightly but did not forget the situation. "I greet Lord Chase. It's been a long time." It was a hard and cold tone, but Gal was more familiar with Count Chase than Jude. After accepting it with a big smile, he looked back at Jude. "You've become really healthy. I can tell just by looking at your face." Gal's face, which resembles Jude, showed no sense of self-interest. Gal Bayer, he is a brother who is 10 years older than Jude Bayer. As Outboxer 9, Jude was reminded of Gal Bayer in Legend of Heroes 2, but only for a short time, because he was Outboxer 9 and Jude Bayer at the same time. A smile also spread on Jude's face. Gal Bayer was a really good brother. Jude Bayer remembered a number of anecdotes that were not described in Legend of Heroes 2. A genuine brother, one who has faced Jude's 17 years of life. You were lucky, you were really lucky. No, come to think of it, is this all thanks to Lady Cordelia? It is said that they found the sun's necklace when they went out to see the flowers together. Gal, who spoke pleasantly, looked at Cordelia again. He looked like Jude, but with a more masculine face and a picturesque smile. "Thank you very much, Lady Cordelia. Meeting you would be the luckiest thing for Jude. You are the goddess of luck for Count Bayer. I am flattered." "Oh, brother-in-law." Gal smiled again as Cordelia managed to answer. It was because she was so cute when she was shy. "What a lucky thing you are. I envy you." Gal, who even winked at Jude, stood aside with a big smile. Because today's true protagonist has arrived. Jude, Count Bayer. Count Bayer, riding a black horse, jumped off the horse. With a tall height and broad shoulders that were second only to Count Chase, he was a black-haired, blue-eyed beauty. Although he did not make a fuss like Gal, Count Bayer's eyes were also filled with joy. "You have a lot of stories to share. Let's go in." "Yes, father." It was Jude who reflexively answered, but the moment he answered, he felt like his heart was shaking. It was because he could clearly feel his father's heart, Count Bayer, who cared and worried about Jude himself. "I guess I'm invisible. How can I not recognize a man as big as you? Thank you for coming." Count Bayer, who laughed and tapped Count Chase on the shoulder, also did not forget Cordelia. "Gal already said it, but thank you very much." "Thank you so much. If it weren't for the daytime runaway, I wouldn't have found the son's necklace." Gal, nodding his head as if he agreed, spoke out. "Father, the love between Jude and Lady Cordelia caused a miracle." "Ha ha, it really is true, but let's stop it." "Isn't Cordelia embarrassed?" Cordelia was really embarrassed at the father and son's exchange of words. Her face was red, and she looked helpless, so she eventually tugged the hem of Jude's shirt. "Hey, do something. Ha, this will all come to pass." To Cordelia's desperate eyes, Jude answered with tranquil eyes, and everyone who watched the small actions between the two smiled warmly. "Let's go in for now." "Baron?" "Yes, my lord. The banquet is ready. We sincerely welcome your return." As Baron, the butler who had been taking a step back, stepped forward, things proceeded quickly. Inside the banquet hall of Count Bayer. Like other places in the mansion, it was a place that felt like a hard fortress, but it still looked good because of the various delicacies that were on the large table. At the head of the table was Count Bayer, and at each side were Count Chase and Gal. Jude and Cordelia were seated next to Gal at a table full of gloomy men, and the pretty boy and girl sitting side by side stood out more than Count Bayer sitting at the top. What a happy day, a happy day. Count Bayer, who had a drink with Count Chase, spoke with a pleased face, and all those around him nodded their heads, with eyes gathered not on Count Bayer but on Jude and Cordelia. "FUFCK. I can't even eat. Ha, this too shall come to pass." When he answered Cordelia, who had sent a desperate gaze, his eyes were like that of those who attained nirvana. Jude then looked at Count Bayer and said, "Congratulations on your safe return, father. Yes, this expedition was a great success, with no one dead, even though there are injured people. Your brother, Gal, was also very active. Ha, so are you, father." "I am embarrassed in front of Lady Cordelia." He said so, but he was really happy that his mouth was full of smiles. Don't tell me Gal likes Cordelia." Based on the original story, Gal had a fiancé whom he was about to marry. By the time Jude was on guard, Count Bayer opened his mouth again, looking at Jude. "Jude, I heard from Victor. You said you wanted to join Cordelia in the social gathering, right?" "Yes, father. I'd like to join Lady Cordelia." When Jude decisively answered clearly, the eyes of the knights and retainers of the Bayer family were pervaded with delight, and Count Chase also smiled a little with a humming sound. Count Bayer nodded. "Yes, you are a son of our Bayer family, so you deserve to participate. But Jude, our Bayer is a family of warriors. Therefore, in order to leave the house, one must pass a test that proves one can protect one's own body. You know that, don't you?" "I know, father. Father's test quest." When Jude gave an outspoken answer this time, Count Bayer, who became happier, stood up. "I'd have to set a date for the test, but that would delay the journey. What do you say, Jude? Would you like to be tested right now?" It was a sudden offer, but Jude was not embarrassed. As the preparation was already done, the earlier the test schedule, the better. "Can you do it?" "I can do it." Jude, who answered Cordelia with his eyes, took a breath once and stood up from his seat. "I'll take the test, father." The last hurdle to start the main scenario. It was a natural conversation, but Jude knew the correct answer. Chapter 15, Count Chase. 4. Count Bayer's test for leaving home was simple. Succeed in dealing a strike against an opponent who is at the standard of an ordinary knight in a duel. Although it was very simple and clear, there was little room for the so-called tricks. Testing only your abilities in a fair manner. Count Bayer passed the test when he was at the young age of 12, and Gale, though he wasn't naturally gifted and as good as his father, passed the test at 13, younger than the average age. Jude's age is 17. The truth is, at this time, applying for the test was close to irrational, because his age was 2 years older than the average age of passing the test for the Bayer family, which is 15 years old. 1 month at the most. Before he got the son's necklace, let alone having proper training, even training his physical strength was difficult for Jude. No matter how long Jude tried to catch up on his training period, it was only a month ago that he got the son's necklace and started his treatment, of which his martial arts training time was less than 15 days. Furthermore, Jude's condition, as of now, was not completely cured. His Gyumjulmeek was getting better, and he was gradually getting closer to having normal strength, but if you look at it from the knight's standard, he was still on the weak side. However, Count Bayer did not intend to humiliate Jude in front of everyone. Of course, he also had no intention of conducting a sloppy test on purpose for his child. "Victor, I believe in you." A day before he arrived home, there was a phrase in the last letter that came from Victor, the family's old knight. "The young master will pass the test. I believe it if Victor said so." He was not one to speak at length groundless stories. But even so, Count Bayer was also a man. His curiosity grew. What was it that gave confidence to Victor that he came to the point in his report? Perhaps it was a stupid idea that Jude did not have talent, and that maybe Jude actually had a talent that even surpasses his. His heart was pounding. It must have been Count Bayer himself who waited for the current test more than anyone else in this place. "Father," Gal said in a low voice as he handed a wooden sword to Count Bayer, who took his place in the middle of the indoor training area. Count Bayer laughed at Gal's bitter eyes that asked whether the Count even needed to play the role of the opponent himself, but Gal eventually abandoned the thought and shook his head, saying in a low voice, "Go easy on him." Okay. He was no one else but Count Bayer, one of the Slen Kingdom's teenage swordmasters. Restricting his swordsmanship to the level of an ordinary knight was quite easy. Count Bayer, who received the wooden sword, pleasantly looked at Jude, preparing for the test at a distance, to be exact, at Jude and Cordelia. Likewise, Gal, who looked at the same place, laughed and said with a smile, "They're a really well-matched pair, right? Yeah, it's really a nice sight. I think it was not to that degree before I left for the expedition, but in the meantime, they've significantly become closer. Because they had a good time together. A man taking the test and the fiancé worrying about such a man. What a beautiful sight it was. Surely, they must be exchanging pretty and sweet words. Hey, you crazy bastard." Count Bayer directly came out. "Ask him to at least change your opponent. Hey, I am certain he'll adjust the level. And if you lose, you clamor about your Gyumjulmeek day in day out. If I lose, you're going to Lanjasthay alone. Main scenario fighting? What's this crazy bastard saying?" Cordelia, who said those pretty and sweet words in a hushed whisper, said with a sigh, "Okay, I'll believe in you. You're a outboxer, so y'all do it somehow. Still. Don't overdo it and get hurt. Okay? Yellowstorm, why, you really resemble your father. Of course, who else will I resemble but my father? You're a right." Jude, who wrapped up the conversation with a giggling laugh, stretched his shoulders and exhaled a long breath. Finally, he looked back at Cordelia and said, "Let's go together. To Lanjasthay. To reform the main scenarios of Jude and Cordelia." Jude grinned and Cordelia snorted, shaking her fist lightly as if cheering. Fighting. This was enough. Jude fixed his wooden sword and stepped forward, while Cordelia retreated to where Count Chase stood. "Miss, are you all right?" When Dahlia asked in a small voice, Cordelia nodded. "Hell be fine. Outboxer 9 said so." Holding back her backbiting, Cordelia looked at Jude as if to observe how hell do it, and Jude stood before Count Bayer. "Let's begin." There was no need to prolong it. Count Bayer spoke at the moment they faced each other, and as soon as Jude took a stance, he launched an offensive. It was the kingdom swordsmanship that Count Bayer and any knights who used swords had learned. Count Bayer kept his word. The speed of the wooden sword and the strength he used was at the level of an ordinary knight. But even so, the swordplay he wielded was the one of the 10 swordsmanship attack styles. It was an attack that was like the standard of the kingdom's swordsmanship. And so I can do it. Jude averted Count Bayer's sword. In a way, it was a simple avoidance, but in the eyes of the observing knights, it was conspicuously reflected at that moment. Half the step of a footprint. It was the distance that Jude moved to avoid Count Bayer's sword. He evaded Count Bayer's sword with minimal movement. Count Bayer's sword struck in succession. The swordplay similar to the kingdom's swordsmanship continued, and Jude avoided all the Count's attack without a single one hitting him. 7 times. The moment he avoided the swordplay 7 times, admiration burst out between the knights. Count Chase's eyes shone, and Gal almost looked like he was going to cheer. And Cordelia understood. What made Jude so confident? You memorized it. The kingdom's swordsmanship. The pattern of the attacks unfolded by the test examiners of Count Bayer, which has been handed down from generation to generation. If this was an indiscriminate sparring, it wouldn't work. But it was a test, and in order to be a fair test, the examiners had limited patterns of swordplay and attack. What the hell is in your head? It was so absurd that she almost laughed. But it was true that Jude was familiar with the pattern for one reason or another. Moreover, it was not the only thing that was great. He's better than expected, said Count Chase. He and Count Bayer were already somewhat aware of the fact that Jude memorized the pattern. And in fact, memorizing the pattern itself wasn't that great. It was a test that has been passed on for several generations anyway. Memorizing the pattern was not enough. It was not enough to pass the test. Ninth, Jude avoided it this time again. The sword passed him just a step away. Gal, who was watching, clenched his fist. Jude had a talent for martial arts. It was a tremendous martial arts talent. Otherwise, it was impossible to accurately avoid such a rushing sword in front of you. Count Bayer also smiled. This is because he felt more clearly than anyone else in this room that Jude's talent was genuine. But Count Bayer thought at the same time, avoiding is not enough. You can never complete the test conditions just by avoiding it. Approach more. Penetrate it, don't just avoid. Don't just stay outside but step inside. Count Bayer caused his sword to swing wildly. Jude evaded by stepping sideways, and at that moment, Count Bayer's sword rushed towards Jude as if it were chasing him. Consecutive attacks. It was one attack to another attack, so the attacking side should eventually be overwhelmed by the amount. Jude knew it. I've been waiting for this moment only. Thud, he kicked the ground. It wasn't a simple takeoff. 36 world steps. It was the footwork skill. The sword cut through the air. Jude slipped forward. Instead of penetrating in front, he turned to the left and pierced the gap of Count Bayer. Quagic! Count Bayer moved his left hand and caught Jude's sword. Soon after, Jude let go his sword and smiled with a sweaty face. One jab, that one strike just now. An ordinary knight couldn't block it. Count Bayer, one of the 10 swordmasters, blocked it. A moment of loud silence filled the training area. Count Bayer looked at Jude and soon burst into a boisterous laugh. I lost. Ooh, young master. Cheers erupted from all over the place. Victor's eyes reddened with tears, and Gal ran at once to Jude and hugged him. HMPH, it was impressive. When Count Chase said that, Jude was in Gal's arms and saw Cordelia, and she snorted and slightly smacked the air with her fist. Fine play, Jude laughed again. And Count Bayer, who stopped his continuous and spirited laugh, turned to Count Chase and said, I am sorry, Arthur, but I am going to delay the departure by 3 more days. Originally, I was going to start right away tomorrow, but I changed my mind. I've seen Jude's talent. I didn't realize he was never an ordinary child. HMPH, ill wait. Count Chase allowed it, and there was no one who dissuaded him. And at that moment, the Rotten Water Yellowstorm understood. The reason why Count Bayer changed it into 3 more days. The reason why Jude was more pleased with the fact that Count Bayer came forward himself. Additional rewards. The only thing Count Bayer could teach for 3 days was Mugong, martial arts. Cordelia saw Jude, and this time he responded. He knocked through the air with his fist slightly clenched. Time has passed. In the morning 4 days later, instead of dressing up like she was on a picnic, Cordelia was dressed in horseback riding clothes. She stood in front of the carriage, slightly tilted her head, and soon made a large smile. Have you had some success? I have. It was only 4 days, but Jude, who seemed to have become more manly than before, answered with a grin. At Count Bayer's gate, 1 big carriage and 4 horses prepared by Count Chase. There were 4 people in the carriage: Jude, Cordelia, the exclusive maid Maja, and the escort warrior Dahlia, and 2 escorts each from Count Bayer and Count Chase. The social gathering of the 12 northern families in Langeathé was literally a social gathering. Moreover, since it was to gather the minor children together, there was no reason to set up a grand procession that boasted of their family's power. But we still have companions. Jude glanced at Cordelia, who nodded very small. It was a sign that she was ready for something to take with you on our way to Lanjesthay, which he mentioned prior to the trip. I am very happy to be with you in going to Lanjesthay. Me too. I am looking forward to the trip with Mr. Bayer. Because they were in front of Maja and Dahlia, the two, who pretended to laugh haha and ho-ho, each settled in the carriage. And Maja and Dahlia, after exchanging warm looks, took their places beside them. Then, let's go. We have already finished the greetings for both our parents, so our departure wouldn't take any longer. Jude, have a pleasant journey. Gal, who was in the garden, raised his voice and Count Bayer nodded. Count Chase snorted as usual. You do know how to pay, right? Cordelia's gaze turned to Jude's waist. It was because she saw the money bag that Count Chase gave to Jude when he said hello earlier. Jude shrugged his shoulders, pretending to not know the answer, and then looked out the opposite window. To the northeast. Towards the heart of the north. Hiya, the carriage set off with the cry of the horseman. It was the start of the main scenario. Chapter 16, Sacred Rod 1, a night when the very bright moon hid the stars. Sitting under the dark blue night sky, with her angel-like beautiful face, Cordelia spoke. FCK, FCK, FCK. The use of abusive language is subject to sanctions. What is this crazy bastard saying? Yes, this is an exclamation, not a curse. Anyway, decide quickly. Cordelia wasn't the only one sitting under the fantastic moonlight, deep in the mountains. The two were facing each other at the place where the sound of the valley river's ripples were heard. Cordelia, who was almost about to cry, said as her shoulders drooped, Hey, do we really have to do this? You have to do it. You have to. Cordelia's main scenario was harsh from the start. In order to completely defend and not just hinder the devil's hand's attack on the social gathering, a holy relic, which possesses power that is incompatible with the demons, is needed the sacred rod, Moonlight. Yellow Storm. Why? When Yellow Storm answered lifelessly, Jude coughed once and took a step. He placed his hands over Yellow Storm's shoulders and said with a serious face and voice, Only you can do it. Only you can do this. Even if you say it nicely, your nature remains the same. If you don't like it, you can stop. Is this my event? It's your event. The event to get the sacred rod was for Cordelia only. FCK, I really hate the game crew. It was Cordelia who spit out curses again, but she seemed to have given up resisting because she was in low spirits. Jude let out a sigh full of various emotions and then tapped Cordelia's shoulders again. If you're going to do it, let's get ready. We don't have time. We have to do our best, but we can't miss the event because we miss the timing, right? I'd rather die than suffer. Yes, I'll do it. I'll do it very perfectly. Jude, who smiled and gave a thumbs up, took a step back and looked at the night sky again. It was the incident on the road to Lanjesthay 2 days ago that started all of this. A day after leaving Count Bayer. Their travel schedule was generous in the first place, so the party was not in a hurry. We advanced slowly to let the horses rest, but when we stopped somewhere and rested, Maja and Dahlia went out of the carriage and took a break. It was to get out of the stuffy carriage and breathe some fresh air, but rather, it was to give both Jude and Cordelia some alone time. How should I say, we're very considerate. They're a really good couple. Doesn't it make you want to cheer for them? At Dahlia's self-praise, Maja replied with a smile. The hearts of the two were the same. In the first place, the promise to come out and make time for the two whenever the carriage stopped was not something discussed in advance. It naturally happened because of the consideration of the maid and escort who really thought of their masters. Sitting in the shade of a tree, Dahlia, who took the offered teacup from Maja, continued while laughing yufufu. Originally, they were a good-looking man and woman who got along well, but their relationship has suddenly improved since last month. Yes, especially at the daytime runaway after they've had their time alone together. I'm only telling you this, but just before, the young lady was feeling a little hurt. So I was really worried, but I guess it was a good thing now because it could have been worse in the future. Oh my goodness, the young lady too. When Maja blinked as if she was surprised, Dahlia spoke along with an aha exclamation. Come to think of it, even the young master at that time was feeling troubled too. Yes, a little in fact. Maja was just talking nonsense and making a fuss. But even so, Dahlia is an escort to his fiancé, rather, it wasn't something to reveal because she was a person in that position. And it was the same with Dahlia. When Cordelia was feeling hurt a month ago, she did a lot of nonsensical stuff, as well as spilling a storm of curses that surprised all those who were listening. What it was really back then, a pretty lady that looked like a doll was pouring out such vulgar curses out of her mouth. Indeed, it was a sight I would never want to see again. But it worked out really well. The young master's body is getting better, and they're going to the social gathering together. You're right. After looking at each other, the laughing maid and escort gazed at the carriage again. What are the two people inside talking about? Is it my imagination that the two were smiling cutely and exchanging sweet words of love? Hey, be humane and pay properly. Your father gave me this. Who do I have to pay? It's the money my father gave me to buy me something delicious. Yes, I'll properly budget it and buy you something delicious. Both Cordelia and Jude, who had an unsatisfactory conversation about the stuffed money bag that Count Chase gave before the trip, did some stretching exercises. The magical carriage boasted of a comfortable ride even though it was running on the road. But because they were stuck inside, they were feeling frustrated. But it's better than playing the fiancé role in front of everyone. Even though it was a bit frustrating, it was much easier and better to be alone together like this. Anyway, let's have a productive conversation now. What? Like the future schedule? Yes, schedule. Especially what's really going to happen in the future about that. A month after awakening the memories of Outboxer 9. Jude has already confirmed several times that this world is almost the same as Legend of Heroes 2. However, only the elements that make up the world have been confirmed so far. Those that just exist, such as people, terrain, history, and objects. Will the story itself proceed just like the Legend of Heroes 2? Of course, it would have been like the beginning if it were to proceed. If Jude and Cordelia intervene in this and that, the story itself would change due to the butterfly effect. But even so, what's going to happen had a great meaning. First of all, our departure date is almost the same as that of Cordelia in the original. If it goes exactly the same as the game, the bridge at the front of the road we're going on now has collapsed, and the road is blocked. In the original work, there were two options. Take a detour by using the mountain path or go south to get a boat for the river. In Cordelia's main scenario, it was the first multiple choice options a player encounter. And most of those who were stagnant water chose the detour route here. That's the only way to get the hidden event. At the time Jude spoke, Cordelia had an unwilling expression. It was because of the contents of the hidden event. But it was then. Young master, there's an issue I have to report. Would you mind for a moment? A young knight's voice came from outside the carriage. It was a knight named Jun, whom Count Bayer assigned as an escort for the trip, and he had made quite a brilliant contribution to the expedition despite it being his first campaign. Yes, I don't mind. Excuse me for a moment. When Jude responded, Jun opened the carriage door. For a moment, he glanced at Jude and Cordelia sitting face to face, before looking back at Jude and continuing his words. There were some people coming back from the road ahead, so I asked them, and they said that the bridge has collapsed and that the road is blocked. It couldn't be helped, but I think we should take a detour. As expected, something happened. Jude glanced back at Cordelia, who frowned and nodded her head. All right. Then are we going to take the mountain road? Yes, Mr. Bayer is knowledgeable of the nearby geography. Because it was my first trip, I did some studying in advance. Indeed. Yes, we're going to take the mountain road as young master had said. I am afraid the schedule will be delayed by a day or so, but I think it's the best we can do right now. Let's do that. There's plenty of time in the original schedule, so we can afford not to hurry. Thank you for understanding. When Jude appeared as decent and kind, Jun's face, which was quite stiff at first, was loosened. He seemed to like Jude more now. I look forward to working with you then. Okay. Although the road well use is off our itinerary, we won't have any problems with the safety of the two of you. Jun, who declared proudly as a knight, bowed again to Jude and Cordelia and closed the carriage door. And immediately after, Jude said to Cordelia, "It happened. As in the game, the road was blocked and a detour was taken. The significance of this event was quite great, and in local terms, the basic conditions for beginning the hidden event were in place." Cordelia stretched her shoulders and said, "Hey, by the way, yeah. In the game, the event automatically occurs when you go to the mountain road and head to a certain area, right? It will occur. But even if we head to a certain area, the event won't occur automatically here, right? Of course it won't occur. Legend of Heroes 2 was a game with a very high degree of freedom, but it was still a story RPG. In other words, when certain events occurred, the characters were supposed to take certain actions that were out of the player's control. But in reality, the story was different. There was no way for him to suddenly move his body spontaneously and recite a set line just because he went to a certain area. If that exists, it's a problem. In any case, the important thing was to trigger the event. If so, what should we do? How can I trigger an event in the game and get the same rewards? It was actually a simple story. Both Jude and Cordelia already knew the answer. You have to recreate the event. As we saw in Legend of Heroes 2, they perform certain actions in certain places. As if, like a play, please do a good acting, Yellow Storm. Jude winked and Cordelia raised up her middle finger. And 2 days later, the time of promise finally arrived. FCK, FCK, FCK. The use of abusive language, fuck. Okay, I give up. It would be good if you could focus on acting because you've relaxed your mind by cursing. Near a valley where you can pass by the mountain route. Jude, who had kept his back on the cursing Cordelia, had opened a watch he received from Gal and counted the remaining time left. It's midnight when the event starts. Dahlia's bedtime was from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., and in these 2 hours, only Jude and Cordelia were here. It was the only time possible. Maja was a maid in the first place, so she was out of the night vigil, and if we ask the other knights to give us time alone, it would not have worked. The current time is 11:50. There were only 10 minutes left until the event was started. Are you ready? W8, if you look back, I'll kill you. You're all dressed up anyway. FCK. All right, you can turn around now. When Cordelia gave her permission, Jude turned around and unconsciously let out his admiration. Wow. To be honest, I was surprised. I've known before that she was pretty, but should I say that I realized it again? Before Jude's eyes, Cordelia, wearing only a large towel, stood barefoot with her hair untied. Of course she's wearing clothes under the towel. Anyway, what should I say? Standing with her hair down under the fantastic moonlight, Cordelia was so beautiful that it was such a mysterious sight. If you laugh, I'll kill you. I'll kill you if you turn your eyes around. If you even keep looking at me, I'll kill you. Of course, if she hadn't opened her mouth. Hey, where the hell do you want me to look then? I don't know anyway, I'll start now, so hide well. Okay? I understand, Mom. Finally, the two, who exchanged glances, took a deep breath and moved to their respective designated positions. This was the beginning of the event. After using the mountain path, Cordelia finds a valley with a river during her journey and bathes in the river to wash off the sweat around midnight, away from people's eyes. Should I call it the service event? Actually, there was a similar event for Jude too. Either way, Cordelia, who was taking a bath, sings against the beauty of the moonlight. Ah, the water's FC-king cold. Are you crazy? Why would I even go into the valley river in the middle of autumn, not in the summer? Cordelia, who dipped her feet slightly in the water, shuddered, and Jude, who hid in the bushes, sent the sign in a miserable mood. It was a sign to roughly begin to sing. Ha, really? Cordelia's totally crazy. Cordelia, who was criticizing her game character, shuddered in the water and opened her lips as she looked at the moon. In fact, at this point I could understand why Cordelia was singing. When I went into the wide valley river alone in the darkness of night, I knew Jude was looking at me, but I was scared. How should I say it? It feels like something's about to pop out of the water. If I didn't sing, I couldn't withstand it. Twinkle little star, shining beautifully. When Cordelia began to sing timidly, Jude sent a sign again. It was a sign to sing the original song, but Yellow Storm was not out Boxer 9. How am I supposed to memorize a song that briefly played in the event? It's roughly the same as a song about stars, so it should work. How long has it been since I continued to sing with that thought? Beyond that, under the fantasy moonlight, there were those who responded to the song. Chapter 17, Sacred Rod 2, the original event was like this. The beautiful song of Cordelia softly spread across the tranquil valley. The small animals that went down the valley to quench their throats tilted their ears to the clear voice and fine tunes, and even the fairy people that lived nearby started to react. The gathered fairies in 2s and 3s were first surprised by Cordelia's songs. And second, they were surprised by the dazzling appearance of Cordelia, who boasted a goddess-like beauty under the fantasy moonlight. And among them, one opened their mouth and spoke. "Let's invite her to the Queen's night banquet. The Queen will be happy, too. We can't be the only ones to hear it. It's such a beautiful song." Although Cordelia was briefly embarrassed by the appearance of the fairies, she soon had the intention to accept the invitation of the cute and lovely fairies. And I wonder if it could lead to that. Jude, who was watching the situation while hiding in the bushes, looked at the valley with a terrible face. "Twinkle, twinkle, little star." Yeah, well, the song from the original event was about stars. The present situation was similar to the original event because both songs were about stars and had a person singing. But unlike the original where it sounded beautiful and mysterious, instead, it sounded cute and lovely, so it was still nice to hear. "Whommy taste has gone bad. Yellow Storm is cute and lovely." Shaking his head to regain his senses, Jude's anxious eyes stared further away. And at some point, when she had sang "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" in full 3 times, Cordelia, who was soaked up to her shoulders, shivered in the water's coldness. "It's here." Small lumps of light began to appear. At first glance, it could have been mistaken for a firefly, but the light was too bright and beautiful. Jude sent a sign out of the bush, and Cordelia nodded after seeing Jude's sign. In fact, she had already noticed. "In the western sky and the eastern sky, twinkle, twinkle, little star," Cordelia sang, and slowly raised her body, which had been deeply immersed in the water. She was still wrapped in a towel, but when she rose from the water, she felt a chill and shivered unconsciously. But this wasn't the time to be coughing here. Cordelia committed to singing with a little more emotion under the beautiful moonlight. "She looks beautiful," the lumps of light approached. Blue light, yellow light, green light. They were slightly larger than the palm, but the fairies were almost no different in appearance from adult women, except for the butterfly wings on their backs. They numbered 5 in total. The fairies, who came to Cordelia's side, flocked to each other and raised their voices a bit loudly. "It's a cute song. Why is she wearing a towel while taking a bath? How do you take a bath like that?" "I don't know, rather, her voice is beautiful. She has a pretty face, too. It's thrilling, it's always fresh, and being pretty is the best." All the other fairies nodded their heads as if they agreed to the last fairy's words. It's the same as in the game. The world's best-looking race is probably a fairy. Either way, they approached Cordelia, who was pretty and a good singer, without hesitation. Rather, it was Cordelia who was surprised. Cute. As the fairies were small like the palms of her hands and they moved in front of her eyes, Yellow Storm couldn't help but feel her girl's heart was stimulated. "Who are you? What is your name? Would you like to play with us? The Queen's night entertainment will begin." The Queen likes pretty girls. Cordelia grinned at the fairy's suggestion, and Jude, who was hiding and listening, let out a sigh of relief. I was worried because the song was different, but it seemed to have gone smoothly. Maybe Cordelia's appearance is a fact more important than just singing. If you listened carefully to what they just said, they're inviting you only because you were pretty. Anyway, the process changed a bit, but things started to go according to the original event. Because of this, Jude erased his idle thoughts and set his eyes somewhere than Cordelia and the fairies. The next sequence in the original event. Cordelia hesitated for a moment, but eventually decided to accept the fairies' invitation. But right after that Kaehyung, a beast's roar burst. The roar was close to that of a wolf's, but it wasn't a wolf. Bicorn, also called a corrupted unicorn, it is a lascivious monster in the form of a horse with 2 horns. The appearance was on schedule. But not everything was the same as the original. Cordelia, as he jumped up from the bushes, Jude shouted. He had no choice but to do so. He ran towards Cordelia and shouted again, "Get out of the water." The roar of the bicorn resounded, but there was nothing at the spot where the bicorn appeared in the original event. I looked around in a hurry, but it was the same. What it meant? It showed up, but the bicorn didn't know where it was. There was something that came to my mind at the moment. It was intuition. That's why Jude yelled to Cordelia to get out of the water. Kaehyung, the moonlight reflected on the water's surface, was broken. The bicorn spurted right on the water and rushed towards Cordelia. Cordelia, Jude kicked the ground. And at the same time, the bicorn with purple hair and a red mane rammed Cordelia with its head. It was a sudden collision. The fairies shrieked and scattered, and Cordelia soars upwards instead of being bounced off and was thrown straight over the bicorn's back. It was telekinesis, one of the specialties of the bicorn. Kahing. As soon as it captured Cordelia, it laughed pleasantly and burst out of the water, trying to leave as its eyes scattered a red glare. But Cordelia did not tolerate it. Stop! Cordelia twisted her body. She struggled fearlessly on the bicorn's back and threw herself into the water, away from the telekinesis. At the moment the water splashed hard with a thud, Cordelia, who fell plop into the water, rose up and floundered. The bicorn saw such Cordelia. The fairies screamed, and Jude sprinted towards Cordelia and the bicorn, and Cordelia yelled. Out! It was an urgent cry. Shouting without a chance to add boxer, she hurriedly took off the towel she was wearing. Red leotard? There was nothing to be embarrassed about because it's actually a one-piece swimsuit. Cordelia spread out the towel. The fairies looked at the towel reflexively, and so did the bicorn. But Jude didn't. The moment Cordelia had cried out, Jude understood. Because he figured out why Cordelia was calling him and what she was asking him for. Light. Inside the towel was a large drawn magic circle. A one-star magic that only illuminates light at best. However, the magic circle was not drawn for no reason. Several formulas amplified the magic. The mana that Cordelia poured covered the whole place with a pure and intense light. Kaya Kei Kahyang. The fairies and bicorn who were exposed to the vast amount of light closed their eyes and groaned. It was just a moment, but it was completely blinding. And it was the same for Cordelia, who kept her eyes open to focus the light on the bicorn. But only one person. Jude didn't close his eyes when Cordelia shouted. At the moment when the fairy's scream was cut off, Jude took off from the ground. Thud, 36 world steps. The footwork skill using inner chi accelerated Jude. The distance between Jude and the bicorn was quickly reduced. The bicorn opened its eyes, but it still couldn't see properly. Jude rushed at the monster and swallowed his breath. For a moment, he cut off his breath and gave strength to his clenched fist. Slaughter. It doesn't stop at driving it away. Now that he's come this far, he has to take him down. Jude did not pull out the ceremonial sword from his waist. He used the sun's necklace to give strength to his hands that were wrapped around like a knuckle. Bang. Jude's fist hit precisely in the middle of the bicorn's forehead. It let out a shriek, but it was not yet over. Using the 36 world steps, Jude poured a series of attacks on the bicorn's head. Lightning punch, one of the Mugong taught by his father in that 3 days. It was 7 consecutive strikes made up of the first 4 hyperpunches and a later 3 hyperpunches, which meant 7 quick punches in the span of 1 lightning strike. Papapak, Jude's fist continuously struck the bicorn's forehead and cheeks. If it was an ordinary punch, it wouldn't even damage the bicorn, who can compete with the bear with its strength. So what Jude used was Mugong powered by his inner chi. Moreover, the sacred power of the sun's necklace did not tolerate the existence of the bicorn belonging to the demons. Kei Kahyanghyang, all 7 consecutive strikes hit, but it was, after all, a bicorn. It stumbled for a moment before it shook its head and tried to hit Jude. It was quick and powerful. But at the same time, it was the attack Jude had been waiting for. HNNG. The bicorn's horns struck the air. Jude, who gained distance by using the 36 world steps, was satisfied. It wasn't because I was proud of myself for just evading the attack. Because I've done my job. I've made enough time. A short time. Jude exhaled. He smiled at the voice he looked forward to. Fire missile, Cordelia. The dashing red magic missile burned through the darkness. As it burned its way forward, it exploded at the same time it hit the head of the bicorn. Boom, boom, boom. There was a roar. In the aftermath of the explosion, not only the surrounding air, but also the surface of the water were shaken, and the fairies screamed. But instead of letting out an exclamation, Jude and Cordelia immediately prepared for the next step. Because neither side experienced a level-up effect. It was very likely that it was still alive. Dig, Cordelia continuously chanted spells. She, who stalled the bicorn's feet and made it fall, clenched her teeth instead of preparing for the next magic. She had a headache. It was unreasonable to chant magic continuously in the aftermath of using the fire missile. The bicorn did not miss the gap when Cordelia staggered. With a burning, tumultuous glow in its eyes between its burnt and messed up head, it rushed towards Cordelia. As planned, it was true that she had a headache. It was no lie that it was too much to chant magic continuously. However, chanting magic wasn't the only thing that she could do. Bind, Cordelia shouted as she stretched out the magic stone. The magic stone was made by Count Chase himself and contained the magic of bind. It was originally given to her to use if Jude does some bullshit, and the magic stone boasted a very powerful and sturdy ability as it contained her father's heart. Kyuk, the bicorn that was tied by the translucent golden string, fell into the water and struggled to regain its footing. Cordelia was not entirely unharmed either. She was already staggering, and the splash of water caused by the bicorn when it struggled and kicked made her fall down. But now she was in battle. Yellowstorm's head did not stop for a moment. About 10 seconds. The time when the bind can withstand the bicorn's struggle. About 15 seconds. The time needed for Cordelia to use the spell again. It was enough. Time was not running out. Right? Outboxer 9. One of the two things passed down by Count Bayer. Something I already heard in the carriage. That's why I was looking forward to this moment. Outboxer did not disappoint Yellowstorm's expectations. When Cordelia caught the bicorn's attention, he was already in preparation. I learned two things. Count Bayer properly recognized Jude's talent. At the same time, he also did not make a mistake of overlooking Jude's physical condition because he was blinded by Jude's talent. Therefore, he taught only two things for 3 days. Continuous strikes for normal use. Lightning punch. It was a good technique. The power was not weak either, because a successful strike lets you pour 7 consecutive punches in the blink of an eye. But in the end, it was just a normal attack skill, one shot for the killing hit. In fact, it wasn't the right skill for the current Jude. The preparation time for using one shot took too long. Moreover, during the preparation time to concentrate the power, he had to be virtually defenseless. But that's why it was so powerful. Lightning punch could not even compare to it in terms of power. Cordelia flopped down into the water and looked at Jude. She smiled at the golden flash of light centered on Jude's fist. Lightning strike fist. Lightning burst from his fist. Jude advanced forward. A lightning bolt dropped over the bicorn's head. Chapter 18, Sacred Rod 3, Quackwang. A spray of water soared with the lightning strike. As the water surface broke down, the water that soared upwards poured down like a shower. Cordelia gasped while she sank to her knees in the water, and afterwards breathed a sigh of relief. We killed it. We defeated the bicorn. The level-up effect has not yet emerged, but the situation was different from before. It's practically finished. We killed it. A smile spread across Cordelia's face. Yellowstorm herself admitted that deep down, she was a simple-minded person. Because of that, she fought with the bicorn and was very happy with the fact that they killed it. He's a little bit cool, isn't he? In front of Cordelia. She could see Jude standing with his fist still in a hitting position. Just as Cordelia was an absolute beauty, Jude was an incomparably handsome boy. What she had seen was a handsome-looking Jude standing in a cool posture, so it was quite a nice scenery. If he wasn't outboxer, my heart would have been pounding. Cordelia giggled as she swept up her wet hair because of the water that poured, and then opened her mouth. She was going to ask for help in standing up, but right after that, Kyuhyuk, Jude, who had stiffened while still in his punching position, suddenly gasped for air and then collapsed. Outboxer. The startled Cordelia hurriedly stood up and forced the drooping Jude to rise. Hey, are you okay? Hey. Kyuhyuk Jude was panting heavily as his mouth tried to say something, but it was hard to understand at that moment. Therefore, Cordelia held and dragged Jude as they got out of the water. Son's necklace when she laid him down on the ground, it became more difficult to tell whether his conditions slightly improved or he was squeezing his last breaths. His right hand, that held on the son's necklace with strength, was about to droop. At that moment, Cordelia widely opened her eyes, shook her head, and shouted, Hey, no, you can't die, I'm not getting any mementos. Thakuhak Chechist. Jude made a gasping sound again and drooped his arm, and Cordelia blinked at that moment as she understood what Jude was trying to say. Bring the son's necklace back to his chest. Cordelia hurriedly unraveled the son's necklace that Jude was holding and hung it around his neck. Don't die. All right? As she continued talking while using heal and checking if it was effective, Jude's fast breathing lessened and got calmer. Hi, I thought I was dying. Jude stuttered as he touched the son's necklace in his chest and panted. Lightning strike fist. The principle was really simple, it was quick and powerful like the strike of a lightning. Gather strength in one place and then hit. To be exact, it was a simple but powerful technique that gathers strength from all over the body into one place and then strikes the enemy. Although he was successful in somehow defeating the bicorn due to the power of the lightning strike fist added to the anti-demon effect of the sun's necklace, the aftermath of using lightning strike fist was not small. Though Jude had used the footwork skill and Mugong, he has yet to fully recover from his Gyumjulmeek. This is what happens if I use the inner chi. I didn't know exactly what the effect was, but I felt like my heart was going to stop because of the chill in my whole body. Fortunately, Cordelia was next to me, or I would have died holding the sun's necklace in my hand if there was no one else here. Ha, you're not some Iron Man. Understanding the situation at a glance, Cordelia flopped down next to Jude. It was because the rough tension had broken thanks to the fact that Jude was safe now, but at that exact moment, several white rings of light emerged around the bodies of Jude and Cordelia. It was the level-up effect. Ah, we killed it, Cordelia said absent-mindedly, and Jude nodded. Perhaps the bicorn, which lost consciousness after being hit by Jude, finally stopped breathing due to its injuries and breathing difficulties overlapping. Let me see, is it level 14 now? Yours is 15. When Cordelia asked, counting her fingers, Jude answered with only a nod. Since there was no status window, it was hard to know the level unless they memorized it or have it measured at the level temple. Anyway, it's improving a little. Leveling up fully restores your health and mana. No, there was no such kind of service, but somehow, the stats have increased. Whether it was due to a rise in physical strength or a placebo effect, it felt like the recovery was faster. Then next is in the original event, Cordelia protects the fairies and drives out the bicorn, and the impressed fairies invite Cordelia to the Fairy Queen's night banquet. Since I was the one who killed it, wouldn't they more or less give me more rewards? It was when I was thinking about it. Wow, they killed the bicorn, I have to report to the queen, but who else is this? Handsome. It's thrilling, it's always fresh, and being handsome is the best. The fairies, who fled and ran away, gathered next to Jude and Cordelia and squealed again. Because Jude was not in a position to speak properly, Cordelia cleared her throat and spoke. This is my fiancé. He was keeping watch for any danger while I took a bath. The lines were prepared in advance in case he got discovered. After hearing Cordelia's explanation, the fairies looked around among themselves and said, "She's engaged. You were watching, you didn't steal a glance, but is she really taking a bath while wearing clothes? Hey, this is not the time. We have to let the queen know quickly." That's right, that's right. Fortunately, there was someone who seemed to be smart. The one with green butterfly wings flew close to Cordelia's face and continued to talk. Hey, you, what's your name? I'm Adele. Adele, I am Yellow Cordelia. This is Jude. Yellow Cordelia, Cordelia. Okay, Cordelia. Anyway, you and your fiancé killed the bicorn who was always bothering us. I was going to invite you because you were so pretty, but now I have to absolutely invite you. Come with us to see the queen. You will be rewarded by the queen. It was the flow we wanted. Cordelia seemed to be yelling as she pumped her fist and then looked back at Jude, and Jude glanced back with eyes that seemed to be proud of their hard work. Are you going with us? Yes, I'll go with you. As Cordelia smiled and answered beautifully, Adele simultaneously smiled, as if she was in a good mood. Yes, then follow us with your fiancé. You have to go into the water to get to where the queen is. The fairies were called a race that could be found everywhere and nowhere. It was because they were beings that crossed the walls of dimension and space. Can you go? Roughly. When Cordelia asked quietly, Jude nodded his head and raised himself up. According to the original event, time would not pass so much in the Fairy Queen's residence. But in any case, this incident caused a little commotion, so a group led by Dahlia will soon come. It was good to finish the work before that. Grab my hand, I'll help you up, thanks. Jude entrusted her to help him stand up by holding her hand. This way. As the laughing fairies got ahead, Cordelia, who was diligently chasing them, spoke. By the way, you defeated the bicorn. I killed it, then the horns will come out, right? If you pull it out, it will come out. In the game, the horn was dropped as soon as I defeated it, but this was reality here. One is mine. Yes, the remaining one is mine. Fortunately, the bicorn had 2 horns. Like the unicorn's horn, it had many uses, but the most common use was to smelt it to make a dagger. The items made from the bicorn's horns could cause a variety of status conditions, including confusion, charmed, etc., after their business with the fairy queen is over. Shell asked Dahlia and the escorts to take care of the bicorn's corpse. Just imagining it made her feel better, and Cordelia smiled. It's so clear. What? The water? Instead of answering, Jude just smiled, and Cordelia followed the fairies into the water after tilting her head a few times. I can breathe in the water. Something like that did not happen. I just closed my eyes, and when I opened them, I was in a completely different place. It was a large open space, nestled among large and small trees. It was a place that felt very cozy despite the fact that it was in the woods, because the soft and warm yellow light melted the darkness like the moonlight. Dozens of fairies were gathered in the open area, and they were dancing, singing, and bustling about, as if the night banquet was already in full swing. I feel like I am in the country of dolls. Cordelia blushed slightly and spoke quietly, but Jude decided to ignore her for now. It was because this was not the online chat, and it was kind of hard to make fun of her offline now. In any case, giants appeared at the place where palm-sized fairies gathered and played, forcing everyone's eyes to naturally focus on the two. What is it? What is it? It's a human, but she's pretty, and he's handsome. Are you today's invited singer? They were soaking wet. As they were chattering among themselves, Adele stepped forward and shouted to everyone, "We have to take her to the queen. They defeated the bicorn." As they stepped forward, a group of 4 fairies also stepped forward and pushed the other fairies away. "Come on, let's go. This way." Moving behind Adele, the road opened up among the fairies like the miracle of Moses. And how far along did we go? Strangely enough, the surrounding landscape changed little by little every step. The surrounding fairies diminished and became fewer every meter, and the gap between the trees narrowed, as if we were walking on a narrow corridor. And a few steps again. When we stopped, Adele, who had taken the lead, was also gone. We were in a small round room. Instead of a ceiling, a dark night sky was above, and the moonlight that came down gently lit up the surroundings beautifully. It's been a long time since I've seen a human child in person. The fairy queen was young and beautiful. She had colorful butterfly wings with various colors, and blue eyes and a brilliant blonde hair as if it was made by melting gold. With white skin, she was wearing a grass-green dress and holding a cane studded with jewelry in her hand. I greet the fairy queen. When Jude bowed and greeted, Cordelia was flustered and greeted too, and the fairy queen seemed to smile cutely. Like all fairies, she was only the size of a palm, but the queen is still a queen. You could feel the aura unique to those who are leaders of a group. I heard the story from Adele. For the fairies that could even freely cross space, even time was not a completely forbidden realm. At a time when Jude and Cordelia were taking a few steps, the fairy queen had met Adele and talked to her in a gap of time. "The bicorn has been one of our oldest troubles. I can't help but award you for taking care of it." At the fairy queen's words, Jude was slightly nervous. In the original event, the focus was on the fact that Cordelia devotedly protected the fairies, rather than the fact that she kicked out the bicorn. What if she gives her something else? Because what Jude and Cordelia needed right now was the sacred rod, moonlight. However, unlike Jude, Cordelia's eyes were glistening with anticipation without thinking of anything else. "Cordelia, I think this would be good for you," the wizard. When the fairy queen shook her hand elegantly, the roots of the trees covering the floor opened, and a wooden stick with silver jewels, short to be called a rod, but long enough to be a cane, came out. Moonlight, Jude and Cordelia cheered almost simultaneously in their hearts. "It's an unusual item, but it's too big for us to use. It would be better to be in the hands of those who have good hearts than to be left in a place like this. Take it." Fortunately, it was a line similar to the original event. Jude was relieved, and Cordelia smiled and reached out to the moonlight. "And Jude, I will reward you too." By the time Cordelia was happy to hold the moonlight tightly in her hands, the fairy queen looked back at Jude and spoke. From this point on, it was not in the original event, but Jude had more expectations than worries. "If I get anything, it's a plus. It is different from moonlight. Originally, I shouldn't have received anything, but honestly, it was a profit no matter what I will receive. What will the fairies give me? Fairy stone? Fairy whispers." It was the time to think of these and other items in my head. "Take it." When the fairy queen waved her hand gracefully again, this time, a branch automatically moved and held out a silver ring to Jude. Soon after, Jude's eyes opened wide. Don't tell me, the identity of the ring. Cordelia was also surprised. If Moonlight was a B-rank item, the item in front of us was actually an A rank, but in a sense, closer to an S rank. Fairy steps. The effect was simple. The number of daily uses varies from 1 to 3 depending on the user's ability, but the user can jump over space. In fact, from the game's perspective, it was a rather vague explanation. However, the walkthrough site, Legend of Heroes Wall, summarized the fairy steps as follows. Ignore enemy attacks. The moment the attack comes in, you will be temporarily moved to another space to completely avoid the attack. What was different from normal evasion was the fact that there was no need at all to move on the spot. It was indeed a tremendous effect, even if there was a daily limit in the number of uses. You're giving me this. Of course, defeating the Bicorn was not an easy task. Maybe the Bicorn caused more trouble to the fairies than I could have imagined. But even so, the reward felt a bit excessive. This has the same reason as the Moonlight. Moreover, the fairy steps were originally made to be used by other races. And it wasn't just that. The Fairy Queen, who can transcend space and even time, felt a strong fate from Jude and Cordelia, though it was limited. It's touching. The fate of the world. The fate of these two wasn't going to just end with an individual's destiny. If I had been a little stronger, I would have known more. The Fairy Queen in this world wasn't just one, and she was still a young Fairy Queen. But she was definitely a queen, and it was also true that she felt a strong fate. Therefore, the Fairy Queen did not hesitate to pass on the fairy steps and Moonlight to Jude and Cordelia. Thank you. When Jude carefully accepted the ring and bowed to her, the Fairy Queen smiled gracefully and then looked at Cordelia. I am happy to get an unexpected high-end item, but in a word, I was envious and slightly upset because Jude received a higher-than-expected item. Though her appearance was cute, but the Fairy Queen made a deeper smile. There's a reason why this is the reward. Cordelia flinched at the Fairy Queen's words, but soon nodded. In fact, Cordelia roughly knew the reason. She was a wizard, and Jude was a warrior. It was only natural to give a wizard a magic wand and an evasive item to a close combat warrior. But the Fairy Queen suddenly shook her head. She knew what Jude and Cordelia were thinking, and it wasn't wrong, but there was actually one more reason. I like a handsome man more than a pretty woman. The Fairy Queen was a fairy after all. The Fairy Queen wore an elegant smile in front of Jude and Cordelia, who looked at her with a blank expression. Chapter 19, Sacred Rod. Time had passed, and when Jude and Cordelia opened their eyes, they suddenly found themselves sitting in the valley at midnight instead of the fairies' banquet hall. Achoo, we were in a daze for a while, but when Jude suddenly sneezed, Cordelia came to her senses and looked around. The valley? Are we back? The banquet's over, right? They had been desperate earlier, but now Jude nodded to her comment. That's right, it's the valley. The banquet is over. It's over. Wow, it's over. It's finally over. Cordelia jumped up and down in the water and hugged Jude. He embraced Cordelia too, as they both felt emotional and relieved. For 12 hours, Jude and Cordelia spent their time at the fairies' banquet hall after their meeting with the Fairy Queen. Ah, FCK, I will never sing Little Star again. Cordelia shuddered as she was fed up with it. She was made to sing it not just 6 times, but more than a dozen times. Moreover, it wasn't just Little Star. Yellow Storm. Why? Do you only know the nursery rhymes? She had sung 3 bears after Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Cordelia said with a snort. No, it's not. I know a lot of other songs. I adjusted it to that of a fairy's level, okay? Well, it was cute. In fact, Jude himself could only sing in full a handful of popular Korean songs. Jude laughed and moved on, and Cordelia pushed Jude away from their hug and then grumbled. Moving on, I really thought I was dying. In the game, I didn't understand the true meaning of the line, "Time has passed," that was said in passing. But now, I realize that this isn't something a normal human could completely do. I agree. Playing with dozens of fairies felt like taking care of dozens of beagles at the same time. Cordelia was made to sing endlessly, but both also had to struggle hard among the fairies, especially Jude, who was well-liked because of his handsomeness. The Fairy Queen, too, was a fairy. Yeah, Jude could still remember in his eyes the elegant-looking figure of the Fairy Queen smiling, and even encouraging the fairies trying to undress him. If the fairy queen hadn't come out in person, I would have been very thankful to her. Ha-hoo sighing almost at the same time, Jude and Cordelia soon sneered and laughed. Regardless, mission clear. The two did a high five before looking at their own loot. Cordelia got her hands on the sacred rod, Moonlight. Moonlight is an item that can be recharged by converting moonlight into mana. It was a very useful tool for wizards who always had to suffer from constantly running out of mana. It has a built-in lethal move too. It was the true reason why Jude tried to get the moonlight. It would clearly play a big part in their fight against the Devil's Hand. And the fairy steps. Looking at the silver ring on his right index finger, a smile was drawn on his face. The number of uses was limited to once per day at Jude's current level, but that alone was something to be very grateful of. In essence, it was like having another life. Hee, the bicorn's good too. Yeah, it's good. 12 hours have passed at the fairies' banquet, but in reality, only 10 seconds have passed. Jude and Cordelia looked back in the direction where the bicorn collapsed. With faces mixed with joy and awkwardness, they looked at the bicorn's corpse floating halfway in the water. The reason was simple. I suppose we'll have to pull it out from there? At Cordelia's question, Jude nodded, because it doesn't drop like in the game, but it was also a good thing. When you defeat the bicorn, you can get 2 horns. In the game, however, it was very natural for it to be an uncommon drop. I defeated it, but I only got 1 horn or didn't get any at all. Whereas in reality, you could obtain not only the horns but everything else too. Don't worry too much. The knights would do the collecting. Oh yeah, we're the children of counts, right? Cordelia felt the sweetness of power again. Miss, young master, where are you, young master, miss? From afar came the voices of the knights. It would be strange for them to not notice the bursting of a tremendous amount of light and the roaring sounds. Miss, where are you, Lady Cordelia, young Master Jude? Dahlia and Maja's voices gradually approached. Cordelia made a long face and said while looking at Jude, Yes, we are. In a lot of trouble, right? In a lot of trouble. Well, certainly not be scolded, it didn't stop at the two of us stealthily sneaking out, but we also fell into the water and made a mess of ourselves. Don't worry, Cordelia. Do you perhaps have a plan so that we won't get scolded? No, just, if you give up, it's easy. Jude smiled refreshingly, and Cordelia gave him a middle finger. Jude and Cordelia were exceedingly scolded. Sir Zebek, a knight from Count Chase, was in charge of the party's journey. Count Bayer and Count Chase had put him up as their proxy, and so he issued Jude and Cordelia a ban on going out of the carriage. If the young master and miss would find it necessary to spend some time alone together, this humble knight would offer to make it possible. In front of Sir Zebek, who spoke very seriously, Jude and Cordelia could only bow their heads. But it wasn't really that bad for them. In the first place, there were no more matters that we persistently need to go out and take care of in our journey to Langesthay. Rather, it was good for the two to discuss their future plans while being alone together in the carriage. I am sorry for Dahlia, but Sir Zebek severely scolded Dahlia for forgetting her escort duty and exposing the two to danger. He imposed on her a pay-cut measure as punishment. Cordelia worked hard to defend her, but it was inevitable. However, is it fortunate that our public opinion is favorable. The public opinion referred here was the knights of Count Bayer and Count Chase. In reality, they now didn't find it surprising for the two to go to the valley. It was because of the circulating rumors about how Jude and Cordelia deeply yearned for each other since last week's daytime runaway. What the knights paid attention to was the fact that Jude and Cordelia defeated the bicorn together. Young master, you've become very strong. The young master inherited the Count's talent after all. In the memories of Count Bayer's retainers and knights, Jude was always sick and couldn't even freely go outside. They were naturally thrilled that Jude was not only healthy now, but that he could also defeat not just a goblin, but a bicorn. Especially in Jun's case, as he was delighted and in a hurry to write and send a letter to the Count. Count Chase's knights rejoiced in a slightly different sense, focusing more on the fact that Jude has become stronger than on the fact that Cordelia defeated the bicorn with Jude. Cordelia was Count Chase's youngest child, and a pretty woman that everyone in the family sincerely loved. Since Cordelia was going to marry an always sick man like Jude, no one had spoken openly. However, a few were concerned and worried, and there was also a lot of dissatisfaction. Well, how can you not be happy now that Jude was showing quite a reliable figure? Sir Zebek also immediately wrote a letter to Count Chase after scolding Jude and Cordelia hard. I like him now. It was a short and bold comment, but it really was Sir Zebek's respectful feelings. Anyhow, it was sorted out to some extent, and half a day passed. Jude was lingeringly sick inside the carriage. It's a cold. As Cordelia had briefly commented, Jude caught a cold. It was caused by having fallen into the valley water on an autumn night, but the biggest cause was wandering around while wet. Brrr, Jude was covered with a blanket and had a wet towel on his head. He was half asleep as he was lying on the carriage seat, and Cordelia clicked her tongue. I didn't get sick. What about it? It was the perfect time for Jude to talk back to her, but he had to agonize over his headache. Ill changed the towel. Cordelia personally changed Jude's towel and wiped the sweat off on visible parts like his forehead and neck. Thank yes, yes. If Gyumjul killed yes, I'll carry you, hit you, cross the wall, stand in the front line, and nurse you when you're sick, right? When Cordelia spoke fluently, Jude had a blank look, and she soon had a little laugh. I remember everything, so be prepared. At any rate, she was very happy to have fought back against Jude. For now, just go to sleep without thinking. Cordelia arranged the towel and sat down again, opening a book. Jude looked at her for a moment before closing his eyes. Late in the afternoon, Jude barely opened his eyes and stood up. He shook Cordelia, who was dozing off on the opposite side. Hey, wake up. Stop drooling. Cordelia quickly lifted her head and wiped off her drool while floundering. She's really pretty. She was pretty even though she was drooling and floundering. After a moment's thought, Jude looked outside the carriage window and continued to talk. Let's get down to business. Hugh, are you okay? Cordelia shook her head and came to her senses. She opened the lid of the water bottle and asked, after a good night's sleep, I think I feel better. This guy's also effective. When he lifted the sun's necklace from his neck, Cordelia laughed and spoke. What's the 2ND cure to Gyumjulmeek? It's Muen sweet water. After a certain amount of big talk, the two became ready to discourse. Jude sat down and opened the lid of his water bottle as he said, Perhaps if we go like this, we'll arrive at Lanjesthay in 3 days. Even if they slowly traveled and run for several days by carriage, their destination was still quite a distance to reach because they both came from the faraway town of Balon. Cordelia used her fingers to count the days and said as she blinked her eyes, So is it about 4 days before the event starts? Perhaps. Jude and Cordelia were currently a day ahead of the Cordelia in the main scenario. The events in Lanjesthay were more than 10, from large events to small ones. But Cordelia was talking about only one event now. The first main event in Cordelia's main scenario was the Devil's Hands attack. This is how the original story unfolds. Miners from the 12 northern families gathered in the commercial city of Lanjesthay. Not all children from the 12 families gathered, like Jude, who was absent in the original scenario. There were quite a few families who have been absent for reasons such as a lack of miners or being busy at home. In Cordelia's main scenario, the number of families that participated was only half, or 6. With Jude added to this, 7 families were now gathered. Lanjesthay does not belong to any of the 12 families. It was the reason why it was chosen as the social gathering place of the 12 families' members. But not all 12 families in the north were on good terms. After all, it was just the 12 strongest families in the north, and not because they had a great bond or solidarity amongst each other. Depending on the location, there were some families that were competitors and in severe cases had hostile relations. We are the exception. Engagement and political marriages were common amongst the 12 families, but there was only a handful of families that really got along, like Count Bayer and Count Chase. In addition, as you know, this event is very hard from the start. To undergo pain from the beginning of the story, that is to say, how the scenario occurs. As for the conclusion, the attack of the Devil's Hand succeeded. They killed some of the children from the 12 northern families, and after kidnapping some, they even committed brutalities like using the victims as a sacrifice for summoning the devil. The world of Legend of Heroes 2 was moving towards Armageddon. In short, it was a world moving towards the end, and one of the starting points was the attack of the devil's hand. Can we really stop this? The story was a little strange, but Cordelia liked the character Cordelia. That is, she played as Cordelia several times when she was Yellow Storm. Therefore, Yellow Storm knew the severity of the attack of the devil's hand. The number of enemies mobilized in the immediate attack exceeded 100 by a ridiculous margin. Even though she now possessed moonlight, she wondered if they could stop the event with just the power of Jude and herself. Isn't it better to just cancel the event itself? How? When Jude asked back, Cordelia opened her lips but soon shut it again. It was because she couldn't think of anything. It was doubtful if people will believe Jude and Cordelia if they talk about the attack of the devil's hand. However, it was too much to create a mess in the social gathering itself just for an excuse to cancel it. If that happened, it was highly likely that Jude and Cordelia would be kicked out of the social gatherings. There was no clear evidence that there would be an attack by the devil's hand. Furthermore, it was possible that the story would get messed up if it was dismissed carelessly. The devil's hand could have attacked the 12 families individually. Ugh. As Cordelia racked her brains and was distressed, Jude clicked his tongue and unfolded a paper. I have an idea. What is it? A good idea. FCK. When Cordelia got angry, Jude laughed and continued to talk, moving his pen on the paper. First of all, let's do this. It was a plan that the two Rotten Waters, Jude and Cordelia, can pull off in this world. Jude began to explain, and Cordelia listened attentively. She soon opened her eyes wide. Cordelia had a bright smile on her face. Chapter 20, Devil's Hand 1. The schedule went smoothly. It's been 3 days since the fairies' night banquet. In the carriage running towards Langeathé, Jude kept his eyes slightly open and looked at the front. Cordelia and Dahlia sat close together, chatting in small voices. They looked like real sisters. I already knew that in Legend of Heroes 2, the relationship between the two were more than an escort warrior and an escort target. However, seeing it in reality now feels new to me. It's a relief. Cordelia wasn't the only one worried about the troubles she continuously caused to Dahlia ever since the daytime runaway. Back then, Cordelia had said this in my presence with a tearful face. What should I do if Dahlia hates me? It was her Cordelia self that was more than her being Yellow Storm too. For Cordelia, Dahlia was not just an escort but a real older sister. If you think that you are hated by such a person, it's a huge relief. Dahlia forgave Cordelia again this time. Of course, Dahlia was not an infinitely virtuous person, so she scolded Cordelia properly this time. Recalling the image of Cordelia who was laughing after being scolded, Jude unwittingly smiled and turned his eyes to the side at that moment. Yufufu, Jude's exclusive maid, Maja, was like a real older sister to him. She was curiously watching Jude looking at Cordelia, and her elegant smile was reminiscent of the fairy queen. She seemed to be holding back what she wanted to say. Don't talk to me, don't talk to me. I could almost tell what she wanted to say. Jude turned away from Maja's gaze and closed his eyes. And 20 minutes later, around the time Jude was blinking and about to fall asleep, miss, we have arrived. This is Langeathé. Dahlia's bright voice suddenly woke Jude up as he opened his eyes and looked around. Cordelia was sticking her head out of the carriage window. Wow, it's real? It was Cordelia's first time in Langeathé. Of course, Yellow Storm had gone in the city back and forth dozens to 100 times, but just as how Jude felt when he saw Cordelia and Dahlia, there was also an insurmountable gap between the game and reality for her. Young Master should look too. When Maja suggested it, Jude rose from his seat pretending he couldn't win against her and stuck his head out of the window on the other side. Wow, it was just as I saw in the game, but in a much grander and more realistic form. The symbol of Langeathé was the huge gate with the 10-meter-tall knight statues on the gate's left and right. People filled the wide road that could fit a couple of carriages at the same time. At the sunlight that broke and scattered throughout the city, Jude took a deep breath. Langeathé. It was the beginning city where Jude and Cordelia's main scenario started. It was the same this time. The form and timing were a little different, but the journey to create a new ending will also begin in this city. Ah, I think I can hear the BGM. When you arrive at Langeathé back in the game, the merry theme song of Langeathé would then be playing. As I came back to my seat casually humming, I heard Cordelia humming as well. Hey, you two. Hey, me too. No more words were needed. The two exchanged glances and laughed at the same time. Maja and Dahlia, who were watching them, were puzzled, but they eventually smiled pleasantly. First of all, I have to sell my father. No, this was not a human trafficking story. It was a measure to stop the devil's hand. Jude had prepared an operation that was divided into 3 stages. As soon as he arrived at Langeathé and took up quarters, instead of lying down, resting, or going shopping in the commercial district, he led his entire party, except for Maja, to the Night Order's headquarters in the center of the city, the Order of the Blue Lion. The 12 families, led by the Margrave, Count A. Charsfelger, were practically self-governing the north, but that did not mean it was an independent area of the kingdom. In cities like Langeathé that do not belong to any of the 12 families, knights dispatched from the royal palace were in charge of public security. I am the second son of Count Bayer, Mr. Jude Bayer. I would like to see the knight commander. Yes. They were in the lobby of the building, which was like that of the large top branches rather than the headquarters of the Night Order. Everyone was bewildered by what Jude had said in front of the squire, who seemed to be handling various applications. Young master? When Jun asked quietly, as if to replace Maja who was left in their lodgings, Jude raised his hand a little and explained it to the squire. My father, Count Bayer, wrote a letter to the knight commander. He told me to deliver it myself. When Jude spoke with a low voice, the squire of a similar age to him was surprised. The name of Count Bayer, one of the 10 swordmasters of the Slen Kingdom, was a magical word that made the hearts of swordsmen jump, regardless of their nationality. However, that Count Bayer had said that he had asked his son to personally deliver the letter, so it was enough to let Jude meet the commander without an appointment. Please wait for a moment. The squire hurriedly got up and went inside, and Jun asked again. Young master, was this a secret order of the Count? It's not to the point of secrecy. Jude said with a smile, and Cordelia tried hard to conceal her uneasy expression. Please come in. He said he would meet you right now. When the squire came back and spoke, Jude took a small deep breath and turned towards Cordelia. She was the only one here who knew the truth, so she asked with an eye gesture. Can you do it? I can do it. It was just the beginning. The determined Jude told the party to wait and then followed the instructions of the squire to the knight commander's office. The story was simple. Count Bayer accidentally bumped into a group of demon followers on his way back from the expedition, which resulted in the discovery of a document. It was a cryptographic document, but when interpreted, pointed to a specific place in Langeathé. There was nothing else except for a listed place, so perhaps it's got something to do with the demon followers. The Blue Lion's commander, who was a typical middle-aged knight, Sir Baryua nodded at Jude's words. He had always respected Count Bayer, and because the Count was entangled with the demon followers, which can be said to be the kingdom's enemies, it was necessary to search that place. Well, I understand. I'll try to move as soon as possible. Thank you. By the way, what is it? There is something I would like to ask for. Tell me. It's an immature story, but can I come with you? Mr. Bayer? Yes, I am ashamed to tell you, but I've always been in the house because of my illness, Gyunjulmeek, so I've never been involved in a proper family affair. So at least, I would like to participate in this work that my father entrusted to me. What's more, it's the Order of the Blue Lion which my father usually praised in many ways, so I think I'll have a lot to learn. As Jude spoke in an earnest tone, he caught a glimpse of Sir Baryua's reaction, which was not bad. Especially in the part where Count Bayer praised the Order of the Blue Lion, the corners of Sir Baryua's mouth was raised. Of course, if Cordelia was here, rather than focusing on the illness, she would have commented on how good of a scammer he was. In any case, Lord Baryua hid his delight with a cough and opened his mouth again. But Mr. Bayer, it can be dangerous. Yes, I will take the risk. Of course, if it gets really dangerous, I'll take a step back with Count Bayer's and Count Chase's knights so that I won't cause trouble for the Order of the Blue Lion. Indeed, there was a social gathering of the 12 families. Sir Baryua nodded as if his thoughts had gone crazy over hearing Count Chase's name too. Okay, I'll allow you to accompany me. But like you said, you should just follow us. Do you understand? I'll keep that in mind. Thank you very much. When Jude smiled broadly, Sir Baryua also smiled pleasantly. Having a connection with Count Bayer in any way was quite a pleasure for any warrior. After 2 hours has passed. Let's start. Ooh, in the name of the Blue Lion. If this was Korea, it would have had to go through complicated procedures such as getting warrants, but not in the Slen Kingdom. Members of the Blue Lion, led by the Knight Commander, Sir Baryua, rushed into the building located in the suburbs. Soon, the sounds of fighting, including yelling and screaming, were heard loudly. The knights of Count Bayer and Count Chase, who came all the way here, were somewhat embarrassed, but their eyes changed when the knights began the battle. Do you think it will work out? It will work out. As we watched the start of the operation from quite a distance, Cordelia asked in a whisper. In fact, the most important thing was from now on. In Langeathé, the Devil's Hand gathered in 12 places. Because more than 100 people could not be gathered in one place, they were divided into small groups to lie low. It was only one place that the Order of the Blue Lion raided. I only know the locations of 6 more places. The game did not reveal the locations of all 12 places. The problem is how to deliver the locations of the 6 more places I know. Of course, there was a way to give out the other 6 locations, saying that Count Bayer found them in some documents, but there were some problems. It was strange that Count Bayer did not immediately give out all 7 locations. And the documents that were obtained unexpectedly contained not only the gathering locations, but also the information of all the key members of the attack. All of that would seriously feel out of place. That's why I prepared this. It seems to have been sorted out, Jun said when the sound of fighting inside the building stopped. Now that we are going to start searching the place in earnest, we had to move as well. Let's go in too. Cordelia followed Jude as he declared and strode in, and the knights followed them after a moment's consideration of whether to dissuade him or not. Okay, let's start. The inside of the building was bizarre, unlike the outside that looked fine. It was because of the symbols and ornaments of demon worship scattered everywhere. As the Blue Lions scoured around the building for more information, Jude slipped in and spotted a box that looked adequate, so he winked at Cordelia. Now, when Jude sent her a sign, Cordelia suddenly placed her hand on her forehead and pretended to stagger. Dizzy miss? So sorry. I am a little dizzy. It was a performance that was close to reading a Korean language book as usual, but the effect was good anyhow. This is because not only their group, but also the knights around them were looking at the beautiful and fragile Cordelia, who was dizzy at the sight of the devil's bust. And in the meantime, Jude quickly moved his hand. As soon as he opened the lid of the box, he lifted up the documents he had brought in his pocket. Sir Baryua, I think I found something. When Jude shouted, Sir Baryua and his aides who were looking around the place rushed to him. The same was true of Jude's party. I found these in the box. I think it's some important documents. Sir Baryua received the documents that Jude presented. His expression hardened immediately and then nodded his head. The documents contained information on important members as well as other gathering locations of the Devil's Hand in Langeathé. Did it help? Of course. It was a great help. Your father will be happy too. I'm glad to hear that. Jude breathed a sigh of relief with a bright face at Sir Baryua's loud praise, and Cordelia's lips cringed. Wow, that fraudster. Look at him lying through his teeth. It was a natural reaction because Jude had created the documents in the first place. Diminish their power. He shakes off 7 out of the 12 locations. Even if some failed due to information that leaked along the way, it was enough to hurt the Devil's Hand group in Langeathé. With Sir Baryua at the forefront, the Order of the Blue Lion rushed back to their headquarters, and Jude and his party headed back to their quarters. Perhaps some good news will be delivered today or tomorrow. However, the operation is not yet over. Do you think they'll give up? No, because they're a fanatics. The Devil's Hands members were the exact definition of a fanatic. In the first place, they didn't care about using humans as sacrifices for summoning demons, so they wouldn't give up easily even if their power diminished. Therefore, Jude looked back at Cordelia and said refreshingly, "So let's sell your father now." What is this crazy bastard saying? In truth, it was far from real selling. Rather than committing fraud using Count Chase's name, it was about getting help. The outline of the second stage of the operation was also simple. Call up the wizards from the Red Dawn Tower. If the Devil's Hand actually pushes ahead with the attack, we would eventually have to rely on force at the end. That is why we cut the enemy's power and increase our allies' strength. In order to defeat demonic human Minus, the attack's boss, We desperately needed the help of the flame wizard Ronin. Cordelia, Count Chase's biological daughter, visits the wizards of the Red Dawn Tower to ask for help. Demon followers have appeared in Langesthay. Can you help us during the social gathering in case they attack? It was a request made by a beautiful girl who was also the daughter of the Tower Master. In fact, the Order of the Blue Lion were in the middle of rushing around Langesthay. So, if you were an ordinary wizard, you'd definitely reply to Cordelia asking for a favor. Because, as Sir Barua said, the demon followers were the enemy of the Slen Kingdom. I had prepared in case they didn't listen. Cordelia took out the letter she had kept in her inner chest pocket and opened it. It was a summons signed by Count Chase, but it was actually fake and not real. It was a felony to counterfeit official documents with the signature of the Tower Master, so it was made to be used in the worst-case scenario. Wow, how did he make this look so real? I've already admired it several times, but the more I looked at it, the more amazing the forgery skill was. Not only did he copy Count Chase's signature almost perfectly, but the contents of the letter were just as good as Count Chase's. No matter how much data and information his biological daughter, Cordelia herself, provides, this was impossible. This is absolutely not the skill of an ordinary citizen. Was he really a scammer? There was the almost perfect forgery skills, the cunning acting performance, and in the first place, the idea that you can forge documents. It's possible. The excited Cordelia exhaled loudly from her nose and clenched her fist. Then Jude spoke, poking her side. Hey, I can totally see your delusions. For your information, I was a law-abiding good citizen who paid my taxes well. Tax? You paid taxes? Then will you evade taxes? Stop talking nonsense and let's begin. We needed time for the wizards near Langesthay to come all the way here. We also had to hurry so that we could meet the schedule of the social gathering. But it was then Cordelia? Yes. When Cordelia, who was intently thinking about something, suddenly looked up and answered, Jude looked at her in suspicion for a moment. Let's hurry. Yes. However, it was unreasonable to sneak out, so Jude thought he should take Dahlia and Jun too. Looking at Jude's back who lead the way, Cordelia continued her delusion that was temporarily interrupted. Tax. Pay taxes. Member of society. Real adult. Oh, Opa, I had never thought about Outboxer's age. Hey, aren't you coming? And no, yes. I'll go, Cordelia answered hurriedly to Jude's urging, hastening her footsteps. Chapter 21, DEVILS Hand, 2. Many things had happened overnight. Recognizing the seriousness of the problem, the Blue Lion's commander, Sir Barua, mobilized not only the knights, but also the general soldiers of the Langesthay Guard to simultaneously strike all 6 branches of the Devil's Hand. Because of that, the Devil's Hand didn't have a way to resist the simultaneous raids. Although more than 100 people had sneaked in Langesthay, the group had been scattered into 12 branches, with around 10 people per branch. The Devil's Hand were overpowered and literally defeated by the human wave strategy of the knights and soldiers. As a result, 6 branches were destroyed. Even though one branch noticed the situation and fled, it was already a huge achievement that 6 out of 7 branches were destroyed. This meant that the Devil's Hand had suffered a huge blow. Wow, what the hell happened? In a forest near Langesthay, a middle-aged man with a bulging and protruding belly burst into an angry voice inside a forest ranger's cabin. He is Baron Edgar, a man of wealth among the 3 fingers of the Devil's Hand and one of their longtime sponsors. 7 branches were robbed overnight. Do you know how much money I spent trying to hide those guys? Moreover, the guys that had hidden this time were not just all sorts of people. All were combatants, so the damage caused to the Devil's Hand was enormous. I apologize. We're still trying to figure out the cause. The demon follower, disguised as a forest ranger, bowed his head at the end of Baron Edgar's gaze. In fact, he was also bewildered. The Order of the Blue Lion knew the location of the branches too accurately. Oh, damn it. What happened to the rest of the branches? It's more dangerous to move right now, so they've been hiding somewhere else outside the branches. Ami blood pressure Lord Minus, can we still proceed with this? Baron Edgar, who had raised his anger over the forest ranger, asked as he looked at the last person seated inside the cabin. He is demonic human Minus, a distinguished figure from the Devil's Hand's headquarters, and is in command of the entire attack. With a pale skin and bluish-silver hair, he looked like a 20-year-old man. However, demonic humans who accepted the demons into their bodies cannot be judged just by their appearances. Minus was disguised as Baron Edgar's nephew and was dressed in a young nobleman's attire. He then said with a cold smile, "It's not whether we can or cannot proceed, Baron Edgar. We will proceed as per my orders." 5 of the 12 branches still remain. Their troops were more than halved, but there was no option of not carrying out the attack. As he involuntarily flinched at Minus' glistening eyes, Baron Edgar shut his mouth and stepped back. He had thought that he'd be hit if he insisted in talking about it any longer. Minus had a small laugh at Baron Edgar's behavior. Edgar was a loud and frivolous man, but the one thing Minus liked about him was that he could read the atmosphere well. "First of all, we've managed to obtain information from our side." At Minus' words, Baron Edgar pricked his ears again and showed interest. But just as it was before, he kept his energy down and did not press Minus to talk. The forest ranger gulped and waited for Minus to talk too. Minus continued his story with a slight frown. Count Bayer's son, Jude Bayer, and Count Chase's daughter, Cordelia Chase, arrived in Langeathé this morning. In the first place, Minus came to Langeathé to attack the 12 northern families' social gathering. It was only natural to pay close attention to the entry and exit of the 12 families' children. As soon as they took up their quarters, they headed for the Blue Lions' headquarters. Then the Blue Lions' raid on the branches began. The timing was too perfect to dismiss it as separate events. Baron Edgar raised a fuss, saying, "Ha, you mean that chap and bitch handed over our branch's information to the Blue Lion? How the hell did they know?" Count Bayer and Count Chase resided in the remote and distant Bailon, which was several days away from Langeathé, even by carriage. How did the two counts there get information on the branches of the Devil's Hand that hid in Langeathé? Minus couldn't figure out either, so he thought and spoke. "Bring them alive, Jude and Cordelia. Find out how the two got the Devil's Hand's information." Minus was the only one who knew the exact locations of the Devil's Hand's branches that were hidden in Langeathé. But 7 locations, if not all, were exposed. How did they find out? What means did they use to find out? Well, figure out when we catch them. There were plenty of ways to play with the human's feeble mind. Furthermore, Cordelia was originally one of the 2 most important targets of the attack. It was just a matter of waiting until the day of the social gathering to capture their prey at once. I am looking forward to it. What secrets do they hide? What kind of scream will a lady born and raised finely in the 12 families have? Minus smiled brightly as he straightened his posture. As he told Baron Edgar himself, there was no option to cancel the raid. It was his duty to carry out the mission stamped by headquarters at any cost. 2 nights later, we will execute the plan as scheduled. Speaking with a little modulation in his voice, Minus looked out the window as his glass-like eyes glistened in the moonlight. Cordelia looked up at the sky. The clear night sky was full of stars, as if dimming the moonlight. However, what came out of Cordelia's mouth was not a voice of clear and pure admiration. It was a weary sigh. "My legs hurt. I've been walking around all day." In the morning, they and the Order of the Blue Lion raided the branches, and in the afternoon, they met the wizards of the Red Dawn Tower. Not to mention the wizard, Cordelia, but even the trained knights, Jun and Dahlia, were exhausted. As for the other person, there's no response. It's like a corpse. Poking the shoulders of Jude, who had collapsed and seemed to have fallen dead on the balcony's bench, Cordelia giggled freely, and Jude said as he tried to stretch out, "Did you fall behind? Look at you talk. You have a really foul mouth." Cordelia clicked her tongue, and Jude opened his eyes in chagrin. "Hey, who has a foul mouth?" "You," Cordelia replied shamelessly, pushing away Jude's legs as she sat down at the end of the bench. "I am glad it went well, though." "Yeah." The wizards of the Red Dawn Tower were more cooperative than expected. Not only did all 4 wizards we met today promise to cooperate, but they also offered to spread the word around. Is this the sweetness of money and power? The combination of things such as being a beautiful girl, her identity as the Tower Master's daughter, and lastly, the Count's wealth, all gave us more results that we could have imagined. Maybe they helped me because they were just worried. That's better then. It definitely couldn't have been that. Well, I am sure they felt compassion for a beautiful girl's pleading, But if it wasn't for Cordelia's status and the money offered by Jude, not even one of the four would have responded. The wizard was a job that belonged to the social elite, so in order to move them, a corresponding price was required. What's important is that the second stage was also successful. Among the four wizards we persuaded today was Flame Wizard Ronan. When you choose the wizard tech tree in Legend of Heroes 2, he is someone you'll meet at least once. And as his nickname suggests, he is a promising wizard in flame-based magic. Was he around 30 years old? It was quite a sight to see him flustered at Cordelia's pleas as if he was weak against women. Minos handles ice and cold air, so Ronan is the best wizard against him. Strictly speaking, Minos was not a wizard. He accepted the demon into his body and became a demonic human, so he could use the different abilities he received from the demon. He's close to a battle mage. Can Ronan handle it? Well, Ronan is not the only one here. Sir Barua, the Blue Lion's commander, wasn't a weakling. The search operation of the Devil's Hands branches would make him be suspicious of Langisthae's security, so he definitely wouldn't overlook the social gathering of the 12 families. The social gathering won't be cancelled, so he'll send a few knights on that day. The knight wasn't just a knight for no reason. Even Dahlia right now could handle more than 10 ordinary soldiers alone. Besides, there are other children from the 12 families. Rather than the children, they were talking about the escorts that would have been sent by their families. The 12 northern families weren't just the strongest in name, so Thale definitely attached talented people as escorts. Cordelia nodded at Jude's words, but she soon shook her head and said as she clenched her fist, "But don't let your guard down. In the game, everyone had escorts attached to them, but in the end, the escorts were all shaken off. That's right, that's a good mindset. But don't worry too much. We knew that in the first place, so we prepared for stages 1 and 2, right? Cut the enemy's forces in half and reinforce our allies' forces." Both the 1 cent and 2 ND stages went smoothly, so it was a much better situation than the game. "Okay, then let's do stage 3 now," Cordelia asked as her glistening eyes were full of expectations. It was no wonder because Jude haven't told her what the 3 RD stage is yet. Well, that's the thing. Yes, that's what. How should I say it? The 3rd stage is actually almost over? What's stage 3? When Cordelia became confused, Jude replied with a bitter smile. Guess it. Guess. In the original scenario, the attack itself was literally a raid, and there were a lot of Devil's Hand members, right? Oh, I think I know what you mean. You mean their target? Yes, the target of their attack. In the original story, the number of children from the 12 families that were at the social gathering were 6, including Cordelia, and the Devil's Hand targeted all 6 of them. The ultimate goal of these guys is to summon demons after all. It was only a secondary goal to kidnap the children of the 12 families and cause confusion in the north. The easiest way to summon the demon was a human sacrifice, but simply having a large number of sacrifices did not mean that a high-ranking demon will be summoned, because the rank should match. In order to summon a high-ranking demon, it was necessary to offer a worthy sacrifice. And in terms of human sacrifices, the children from the 12 families were all appetizing prey. It's because there is, more or less, angel's blood flowing in the 12 families' blood. The nobles of Pleiades were really special beings, not just nobles in name. However, though they had the blood of angels, that was already over hundreds of years ago. The angel's blood may be diluted now, but it was still the blood of angels. Occasionally, there were people born with a strong awakening of the angel's blood because of atavism, a recurrence of traits of an ancestor, even among the 12 families' members. Their power is only half now, so they won't be able to go after all the 12 families' children just like in the game. They will focus all their power on the one person they need to secure. And we stick to that one person. Yes, that's stage 3. To weaken the enemy, to strengthen the allies, and to focus on defending the enemy's target, those were the 3 stages. So who is it? You said it was almost over. At Cordelia's question, Jude smiled bitterly and looked at Cordelia again as he spoke. As you already know, if you consider the original development and their goal, they will target 2 people. 2 people. At this point, Cordelia finally guessed it. She let out a long sigh and said as she frowned, "Cordelia and Lucas." Correct. If Jude was born with Gyumjulmeek and Chinmujich, Cordelia was born with a clear, noble soul and the blood of a high-ranking angel. It wasn't a prominent talent like Jude's, but it was the ability to have a high endurance depending on Cordelia's development. At any rate, in terms of offerings for summoning the demon, Cordelia wins as an A-rank prize. The other is Luca's H.R. Svelger. He is a sword genius called the Jiren of H.R. Svelger and is one of the playable characters in Legend of Heroes 2. I don't like Luca's. Why? Yellowstorm had played all kinds of characters, but she had played Luca's less often. She had never written a capture strategy for him. It was more like she just saw the character's ending for the sake of being a rotten water. He's handsome. If Jude was absolutely good-looking boy, Luca's was a cool-looking man. It's not that his personality was bad, so why does she hate him? When Jude tilted his head sideways as if he was clueless, Cordelia said with pouting lips, "If you play as Luca's, Cordelia becomes a demonic human." I thought I knew. Cordelia and Luca's will both be targeted by the devil's hand at the social gathering, but if you went the Luca's route, Hell become the main character and Cordelia will be captured by the devil's hand. She was used as a sacrifice, but became a demonic human afterwards, and eventually became a demon. Because she was born with a strong angel's blood, she had become something like a fallen angel. You really like Cordelia. Because she's my favorite in Legend of Heroes 2, and now she has become her favorite character. Was Jude my favorite? I played this character the most, but I don't know if he's my favorite character. Anyway, now was the time to put aside personal likes and dislikes. Then, let's protect both. You do know that if you leave one alone and they got taken away, it will be really difficult later on, right? I know. If you chose Cordelia's route, it was really terrible because he blocked the road ahead. Just as Cordelia became a demon on the Luca's route, Luca's became the demon on the Cordelia route. And because his inborn talent for the sword itself was colossal, he became a terrifying monster. Let's protect them both. Yes, let's protect Cordelia and Luca's. Cordelia suddenly giggled as she found it funny to say it with her own mouth. She, who was Cordelia herself now, was talking in the 3rd person perspective to protect Cordelia. And it was at that moment, young master. Miss beyond the balcony window came the voices of Maja and Dahlia. It was a call that implied that they should finish their secret time together and come in now. I should go to sleep now. Yes, I think I'm going to sleep very well tonight. It's been a while since we've been to a luxurious accommodation, and we've had a hard time today. Cordelia had a little laugh at Jude's answer as she stood up and brushed the dirt off her behind before grabbing the balcony door's handle and saying, "Now then, good night. Yes, dream of me too." In their same exchange as usual, Cordelia smiled and raised her middle finger. She opened the balcony door, but Jude looked up the night sky for a moment instead of following her in right away. Luca's H.R. Svelger. He is the heir to the H.R. Svelger family, who is the current head of the 12 families. In Legend of Heroes 2, he and Maximilian were the 2 greatest heroes talented in the sword. Well, I'm looking forward to Sylvia rather than Luca's. Sylvia was an incomparably beautiful woman and belonged to the Crossbell family, one of the 12 northern families. As a man, it was in his nature to expect for an absolute beauty more than a handsome man. Fairy Queen, you were right. As I recalled the Fairy Queen's graceful smile, I heard Maja's voice again. "Young master, I am coming in." After taking one more look at Langestha's night view, Jude opened the balcony door and entered. In the afternoon 2 days later, the social gathering of the 12 northern families began. Chapter 22, Devils Hand, 3, Social Gathering. The name reminded me of a social gathering in a bar, but the scale was different when the main participant were the children of the 12 northern families. The social gathering of the 12 northern families was not just a gathering of their children, but was also a banquet attended by various people. These people attended the social gathering every year, and those include people who wanted to associate with the 12 northern families, Langestha's influential people, celebrities whom the children were usually interested in, etc. As such, the social gathering was one of the big events expected every year for the community near Langestha, and one's evaluation in high society also changed depending on whether they were invited to the social gathering or not. Anyway, for that reason, wow. Jude and Cordelia were in pure admiration after the two came out of their respective rooms and faced each other in the drawing room. This is because of the eye-opening beauty of an incomparably beautiful girl and an absolutely handsome boy that have made every effort in dressing up for the social gathering. Beautiful. If the Cordelia I saw in the valley was as mysterious as a fairy, the Cordelia today was as beautiful as a goddess. She had pinkish, slightly curled red hair that not only gently fluttered but even glistened, and a lively white complexion. She was wearing a red dress. Cordelia usually looked much younger than her age because of her innocent face, but wearing a mature dress that totally revealed her shoulders made her hidden seductive beauty be seen. The skirt width was quite narrow, unlike the usual wide skirt, and the beauty of her leg lines and her slender legs captivated the eyes of every person at first glance. Of course, Jude looked great too. It was only a month ago, but thanks to eating the various kinds of miraculous medicine that Count Chase gave him, his chinmujich, and his sweating from physical exercise, his skinny body that had once lost weight was rapidly improving. With his naturally good body shape plus his recent body improvements, his clean suit stood out properly. However, Jude proved that the completion of all fashion is in the face. His face had strong-willed, mysterious green eyes that lie between his gentle facial lines. When the two looked at each other and were fascinated for a while, Dahlia and Maja, who were mesmerized together, soon exchanged glances with a warm smile. "You did great. You too. In fact, he naturally looks good in any clothes. She does too." Either way, they were both very satisfied. Furthermore, a smile was drawn on their mouths when they thought that the two would enter the banquet hall together. Should I say I can't wait to see other people's reactions? Let's go now. Young master, you have to escort her. Oh. With Maya's urging, Jude reached out to Cordelia, who came to her senses too and took Jude's hand. Wow, seriously. My heart would have been throbbing if you weren't out boxer. You too. It's the same for me too. After exchanging glances, the two smiled as if they felt the same and entered inside the carriage after passing by the knights who could not hide their admiration. Hoo-ha, rather than the large four-wheeler carriage they used on the trip, the two rode on a small carriage that operated inside Langeստhe, while Maja and Dahlia were going to ride another carriage. Thanks to this, there were only the two inside, and as soon as the door closed, Jude and Cordelia's straight postures collapsed. "You're very much dressed up." "You too." Cordelia snorted, looked back at herself in the carriage window's reflection, and grinned. "Why? Because she's pretty. Cordelia is the prettiest." "Oh, narcissism. Don't do that in front of others." "Well, it's true that Cordelia is pretty, though. She's pretty even when you look at it, right? Well, it's pretty beauty's a relief." "What?" "When I saw you talking in third person, it woke me up. My heart is pounding at seeing Yellow Stormy's something that shouldn't have happened." Jude breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Cordelia, who was laughing loudly and snorting. He straightened his posture and said, "Moving on, let's not get carried away, because today's an important day. Did you get some rest? You went through a lot yesterday." He had worked hard yesterday. "If I have to say, it's not stage 4, but stage 3. 5. At Cordelia's question, Jude looked sad for a moment because he remembered what happened yesterday, but soon smiled bravely. "Well, it's worth the trouble. Though it's best not to use it at all. If things went well, I wouldn't be able to use it." Cordelia nodded her head as if agreeing with Jude and then reached out her hands to Jude. "Wait a minute. Stay still." As she approached with a serious face, Jude unconsciously felt nervous, but he soon found out her purpose. "The tie is crooked." Cordelia grabbed the bow tie that Jude wore and smiled contentedly after straightening it with a few touches. "Okay, there we go. It looks right now." Cordelia patted Jude's chest with a thud and sat down again, and Jude tried to clear his throat. Ahem, why are you shy, FCK? Oh, you had such a cute side." Should I say that her yufufu laughs resembles that of the fairy queen? "Let's focus. It's a very important day. You know, right? I know. It was like the time I met Lizagang." The tension he felt like back, then made them continue talking nonsense to each other. Jude took a breath and looked out the carriage window. The sun's red glow spread as it slowly set. The social gathering was held in one of Langesthe's most famous restaurants, which was a place owned and funded by Count H.R. Svelger. Despite the fact that the social gathering had not yet begun, the banquet hall was crowded, and there were a few places where people were especially crowded. The children of the 12 northern families. There was Lucas H. Harsfelger, the host of this social gathering, and the H. Harsfelger heir, whose family currently leads the 12 northern families. There was Sylvia Crossbell, too, daughter of Count Crossbell, whose family boasted immense wealth. Among the children of the 12 families who gathered today, they were the two people who were particularly prominent, and as evidenced by this, there were many people who gathered around them. Well, there's some children who are marginalized. The 12 families were not equal in power. On the left wall, among her escort knights, stood a dreary-looking girl with a dejected face. She was Viola Long of Viscount Long. She spent most of the year in the mansion or in her own room. However, she was afraid of people, so she couldn't speak properly in a place where people gathered. If you survive, you'll be a good friend of Cordelia. To be exact, they would be like older and younger sisters. Jude turned his gaze again. The male twins of Count Dahut were gazing at Lucas with discontented eyes. Felix Durant of Marquis Durant, the oldest child in this social gathering, was sending a passionate gaze to Sylvia. Therefore, a total of 8 people, including Jude and Cordelia, were the children of the 12 families who attended this social gathering. Oh, Lady Cordelia. Perhaps the person next to you is your fiancé, Mr. Jude Bayer. When Jude turned reflexively to the voice he heard from his side, he saw a young nobleman of Langesthay talking to Cordelia. Cordelia tried to remember the young man in her dim memories, but soon smiled widely and started reading the same Korean language book as usual. He is my fiancé, Mr. Jude Bayer. Oh, as expected, Count Bayer. In an instant, the banquet hall stirred with the appearance of the new face, Jude, who had never made an official appearance before. That guy. He has an ideal, beautiful face like the rumors. Doesn't he look fine despite being called the Count's anguish? Has he recovered from his disease? There were lots of chattering here and there in small voices. The scattered children of the 12 families moved towards Jude and Cordelia, and the way opened at once, as if it was split like the Red Sea. Cordelia glanced at the coming Viola from afar. Jude chuckled at the approaching twin brothers and looked at Lucas and Sylvia after moderately turning away from Felix's gaze, who will not appear at the social gathering next year. They both stand out. While Cordelia still retains her girlishness, Sylvia has grown mature not only in her eyes but also in her small gestures, even though they were only a year apart. Of course, her body had distinct curves too. She had long sky-blue hair and was wearing a snow-white dress, and with her blue eyes full of curiosity, she looked at Jude and Cordelia. And Lucas H. Harsfelger. Today's most important figure, a blond, attractive-looking man, strutted his way to their side. Although he was 16 years old and younger than Jude, he was much taller by almost a head. He has been training since he was young, so his body was firm. It's been a long time, Cordelia. It's been a long time, Sylvia. When Sylvia smiled and spoke to her, Cordelia answered with a slight blush in her cheeks. Sylvia's beauty was so alluring that even people from the same sex were enchanted. But it's surprisingly bearable. Jude had prepared his heart firmly if he ever gets caught up by her beauty, but surprisingly, he felt like he was just watching a Hollywood actress in a movie. Maybe I am used to seeing an incomparably beautiful girl. Sylvia was also an incomparably beautiful woman. In any case, Jude was able to introduce himself in a calm manner in front of Sylvia, a woman of great beauty. I am Mr. Jude Bayer of Count Bayer. It's a pleasure to meet you. Me too, Mr. Bayer. I was very curious about what Cordelia's fiancé would be like. Sylvia gracefully smiled at Jude with a slight but observant look, but unfortunately, now was not the time to talk to Sylvia. After entrusting Sylvia to Cordelia, Jude saw Lucas approaching and about to greet him. Lucas opened his mouth first as expected. I am Lord Lucas H. Harsfelger of Count H. Harsfelger. He put out his hand as if he were asking for a handshake, but his blue eyes did not contain any emotion. It's not that he's indifferent, but it's just a feeling of welcoming new guests. Well, Jude was rumored to have a body unable to master martial arts due to a chronic illness. As a person who had a great talent for swords, Lucas enjoyed being strong himself, so he had a bad habit that once he met someone, his degree of interest changed depending on whether they were strong or not. Ishedu, there is another reason Jude left for the social gathering and paid attention to Lucas. Playable character. The playable characters Jude and Cordelia were the reincarnation of Outboxer 9 and Yellow Storm, respectively. So what about other playable characters? Maybe Lucas is someone's, for example, the reincarnation of the 3 RD rank in the server rankings? I can't figure it out by just looking at his eyes. If his opponent was a ranker of Legend of Heroes 2, he would have had similar thoughts. What's more, the mysterious sensation I felt when I first met Cordelia was not at all felt when I met Lucas. Psst, I can't help it. I have no choice but to experiment as I did when I first met Cordelia. I am Mr. Jude Bayer of Count Bayer. Jude smiled and held Lucas' hand and then said with his upper body slightly forward, "Hey, you two?" Mr. Bayer. Lucas, who was shaking hands, was puzzled and looked at Jude as if he was strange. He was thinking along the lines of what are you talking about suddenly while shaking hands? Ahem, no. I abruptly spoke some absurd words for a moment. My Gyumjelmeek is not completely cured, yet he's it because of the chronic illness? I've shown you my embarrassment. It's gradually getting better, so it won't happen anymore. No, it's an illness. I hope you fully get well. Lucas had a handsome guy's cool-looking smile on his face. Cordelia, who was watching from the side, said with her eyes, "You're a fool, but isn't this too much?" Ahem. Jude had nothing else to say, so he hid his embarrassment with a cough. But there are results. Lucas wasn't a ranker of Legend of Heroes 2. He didn't feel anything special when he bumped into Cordelia, and I was genuinely embarrassed by what I just said. I don't know if it's unfortunate or fortunate. There were pros and cons for both rankers and non-rankers, because the playable characters are not just 1 or 2. Legend of Heroes 2 has over 10 playable characters. What if more than 10 rankers start moving with different ideas? There was no guarantee that the rankers would unite with one mind like Jude and Cordelia. Moreover, he did not enter Legend of Heroes 2 as a ranker, but he lived as a Legend of Heroes 2 character and awakened his ranker's memory. Among the playable characters, there are not only villains but also demon followers, so there was a possibility that rankers might become powerful enemies blocking Jude and Cordelia. I am Lord Felix Durant. I am Mr. Jude Bayer. Jude also greeted the other children of the 12 families in a perfunctory manner. The twins of Count Dahut, who disliked Felix and Lucas and were obsessed with Sylvia, didn't have much impact in the scenario's progress, even if they lived or died in the social gathering attack. Of course I am going to save them all. Thinking moderately, Jude looked around the banquet hall. A total of 6 wizards, including 2 newly joined wizards who were convinced by the original 4 on the first day, were scattered around. They were under the leadership of Ronan, and it seemed like they had decided on an area to cover. In addition to them, more than 30 knights were guarding the banquet hall, combined with the 6 knights from the Order of the Blue Lion that were sent by Sir Barua and the escorts brought by each member of the 12 families. This is much better than the original. What's left is when they come in. There was no guarantee that they would attack at the same time as the original because Jude had already shaken the board a lot. In the first game, it just displayed the lines, "Time has passed." And time did pass. Has it been more than an hour since the banquet started? Suddenly, the music that was flowing in the banquet hall changed, and Jude and Cordelia realized that what was coming had come. Dance time? It was a scene that was depicted in Legend of Heroes 2. I danced with Sylvia when I went to Luca's route, and I danced with Lucas when I went to Cordelia's route. But today was different. Do you feel it? I feel it. Maja and Dahlia's eyes are looking at our side with eager eyes. In particular, Dahlia's gaze was stinging because she was really showing a lot of excitement for the 2 of us. Actually, it wasn't just the 2 of them. A lot of people showed interest in the engaged couple from the 12 families who first appeared together at the banquet hall. "Lady Cordelia, will you give me the honor to dance with you?" "My pleasure, Mr. Bayer." Cordelia answered with an awkward smile, and small cheers and applause came from around. Moving to the center of a naturally made stage, Cordelia said quietly, "Hey, do you know how to dance? What's wrong with you? Have you forgotten that I have Chinmujic?" Jude smiled and answered gently, placing his hand on Cordelia's waist and gently grasping her hands, which were flinching for a moment. "Let's dance." HMPH. Cordelia, who snorted like Count Chase, entrusted herself to Jude's guidance, and the 2 began to dance in rhythm. No, we were just about to start. Bang, Bang, boom, the whole building shook with a loud roar. Losing their balance for a moment, Jude and Cordelia leaned at each other and hurriedly turned their eyes. There was a loud roar, an explosion, and a huge amount of smoke in the air. Kaya! Dozens of unidentified men wearing black masks broke into the balcony windows and walls as people screamed. At the same time, the escorts everywhere also pulled out their swords. Miss, young master, it wasn't just Dahlia and Maja. The escorts called out the names of the children they served, and fighting began everywhere. In a fleeting moment, Jude and Cordelia had the same idea at the same time. Even if we had gone to the center of the banquet hall to dance, our eyes had still chased the position of a certain person. Lucas H. Harsfelger. As a sword genius, he tried to fight in the current situation by pulling out his own sword. And there was another person. He looked at Lucas the same way, and their eyes crossed with each other. Beyond the broken wall, the demonic human, Minus, was standing. Chapter 23 Devils Hand 4, she is also the personification of the Rhode Islands in Greece. Demonic human Minus. He was a result of the Devil's Hand's efforts in unifying a human and demon. Minus was not just given powers by the demon, but was united with the demon itself, boasting a power that was different from ordinary demon followers. In Legend of Heroes 2, Minus reigned as the unbeatable boss. In the social gathering attack event, the premise of the story was to lose to Minus in the first place, so winning was impossible no matter what you tried to do. The condition for continuing the game was not to defeat Minus, but to escape from his hands. However, this was reality. It was different from the game. Furthermore, the time of Minus' appearance was different from the game. Originally, he was supposed to appear near the end of the event like game bosses do, but he has now appeared at the same time as the start of the attack. Jude and Cordelia thought and moved at the same time when they encountered demonic human Minus. Cordelia called Lucas' name loudly. Demonic human Minus possessed a soul-tracking ability, allowing him to identify and track the souls of beings located in his close proximity. It was this ability that made him distinguish Lucas at once. Therefore, it was not a problem to him whether Yurei noticeable or not. What was important to him was to secure Lucas. As he couldn't attend the banquet while armed, Lucas pulled out a dagger he had for self-defense and turned to Cordelia after hearing her call him. But at that moment, Minus started moving. La Cusaru Pio. The demonic language flowed from the mouth of the man wearing a white mask without any pattern. His eyes shined blue, and a great amount of cold air began to rise in both of his hands. Jude felt like he was being suffocated. It was because of the pressure of facing an absolutely powerful being, just like the time when he had faced Lysagang. But it was a little different. When he met Minus' eyes for a moment, Jude felt that his spiritual and physical body were bound. Outboxer, Cordelia shouted as she hit Jude's back, and thanks to her, Jude was released from the bondage and he gasped for breath. "Let's go," Cordelia shouted again. She ran towards Lucas and grabbed his arm to Lucas' bewilderment. Lady Cordelia, Sylvia, who was by Lucas' side, also raised her voice, but Jude saw Minus instead of the three. Minus took a step. The cold air from his arm began to take shape. "However, O fierce flames of Rhodos, strike down my enemies." Flame Wizard Ronan rushed at Minus, invoking his magic spell. Two beasts of flames materialized beside him and flew towards Minus. "Young master, Miss." Jun and Dahlia shouted from a distance. Due to the nature of the banquet, they were only waiting outside and couldn't stay by Jude and Cordelia's side. Even now, they tried to run and shout, but there were people rushing towards them with swords, so it wasn't easy to get out of their situation. Jude made a quick judgment. The original plan was to move after joining Dahlia, but now that Minus had appeared, there was no time for it. "Lucas, we have to run, this way." Sylvia nodded immediately when Jude shouted, but not Lucas. As a sword genius and the heir of Count H. Harsfelger, the head of the 12 families, he spoke confidently. "What do you mean, running away from the enemy? As a knight, I must face what is this crazy bastard saying? Paralyze?" Lucas' words did not last until the end. Cordelia showed her true colors and used paralyze magic that caused him to be knocked down. Cordelia. Sylvia was terrified, but it wasn't the time to worry about that. Cordelia picked and grabbed one of the fallen Lucas' arms and shouted to Jude. Let's go, Jude understood right away. Holding Luca's other arm, he said to Sylvia. Lady Sylvia, this way, yes. Ah, yes. Besides, the entire banquet hall had turned into a battleground. Sylvia didn't have a reason to refuse because she was going to run and not fight back in the first place. At Thistes, Lucas mumbled as he was not completely paralyzed, but Jude and Cordelia didn't care. He may be a sword genius, but his power now was just like in the beginning of the game. He only had a dagger, not a proper sword, so if he tried to fight with a dagger, he'd only be kidnapped. His mumbles made it evident that Cordelia's magic was currently working. Young master. The Knights of Harsvelger shouted, but like Dahlia and Jun, they couldn't easily pull themselves out because of the enemies in front of them. Moreover, as the fight between Minos and Ronan began in earnest, the inside of the banquet hall truly became a mess, making it difficult to even discern the surroundings. This way, Jude moved to the corner of the banquet hall and activated a secret door. The restaurant that was used as a banquet hall was originally a mansion of a great nobleman, and as such buildings usually had secret rooms, Jude was well aware of the secret rooms because he was outboxer. Stage 3. 5. Jude and Cordelia had entered the secret room yesterday and made some preparations in advance. It was a kind of panic room. Ha? Sylvia panted and asked, but Jude and Cordelia continued to move instead of answering. As soon as the still paralyzed Lucas was laid down on the floor, Cordelia used magic to light up the place. Jude went to the left corner, removed the carpet, and opened a lid a little larger than an adult's upper body. This way. Unfortunately, it wasn't a secret passage that led outside. It was a pit that Jude and Cordelia had dug with dig magic yesterday. Hurry up, Cordelia urged him, and Jude took out the items he had placed inside. The items kept there were the sacred rod, moonlight, and various armor, swords, shields, magic circles, etc. Sylvia, go in. You're not an important target, so you'll be fine hiding. Huh, I am not an important target. Sylvia had always lived in the center of people's attention since she was born, so she was surprised at being told that she was not an important target. Cordelia had a bitter smile as she helped Sylvia into the pit, and Sylvia hid herself while being embarrassed at somehow being treated like a burden. Okay, let's arm ourselves. Jude handed Moonlight to Cordelia as he wore a leather armor over his tailcoat and held the sun's necklace like knuckles. No matter how much talent his body possessed because of Chinmujic, he had yet to learn proper swordsmanship, so using a fist was stronger and more comfortable for him. Cancel Paralyze Cordelia swung Moonlight to release the paralyze spell that she had used on Lucas. Lord Lucas should accept this too. When Jude quickly handed over to him a sword and armor, Lucas looked at Cordelia fiercely, even as he was arming himself with his less paralyzed hand. Lady Cordelia, what the hell is this silence? The effect of silence magic was awesome. He was like the main character in a silent movie, as Lucas shouted with his mouth wide open, but his voice did not come out. Cordelia came close to such Lucas, staring straight at him as she said, "Hey, listen up. It's an emergency right now. Didn't you just get neutralized with one magic shot? Stop being unruly. The enemy is stronger than you. You should be alert and not nervous. Do you understand?" The cold and sharp truth was much more intense than foul language. Lucas bit his lips and nodded, and Cordelia, who was fiercely staring at Lucas, smiled brightly. Don't be too scared, though. Let's do well together. Tapping his shoulder, she took a long, deep breath and exhaled before boldly ripping off the hem of her skirt. Wow, why? Are you going to fall in love again? FCK. The light exchange was also beneficial to the two. In the midst of all this, the sounds of people crying and struggling from the chaos outside were heard, so no matter how much they had predicted the situation, it was inevitable for them to become tense. Will he come here? It's best if he doesn't come, but maybe he will. The range of Minos' soul tracking ability was quite short, but it was still enough to cover the entire banquet hall. After defeating Ronan, it was clear that he would head here. I'm nervous. It was different from that time with Lysagang. Demonic human Minos is an unsealed being who could show off all his abilities to his heart's content. You can do it. We are prepared, right? And if we can do it, it'll be a first. Defeating Minos? Yes, defeating Minos. It was something that countless rotten waters have not achieved, so defeating him would be a great achievement. Will we be in a feature article of Legend of Heroes? It'll be a hot article. Well, get lots of likes? Well, totally be bombarded by likes, right? Hey. Cordelia had a bright smile as she imagined it, and Jude also had a pleasant smile. It was just nonsensical stuff, but they had missed those times and thus enjoyed imagining it. You told me not to be nervous, but I am just standing around. Lucas complained, but because he was still enchanted by the silence magic, it was just a silent clamor. And a few seconds passed. A few minutes passed. At the moment when their cold sweat came, bang, a roar broke out outside the secret room. Screams and shouts followed, and the sound of fighting swords became even sharper. It's coming. The door of the secret room froze when Jude instinctively spoke. The chilly air spread along the wall, and soon the whole wall turned into cold ice. Demonic human minus, ruler of the extreme cold, bang, bang, bang. I thought there was just a crack in the frozen wall, but it all collapsed at once. The messy banquet hall and the combatants of the Devil's Hand suddenly came into view, and a blood-stained Minus with a pair of horns on his forehead came in the room. Ronan was defeated, but he didn't just lose. He had succeeded in dealing a huge blow to Minus because of their opposing elements. Jude recalled the banquet hall's map in his mind. He instantly grasped the situation. Their side has prevailed, but the situation was not good. The Devil's Hand's combatants were blocking the way, and Minus overpowered Cordelia and Lucas. For him, it was easier to defeat them than to wring a child's wrist. As if to prove this, a deep smile was drawn around Minus' mouth. The rats were hiding here. Minus took a step. Lucas, who was feeling nervous, flinched unconsciously. Cordelia grasped the moonlight with clenched teeth. It's coming. He's coming, Jude thought. I gave a final look to Cordelia and then stepped forward. Thud, Jude's foot completely shot forward. At the same time, Minus responded. His eyes followed Jude's movement before sending a blast of extremely cold air towards Jude. Heat, Jude tore the magic circle to generate heat. However, it was only a one-star magic at best. The cold air stalled for a moment before quickly hitting Jude, and Minus took another step. Following Jude, he tried to defeat Cordelia and Lucas. And at that momento, during the time when Jude had stepped forward first, Cordelia cut her palm with a blade she had prepared in advance. At the same time as she bled, she struck the floor with the tightly grasped moonlight. Such trivial magic. A powerful demonic energy rose and burst from Minus' body. It was to tear apart Cordelia's magic formation with his powerful mana. Indeed, it was a terrifying energy. Facing it felt like you were being choked to death. However, Cordelia smiled. It was a bitter smile because of the pain in her palm, but she definitely smiled. As expected about Boxer 9, everything went in the prescribed order. Cordelia had released mana, but it wasn't magic. She simply released pure mana with her blood that flowed down to the floor through moonlight, which then triggered the magic circle. Ah! A brilliant light lit up the place. The emitted light clearly revealed the magic circle hidden by the carpet that had covered the entire secret room's floor. What is this? Minus stopped talking. No, he couldn't continue talking. He was choked. His whole body seemed to be entangled in chains. He seemed to be thinking, why no, what the hell is this? What the FCK is this? Of course, it's Belliston's magic circle. Cordelia laughed cheerfully as she shouted. Belliston's magic circle boasted of a terrifying power against the demons. Minus had released a strong demonic energy, and so the chains caught his ankles. The stronger the demon's power is, the stronger the Belliston's magic circle becomes. Of course, there were limitations. We didn't have the power of the sun god Solaris seal like that time with Lysagang, so all the power that was used came from Cordelia's mana. The time to maintain it is, at most, a few dozen seconds. Even so, Cordelia had to do her best to make it last longer. It was too short, but Cordelia did not lose her smile. Though she felt like she was going to die from the hardship, she broke into a cold sweat and shouted again. Outboxer! Bang! He hit the ground. 36 world steps. Jude appeared before Minus' nose. Minus thought it was impossible. Minus' chilled air wasn't just an ordinary chilled air. It was yin energy that consumed the body and soul. Even if ordinary humans endured the cold, the body would not have been able to move freely because of the yin energy. But it wasn't the case for Jude, because I am used to it. Gyumjulmeek was a disease that occurs due to being innately born with excessive yin energy. The sun's necklace also helped Jude in this situation because of the necklace's opposing yang energy. Shock spread over Minus' face. Cordelia collapsed as she clung to the moonlight before giving Minus a middle finger. Lightning punch. 7 strikes in the span of a lightning bolt struck Minus' whole body. Chapter 24, Devils Hand, 5, Minus lost his senses for a moment. The 7 strikes poured like a bombing, aiming at the fatal points of the human body, such as the solar plexus, pit of the stomach, philtrum, the area between the nose and upper lip, and the temples area between the ears and eyes. Although he was called a demonic human, he was still a human now. Since demonic humans maintain a human body and shape, their vital places were also like humans. But at the same time, it was a demon. Minus lost his senses for a moment because of Jude's attack, but he did not collapse at once. There is a difference. No matter how low level the demonic human was in the game's beginning, a demonic human was still a demonic human. Their physical abilities and endurance were beyond that of a human being's. However, he had already expected this. Moreover, Minus was exhausted from his fight against Ronan today and was also weakened from the binding of the Bellastin's magic circle. Jude didn't stop. Once again, he used the lightning punch. Wham! Wham! The sun god Solaris power from the sun's necklace and the demonic energy from Minus' body clashed, and a roar broke out. The Devil's Hands combatants were surprised to see Minus being beaten unilaterally and tried to intervene. However, they too had the power of the demons, though much lesser. So it was impossible for them to enter because they were blocked by Bellastin's magic circle. Young master? Miss! Moreover, beyond the Devil's Hands combatants were the 12 families' escort knights. It was a daunting situation to just stop the escort knights from pushing their way in front of them. It's only a matter of time. After using lightning punch in succession, Jude calculated the numbers in his head. The time for Cordelia to maintain Bellastin's magic circle. The time it takes for the escorts to break through the Devil's Hands combatants. The time when demonic human Minus adjusts to Bellastin's magic circle and becomes able to move. It was all a few seconds apart. It was only a dozen seconds at most, but by those dozens of seconds, lives could come and go. Thud! Jude stepped forward again and used lightning punch for the 3rd time. He felt his breath being choked from the technique's excessive use, but he couldn't stop. Wham! Bang! Lightning punch struck again. But this time, not all 7 consecutive strikes were successful. The last strike was blocked. Minus desperately moved to stop the attack. Rock you, huh? When the bloody Minus burst out into a roar, lightning sparked all over his body. It was a phenomenon caused by the clash of demonic power and the binding power of Bellastin's magic circle. And it was at that moment Lucas, "Help us too," Cordelia shouted while she was clinging to the moonlight with her posture down. Use the Sage King's cross sword. Cordelia's cry was almost like a scream at the end. And that had awakened Lucas, who was surprised by the Bellastin's magic circle and Minus. The Sage King's cross sword was said to be handed down by an ancient swordsman and was only used against the enemies of Count Harsfelger. As the current heir, Lucas also knew how to use the Sage King's cross sword. His skill may still be at a low level, but it was still the Sage King's cross sword. It was the sword of Graham, the Sage King who built the Holy Kingdom by cutting down 5 great demons, and it had a powerful effect against the demonic humans who use the power of demons. Lucas' breathing changed. He raised and activated his whole body at once, as his feet completely flew towards Jude and Minus. Sage King's cross sword, Solar Eclipse Holy Sword. Lucas' sword shone in pure white. It was a holy light that was powerful against demons. When Cordelia shouted Lucas' name, Jude pulled himself out as he gasped and widened his distance from Minus at the same time. Thus, Lucas dug into the gap that was created. Kuaak, Minus screamed as his chest was cut by a holy sword and black blood gushed out from his chest. But it was not yet over. In the beginning of the main scenario, Jude and Lucas' strength was nearly the same. It was difficult for Lucas to defeat Minus by himself. "You lowly beings!" Minus shouted in anger and exerted his strength even though he was still bounded, and Lucas had a cold sweat facing such Minus. Jude returned to Cordelia's side as he supported her and asked, "Can you do it?" "I can." Instead, Ha-ai cut it off. Cordelia groaned and answered. It was a difficult to understand conversation at first glance, but not for Jude and Cordelia. What Jude had asked for was the power hidden in the moonlight. However, the moment she used it, Belliston's magic circle will be released in a few seconds. Cordelia's mana was still too weak to operate both moonlight and Belliston's magic circle at the same time. Jude calculated it. Cordelia felt it instinctively. Thus, the two reached the same conclusion. Let's do it. Will Belliston's magic circle be maintained until the escorts defeat the Devil's Hand's combatants? No, the question was how long can Cordelia be able to hold on? After all, it was unreasonable. Minus was faster and could recover his strength by a hair's breadth. In the first place, Belliston's magic circle was not all around. It was due to a number of realistic problems that Jude had to set up Belliston's magic circle in the secret room. Renting the entire banquet hall to draw the magic circle was impossible, and so was activating a huge magic circle that covered the entire banquet hall. However, if you draw a small magic circle, it was another problem on how to guide Minus precisely above the magic circle. That is why I chose a secret room. It's literally a secret room, so if you sneak in the place, no one will disturb you while you're drawing the magic circle. Because the room itself is not very large, installing a magic circle that covers the entire room eliminates the problem of guiding Minus to a specific area. It's the best solution. In the first place, the current situation itself was the best situation that I made with every effort. So let's try again. Instead of vaguely hoping to succeed, let's struggle in hitting him one more time. Lucas and Minus clashed. Lucas groaned at the shock caused by the collision of the Sage King's crossed sword and the demonic power. On the other hand, blood spilled out of the nose of Cordelia, who was forcibly maintaining Belliston's magic circle. Jude did not hesitate anymore. As he grabbed and modified the sun's necklace's position, Cordelia clenched her teeth and stood up. The important thing is the timing. In that narrow moment, he needs to accurately strike in that gap. Jude calculated again. Cordelia felt it instinctively once again. 1 second. 2 seconds. When Lucas' sword cut Minus' chest once again, oh glory of the moonlight. Arise, wake up from your slumber and shine. Cordelia removed the moonlight from the magic circle. She lifted it up and chanted, releasing from the moonlight the moon's mana, which had been stored and accumulated for over 100 years. There was light. It was a subtle light that spreads in the darkness, and not a light that breaks the darkness. The moonlight filled the secret room. It did not stop there, as it delivered its power completely into one place, the sun's necklace, causing it to begin shining too. A light that contained the sacred power of Solari. The mana of the moon accumulated over 100 years was not small. From the sun's necklace, an equal amount light was emitted like when it was with Gallus, Solaris champion. Q-Hack Minus winced at the moment the moon's mana pressed his whole body and closed his eyes with a painful groan. Lucas opened his mouth in surprise. Thud! Jude rushed in. He had to finish it before the effect of Belliston's magic circle, which had lost its power source, disappeared. Grease! It was a simple yet fatal magic that came from the magic circle drawn on his left hand's glove. Minus, who had stepped back as his eyes were closed, slipped and fell on the floor. And Jude got on top of him and pulled his fist. He only had one chance. His current blow should deal the most fatal blow. Jude held his breath. Using the power of the sun condensed by the moonlight for his attack's power source, the lightning strike fist exploded at once. Boom! Lightning and thunder exploded. His fist that hit like lightning struck Minus in the chest. Moreover, it was not just a physical blow this time. The divine power of the sun god Solari penetrated Minus' chest. Ayag, Minus screamed in pain. Dozens of cracks appeared in his entire body. Spirit stone. Located in the chest, it is an organ that replaces the heart of a person who has become one with the demon and turned into a demonic human. It aggregates mana supplied from the outside like a demon's horn, and is what makes a demonic human exist as a demonic human. That spirit stone broke. With the golden light of Solari adding to him being weakened by Belliston's magic circle and the continuous blows, the weakened spirit stone finally shattered. No. Mana poured out from the cracks in his entire body. Minus struggled. Jude pulled his fist again. Gobble it up. Is it an illusion that I heard Cordelia's voice? Jude fiercely laughed. He used the remaining mana of the moon on the sun's necklace as his own. As he roared, he dealt the last blow into Minus' chest. Q-ha! The light burst. As he was struck in the chest once again, Minus' whole body began to break. The demonic power rose like a smoke and dispersed in all directions. And right after that, a series of white rings of light surrounded the body of Jude. It was not only that. A phrase came into his mind like, when he first attacked the dungeon book, "You acquired the title the one who made the impossible possible." All stats increased by 5. A boss that could not originally be beaten. A scenario designed on the premise of losing, but we overcame it. We became victorious. Jude clenched his fist. Like when he first got 1 cent place in the server rankings, the sense of accomplishment coming deep inside his heart made him shout in joy. Cordelia felt the same. Despite her bleeding nose, she raised her arms high and shouted in joy too. "Young master, miss!" The voices of Jun and Dahlia was heard in succession. Jude took a long breath. A pleasant smile was drawn on his face. "Ha ha, Yim completely wiped out. It's enough to faint, so please do me a favor." Right after they defeated Minus, Cordelia spoke as she caught her breath and was on the verge of fainting. On the other hand, Jude crawled halfway to Cordelia's side and responded. "Sorry, I'll go first. Him going to faint too." FFCK? Gyumjul Mikek Jude, who was lying next to Cordelia, fainted after making a kek sound. Both of them leveled up a lot, but the stamina and mana consumed were so great. FFC King bastard. Cordelia swore a little as she collapsed on the floor too. Using the last of her mental strength to stay conscious, she told Lucas. "Settle the aftermath, please," and that was it for Cordelia too. The incomparably beautiful girl, who was bleeding from her nose, lost consciousness too. Lucas, who was asked to take care of the aftermath, tried to shout. No, he wanted to shout how. Cordelia's silence spell was still in effect. Furthermore, it was difficult to take care of the aftermath because there were so many things that Lucas didn't even know about. What was that magic circle installed in the secret room? What were the active roles of Jude and Cordelia who defeated the enemy at the end? And the FCKS too. An incomparably beautiful girl who kept swearing FCK. Wasn't she a count's esteemed daughter? In a sense, the biggest impact of today's events was Cordelia's true colors. Until last year, she was pretending to be an innocent girl, but she was actually different inside. Lucas shuddered unconsciously as he looked over the collapsed wall. The escort knights had overpowered the demon followers and were coming in groups. Miss! Count Chase's escort, Dahlia, burst into tears at the sight of Cordelia bleeding from her nose, and Count Bayer's escort hurriedly took Jude's pulse. "Young master, are you all right?" Lucas nodded to his escort, who had a deathly pale face, and then turned to Jude and Cordelia. He looked at the two who had fainted besides each other and had satisfied smiles in their faces. As he recalled how they worked back and forth and how Cordelia pleaded to him before fainting, Lucas unwittingly smiled. Realithier a fantasy couple. No, have I gone mad? As Lucas swallowed his words and thoughts that Jude and Cordelia would have denied had they heard it, he looked back at his escort. He diligently pointed to his mouth and complained that he was under silence magic. Chapter 25 DEVILS Hand 6 Time has passed. Just as what a person does when they wake up from a deep sleep, Jude slowly opened his eyes halfway. A lot of things, including the ceiling, came in his blurry vision, but everything was blurred, and he couldn't properly recognize the shapes. Ooh-woo. With a voice close to groaning, Jude closed and opened his eyes repeatedly, and the blurriness began to disappear. Hire a few seconds no, maybe a dozen seconds after, Jude was finally fully awake and looked around. He was in a well-decorated and luxurious bedroom. It was evident to him that this was the high-class accommodation that he had stayed in when they first came to Langesthay. "Young master, are you awake?" Just then, he heard Maja's voice. It was a voice close to a scream that was mixed with anxiety and joy. "Maja, young master." In the Bayer family, Maja was often called the Ice Queen, but she often smiled in front of Jude. But now she wasn't just smiling. Maya was both crying and laughing now. "Young master, I'm okay, Maja. What about you? Did you get hurt?" Maja was like a family to Jude, but outside Count Bayer, she was only an exclusive maid in the end. She was the only one who was uncomfortable when she was forced to attend the banquet, so Jude had sent her back earlier to their accommodation. Of course, this was because he had predicted the attack. I am all right. In the first place, I was staying in the accommodation. Rather than that, young Mastera, as Maja shed tears again, Jude was feeling restless and puzzled on what to do, so he awkwardly reached out his hands and hugged her. It's all right. I am safe, young master. After a few minutes, Maja calmed down from her crying storm, and Jude patted her back and asked, Maja, what about Lady Cordelia? She's all right. Maja wiped away her tears and took a breath as she adjusted her posture, and then spoke with a light smile. She overworked herself, so she's still lying down, but she has regained her consciousness a little earlier than young master. The doctors said that she was just too tired and that there was no harm to her health. Ha! Jude breathed a sigh of relief and then began stretching. He was worried about her one way or another. Young master, if you don't mind, would you like to go see Lady Cordelia? As Maja smiled and said that, Jude immediately nodded. Please, as you wish, young master. With Maja's help, Jude got up and left the room after roughly washing and grooming himself. Their rooms were on the same floor, so after passing the drawing room between their rooms, he was now in front of Cordelia's bedroom. Lady Cordelia, Mr. Jude Bayer has come to visit. Count Chase's knight was guarding Cordelia's bedroom and greeted Jude with a very welcoming face. He immediately reported to Cordelia about Jude's visit. Without waiting for too long, Cordelia's bedroom door opened wide. Mr. Jude Bayer. Dahlia, who had tear marks on her face like Maja, greeted Jude with a smile, and in the room was Cordelia lying on a bed large enough to wrestle. Lady Cordelia. Instead of answering Jude's call, Cordelia simply nodded once. Her condition seemed much worse than Jude's, as she had a pale white face and eyes that had no strength that it seemed like she'll fall asleep anytime soon. Dahlia, I apologize, but may we be alone for a moment? Yes, Mr. Bayer, please take care of the lady. Dahlia readily accepted and left the room together with Maja after bowing to Cordelia. After a few seconds, when the door was completely closed, Cordelia spoke. I think I'm going to die. Yes, me too. Coming to the edge of the bed with a wobbly gait, Jude flopped on the chair where Dahlia had sat on earlier. Is your condition not good? I use too much mana. My head is so heavy and I feel like it's going to break. Oh, is it similar to a hangover? A hangover? Yes-o, maybe it is. Cordelia awkwardly answered as she slouched her shoulders. I feel sick, tired, and about to die. Well, you really don't look well. She wasn't the yellow storm that would always whine and retort in front of Outboxer. Hey, shouldn't you feel good though? You saw the title too, right? The one who made the impossible possible. A smile bloomed like a flower on Cordelia's face, who was a while ago had tears on her face and saying that she felt so tired to death. She felt really good that she began laughing heh like a fool. The Legend of Heroes community would completely be turned upside down. The chat window's going to be a mess. Will Hero Soft contact us? Maybe. It was an impossible story, but that's why it's pleasant we changed it. Cordelia took a long breath before speaking again. Dahlia told me that Viola and Felix are safe, and so are the twin brothers. Originally, they were those who would have been killed or kidnapped in the Devil's Hands attack, but they didn't die. They weren't kidnapped, and they were alive. I feel excited for no reason. The title was good, and the sense of accomplishment from twisting the main scenario as intended was also good. But Cordelia was happier that she had saved many people, including the children of the 12 families. Oh dear, look at how nice our yellow storm is. I feel so proud of you. As Jude smiled happily and stroked Cordelia's hair, her eyes narrowed. You will be killed by me. Why are you FC King petting me? This is our yellow storm. Jude replied as he smiled, feeling satisfied before leaning on the chair's back. With this, we've passed over a hump. What should we do now? Well, we've twisted the main scenario, but we still have to follow it. In Cordelia's main scenario, she was destined to be kidnapped in the Devil's Hands attack event, no matter what she did. Wasn't her second mission to escape from her kidnapped situation? If she successfully escapes, the survival route opens. But if she fails, she becomes a sacrifice and it would be game over. The survival route was as follows. Cordelia escapes from an unknown Devil's Hands branch and wanders around a deep and dark forest to escape her pursuers and monsters. She then meets the witch's soul as if she were led by fate. Cordelia laughed when Jude recited the summary of the story in Legend of Heroes 2. Are you for real, no? Are you even a human? How can a person remember all those things? She didn't care if he was a rotten water, but Jude's memory was far beyond common sense. Should I ask him? If I ask, he might answer me unexpectedly. At the time Cordelia was contemplating for a moment, Jude continued to speak whether he knew what she was thinking. Because she had not been kidnapped by the devil's hands, Cordelia wouldn't wander around the woods, but she has to go. You have to meet the witch's soul. The meeting with the witch's soul was not a hidden event like the Moonlight Acquisition event. It was one of the main events that was absolutely necessary to continue the game, because I have to do a spec up. After all, Legend of Heroes 2 is a fighting game. Aside from hunting, if you steadily follow the main events, you will become stronger. Ooth Forest was probably north of Langesthay, right? Yes, so we have to go north. It wasn't just because of Cordelia. Jude's main scenario, which had not yet begun, was also concentrated in the north. Well, what should I do? Why, you see, Dahlia told me something earlier, but it's only been a day since we came to our senses. Not all the news have been spread to each family yet, but the escort knights must have decided on a policy. What kind of policy? There may be additional attacks, so it seems like everyone is gathering together later in the evening to exchange information on this incident. We'll have to wait until someone comes to pick us up, though. Given that the Devil's Hands attack was prevented, the remaining problem was our explanation on the various preparations we made and the fight that occurred yesterday. There's also the Blue Lion. We need a solution regarding the part about Count Bayer's intervention, which was the lie that Jude made to move the Blue Lion Knight Commander, Sir Barua. Now that things have grown this big, Count Bayer will definitely hear the story about the Devil's Hands attack and the Blue Lion's surprise attack on the branches. So what should we do? Wouldn't we need some excuse to go north without going home? Apart from settling the aftermath, we also need measures on how to move forward. Jude answered Cordelia's question with folded arms. First of all, I have some ideas. What is it? First, you and I have to kiss. No, that's not what I mean. Anyway, we'll have the people around us to help out. Who was around us? Of course, Luca. Wait. Jude suddenly stopped talking as he frowned and tilted his head. He felt like he had completely forgotten something important. What is it? We defeated Minos. The kidnapping case ended in failure, and Jude and Cordelia are safe. Lucas is safe too. According to Cordelia, Viola, Felix, and the twin brothers are also safe. Then Jude sprang up from his seat, and at the same time, Cordelia opened her eyes wide too. It's because the two remembered the same thing and the same person at the same time. Sylvia, how could you forget? Me here alone, In the secret room in the corner of the banquet hall, which is now the scene of the incident, Sylvia, who was trapped inside the pit for one day, burst into a sad cry in Cordelia's arms. Unnai, I am sorry. I am really, really sorry. Although Cordelia's face still had a sickly appearance, she repeatedly apologized after facing Sylvia. I was scared. It was dark. There was no sound. Sniff. Sylvia blew her nose with a handkerchief that Jude gave at the right time as she kept sniffling. Seeing the confident, pretty, and incomparably beautiful woman crying out sadly like a child and revealing her inner thoughts, she really must have been scared over the past day. The pit did a great job. We had worked hard to turn the pit in the secret room into a panic room just in case. I even drew a silence magic circle inside the pit, in the fear of being caught because of the sound. Because of that, Sylvia, who was forcibly dropped into the pit, didn't know what was happening outside because everything was in perfect silence and there was no light. Unnai, I am sorry. She was Cordelia now before she was Yellow Storm. She was sincerely sorry because she was now Cordelia, who had always admired the beautiful and elegant Sylvia. Lucas, what the hell did you do? Cordelia herself and Jude had fainted at that time. It was the very reason that Cordelia had asked him to settle the aftermath after Thave fainted. I'll kill you later. At the time when Cordelia made a firm resolve, Jude slightly pulled Cordelia's skirt to tell her to distance herself from Sylvia. Sylvia had to be entrusted to the Knights of Count Crossbell. Miss, let's go. Ugh, okay. Sylvia, who had become very obedient, left the room with the knights, and Dahlia said cautiously as Jude and Cordelia sighed, I am sorry. Both of you didn't seem to be stable yet, so we couldn't tell you the news of Lady Sylvia's disappearance. No, it's all right. It's not Dahlia's fault. It's all Luca's fault. Cordelia clenched her fists in rage as her fighting spirit was inflamed. However, Jude couldn't join Cordelia. I have to stop her to avoid causing a problem later on. We needed Luca's help to get to the north. Jude's plan was as follows. Luca's home was located in the northernmost front where Count Bayer stayed in the past and where the current Margrave, Count A. Charsfelger, now lives in. It was located near the fortress of Thunderdoom, which borders the barbaric land. A sunflower that possesses yang energy can be found there. It was one of the several means to heal Gyumjulmeek. Jude had already obtained the sun's necklace to treat Gyumjulmeek, but it was still not cured. We head to the north on the pretext of getting the sunflower and speeding up the treatment of Gyumjulmeek. And in order to do so, we had to naturally bring out the story of the sunflower to Luca's and at the same time lead the story of inviting us to the north. Wait. When we had returned to our accommodation, Cordelia frowned after listening to Jude's explanation. Aside from the mission to draw out the story you want from Luca's, and the Gyumjulmeek that is evolving day by day into some all-around excuse, there was one more important part that was missing from Jude's story. What about me then? Jude will go to the north to cure his disease, but what excuse can Cordelia give to go there too? At Cordelia's question, Jude cleared his throat once and said while turning his head as if to avoid looking at her. That what? Come on, you should already know how Cordelia will follow Jude. In an instant, Cordelia had a tearful face. Afterwards, she lets out a long sigh before raising her middle finger to Jude. I want to go with my beloved Jude Bayer. We were inseparable. Chapter 26, Devil's Hand, 7. I want to go with my beloved Jude Bayer. We were inseparable. Yes, that's perfect. That's all you have to do. Jude clapped his hands, and Cordelia closed her eyes tightly with a red face and threw up a curse. Oh, really? Yes, I understand. Cordelia's face flushed even more when Jude sympathized with her. It was not from shame but because of anger. Hey, yes. Why? Why is it me again? You can do it, that's right. It doesn't necessarily have to be me. Cordelia's argument was that Jude and Cordelia love each other and not that Cordelia loves Jude one-sidedly. As if she came to a great realization, Cordelia's eyes sparkled in excitement, but Jude shook his head. Hey, that's not it. We is it not you? Is this because of Gyumjulmeek again? No, it's not because of Gyumjulmeek. Just think it through with common sense. Jude made some big gestures with his two hands to calm her down and then stood up and continued to speak. Who of us has business in the north? You or me? You, that's right, it's me. So it's a situation where Cordelia wants to follow me, right? And if I say that I don't want to be separated from Cordelia here, and that I want to take Cordelia with me because we're in love, it sounds different, right? Jude had an awkward and bitter smile, and Cordelia was in tears again. It was as Jude said. There was a huge difference between Jude taking Cordelia and Cordelia following Jude. So, if you think about it rationally, it's a situation where Cordelia has to appeal to follow Jude. I would have done it had I been in the opposite situation. Really, cross my heart. Cordelia frowned when Jude put his hand on his chest as if he really swore. I hate you. I am sorry, I love you. What is this crazy bastard saying? I just told you okay. Jude slyly smiled as he sat back down, and the pouting Cordelia sat down too. Okay, let's say that we'll solve that problem with that. However, we still need to coordinate our stories for the information exchange, and so on that will happen later tonight. Is it because we defeated Minos? Yes, Luca's helped us, but no matter how you think of it, it was still too much for the three of us to defeat Minos. If Minos had only fought with Jude's party, he could have said, Minos was just weak. The problem was the fact that Minos defeated none other than the flame wizard Ronan in front of everyone. Everyone would have thought it was strange if Jude and Cordelia had defeated such a strong man. How about we say that he was tired and weak because he fought with Ronan? That will work, but I even sold my father's name, so to draw a big picture, we need to play another card. Another card? Come closer for a second. Jude suddenly looked around as he spoke in a small voice, and Cordelia blinked her eyes and sat closer to Jude. So as Jude explained in a small whisper, Cordelia quietly listened and at some point nodded. It's because she thought that it was a plausible story. Hey, by the way, what? Do we really have to talk in whispers? There was only the two of us in the room in the first place. No, I did it unconsciously. I just went along with the ambience. Cordelia's eyes narrowed in anger, while Jude made an awkward laugh. Sometimes I don't know if he's stupid or smart. I am sure he's crazily smart, but he has a clumsy side to him too. Indeed, Outboxer is a human too. Cordelia convinced herself as she nodded and quietly smiled, while Jude continued his words as if to change the topic. Do you somehow understand it? I'll go ahead with the whole story, so you can match with my rhythm later. Okay. They have to pull off their plan this evening. Jude and Cordelia looked at each other and nodded. Trajan, one of Langesthay's leading luxury lodgings, was much more crowded than usual. This is because all the children from the 12 northern families who were staying in Langesthay moved to Trajan. And at night, guests from various places gathered there too, including the knights. While the Order of the Blue Lion and the Langesthay Guard fiercely guarded Trajan, the Blue Lion's knight commander, Sir Barua, and the Langesthay Guard's captain were inside. Langestthay's mayor and the wizards of the Red Dawn Tower, led by Flame Wizard Ronan, also visited Trajan. And at 8 p.m., in the conference room located in Trajan's 1 cent floor, Jude stood and started talking to everyone. We met the Fairy Queen. What? Fairy Queen, the Queen of the Fairies. Oh, of course, the fairies have many queens just like humans. It's not just one. Everyone in the conference room looked around at each other in confusion to Jude's explanation. Wasn't he going to talk about how he defeated the demonic human? Why did he talk about the Fairy Queen all of a sudden? Moreover, he met the Fairy Queen. Are you confused? I understand, but it's true. Me and Lady Cordelia met the Fairy Queen a few days before arriving at Langesthay. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted to let's hear it for now as Jude calmly spoke. A satisfied Jude continued to speak. It was a fantastic night with a very beautiful moon. The fairies fell in love with Lady Cordelia's dazzling appearance and asked her if she wanted to participate in the Fairy Queen's night banquet. Jude pointed to Cordelia as he spoke, and everyone's eyes turned to her. Cordelia's face instantly blushed red and she lowered her head. What's the crazy bastard saying? It was true, but it was still embarrassing. However, Jude asked Cordelia indifferently. Isn't it true, Lady Cordelia? The fairies approached and said that Lady Cordelia was so beautiful and that you were invited to the Fairy Queen's night banquet, right? Ahai's Cordelia responded with a despondent voice, but everyone in the room did not doubt her sincerity. It was indeed true that Cordelia was a very beautiful girl. Furthermore, it was cute to see her blushing in embarrassment. In the meantime, a bicorn suddenly appeared and attacked us. The fairies said that the bicorn always bothered them. The word bicorn lit up the eyes of the wizards, including Ronan. The bicorn was a monster that was hard to see like the unicorn. This is the horn of the bicorn we defeated at that time. Me and Lady Cordelia fought together to bring it down, and we took one horn each. Wonder and amazement spread among the wizards as Jude gently shook the bicorn's horn he held in his hand. Wait, can you show me that for a moment? Of course. In response to the wizard's request, Jude handed over the bicorn's horn through Jun, who was next to him. Oh, it's real, it's real. It's clearly the bicorn's horn. It's filled with chaotic energy. The atmosphere in the conference room changed a little when the wizards admired the horn. It slowly became an atmosphere of complete trust in Jude's words. When the bicorn was defeated, the fairies wanted to invite us more to the fairies' banquet hall. So they guided me and Lady Cordelia there, and we met the Fairy Queen. Wow, Sylvia let out a word of admiration. She may be an incomparably beautiful woman, but she was also a young maiden of 18 years and still a girl at heart. If this was a private meeting, she would have approached us right away and asked questions about the Fairy Queen. Jude described the Fairy Queen's appearance in quite detail for such Sylvia, and then looked back at Cordelia again. The Fairy Queen gave us one gift for defeating the bicorn. It's the moonlight. It was now Cordelia's turn. Cordelia gulped before she got up from her seat while holding moonlight and then stood next to Jude. This is the sacred rod moonlight. It possesses a powerful amount of the moon's mana. When Cordelia raised the moonlight forward, not only the wizards, but also the knights, showed their interest. Jude was satisfied with everyone's reactions. He had succeeded in creating the atmosphere. From now on, whatever he said would sound quite credible as long as he did not make excessive claims. Moonlight has accumulated the moon's mana for the past 100 years. In the fight against the demonic human, Lady Cordelia released its power all at once as a result. We were able to defeat the enemy, who had been greatly exhausted from his battle with Ronan. There was no need to mention the sun's necklace or Bellastin's magic circle. Lucas doesn't know much about Bellastin's magic circle anyway. Like a swordsman, he'd only think I used some magic and not think about it too much. I see, so that was what happened. Sir Barua, the Blue Lion's commander, gave Jude the answer he wanted the most, and everyone in the room began to look convinced, as if a line of dominoes collapsed. Okay, it worked. The majority were also convinced when Lucas, who actually participated in the fight, had also nodded to their story. Now, no one will raise an objection to this matter. It would be nice if my explanation for my father's involvement works well too. It was the reason why Jude chose to use the Fairy Queen's name. The Fairy Queen told me, something big is going to happen in Langeathé. She said it was a place where an ominous force was gathered, and she also taught me the place. I had no choice but to use my father's name because I thought you wouldn't believe what the Fairy Queen said. I am really sorry. I will accept any deserving punishment. Sir Barua had said the source of their information was Count Bayer, so it was clear that Count Bayer would question Jude on where he got such information. That's why I used the Fairy Queen as the source, as she is someone who cannot easily be found if you want to verify the information. It's also important that we managed to stop it. Thanks to Jude's information, they were able to capture close to 70 demon followers, and as a result, we were able to minimize the damages from the attack as well. Count Bayer judges a person's merits and demerits fairly, so the contributions that I made will be enough to cover the fact that I sold his name. Perfect. As Jude smiled with satisfaction, Cordelia was staring from the side with eyes full of suspicion. His ability to create a story by mixing truth and falsehood, and his acting ability to lie without faltering in front of so many people made her suspicious. Was it really possible that Outboxer 009's job was a scammer? There is a possibility. It was when Cordelia snorted and was getting excited. Hey, I can see what you're thinking. Anyway, let's get back to our seats. Jude slightly nudged the stiff Cordelia, who squealed from his nudging. The two then descended from the platform and returned to their seats. After that, the story went on as Jude had thought. Since the purpose of the attack is still unclear, I would like the children of the 12 northern families to stay only at their lodgings, even if it's a little uncomfortable, until reinforcements from the families arrive. The enemy's purpose was unclear. Only Jude and Cordelia knew that the Devil's Hand was aiming at Lucas and Cordelia. They wouldn't know because the Devil's Hand's combatants were not informed of the attack's purpose in the first place, and Minos, who knew their purpose, unexpectedly died. No matter how many times they tortured and threatened the Devil's Hand's combatants that they had captured, nothing would come out. It's better that their true purpose is hidden after all. If it becomes known, it will be more difficult to move with Cordelia. It was decided in the meeting that they should prepare for any future attacks of the Devil's Hand, but frankly, it would be difficult for the demon followers to execute a large-scale operation again when Thave failed once already. That is all. The Order of the Blue Lion will be stationed on the 1 cent floor, so please feel free to contact us if you need help or have any questions. After Sir Barua's words, the meeting was virtually over. However, only Sir Barua's party left the conference room. Most of them wanted to talk with each other, and some wanted to talk to Jude and Cordelia. Thank you so much. I lived thanks to the two of you. The first person that came to Jude and Cordelia was Sylvia. When she, an absolutely beautiful woman, thanked them with tears in her eyes, even Jude's face was bound to turn red from the sight. Cordelia made a HMPH sound at seeing Jude blushing before she held Sylvia's hands and said, "No, Unnai, you were very scared, right?" "Yeah, but even Cordelia herself fought. It was really great." And as Sylvia slightly slurred at the end of her sentence, Cordelia tilted her head and waited for her next words. She was Cordelia, who only showed her yellow storm side when she was with Jude. But in front of others, her Cordelia Chase self was more active. "Can we talk a little more? The story of the fight with the demonic human is scary, but I'd like to hear more about the fairies. Of course, Unnai. I'll tell you everything. This time, Sylvia slightly blushed when Cordelia smiled brightly. It was because Cordelia's beautiful smile was like that of a blooming flower. Viola, come here too. Let's talk together. Yes, Unnai. Whilst in the corner, Viola trembled at Cordelia's beckoning. However, when she saw Cordelia's slightly excited voice and eyes, she was very happy that Cordelia called her. So, it was a very beautiful night with the moon. As Cordelia began to talk, the twins and Felix slipped in, and the wizards and knight who were interested in the fairy queen also gathered. Okay, let's leave that side to Cordelia. Instead of going to Cordelia, Jude turned to Lucas, who was still present in the room. Their eyes met with each other, whether by coincidence or that Lucas was already looking this way in the first place. Mr. Jude Bayer, can I talk to you? Lucas got up from his seat and asked Jude after approaching. It was a welcome situation for Jude, who also had something to say to Lucas. Of course, Lord Lucas. I want to talk about the fight that day. I've managed to live because of Lord Lucas' help. Lucas had a bitter smile as Jude spoke smoothly. Lucas had eyes that could make an accurate evaluation of people and things. So he knew that it was Jude and Cordelia who led the fight that day, not Lucas himself. Now, how do I do this? Jude pondered as he sat down with Lucas. As he had told Cordelia, he had to inform Lucas about the sunflower and at the same time, draw out a story that I wanted to invite him to the north. Let's start talking about the fight. Starting with the fight against Minos, he spills the story of his Gumjalmeek and tells the story of an implicit cure. It was the moment when Jude had roughly finished planning in his head and was about to open his mouth. Mr. Jude Bayer. Yes, Lord Lucas. When Jude responded smoothly, Lucas thought Jude was picking his breath and said in a slightly lowered voice, By any chance, have you ever heard of the sunflower? Sunflower. A gentle smile was formed on Jude's face. Chapter 27, Devil's Hand 8, Sunflower. Beyond the northernmost border of the Slen Kingdom, at the entrance to the land of barbarians, lies a historic site called Frost Anvil. The most prevalent theory is that it is the ruins of an old kingdom built by the Frost Dwarves. However, the important thing about the Frost Anvil area is that it was an extreme land with the harshest temperatures. What's the coldest place on the continent? It's Frost Anvil, of course. In fact, it wasn't just a cold place. It was a place where if you sprayed water in the air, it would become icicles. Opinions were divided on why this extreme zone was created, with some saying that the Frost Dwarves' device was still in operation, and the theological view that it was created because of a god's curse. There is one legend in Frost Anvil. Once every 20 years, somewhere in Frost Anvil, a sunflower blooms with yang energy, a flower rich in yang that blooms in an extreme land. And this story was a fact, not a legend. In a way, it's more useful than the sunflower carp. Among the items with yang energy that appeared in Legend of Heroes 2, the king of items was obviously the sunflower carp, but in fact, the sunflower carp was an item that didn't have any other uses except for its yang energy. On the other hand, the sunflower may have less yang energy than the sunflower carp, but it had a function that increased the overall abilities of the body, and also transformed the body of the person absorbing it into having a special physical constitution. Lucas had said it first. In the original story, the sunflower event didn't happen until the main event. It was close to a hidden event like Cordelia and the fairies' banquet, and it could be said to be an event prepared for Lucas, although any character in the north, including Jude and Lucas, could trigger it. Well, Lucas only knows that the sunflower is a flower with yang energy. There is a saying that those with too much yin or yang energy can be rather harmful to the body because the energy is biased towards one side. An example is Gumjalmeek. I have heard of it. It's a flower with yang energy, right? Yes, it's a flower that is passed down like a legend in the north. But Lucas suddenly lowered his voice and approached Jude a little closer before speaking in a low voice. It's a fact, not a legend. Count H.R. Svelger's records show the story of a man who discovered the sunflower 20 years ago. Although Jude had already known it, he acted like he didn't know. The listener's interest was the best way to open up a story. This is now the 20th year. Winter is coming soon and the north is timely too. At this point, it was obvious what Lucas intended to say about the sunflower. It was a situation in which he was recommending the sunflower to Jude. The question is, why is he doing this? No, he already has an idea why. Jude already knew what kind of person Lucas H.R. Svelger was. That's an interesting story, Jude said, gulping down his saliva. Pretending to be uninterested, but making it look like he is actually interested was the kind of acting that Cordelia couldn't do, but Jude could. Luca's dark blue eyes glistened in excitement. Mr. Jude Bayer, would you like to go to the north with me? Bingo, Jude, who was cheering inside, did not hide his feelings. He played the role of a young master who was still immature by expressing joy all over his face and then hurriedly calming himself down. You mean to the north? Yes. If you are fine with it, Mr. Bayer, I would like to invite you to Count H.R. Svelger. If you want, you can even take Lady Cordelia with you. Oh, Lucas, he was very useful in the fight against Minos. Jude tried to suppress his desire to kiss Luca's forehead and continued his acting by speaking with quivering lips. Really am very grateful for the offer. But the relationship between Count Bayer and Count H.R. Svelger was neither good nor bad. At first glance, it would seem that there was a bad relationship between the two because Count H.R. Svelger took over the Margrave position, which was previously monopolized by Count Bayer. But in fact, there was one more family between the two. From Count Bayer to Count Pale before to Count H.R. Svelger. It was nearly 50 years ago that the Count of Bayer held the Margrave position. Due to the death of that time's Count Bayer from a large-scale battle with the northern barbarians, the position of Margrave was transferred to Count Pale. However, it wasn't long before another tragedy happened, and the newly appointed Margrave, Count Pale, unexpectedly died. Therefore, the center dispatched Count H.R. Svelger, who was a talented man and at the forefront of the 10 swordmasters at that time, and from then on, Count H.R. Svelger maintained his position as the head of the 12 northern families. We're not enemies, but that doesn't mean we're on good terms. Should I say we're just friends? At Jude's question, Luca's face slightly turned red as he looked away and said, because I thought I met a good rival. As I expected. Jude felt like his laughter would leak out at the expected answer, but he kept a serious expression. You mean your rival? Yes, I am a little embarrassed, but up until this day, I've never met someone my age who was a good match against me. Lucas was a sword genius. He wasn't born with Gumjalmeek like Jude, so he grew up demonstrating his brilliant talent from childhood. I have no peers I can compare with. That may sound good, but in fact, I've always felt lonely. An existence that can stand on equal footing with me and move forward with me. I've always longed for such a rival. Luca's face and voice was full of sincerity. He looked like a handsome and attractive-looking man out of a painting, so the listening Jude had to use his all to maintain a serious face. Ah, really? It's so cheesy. I already knew it from Luca's character settings, but listening to it in person felt new in many ways. Mr. Jude Bayer. Yes, Lord Lucas. When Jude barely answered in time, Lucas stared at Jude with a serious face and abruptly grabbed Jude's hand. I was convinced when I saw Mr. Bayer fighting. It became clear to me that Mr. Bayer was my long-aspired rival. Well, Maximilian was originally his rival, but Jude has Chinmujic, so I am worthy of being his rival. But why is he holding my hand? Jude barely suppressed his inner thoughts as he faced Luca's strong gaze head-on. So I thought, let's heal Mr. Bayer's disease as soon as possible. If that happens, Jude can use his talents properly. In fact, after we defeated Minos, Luca's mind was filled with thoughts of Cordelia. It was not because he fell in love with Cordelia, but because her true colors were so shocking. But as time went by, Jude's fight kept coming to his mind. The movement shown by Jude, his unmatched fighting method, a talented genius that can be recognized by a fellow talented genius. Mr. Bayer, let's go to the north together. I will help you find the sunflower. It was an unexpected proposal. But this time again, instead of answering right away, Jude paused and took his time. It was to keep Lucas in suspense. This should be okay. Was it roughly 20 seconds already? During that time, Lucas' eyes shook, before Jude finally responded in a heavy yet serious tone, as if he was opening his mouth after careful consideration. Thank you very much. However, other than asking to find the sunflower together, I am more touched that Lord Lucas, who is called the Jiren of H.R. Svelger, regards me as a good rival. I have just begun walking the path of martial arts, but I want to live up to Lord Luca's expectations. Mr. Bayer, your words are yes, I will go with Lord Luca's. When Jude spoke with a big smile, Lucas breathed out in relief and brightly smiled too. I look forward to going north with Mr. Bayer. Yes, I look forward to it too. Once the story came to an end, Lucas rose from his seat with a happy face and returned to the Knights of Count H.R. Svelger. Seeing that Luca's lingering excitement could be seen in his steps, Jude thought he was still a young boy of 16 years. He's a heroic novel enthusiast. The current situation itself was almost the same as the beginning of Biltween the Hero, one of Luca's favorite hero novels. The words that Jude said in the end, about being happier that he became Luca's rival more than the sunflower, was almost the same words that Catalan, the rival of the main character Biltween, said. Lucas must have felt like he was Biltween during our conversation. So, does that solve one thing? Jude's shoulders lightly drooped as he turned to Cordelia. Cordelia was even using body movements in telling Sylvia and Viola, who were so absorbed in the story, about the fairies' banquet. After all, her Cordelia self becomes stronger except when she's with me. Jude and Cordelia have awakened their memories of their previous lives, and as a result, many things have changed. With the sudden addition of 20 or so years of memories to a life that has only lived for more than a decade, his Outboxer 9 self was a little more prominent than his Jude self. And it got even worse as he faced Cordelia, who equally had memories of her previous life as Yellow Storm. Although Jude and Cordelia were engaged, they were originally in an indifferent relationship. But it was not for Outboxer 9 and Yellow Storm. It's been 5 years since I've known her, and nearly 3 years since we've been arguing with each other in the chat rooms every day. So when we're together, our identities as Outboxer and Yellow Storm were more prominent than our Jude and Cordelia selves. The proof was that we still call each other by our past lives' nicknames rather than our present lives' names. The affection for our previous lives that only the two of us share, maybe it's something like an obsession. Of course, as time goes by, it would change little by little. Right now, the memories of Jude and Outboxer mixed with each other, so his personality has changed as well. The current Jude was close to a new person who was a little different from the existing Jude and the previous life's Outboxer Kang Jin-ho. The way we address each other will also change someday. Since the first meeting, the frequency of calling each other's nicknames has gradually decreased. The day may come that we'll call each other with new nicknames that have special meanings. Someday. Jude stood up and walked to Cordelia, who was still excitedly talking. Time has passed, and it's been 2 days since the Devil's Hands attack. The first to arrive was Count Dahut, who was the closest in geographical location. The Golden Deer Knights, the pride of Count Dahut, quickly left Langesthay with the twin brothers. The next to arrive were Count Crossbell and Viscount Longnights. Cordelia, this social gathering was scary, but it was really nice to meet you. I look forward to next year's social gathering. Me too, Cordelia and I. They were two people who sincerely regretted breaking up with Cordelia because they had become close in the last few days. I look forward to it too. I'll miss the two of you so much. Cordelia hugged Sylvia and Viola in turn, and the hug of an incomparably beautiful girl made the absolutely beautiful woman and cute girl blush their cheeks. 3 days from the Devil's Hands attack, Sylvia, Viola, and Felix have left. Now, only 3 people were left in Trajan: Jude, Cordelia, and Lucas. My family's knights will be joining halfway through our journey. Lucas, who had been in touch with his family for the last few days, smiled as he said that. The Thunder Doom Fortress, where Count H.R. Svelger is located, was too far from Langesthay. It meant that if Jude and Cordelia were together, then Count Bayer and Count Chase's escort would be together too, so there would be no problem in terms of escorts. It would be all right for Count H.R. Svelger's knights to join in the middle. Are we the ones left? They from Count Bayer and Count Chase. And in the next morning, the group from the 2 counts finally arrived in Langesthay. HMPH, you're still weak and frail. Father? Surprisingly, it was Count Chase himself, not anyone else, who came from the Count Chase side. Ha ha ha, Jude, I heard the story. You've become incredibly strong in just a few days. It was Gal Bayer, the next Count of Bayer, who came from the Count Bayer side. Count Chase himself went, so shouldn't our side match their assortment? Gal whispered to Jude with a smile. Since it was Count Chase himself who went, Count Bayer's heir would at least be approximate to match Count Chase's group assortment. Count Chase looked at Jude with a stern face as usual, as he said with a snort, "You fought against a demonic human?" "Yes, thanks to Lady Cordelia and the wizards of the Red Dawn Tower, we were able to take it down. HMPH, you're still weak if you can't take it down alone." Count Chase's harsh criticism embarrassed those around him, but not for Jude. He had a happy smile when he saw Count Chase, who was now searching for something in his inner pocket. "You're too weak that my mind can't be at ease. This isn't something big, so take it. I love you, father." Jude took the pitch-black bracelet from Count Chase without hesitation and smiled again. It was because the C-rank dark bracelet had a blessing to increase one's magic defense. Tusk, you still look dried up as before. This is something I bought by chance on the way here. Take it." Jude looked back and saw Count Chase's knight with an awkward smile, who lifted up a paper bag he was holding in his arms. It was clear that the contents were healthy food that was good for the body. "I didn't really prepare it for you, so don't be mistaken." "Of course, father." It was at that time when Jude's eyes were sparkling. Cordelia stealthily peeked at Jude's side. "Why? Do you want us to properly divide this again? This crazy bastard, it's not that. You know that one." "Ah, that one." After communicating with their eyes only, Jude and Cordelia looked back at Count Chase together, and Jude cleared his throat and adjusted his breath before opening his mouth. "Father and brother, I have something to tell you." He then told the story of the sunflower and of Luca's invitation. He also added about Cordelia joining him. I want to go with my beloved Mr. Jude Bayer. I don't want to be separated from him." Cordelia held Jude's arm tightly as she said that with a flushed and tearful face. She was embarrassed by her act, but in the eyes of others, she seemed like a girl who was strongly in love with him, that she even had tears in her eyes because she wanted to be with her fiancé. "My brother will say okay for sure." Gal was staring at Cordelia with a fully satisfied smile. Jude turned to Count Chase with his arm held by the clinging Cordelia as he gulped unconsciously. Count Chase's gaze was too scary, but it was only for a moment. Count Chase snorted as he searched around in his inner pocket again and said, "I wonder if this weak guy can protect Cordelia." The way he spoke was aggressive, but there was a new item in his hand already. "These are trivial items, but still take it." What Count Chase offered was a pair of rings. It looked like he casually bought and prepared it for Jude and Cordelia, but it seemed to be items that he had carried for a long time, as one could feel the energy of powerful mana emanating from the rings. It was at that moment, "Please take care of Cordelia." Jude heard those words in his mind from message magic. As Jude raised his head, Count Chase turned around with a cold expression. "Now that I've finished my business, I am going home. I'll tell that old man, Count Bayer, well, so make sure to get back safely from the north." "Thank you, father." "Father, I'll be back." Count Chase replied by raising his hand at the greetings of Jude and Cordelia as he settled down in the drawing room because he had other business before leaving Trajan. His business with Jude and Cordelia was over, but there were still other things to do, such as meeting with Ronan and the other wizards of the Red Dawn Tower. HMPH, do your work. When the slightly red-eared Count Chase turned his head and waved his hands, the Count's knights went to Sir Zebek, who was in charge of the journey, and began to coordinate this and that. Because we were going on a long trip again, there were a lot of things to discuss, which included the composition of escorts. "Father won't say much either, so don't worry and leave." Gal spoke without hesitation, as he personally arranged the escort group who'd follow Jude. As for the remaining two, Cordelia was fiddling with the ring Count Chase gave her, as she slightly pouted her lips and looked at Jude. "Well, what the hell just happened? Jude was invited by Lucas, and I got permission from my father. There's even a couple we got a magic item. It's a great success." Jude smiled in satisfaction as he held out his fist to her. Cordelia laughed and snorted as she bumped her fists with him. The next morning, the three groups of Count Bayer, Count Chase, and Count Svelger set off for Thunder Doom Fortress, in the northernmost part of the Slen Kingdom. Chapter 28, WITCHS Forest. 1. The attacker must think that he will be destroyed with his victim if he attacks. The theory is that no state would start an attack if attacking its enemy means its own destruction. Jude uses this term to refer to Yellow Storm's destructive storm-like attacks, which could backfire on her a day before leaving Langesthay. Jude and Cordelia came to the balcony to have their TTE, which had become a regular event now, and the two immediately began their operational meeting. Let's begin with checking our harvest. Jude wasn't just talking about the things that Count Chase gave them. The two had made their own preparations in their short stay at Langesthay. I got a couple of potions. These are D-rank potions. Physical strength, mana recovery, detoxification and stimulants, just in case. As a commercial city, Langesthay had an abundance of magic items. Cordelia did not spare in spending money to secure supplies, as evidenced by the fact that she wasn't called the biggest hunting king in Legend of Heroes 2 for no reason. So I am almost out of money. Do you not care much about saving money? HMPH, my father gave me money though. You saw it all, right? She was right. Before Count Chase left, he gave us a bag of gold coins, saying it was to add to our travel expenses. Thank you, father. Jude, who was grateful to Count Chase, changed the topic before Cordelia talks about proper division of money NP Pang again. I got some equipment. Fortunately, the blacksmiths in Langesthay were very good. Oh, Knuckles, you completely bought something exclusive for you. You've gone the martial arts route and not the swordsman route. Until now, Jude had been fighting by holding the sun's necklace like Knuckles whenever necessary, but it was too much to properly call it Knuckles. There were also concerns that the sun's necklace might be damaged. Therefore, Jude had a blacksmith forge some kind of specialized knuckles that can fit the sun's necklace, so that he could fully utilize its divine power. Well, if you consider your equipment and so on, your combat power is higher on the martial arts side right now. I have Chinmujic, so it'll be okay. Jude won't lose that much even if he changed routes on the way. Cordelia was convinced and soon looked at the other items that Jude had taken out. Most of the items were protective gear. This is usually worn outside the clothes. Isn't it good because it's thin? That's a very thin chain mail. Wouldn't it hardly increase your defense? But this is reality. It would be much better than nothing. You wear it so that you can avoid directly getting hurt when you get stabbed or cut by a sword in the first place. Welger. Cordelia nodded as she looked at the chain mail made of thin chains and shaped like a t-shirt. Now let's move on to today's highlight. It was the items given by Count Chase. Jude pointed to the black bracelet he wore on his right wrist. You've known this bracelet once, right? Magic defense, this is a C-rank bracelet that is especially useful in blocking dark magic. Chi, give me one too. I'll use it reasonably instead. Jude had a wily smile as he next raised his left hand. Next is the ring. Are you wearing it already? Yes. Why, it's nothing. Just Cordelia mumbled at the end of her words before she took out a handkerchief from her pocket and carefully unfolded it. Inside it was a ring that looked exactly like Jude's. Put it on your left hand's ring finger. It's a couple ring to begin with. I know that, okay? Cordelia took a deep breath and swallowed deeply, and as soon as she was about to pick up the ring, give me your hand. Give me your hand. Oh. When Cordelia held out her hand reflexively, Jude immediately picked up the ring and naturally put it on her left ring finger. Well, good. Is it because your hands are pretty? Cordelia? Yes. Oh, of course, Cordelia's pretty. Cordelia snorted and quickly pulled her hand back, pretending to be calm, and Jude laughed at the sight. We know, just. Jude shrugged once and turned the topic around for Cordelia. Before your father left, he gave me the instructions. About the ring, as Cordelia asked while fiddling with her left ring finger, Jude nodded and answered. First off, there are two effects. What effects? The first is that the magical effect of the rings becomes stronger if it's worn by two people. By how much? 1 to 1, 2 times. Oh, how's that good? Does that make attack or curse magic stronger? Both were generally magic, whether it's attack or curse. At the idea that was truly yellow storms, Jude showed the ring's magic circle as he said, let's refrain from talking about mutually assured destruction. Okay. Chi, you're not even a wizard. He was a martial arts fighter by profession, but if Jude could use magic like an ordinary wizard, it would be a slap to the cheek for Cordelia. What is the second effect? When the rings are close together, the built-in magic becomes stronger. Mine is recovery magic, and yours is defense magic. When we are close to each other, it overlaps with the first effect, which greatly enhances its power. Cordelia looked at the ring and found the built-in shield magic in the ring. What do you think? It's faithful to the concept of rings, right? Yeah. The effect is stronger when it's worn by each other, and its performance improves when we're together. These strangely cute magic effects were precisely made by Count Chase himself. Why? No, I just had a little rude thought. In front of Cordelia, who tilted her head while wondering what he was talking about, Jude recalled Count Chase's stern face, and after taking several deep breaths, he was able to regain his calmness. Well, that's it for our harvest inspection, so let's move on to our operational meeting. You mean the way to the witch's forest? That's right. It's both in the north, but if we go straight to Count H.R. Svelger, we won't pass by the witch's forest. So we need to create a reason. Moreover, monsters even appeared in the witch's forest. We needed a pretty much good reason to convince the escorts who'd make the safety of our journey to Count H.R. Svelger's territory their top priority. So, what do you have in mind? Seeing that you're talking about it at this point, don't you already have a plan? Cordelia was already familiar with Jude even before they came to Pleiades. Jude wasn't a person who'd bring up a story like this without having any plans. Indeed, he had a plan, so Jude grinned and answered, "Of course I have. Do you remember what I told you during our last information exchange meeting? Uth's story of playing another card to draw a big picture? Yes, the time has come for a new Muhan Sweetwater. It would be a new all-around excuse medicine following Gyumjelmeek." A dark smile was drawn on Jude's face. Did the Fairy Queen say that? Yes, the Fairy Queen said that. The Witch's Forest has an influential connection that will benefit Cordelia, so make sure to stop by if you need to go to the north. When Jude spoke with a very serious face, Lucas turned to Cordelia, and she nodded while having the same serious face as Jude. "I am serious, Lord Lucas. It was indeed true that there was an event for Cordelia in the Witch's Forest. What are they going to do if we said the Fairy Queen said that? Are they going to check it? By what means?" It was what Jude had said last night. Jude and Cordelia met the Fairy Queen. It was certainly true, and the moonlight proved it. No one else can meet the Fairy Queen. In the first place, the reason why the Fairy Queen's night banquet was an exclusive event for Cordelia was simple. The fairies invited Cordelia to their night banquet because they found her incredibly pretty and admirable. Sylvia is the only other person we've met who has the potential too. You need to have a beautiful girl, go to a fixed date, a fixed time, and a fixed place to take a bath. Lucas and our party knew nothing about the date, time, and place, so there was no way for them to check even if they wanted to. And we're going to add something extra here. You know Lucas' character settings, right? A heroic novel enthusiast. He is a young 16-year-old boy who wants to live a life like the heroes in novels. When I close my eyes even now, the day I met the Fairy Queen vividly comes to my mind. It was a really fantastic and beautiful night. As Jude spoke with his eyes closed, Cordelia continued, covering her mouth with both hands. It's a memory I'll never forget. It was true. It was a really crazy night where we got harassed by dozens of fairies. Even now, Cordelia breaks into cold sweat when she closes her eyes and thinks of that time. All right, it's coming across to him. Jude slightly opened his eyes and peeked into Luca's eyes that became filled with various emotions. Meeting a mysterious entity like the Fairy Queen was one of the classic situations in hero novels. Maybe we can have a similar experience this time. That's right. The Fairy Queen said it on purpose, so I am sure we'll have a mysterious experience. It was something like meeting the soul of a witch, so it was bound to be mysterious. Although Cordelia's acting ability was at the level of reading Korean books, her acting was more natural than usual because what they were talking about was a fact in the first place. We may have to fight monsters like when we fought the bighorn, but that's also part of the adventure. Oh, my I'm scared, Mr. Bayer. It's okay, Lady Cordelia. If anything happens, I'll risk my life to protect you. Lord Lucas will also be with us. A knight protecting a beautiful lady. Looking at Cordelia being scared, but at the same time, looking forward to it, Lucas inhaled and swallowed his breath for a moment. Lucas had already witnessed Cordelia's true colors the other day. But even taking that into consideration, the current Cordelia is to be precise. Her pitiful yet incomparably beautiful appearance certainly had a tremendous power. HMM admits only natural that it's a knight's mission to protect the lady. When they saw the corner of Luca's mouth slightly raise as he politely answered, Jude and Cordelia thought at the same time. That's something he had always wanted to say. It's a wish he wanted to achieve via wish fulfillment. The two exchanged glances and gave the final blow. Lord Luca's, a heart-pounding adventure awaits us. I'm getting excited because it's like a heroic novel. Let's go through the witch's forest. Let's enjoy the adventure the Fairy Queen presented us. Luca's swallowed deeply again. Jude and Cordelia. They're two people who have already experienced a story-like adventure, such as defeating the Bicorn and meeting the Fairy Queen. These two were now reaching out for a new adventure. It was too much of a temptation to refuse. Wouldn't it be dangerous? It'll be fine if we have escorts. And I guess, a little risk is the real taste of adventure. A little risk is the real taste of adventure is a frequent line from the novel Between the hero. Eventually, Luca's nodded with flushed cheeks. Okay, let's go through the witch's forest for Lady Cordelia. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lord Luca's. An exciting adventure awaits us. Cordelia made quite an unusual, impressive performance, perhaps because she was influenced by the atmosphere. And she wasn't the only one who got into the mood. Luca's cheeks twitched at the word adventure once again, and he suddenly stood up from his seat as he said, I'll be back after talking to my escorts. Both of you should also talk to your escorts. Okay, I'll be going then. As Luca's left his seat in a hurry, Jude and Cordelia exchanged looks before cheerfully bumping their fists together. Chapter 29, WITCHS Forest, 2. Cordelia uses it to address herself as she is older than Luca's. Trafalgar. This is a reference to Trafalgar, which is an actual place. I don't know if the author misspelled Trafalgar, or if it was a deliberate misspelling, because many people get the spelling of the place wrong too. The Witch's Forest's official name was Trafalgar Forest, a region belonging to a northern viscount and is located in the northwest of Langesthai. However, no one really manages it. The forest was an important place beyond one's imagination. It was a place where you could get firewood as well as food. Therefore, most lords that have forests in their territory manage it by hiring forest rangers. However, half of Trafalgar Forest was no different from an abandoned forest, because monsters come out of the forest. There was a clear difference between monsters and wild beasts, such as bears and wild boars, though they were all dangerous. Enmity against humans. Most monsters hated humans. Rather than for any specific reason, it was simply just an instinctive hostility. Moreover, most monsters were smarter than the wild beasts. Even goblins, the epitome of the weak monsters that can be found anywhere on the continent, knew how to use their brains in a clever way, such as digging traps and launching surprise attacks with a group. It's okay to go to the outskirts of the Trafalgar Forest. However, it's dangerous to go deep into the place called the Witch's Forest. Frankly, I don't like it. When he heard that we were going to pass through the Witch's Forest, Sir Syorn, a handsome knight of Count Svelger, frowned. Now in his early 30s, he was the strongest and highest-ranking knight among Luca's escorts, and had taken the role of leading the escorts from the three counts for their journey to Count Svelger's territory. If he objected, it would be impossible to go through the Witch's Forest no matter how much Luca's wanted to. Luca's was only Sir Syorn's escort target, and not his master, Count Svelger. But Sir Syorn, yes, I understand. If the Fairy Queen said we had to stop by, then there must be a good reason. When Sir Syorn spoke with a bitter smile, Luca's restless face brightened up a little. Sir Syorn, then all right. Let's go through it. However, there will be conditions. Condition? You shouldn't be at the forefront. Basically, the young master should bear in mind that you are being escorted. Do you understand? I understand. Luca's answered reluctantly, and Sir Syorn smiled and continued to talk while drawing his face a little closer. And there's one more condition. One more? Yes, please protect Count Chase's esteemed daughter like a courageous and honorable knight. Of course, you shouldn't take the role of Mr. Jude Baer too much. Do you understand? When Sir Syorn gave a little wink at the end, Luca's face brightened at once. Okay, I promise. I believe you, young master. Sir Syorn patted Luca's shoulder as if treating him like a younger brother and straightened his lowered posture. On the other hand, Luca's turned around with a bright smile and hurriedly ran towards Jude and Cordelia, who were standing at a distance. He looked so innocent while running. Dame Thillian, a murky blonde-haired female knight and adjutant of Sir Sion, spoke with a frown, and Sir Sion replied with a bitter smile. He's at that age. Well, I first killed someone when I was 15 years old. My first experience was younger. Why are you comparing based on misfortune? You are different from him. As Sir Sion, a former mercenary, looked back at Dame Thillian, she looked away and said, It's because I am worried. I know, you may talk tough, but you care about young Master Lucas just as much as we do. If Cordelia was the youngest and loved by everyone in Count Chase's family, Lucas was the only child born to Count H.R. Svelger, who didn't have a child for a long time since he got married. He was also a precious child born with a tremendous talent for the sword. It was not an exaggeration to say that among the people of H.R. Svelger, there was no one who didn't cherish and love Lucas. He's finally making friends his age, isn't that good? What if it becomes a sticky love triangle? Well, our young master is a little attractive. Sir Sion began to boast about their young master, but it was fine since there were only knights of Count H.R. Svelger gathered near them, who also shared similar thoughts with him. Dame Thillian also nodded with a serious face, and glanced at her beloved and innocent young master, who was with Jude and Cordelia. Since the short trip to Langesthay had turned into a journey towards the northernmost end of the Slen Kingdom, there had been a considerable change in the composition of the escorts. First of all, Maja, Jude's exclusive maid, was not included in the party. I'd like to go with you if possible, but no, go back home, Maja. Your skin has already become rough, right? Young master, that's at Jude's will. Maja eventually lost her stubbornness and returned to Count Bayer's territory with Gal. Because it's too dangerous. It wasn't just the witches' forest. If they planned to follow the main story's flow, it was not an exaggeration to say that the party's future lies on a path of thorns. It was unreasonable for Maja, who was not a knight, to be with them. Should I call the rest as numerical reinforcements? There are 3 knights from Count Bayer and 1 Squire Hall do the chores. There are 3 knights from Count Chase, which included Dahlia. There are 5 knights from Count H.R. Svelger and 2 squires. An ordinary knight can be compared to 10 infantrymen, so, in terms of combat power, a powerful convoy of more than 100 infantrymen was formed. I plan to use the carriage until we get near the Northern Territory, and then walk on foot from the Trafalgar Forest. The carriages will be sent separately to the Northern Territory. After completing our adventure, we should give our greetings to the Northern Viscount. Yes, I stopped by on my way to Langesthay, and he was a kind and nice man. No northern lord would stay still if a child from the 12 northern families passed by their territory. The children of the 12 families also had to meet the lord in order to be polite, except for times when they had some pressing and urgent matters. You explicitly emphasize the word adventure. Cordelia stared at Jude suspiciously, while Jude responded to Lucas, who was explaining their schedule with a bright face. Should I say that my suspicion about Outboxer 009's job is getting deeper day by day? Well, I am an accomplice now. Cordelia's lips pouted, and soon she smiled and began supporting Jude. It's a little scary that monsters will come out, but it's reassuring when I think that Mr. Jude Bayer and Lord Lucas is here. Ha ha ha, don't worry. I won't let them touch even a single fingertip of Lady Cordelia. Who have you not seen Cordelia fighting Minos back then? Cordelia was capable even if she had only supported them from the rear back then. After swallowing the few questions he had in his mind, Jude took a deep breath and started talking about what was necessary. Lord Lucas, it's very important to have information before going on an adventure. We have to figure out in advance where we are going, what kind of place, what enemies will come out, and what are their strengths and weaknesses. Jude had very much felt responsible for Lucas because he had tricked him. Even though Lucas was a sword genius, he was still a young and innocent 16-year-old boy. Well, that's what I learned. It was another similar phrase that appeared in Biltween the Hero. Jude looked back at Cordelia and continued his words. In the witch's forest, a poor witch's soul is sealed. An evil being is suppressing the witch's soul. The fairy queen said she wished to set the witch free. Such a secret story, like a story that would only appear in hero novels. Lucas naturally admired it as he completely got sucked in by Jude's story. And that story now was becoming true. While listening to Jude's story, Cordelia briefly recalled Cordelia's main story. After she was obviously kidnapped and managed to run away, Cordelia desperately escaped through a gap that the Devil's Hands guard had neglected, and she wanders through the Trafalgar Forest. Cordelia was not only chased by the Devil's Hands pursuers, but also by the monsters living in the forest. She had frequent brushes with death, and when her mind and body finally reached their limits, she heard the witch's voice. The evil being was surely Asmodeus' subordinate, right? Asmodeus was the monarch of lust and one of the 5 great demons in hell. As one of the enemies in the entire Legend of Heroes series, he was one of the greatest demons that could only be dealt with in Legend of Heroes 3. In any case, the summary was as follows. The witch's soul is sealed, and Asmodeus' subordinate, a white-eyed demonic monster, is guarding the seal. With the guidance of the witch's soul, the seal is released. The liberated witch's soul defeats the monster, and Cordelia gets the witch's power from the witch's soul afterwards. Although she wasn't as good as Jude in remembering all the story's lines, Cordelia still had an accurate understanding of the game's story. But I still have to be careful. Well, the battle with monsters was inevitable, and as this was not a game but reality, so it was possible that other variables could appear. Cordelia raised her head as she listened to Jude's story. She clenched her fist when she saw Lucas. Nuna will protect you. Like Jude, Cordelia also felt responsible for Lucas. I am really looking forward to it. Lucas smiled naively, and Jude and Cordelia looked at each other. The two exchanged glances of guilt and responsibility. The journey to Trafalgar Forest was smooth, and not much changed after entering the witch's forest. It's a little different from what I imagined. When Lucas spoke quietly, Jude and Cordelia exchanged bitter smiles. The current situation was different from the thrilling adventure that Lucas imagined. There are 11 knights. If you include the squires, it becomes 14. Whether it was a wild beast or monster, they at least possessed basic intelligence. 14 armed personnel were moving forward with a threatening atmosphere, so only a few ones were dumb and reckless enough to attack first. Very often, unlucky and stupid ones like the forest goblin appeared, but they were cut down instantly. It's peaceful. In the original Cordelia's story, the forest was like hell. Everything was hard for Cordelia, who was injured and exhausted from running away. Even a single goblin could threaten her life, so she was extremely nervous that a small sound or a glimpse of a shadow could make her heart jump. But now, Yuha Jude was surprised at the appearance of Cordelia, who was clenching and opening her fists, so he whispered to her ear, "Hey, what's wrong? Are you feeling sick?" Cordelia frowned at Jude's question and whispered back, Something is missing." It was a vague explanation, but Jude understood it. Ure frustrated. It must be painful for a hunting king to come to the hunting ground and watch other people hunt. Well, this is unexpected, but she's not normal either. What were you thinking? Did you think I'm weird? No, not really. Stay still like that. Stay still. When Cordelia tilted her head in confusion and stopped walking, Jude loosened the cord from his waist, wound it around her waist, and held the end firmly. What are you doing? If you suddenly run and leave, I can catch you. You're not allowed to bite anyone. Shall I bite you first? It was when Cordelia growled like a dog. Mr. Jude Bear, what's going on? Why is Lady Cordelia's waist the fog is getting thicker? When the view is blocked, there is a risk of us being scattered, so we use this to connect each other. If it's fine with Lord Lucas, will you like to join us as well? Oh, I see. Yes, I'll tie it up too. Lucas nodded and approached Jude, who quickly tied the cord to his waist and handed the remaining cord to Lucas. Cordelia thought while looking at them. It had an authentic reason. I thought of the reason for tying the cord. I think I've heard stories that when people climb places like snowy mountains, they use cords to tie themselves and stay connected with each other. Cordelia was alone in the original, but not now. The fog is thick. The fog that had been up to my ankles at first had now suddenly rose to my waist. When the fog finally came at the top of my head weight. When Jude, who was in the middle, suddenly stopped, and not only Lucas, who was in the lead, but also Cordelia, had no choice but to stop. Cordelia, whose mind was wandering while walking behind them, hit her forehead on Jude's back. She then asked while touching her forehead, "Why? The soil has changed." "What?" Instead of answering, Jude turned the soil and showed it to them. He sat down, rubbed the soil, and explained to Lucas and Cordelia, who came close to him. The soil had changed. The smell, particle size, and the composition are different from the soil of Trafalgar Forest. At Jude's sudden words, Lucas blinked and Cordelia sat down too and touched the soil, but she couldn't tell the difference. She didn't even know what the soil of the Trafalgar Forest was like in the first place. "Dahlia, Jun," Jude suddenly shouted loudly, but no one answered back. Lucas flinched and also called the names of Siorn and Thilian, but it was the same too. Cordelia realized at that moment, I was too relaxed. I didn't even think of the escorts until Jude cried out. They had just walked without thinking, even though they lost sight of their escorts. Barrier. It was an independent space like the dungeon book. The story fell into place. The knights that suddenly disappeared. A completely different soil composition. If they hadn't tied each other with a cord, not only Lucas, but Jude and Cordelia would also have been scattered. Cordelia quickly turned to Jude, and he nodded. This is certainly a barrier. It was the same as the original, but also different. In the original, Cordelia wandered through the forest alone, so she didn't even notice the existence of a barrier. But it wasn't for the party. Several people were heading straight towards the target without wandering through the forest. That was what made the difference. And perhaps it was a change due to the butterfly effect that occurred as a result of stopping the Devil's Hand's attack. "Mr. Bayer, Lady Cordelia," when Lucas asked with a tense face, Jude took a deep breath and stood up. He told Lucas and everyone to untie the cords that were tied to their waists as they had already entered the barrier. "Lord Lucas." "Yes, Mr. Bayer. It seems like a real adventure has started. A real adventure where they had no idea of the outcome and process." Tension, anxiety, indescribable joy, and anticipation spread simultaneously on Lucas' face, and Jude and Cordelia looked back at each other. Amidst their concerns and responsibilities, they were prepared to fight. Chapter 30, WITCHS Forest, 3, it is depicted as a cross between a bear and an owl, which hugs like a bear and attacks with its beak. Werebore, a fictional creature capable of polymorphing into a boar-humanoid hybrid or into a boar, or back into its true form, which is humanoid. When moving in groups, it was very important to have a proper line and formation. Jude spoke, looking at Lucas and Cordelia. "I'll take the lead, Lady Cordelia will be in the middle, and last will be Lord Lucas." At Jude's words that he would be at the front line, Cordelia exclaimed an ooh in admiration, but Lucas had a slightly dissatisfied look. "Mr. Bayer, me too. It's not because I see Lord Lucas as someone to protect. I entrusted the rear to you as it is as important as the front." "The rear?" "Yes, we are in a place where we don't know where the enemy will come from. The rear is as important as the front. Please protect Lady Cordelia by keeping an eye on the back." "Okay, leave it to me." Lucas nodded with a serious face. Although he was excited that it was a real adventure, Lucas realized the seriousness of the situation after listening to Jude's explanation. Maybe the other knights are also wandering inside the barrier. The best way to overcome the current situation is to free the witch's soul. The witch's soul dispels the barrier? Probably. Because of the emergency situation, Cordelia's usual way of speaking reemerged. Jude briefly responded and then spoke to Lucas again. "First of all, we're going to keep moving in the same direction. We may have entered the barrier, but it's possible that the way itself remains the same." "Yes, I understand." Lucas energetically answered and immediately drew his sword and prepared to enter into battle. After swallowing his breath at the sight of Lucas, Jude approached close to Cordelia and said, "Frankly, I don't know the way or where to go. I'll trust in you. I know. Are you talking about the witch's voice?" Cordelia likewise kept their faces close and whispered. The voice of the witch was what helped Cordelia in the original story. While she was wandering through the forest, she heard the witch's voice who guided her on the correct direction. "Keep your ears open." "Okay, I'll keep it wide open. Though about the battle formation, can you change my position? I'll let you do other things sooner or later." HMPH, I'll look forward to it. After they wrapped up and ended their conversation, Cordelia increased her distance from him. Jude put the sun's necklace inside his specialized knuckles and looked through the fog. "Let's get started." Jude slowly proceeded, being wary of his surroundings, and Cordelia and Lucas followed Jude's footsteps with 3 steps apart between each of them. "How far have they gone?" They took a short break when Jude stopped under a large tree. For some reason, despite being in the middle of the forest, the gap between the trees was very far. Take a look at the surrounding environment for a moment. Jude spoke in a low voice as he began to carefully observe the soil on the ground or the trees nearby. And Cordelia thought at that time, "What did you do?" His observation of the surrounding environment was strange. Frankly, Cordelia couldn't figure out how Jude did it. It was the same when he said the soil has changed. In other words, when we first entered the forest, he was already observing the soil, which was unthinkable for Cordelia. What did you really do in the past? Not to mention the fact that he noticed that the soil has changed while walking. Even if he was #1 in the server rankings, his actions were already impossible to explain in words. There is something about him. It was not an exaggeration to say that his memory had exceeded the normal limits. He thought differently than ordinary people and had excellent acting skills. In addition to this, he even had great observation skills. It smells suspicious. It was when Cordelia sniffed once for no reason. Lady Cordelia. Huh? Ah, yes. A startled Cordelia turned her head and saw Lucas. But somehow she felt unpleasant with his smile. Lord Lucas? Ah, sorry. Lady Cordelia's gaze on Mr. Bayer was so touching, it was such a profound love. I wanted to experience that kind of love too. When Lucas' face turned slightly red as if he was really envious, Cordelia thought, "What is this crazy bastard saying?" Fortunately, the situation was not as urgent as it was in the fight against Minos, so it was possible to prevent the words from coming out of her mouth. Fu, ho ho ho, is that so? Cordelia barely stopped the swear word from coming out and laughed gracefully, while Lucas wiped his nose in embarrassment. It was at that moment. Cordelia, who was laughing awkwardly, suddenly stood up. Lucas looked around sharply too, though he was slow by one beat. The air has changed. To be exact, they felt piercing, sharp gazes directed towards them. Lady Cordelia. Instead of responding to Lucas' call, Cordelia grabbed the moonlight with both hands and shouted, "Jude!" The piercing gazes were in front of him. There was a rattling sound that could be heard from the thick fog. It was not one, but many. Let me think, let's remember. In the original story, there were quite a few monsters that Cordelia met when she wandered through the witch's forest. In the forest outskirts, it was mainly forest goblins. Deep in the forest, it was savage beasts like the owlbear and wereboar, which one must consider fleeing unconditionally when facing them. And in the vicinity of the seal skeleton. The power of the seal holding the witch's soul was not weak. Containing the power of Asmodeus, the monarch of lust, it affected not only the witch's soul, but also the surrounding area. Because of this, death was no longer an eternal rest in the depths of the witch's forest. Those who have died here were reborn as undead monsters. Lucas, sheathe your sword. Hitting is more effective on skeletons. As Cordelia quickly shouted, Lucas hastily returned his sword to the scabbard despite his surprise. The skeletons finally appeared. 8. It wasn't a small number. The tottering skeletons were wearing worn-out white clothes that was strangely familiar. What? Was it like this in the original? Cordelia clenched her teeth in worry. The Guardians. Jude suddenly came to her side and said, "The Guardians of the Holy Cross." They were a group of humans who fought against the demons and were influential across the whole Legend of Hero series. If you think of the past broadly, the Paladin Gallus and Solaris priests, who sealed the great demon Lysagang, were also Guardian members. Considering the situation, it was highly likely that they entered the forest to destroy Asmodeus' subordinate, died and became undead. The Guardians, then, there should be one more. The Guardians of the Holy Cross moved as a group of 9 people, and as if answering Jude and Cordelia, a new skeleton appeared behind the back of the scattered skeletons. Likewise, it was wearing worn-out clothes, but the skeleton was also wearing a distinctive robe with the Guardians of the Holy Cross emblem. It was probably the leader of the group. "Mr. Bayer, they are," Lucas fully shouted in a tense voice. This is because the skeletons that appeared began to form a battle formation. The Guardian Extermination Formation. It was the Guardian's most basic battle formation created for the purpose of all-out battle. Moreover, as if it couldn't get any worse, a red battle aura began to emerge in their hands. They may have become undead monsters, but it seemed that they could still use the Guardian's skills. FCK. Cordelia finally let out a curse and swallowed deeply, and Jude quickly said, "Their pattern is simple. Tie them down with Lucas. Ill deal with the boss. In the Guardian Extermination formation, 8 would take the form of a defensive fortress, and the leader would strike the enemy by moving inside and outside the battle formation. Therefore, in order to break down the battle formation, we had to tear apart the leader from the Guardian Extermination formation. Cordelia was convinced by Jude's explanation. It was a theoretically perfect plan. However, there was always a gap between theory and reality. "Hey, wait a second," Cordelia shouted in a hurry, but Jude had already kicked the ground. The skeletons in the Guardian Extermination formation slowly marched forward, and the leader went out of the formation as if chasing Jude and kicked the ground in the same way. "You evil bastard. Am I you? I am not you. The pattern is simple. If you know the pattern, you can easily break it. I am not you who memorized everything." There were numerous monsters in Legend of Heroes too, so their patterns that naturally appeared numbered in the hundreds to the ridiculous 1,000 mark. Who else but Outboxer can memorize all those patterns? La Lady Cordelia? Here it comes. Stay where you are. Cordelia shouted reflexively as she stamped on the floor with moonlight while invoking the spell. She first spread grease magic in a wide area to prevent the enemies from directly approaching, and then shouted to Lucas again. "Start from the right. Up, up, down, yes." Lucas shouted in confusion, but he wasn't a sword genius for nothing. As if avoiding the grease magic that Cordelia had spread, he completely evaded the pressing attacks of the skeletons. Seriously. Up, up, down. Front, front, rear. The 3 skeletons attacked one after another just as what Cordelia said. "Lady Cordelia. This time, it's on my side. Middle, middle, down." Cordelia casted haste magic on herself and then quickly moved to widen her distance from Lucas. It was to avoid being surrounded. How did I memorize this? Cordelia soon realized it. Her head doesn't know, but her body knows. It was hard to say that her body knew because she had reincarnated, but somehow, the subconscious of Cordelia, who had gone through hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of hunting as Yellow Storm, remembered the pattern of the Guardian Extermination formation. Lady Cordelia, middle, up, down, middle. At the same time, Cordelia, who shouted reflexively, did not try to use her memory. She left her body to her hunting instincts as she said the words out of her mouth. Up, down, thump. As if piercing through Cordelia's loud voice, Jude struck the ground hard. Looking at the leader skeleton rushing from the front, he thought with his head instead of his instinct. Monk, Guardian Leader. The grade is low in terms of color. Maybe 7th grade. If so, it can use God's Fist. The monk martial arts belong to the immediate higher level of the basic Guardian skills that one must learn to be officially recognized as a monk of the Guardian Corps. Just as 36 world steps can reach 9 celestial steps after several rank ups, monks start from the basics too as they improve and reach higher levels of martial art skills, such as God's Fist. Because it had become an undead, its sacred battle aura has weakened. Mana, inner chi, sacred battle aura. All of them were similar concepts in the end, but there was a slight difference. Sacred battle aura is the addition of the life force to the inner chi. Therefore, it was not a power that undead monsters could properly handle. The monk had forcibly used fighting spirit as a substitute for life force, but it was clear that it would not be as powerful compared to using life force. Moreover, the monk had no blood or flesh now. The movement of its sacred battle aura could be seen over its pale bones. Thump, thump, thump. Jude's footsteps hit the ground in succession. There wasn't a set pattern like the Guardian Extermination formation, but Jude could completely evade as if he knew all of its attack patterns, because I can see it. He could see the flow of the sacred battle aura moving along the skeleton's body. That's why he could predict what kind of attack would unfold next. Of course, it was a skill that an ordinary person couldn't pull off whether they saw the flow or not, but it was possible for Outboxer. What's more, he as Jude had something now that he didn't have before. Chinmujich, the skeleton leader, was not weak. Although it was poorly using its sacred battle aura compared to when it was alive, the God's Fist was still quick and accurate. But Jude was also quick. His levels surpassed 20 when they defeated Minus, and his overall physical abilities were also greatly improved. And there was one more added to it. Jude didn't simply stop at avoiding attacks. He also didn't stop in thinking of the next attack naturally. Chinmujich, A heavenly talent for martial arts, Tsue Chwak, the flames of a pure white sacred battle aura rose from Jude's fist. Sacred battle aura. It was the addition of the life force that everyone has to the inner chi. He figured it out from watching the movement of the sacred battle aura. At some point, how to use the sacred battle aura naturally came to his mind. And the result was Jude held his breath. He could see the sacred battle aura of the skeleton rushing from his front. He moved the center of his body as he felt the trajectory of the skeleton's attack. Chew whack! The skeleton's fist pierced the air. The sound of the strike was heard, and Jude, who dodged the attack, clenched his fist. He drew a picture on his head. The attacks the skeleton leader unfolded several times. The unhidden flow of sacred battle aura that he saw several times. All of it became one, as everything naturally connected in his mind. And that's why Jude was able to unfold his next attack. God's fist, the Holy Cross punch. On Jude's fist, a pure white sacred battle aura took the form of a cross. With a violent hitting sound, the skeleton leader's chest was crushed. Chapter 31 WITCHS Forest 4. He is recognized as the greatest and most accomplished strategist of his era, and has been compared to another great ancient Chinese strategist, Sun Tzu. Li Mu, a prominent military general during the Warring States period of Chinese history. He was named by Chinese historians as one of the 4 greatest generals of the Warring States period. The pure white cross burst into light. The skeleton leader's ribs and spine shattered, and it fell and collapsed. Jude kept his punching posture for a while before his arms slumped down. Ha ha ha! Holy Cross punch was one of the skills of God's fist, and as its name suggests, the sacred battle aura takes the shape of a cross that directly hits the enemy with a powerful punch. Ha ha! After taking a comfortable posture, Jude's rough breathing continued. Though he had improved his body with continuous level-ups, the technique still used inner chi that caused a burden on his body. His body still had a lot of small and narrow meridians that were blocked. Beauty paid off. It wasn't just the white ring of light that surrounded his body. There was also the God's fist and the Holy Cross punch. The remnants of the sacred battle aura scattered in the air as Jude happily smiled and turned to Cordelia. As he expected, Cordelia's side was almost finished as well. Break away, defend, penetrate the core. Cordelia issued rapid-fire commands before gliding on the ground. It wasn't an ordinary move. She slipped between the skeletons without any hesitation and swung the moonlight enchanted by a strike magic to smash their neck bones. With her actions, the battle formation was destroyed. This is because, as Cordelia herself said, she penetrated the core of the Guardian Extermination formation. Ooh, ooh. Lucas, who quickly understood Cordelia's commands and guided the skeletons towards himself, cheered with a bright face. There were already 3 skeletons that had fallen down to his sheathed sword. Let's finish this. Cordelia refreshingly smiled as she glided on the ground again. She was like a figure skater that swiftly glided smoothly on the ice. She's really Yellow Storm. Instead of running to help, Jude admired the sight as he stretched his arms. Cordelia's movement right now wasn't just an ordinary move. Yurei using haste magic to move on a floor applied with grease magic. It was generally not possible. Grease is a magic that causes one to fall on their back, and not a magic that is used to glide like it was ice. But Cordelia could pull it off. She's like a real wild animal sometimes. If Jude was the type who handled everything through calculations and thinking, Cordelia was the type who entrusted her body to instinct. That phenomenal movement was the result of acting according to her instincts, and not because of thinking. It's the end. Cordelia moved among the skeletons as if she was dancing and swung the moonlight like a baseball bat. The skeleton's lower backbones were smashed, and it fell and collapsed on its back. Ooh, that was amazing, Lady Cordelia. Hee V. As Lucas admired her and Cordelia laughed while making a V sign with her fingers, Jude suddenly smiled as he recalled an old event. It's understandable why the guild leaders don't like her. Yellow Storm was a disaster itself in massive battles between guilds. Damn it, I can't predict how it'll move. It was a natural reaction. Once she entered the battle, Yellow Storm didn't do what the others were thinking. Could it possibly be a genius? Or else, how can it show up like that? There was no knowing when, where, or what she'll do, but strangely, Yellow Storm always appeared in times of need. It was basic of her to stab the enemy's sore spot. And as she had just showed in the battle against the skeletons, she was also good at destroying the enemy's camp itself by penetrating the core of the formation. Therefore, people unfamiliar with Yellowstorm thought of her as a genius tactician. She was like Zhuge Liang and Li Mu, who could see the entire battlefield at a glance and get in the way of their enemies. But Jude knew the truth. It's just feeling, the words that Yellowstorm spoke in her battle earlier. She simply did it without thinking. Yellowstorm was not the type to stab the enemy's sore spots by using high-level tactical thinking. How do I say it? I just do what I feel like I should. It was literally a feeling or sense. She feels like she have to do that somehow. At first, Jude thought that Yellowstorm was lying. However, after spending a long time with her, he finally understood it in the end. It's instinct. Yellowstorm was a genius. She was a genius in the side of battle sense/feeling and not on the intelligence side. She didn't calculate the ever-changing situation of the battlefield. She just understood instinctively. And the result was what was shown, what she should do, where she should attack, plus one more talent of hers. The reason why Yellowstorm engraved her existence as a true human storm, and her unique ability that even Jude couldn't imitate. Incredible spatial perception and multitasking. Normally, in Legend of Heroes 2, the highest level mage could generally use around 20 to 50 magic spells at the same time. But Yellowstorm was different. 274. It was the highest record of the number of magic spells that Yellowstorm could use at the same time. She advanced alone with hundreds of magic shots at the same time, making her known as a human storm indeed. She wiped the guild units from the hunting ground by herself and even smashed the guild alone. Well, I am still 1 cent place though. Jude ended his thoughts with a grin as he looked straight ahead again. He saw Cordelia run to Lucas and push her palm out. High five, huh, high five. As Cordelia waved her hand again, Lucas blinked and soon raised his hand timidly and high-fived with Cordelia. As expected of Lucas, good job. Truly a sword genius. The best. Lady Cordelia was amazing too. It was unexpectedly impressive. Lucas said with a slight blush in his cheeks. It was also because of Cordelia, but his heart was pounding at the high five itself. There is a similar scene in Builtween the Hero. Nodding his head alone, Jude approached the 2 teenagers who were so excited that they were jumping around. It looks like the battle's over. Yes, I think it's over too, Mr. Bayer. Ho ho ho, Cordelia said, as she pretended to be coy when she saw Jude's face and read his thoughts. At her sudden change in tone, Lucas smiled and turned his eyes away, as if he deliberately didn't know Cordelia flirting with Jude. Lord Lucas, are you hurt anywhere? I am okay, thanks to Lady Cordelia. I'm afraid to say this, but I'm glad that the other side were the guardians of the Holy Cross. At Jude's words, Lucas blinked his eyes and soon widely opened them as he asked back. You mean the guardians of the Holy Cross? The ones that protect the continent in the shadows? Yes, the clothes that the skeletons were wearing and more than anything, the Guardian Extermination Formation itself were all proof of that. Jude answered calmly and placed his hand on Cordelia's shoulder, who decided to shut her mouth tightly instead of interrupting him. Count Chase had a bit of connection with the Guardians of the Holy Cross. Thanks to that, Cordelia and I were able to learn about it. Guardian Extermination Formation, yes, it's the most basic battle formation used by the Guardians of the Holy Cross. It's not comparable to Count H.R. Svelger's Sage King's Cross, but it's a very sturdy formation. Right, Lady Cordelia? Ahais, it is. Cordelia smiled awkwardly and nodded. With her clear smile, she looked like a completely different person than when she swung the moonlight. Whatever the circumstances, it seems that a group of guardians became undead monsters after they were trapped in the barrier. The guardians became undead monsters at the power of the barrier? Lucas asked with a slightly frightened face, and Jude nodded slowly. It's highly likely, but don't worry too much. If we find the witch's seal and break the seal, everything will be fine. When Jude answered softly, Lucas nodded with a stiff face and soon made another expression. Let's handle this like an adult. To Lucas, Jude had acted like the reliable Sir Syorn, even though he was only a year older than him. So in order to be a good rival, Lucas himself thought that he had to look mature. But it was only for a while. Lucas suddenly frowned as he looked back at the destroyed skeletons and said, "Mr. Bayer, Lady Cordelia, it may be a little unreasonable, but I'd like to ask the two of you a favor." "What is it? Can we bury them?" "If they are members of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, who have worked hard for the peace of the continent, leaving them like this is a little somehow." Cordelia agreed with Luca's words. "With dig magic, I can easily make a pithau about making a large common grave." She was talking to Lucas, but her gaze was on Jude. Jude looked at her and nodded. "I agree. I also think that it's not right for the members of the Guardians of the Holy Cross to be left in such a place. Mr. Bayer, Lady Cordelia, thank you very much." Lucas smiled brightly as he quickly put away his sword and began gathering the skeleton's remains. "I'll look for a place," Cordelia briefly said as she looked around and soon settled down in a place that seemed to be okay and fired her dig magic. After a dozen minutes, the group buried the skeletons in one place and erected a tombstone with a sword. They then had a brief moment of silence as they remembered the dead. "May the blessing of the Holy Spirit be with you." It was the brief moment after Jude recited a prayer in silence. Lucas sighed in admiration. Blue lights had risen like fireflies from the grave of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. Cordelia unconsciously spoke. "There are 9. It was a group of lights with the same number as the Guardians of the Holy Cross buried in the grave. As if greeting them, the group of lights circled in front of Jude, Cordelia, and Lucas, and then flew towards one place. And after they flew in a circle again, the lights soon scattered and disappeared. The members of the Guardians of the Holy Cross Lucas was moved by the sight as he muttered quietly. On the other hand, Jude shouted inwardly as he clenched his fist. Bingo. There were no events in the original story where Cordelia fought the Guardians of the Holy Cross who had become undead monsters in the witches' forest. But there were quite a lot of events of a similar kind. It's a click that souls who have achieved their wish and can finally rest would tell you where important objects are hidden. In fact, if Lucas didn't come forward first, Jude himself was going to make an offer to do it too. Cordelia must have had a similar idea. That's great. It turned out really well. When Jude turned to Cordelia, she spoke quietly with a flushed face. It seemed that she was relieved at the soul's fortunate circumstances, seeing that her eyes were slightly red. She would too, because Cordelia didn't actually consider making a grave like Jude did. It was just a skeleton in the game, but this place was reality. There really was a group of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, and they wandered through the witches' forest and became undead monsters. How can she not feel sorry for them? I am glad the souls of the Guardians of the Holy Cross have finally found eternal rest. With moist and wet eyes, Cordelia saw the lights scattering away. Meanwhile, Jude cleared his throat, somehow unknowingly became the bad guy who didn't get swept up by the mood. Why? Are you not feeling well?" "No, it's just you are kind, cute, and lovely." "What is this crazy bastard saying? Do you have a fever?" Cordelia frowned in worry, but Jude simply shrugged and tapped the shoulder of Lucas, who was still moved by the sight. "Lord Lucas, the Guardians of the Holy Cross seem to have left their last gift there." "Gifta? Indeed, they let us know." With his eyes wide open in wonder, Lucas ran straight to the place where the group of lights had gathered. It was under a big tree with roots that were half exposed, and it seemed like a good place to hide something underneath. "Let's dig." "Yes, Mr. Bayer." Lucas was excited by the hero-like development, and he took the lead in digging up the ground. Soon, a well-sealed wooden box was dug out. Looking at the cross pattern engraved on the box surface, it was clearly an item of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. Lord Lucas should open it. Me. Yes, it was Lord Lucas who offered to make a grave for them, so you should open it. Cordelia recommended it following Jude's statement, so Lucas' cheeks were flushed as he nodded at the two. "Then, I will open it." Though it was well sealed, it was simply just a paper seal pasted on the wooden box. Lucas took out a knife and opened the lid after tearing off the paper seal. What came out was a parchment inscribed with a complex formula. This is a technique of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. It's an attack skill that destroys Demonsit. Seems that the Guardians of the Holy Cross had come here to repel the demonic hordes that were sealing the witch's soul. Lucas nodded seriously at Jude's explanation before looking at Cordelia and asking, "Lady Cordelia, can you use it?" "Maybe." Honestly, she wasn't confident, but there was also Jude, so she thought that it would somehow work. There's also a book about the God's Fist. Lord Lucas, can I take this? Of course. I use a sword, so ill pass. When Lucas responded plainly, Jude smiled and took the martial arts book. It wasn't a skill book like the one he got from the dungeon book, but it wouldn't take a long time to learn it because of Jude's memory and his Chinmujich. If the evil energy here is very strong enough to create undead monsters, then it seems that we're moving in the right direction. We'll be able to reach the center of the seal if we walk a little further. It was then when Lucas nodded at Jude's explanation. Wait a second. Cordelia quietly said as she suddenly jumped from her seat and started walking in one direction. And Jude understood why she did so. The voice of the witch. The witch's soul was sealed at the center of the forest. Cordelia turned to Jude as if to answer him. She nodded as her clear blue eyes shined. I can hear a voice. The call of the witch. Cordelia raised her hand and pointed over the fog. Chapter 32 WITCHS Forest 5. While wandering through the witch's forest, Cordelia hears the voice of the witch and reaches the seal under her guidance. In other words, hearing the voice of the witch was like getting a navigator to their destination. However, Jude frowned unconsciously. It was not because Cordelia found the wrong way or the witch's directions were unclear. Cordelia steadily moved forward, even if she sometimes stopped halfway. Come to the direction of the large tree with exposed roots. A clear and pure voice was echoing in his head, though it was somehow faint. The witch's voice, right? As Jude glanced back at Cordelia, she was looking around and saw a large tree with exposed roots as mentioned. It's correct, but why is Jude himself hearing it too and not just Cordelia? Can you hear it even if it's not necessarily Cordelia? In the original story, Cordelia heard the voice because she was alone, but it didn't seem to be the reason. The whole time Cordelia was looking for the way, Lucas was just standing with a blank expression. For the time being, let's keep this a secret. It was very clear on what would happen if I told them that I could also hear the voice of the witch. Cordelia would be pouting, and Lucas would be feeling gloomy because he was the only one who couldn't hear the voice. This way? Oh, okay. Cordelia had a small smile on her face as she spoke in short words and pointed the direction. She seemed to like the current situation in which she became the main character of the episode, as it was in her nature to like getting attention. I should hide it. I didn't have to reveal the truth and break that smile. But why am I really hearing it? Is there a separate condition on why I could also hear the witch's voice? What does Jude himself and Cordelia have in common? A characteristic that we do not share with Lucas. Beautiful and handsome. Although Lucas was a handsome man of the manly and gallant type, he couldn't compare to Jude and Cordelia, whose looks are always described as incomparable. Well, no way, right? The witch is not a fairy queen. There must have been something else. Age. Memories of the previous life, though, if you say this, it doesn't explain why Cordelia hears it in the original story. As I stepped forward while considering these and other hypotheses, the fog began to fade at some point. There's a seal in that cave. Rather than a small and narrow proper entrance, Cordelia had pointed to a crack that had risen from the passage of time. As she explained to Lucas, Jude looked around. He saw the dense trees that have grown more than 10 meters and have completely obscured the sky. Beyond the small, rocky mountain where the cave was located, a demonic monster was guarding the seal. We're almost there, though. Now, if we go in and release the seal, it would be the end of the mission. The soul of the witch released from the seal will solve the problem of the monster. Cordelia gets the power of the witch, and I get some of the byproducts. Like the bicorn, the demonic monster will also leave a body. As Jude had a delighted smile, Cordelia looked at him suspiciously as she approached him and said, "You look like a pervert." Which side? Just in many ways. Like always, Cordelia said some silly things before she took the lead and went into the cave. The crack was small and narrow, but there was no problem with Cordelia, whose build was small and slender, and Jude, who was still quite thin. Lucas struggled, but he also somehow passed. "You're almost here. Come this way." Upon entering the dark cave, he not only heard the witch's voice, but also saw a bunch of green lights that looked like a group of fireflies appearing in front of them. This way? It was a small cave, so after walking for a minute or so, a fairly large cavity appeared with huge steel doors on one side, and on the center, the party was able to discover the witch's seal. On a large stone pillar in the center of the cavity was a block of ice that was almost the size of a human being. Inside the ice was the naked body of a beautiful black-haired woman, though it looked blurry. Children, release my seal. To unlock the seal, we weaken the sealing stones at the corners with holy water and draw a magic circle of unsealing in the center, right? Okay, witch. Ahais, how did you know? When Cordelia answered quickly, the witch responded with a flustered voice. Lucas, who didn't know the conversation of the two, let out an ooh in admiration. Cordelia grinned and then approached Jude and said, "I'll sprinkle the holy water on the sealing stones, so I'll leave the magic circle to you." Okay, Mom. Jude and Cordelia had already obtained holy water at Langesthay. Unlike the original story, they didn't have to wander through the forest to collect the things that the witch needed for her rescue. The figure of the magic circler used a wizard specializing in seals. The witch didn't even explain what kind of magic circle it was, but Jude was drawing it well already. Instead of answering the witch's question, Jude quickly completed drawing the magic circle. "Unix, do you already know, right?" Jude and Cordelia replied in actions to the slightly quivering voice of the witch. Jude took Lucas as they withdrew to the outside of the magic circle, and Cordelia drew a knife and wounded her palm. Ugh! She groaned with tears in her eyes, clenched her fists, and finally dropped the blood on the magic circle. Blood was needed to get through to the soul. Cordelia's mana was transmitted to the magic circle through the drop of blood, and soon, a bright blue light filled the cavity. And it was at that moment Q-wo. A terrifying roar came from outside the cave. It was evidently the roar of the demonic monster guarding the seal. The tense Lucas hurriedly pulled out his sword spontaneously, but Jude and Cordelia only focused on the witch's seal. The witch would solve the problem if the seal was released anyway. The witch screamed as if to match the monster's roar. The ice that was sealing her quickly cracked, and the entire cave shook. Q-wo. The sound of the monster's roar grew louder and closer. Cordelia's lips felt dry as she placed her palms directly to the magic circle and poured more mana into it. And finally, the ice that was sealing the witch broke into hundreds of pieces and scattered. Bang! The doors let out a loud noise. The steel doors, which were actually the front doors of the seal, became largely indented. The steel doors couldn't be opened because it was originally intended for sealing, but the demonic monster was now trying to destroy it. Jude recoiled at the deafening roars, but soon braced himself. It flowed similarly in the original story. "It was an excessively long time since I was sealed. Thank you for releasing my seal, children." The witch's voice was clearly heard through the banging sounds of the doors. At the center of the seal, a beautiful woman, whose naked white body was covered by her long black hair, floated in the air. She was in a semi-transparent state because she was a soul, and she looked down at Cordelia affectionately. Bang! The doors let out a loud noise again. Through the dented steel doors, they could see the monster's red eyes. Jude nervously gulped as he recalled the original story. Right after breaking the witch's seal, the witch without a body temporarily descends to Cordelia, defeats the demonic monster, and then clears the barrier. Through Cordelia freeing her by breaking the seal, the witch's soul that was sealed for hundreds of years finally ascended. And Cordelia, who harbored the witch's soul for a while, learns a part of the witch's power called the witch transformation. It was a great scene that most users who played Cordelia remembered, because the production crew gave all their effort to that part by expressing the series of situations into a cinematic video. And now danger is upon you. Dear child, I'll lend you my strength to get rid of the crisis. It was flowing like the original story. When Cordelia nodded as if she knew, the witch closed her eyes and recited the spell. The demonic monster seemed to be stimulated by the witch's actions and thrashed the steel doors more violently. Bang, bang, bang. Just before the steel doors was torn off, the witch's soul was scattered with a green light. At the same time, a green light glowed all over Cordelia's whole body, and her clearly bright red hair turned black. Her sky-blue eyes also became a mysterious green like that of Jude. It was the witch's advent. Now all she had to do was to defeat the demonic monster with the witch's power. However, Cordelia looked at herself and was stunned as she blinked her eyes, and Jude realized it at that moment. He understood what happened. Reproduction of the event. In a broader sense, it was like the bathing event in the valley. In the original story event, the fight to defeat the monster by using the witch's power was expressed in a video. That was why not only Cordelia, but even Jude missed this detail. She wasn't a witch. Cordelia, who acquired the power of the witch, was supposed to defeat the demonic monster. FUFCK. So Cordelia understood the situation and was embarrassed. She didn't know how to fight. She didn't know how to exactly use the witch's power. Bang! The steel doors were finally smashed to pieces. 2 crumpled doors were scattered on the floor, and Asmodeus' demonic monster, which looked like a huge red gorilla with horns on its head, came into plain view. Despite being in a crouched position, it was as tall as 4 meters as the monster violently smacked its fists. Cordelia looked at Jude, and he looked back at her. The alone Lucas looked at the two as he grasped his sword tightly. It was an unexpected situation. This time, there was no Bellaston's magic circle. Neither was it a battlefield that was prepared in advance. But they still had to fight. I believe in you. Jude raised his pure white sacred battle aura as he rushed towards the monster. He used the 36 world steps, and Lucas also added light to his sword with the Sage King's cross sword. I believe in you. I believe that Cordelia can use the witch's power. So she had to find a solution before we get crushed by the monster. Q-woo! The monster roared as if the rushing Jude was just an insignificant existence. It kicked the ground, and it seemed like it teleported as it had suddenly appeared in front of Jude and then swung its fist. Smash! The ground was smashed in one blow. Jude barely avoided the attack by rolling on the floor as he added Solaris power to his knuckles. He then flew towards the broken steel doors, trying to lure the monster to him. Lucas roared loudly to also draw its attention and ran towards the opposite of Jude. The monster kicked the ground again. It attacked on Jude's side again. Cordelia, Jude used 36 world steps again. After narrowly avoiding the monster's fist, he yelled as he struck the monster's arm with the Holy Cross punch. Q-woo! The monster shrieked in pain, but its steel-like forearm did not budge. Instead of attacking again, Jude kicked the ground and quickly pulled back. At that moment, Cordelia closed her eyes and tried to focus. She tried to use her instinct or whatever to utilize the witch's power. However, it wasn't easy. Although she had closed her eyes to block the view, she was still nervous as she could hear the continuous roars and kept thinking of Jude's current crisis. Please, please, guide the mana. Use it naturally. It was right at that moment what? Don't you know how to use it? Cordelia heard the small and tranquil voice of the witch, and she opened her eyes. She shouted spontaneously, "Tell me, what to do, how to use the power of the witch, before Jude dies. No, before Jude gets hurt. This is how you use it." The moment the witch spoke, the witch's power moved inside Cordelia's body and soul. Through it, Cordelia understood. She realized it instinctively. She realized how to use the power of the witch. Cordelia's eyes glistened and flashed green. Chapter 33 WITCHS Forest 6. Once upon a time, there lived a girl. The child was sold by her parents for 9 copper coins and soon became a sacrifice for summoning demons. However, thanks to the demon's whims, instead of ending up as a handful of blood, she became a slave of the demon. The fate of slaves were harsh. Rest did not exist for those whose souls were captured by the demon. It was their fate to live being manipulated as the demon's plaything, and when they die, to struggle in pain for eternity. And so it was for the girl. That was her destiny. But the girl did not conform to her fate. Instead of bowing down and accepting it, she stood up and eventually changed her fate. She is I already know this. It was the story of the witch. It was the legend of the witch who started as a demon's slave and ended up subduing the demons. But that wasn't important now. How to use the witch's power was more important than the witch's past. You know this again. The witch spoke in a somewhat sulky voice, so instead of showing to Cordelia her past like a flitting film, she directly manipulated the body and soul of Cordelia to use her power. Cordelia couldn't use the witch's power naturally because it wasn't hers to begin with. Although the original Cordelia acquired and used the witch transformation, it was the future Cordelia and not the present Cordelia. It was like if you want to get a driver's license in the future, You have to learn how to drive first. Moreover, it was not a situation where magic could be used by pressing a single skill button like in the game, so the know-how to use the witch's power was necessary. The witch's power moved. The power of the great witch that subdued demons spread throughout Cordelia's body and spirit. Just once, but that was enough. Cordelia instinctively realized how to use the witch's power, and she opened her closed eyes. Jude, at the moment Cordelia shouted and her eyes flashed, an intense green-colored air wave swept through the entire place. The tremendous power not only swept away the monster who tried to attack Jude, but even Jude and Lucas who bounced off too. Owa, gok, kuak. Although the monster was greatly pushed back, it managed to hold its ground and yelled in anger. On the other hand, Jude and Lucas couldn't stand their ground and ended up rolling on the floor. Especially in the case of Jude, since he was near the wall, he even hit the wall once. Right after her power was released, the seal's area came into the view of Cordelia's shining green eyes. She saw the monster holding its ground and yelling in anger. She saw Lucas using his sword to stand up. And she saw Jude lying on the ground and letting out a painful groan. Cordelia's eyes were filled with rage. She took a step forward and bellowed. "How dare you? You hurt Jude. You knocked down Jude. I cannot forgive, I will not forgive you." You actually did that." The witch's voice did not reach Cordelia. Overwhelmed by her rage, she roughly swung her arms and exerted her power once again. It was the witch's power again. A kind of telekinetic power became green smoke and spread out. It became a giant hand and then struck the monster. The monster was roughly hit, but it didn't just stand there and do nothing. It turned around in the air and changed directions, kicked the wall and rushed towards Cordelia. It opened its mouth widely. There was a red flash in its abyss-like mouth, which soon became a huge pillar of light that fired towards Cordelia. Breath. By the time Lucas cried out, Cordelia had already reacted. She largely swung her right hand to make the green smoke strike the monster's chin, which forcibly changed the direction of the breath attack. Boom! The ceiling was directly hit by the monster's breath attack, and the rocks broke off and fell down. And Cordelia took advantage of it. She swung her left hand and snatched the rocks with green smoke and caused a whirlwind to collide with the monster. The rocks became like blades and cut the whole body of the monster. But it was still standing. The demonic monster's skin was thick, and its eyes still glowed red. When it roared with its arms wide open, the whirlwind itself was crushed. But Cordelia didn't just watch. When it crushed the whirlwind, she raised her right fist and struck the chest of the roaring monster with green smoke. Boom! The wall and the monster collided, causing a tremendously loud sound. The impact was so strong that the whole cave shook. Blood came out of Cordelia's nose. Not only that, but her eyes were bloodshot as tears of blood flowed down. Sweat dripped from Cordelia's whole body. She only used it for a short time, but the witch's power was so powerful that it even hurt Cordelia. Not yet. The witch spoke, and Cordelia knew it too. It couldn't have been defeated with just that attack. In the original story, Cordelia borrowed the power of the witch and created a huge magic spear. She was able to finish the monster only when she had pierced it. Use the spear of calamity. Just as the witch spoke, Cordelia took a breath and waited for the witch to tell her the spell. 1 second passed. And then 2 seconds tell me. You don't know this too. The moment when Cordelia and the witch's words overlapped the monster with hair over its whole body roared once again and kicked the ground. It narrowed the distance with Cordelia in an instant, as if cutting through space. Cordelia roughly released the witch's power. She somehow pulled away from the monster trying to punch her, as she rolled on the floor and distanced herself from it. Magic missile. Cordelia mixed her mana with the witch's power. Thus, the witch's power was added into the magic spell that she usually used. Boom! As if it were a ballista's arrow, a huge magic missile was formed in an instant and was fired towards the monster, creating a massive explosion. However, the backlash of using the spell hit Cordelia. At that moment, she bent her body as blood poured out of her mouth. "It's still impossible to use my power as yours. Use my magic, not your magic." The witch's power was not like normal mana. Since the legendary Great Witch's power was originally the power of the demon that she subdued, One had to use the spells that the witch had ingeniously created to properly cast spells. Otherwise, if one uses the witch's power in the usual magic spells as Cordelia did, a backlash would occur. Listen carefully. The witch quickly began to cast the spell, but the monster didn't give her time to do so. Q-woo. Thanks to being hit by the magic missile, the monster's hair was scorched and its whole body was covered with blood, but it was still alive. It narrowed the distance at once and tried to smash the barely standing Cordelia as it greatly swung its right arm. Yoo-woo, just then, Lucas roared and threw his sword. The sword with the power of the Sage King's cross-sword flew like a lightning flash and succeeded in grabbing the monster's attention even for a moment. Thud. Jude used his 36 world steps. He desperately ran towards Cordelia and kicked the ground at some point as he hugged Cordelia. But there was not enough time. He tried to escape with Cordelia, but the monster's attack was faster than him. Boom! The monster's hand devastated the ground as it broke from the tremendous force. No, it was when Lucas screamed, "Magic missile." The magic spell exploded once again. The monster was struck on its side and staggered as it let out a painful groan, and Lucas was able to see what had happened. On the ground, Cordelia and Jude were entangled together and had collapsed. Cordelia was underneath and had used magic, while Jude breathed a sigh of relief on such Cordelia. Fairy steps. He hugged Cordelia and activated it at the same time, so thanks to it, he was able to completely evade the monster's attack. Q-hack, however, Cordelia vomited blood again. Jude's eyes opened wide in surprise, and the witch's voice came to them. "It's her limit. The backlash caused by her unreasonable use of my power is too much. Any more would be dangerous." The witch's tone was soft, but her voice was full of concern. Jude quickly looked at Cordelia, and Cordelia looked back at Jude. At the moment they made eye contact, Q-ah. The monster stood up while limping, as it roared in anger. Despite having a big wound at its side, it rushed towards Jude and Cordelia. New. Lucas picked up the sword that fell on the ground as he turned towards the monster. Cordelia opened her lips and whispered to Jude. Q-ha-ah. The monster jumped. It quickly passed over Lucas' head and then descended as it punched with its fist. Bang! The shield magic that Cordelia used from Count Chase's ring was shattered at once. The monster that landed on the ground pulled its fist again, and Cordelia saw the monster. Instead of using shield magic again, she raised her middle finger while looking at the monster with her clear blue eyes. Did she give up? Was the last thing that she did was to swear? It wasn't that. When the monster had pulled its fist, Cordelia's hair had returned to its red color. At the same time, Jude, who was on top of Cordelia as if protecting her, suddenly grew his hair quickly. Cordelia laughed with her mouth full of blood. She opened her lips again and said, "Finish it." She realized it the moment their eyes met. The fact that Jude can also hear the witch's voice. So Cordelia acted and handed over the witch's power to Jude. "Yoo-woo," Jude loudly shouted as he raised himself. The witch moved her power to Jude, and he straightly activated the Guardians of the Holy Cross technique. "You will get hurt." There would be a strong backlash, but Jude didn't care. He didn't have time to listen to the witch's spell now. The current method was the best for him. Jude's eyes glowed green. The witch's power triggered the technique, and the pure white light burst. Tsuhua, the giant golden cross. It was formed from the pure white light. Jude moved forward and tried to strike the monster to burn its body. Q-woo. But the monster wasn't pushed out very easily. It exploded its power to counter the golden cross. Dozens of lightning sparks arose as the dark red demonic power collided with the sacred power of the golden cross. Blood flowed down from Jude's mouth. Both of his arms that activated the technique trembled like a leaf, and sweat poured down like rain along his forehead. It was a tense and violent clash. No, little by little, Jude began to be pushed back. The cause was not the technique itself, but rather Jude, who maintained the technique despite his physical limitations. "No, if this situation continues," the witch groaned. But Jude did not give up, because I trusted her, because I believed in her. Cordelia. When Jude screamed, Cordelia was reflected in the monster's red eyes. Pure white mana was concentrated on the tip of her finger. Magic missile. It was very small and weak, but it was enough to break the balance. Cordelia moved her finger as she smiled in pain. The magic missile that was about the size of a finger flew like an arrow and struck the eyes of the monster. Kiak. The pain from the attack broke the balance. A crack appeared from the demonic power that the monster was using, and Jude did not miss it. Boom! The monster's scream and the roar caused by the attack burst at the same time. The golden cross promptly pushed back the monster, and the monster flew almost over a dozen meters and crashed into the wall. But that wasn't the end. The golden cross dug into the monster's body. It did not stop burning until it utterly destroyed the monster. Ah! With its last scream, the red glow disappeared from its eyes. Starting from the chest, the monster's whole body was wrapped in a pure white fire, and it soon became ashes that scattered around. Ha ha ha! As he watched the whole scene of the monster burning, Jude thought that he was only breathing roughly, but he soon vomited blood just like Cordelia. Unlike Cordelia, Jude had a poor compatibility with the witch's power. He had only used it once, but his condition was as bad as Cordelia, who had used the witch's power several times. I will withdraw my power. Don't strain yourself or you will collapse. Jude nodded at the witch's gentle voice as his nose bled and he felt like falling down. He soon collapsed beside Cordelia. The level has risen. Several pure white rings surrounded them. Moreover, he heard in his head a voice saying that he got the title of Demon Slayer. All abilities 3 and a 5 increase to attacks against great demons. While on the verge of fainting, Jude thought that he had to take care of things first before passing out. And it was the same with Cordelia. FCK, the reward was good. Half of her face was bloody because of the fresh blood from her nose, but even then, her smile was beautiful. She's indeed an incomparably beautiful girl. And that was it. Unlike the last time he fainted, Jude couldn't even mention about his Gumjalmeek because he had already lost consciousness and fainted. Cordelia saw such a Jude once again and smiled while mentally swearing. She soon clenched her teeth to keep herself awake. It wasn't yet the time for her to faint now. There was something else that she had to confirm. Lady Cordelia, Mr. Bayer. As she saw Lucas running towards them, Cordelia finally sighed in relief. Lucas was also safe. The demonic monster was defeated, and the barrier was probably broken now. So it was okay for her to faint now. The aftermath, please. Cordelia spoke quietly as she lost her consciousness, and Lucas nodded at this déjà vu scene again. As expected, they're a fantasy couple, from demonic human to demonic monster. The chemistry of the two was really fantastic. Alternating between Jude and Cordelia as if he was envious, Lucas then reached out and properly laid down the two on the ground. And the witch's soul looked down at Lucas, blinked her eyes several times and said, I can't ascend yet, right? The witch frowned as she looked at Jude and Cordelia's faces, but soon, just like Lucas, she casually had a warm smile on her face. Chapter 34 Full Moon 1. If you can hear my voice, open your eyes, wake up and look at me. Jude slowly opened his eyes at the faintly heard voice. What he saw was a warm light and a cozy space. His eyes then caught the face of a witch with long black hair and green eyes. You're finally awake. In front of him was a white-faced beauty around 30 years old. The witch wore a black dress decorated with black bird feathers and a wide-brimmed cone hat on her head, which were the typical symbols of a witch. This is the world of my consciousness. Your body was overwhelmed and has fallen into a deep sleep, so I woke you up here to share my story. Now, hold my hand and get up. In a daze, Jude stood up holding the witch's hand. And on the other side, he could see Cordelia standing up while holding the witch's hand as well. Cordelia, Jude, it's so nice to see you two taking care of each other here too. The voice who spoke was not from the two witches standing in front of the two, but rather from the rocking chair in front of the fireplace. There was another witch sitting there. Now, both of you come here. It's warm in front of the fireplace. When the witch in front of the fireplace beckoned, the witches in front of Jude and Cordelia suddenly became haze and vanished. Jude and Cordelia looked at each other spontaneously and exchanged glances, and then nodded. Let's go for now. The witch will not likely harm us. As Jude and Cordelia stood in front of the fireplace, the witch also stood up from the rocking chair. First of all, I need to talk about my story. But I'll ask you in advance, so please answer me. Do you know why I'm sealed here? She was asking if we knew the real reason why the witch was sealed. In the eyes of the witch, who was inwardly full of expectations, Jude hesitated and pretended to not know, while Cordelia nodded without thinking. I see you know this again, you know. The witch became openly sullen, drooping her shoulders as she pouted a bit. The real reason why the witch was sealed despite being a lowly slave. The witch brought down numerous demons, and the existence of such a witch was enough to offend the 5 great monarchs of hell. Eventually, the witch clashed with Belial, known as the monarch of corruption, and one of the 5 great monarchs of hell. She suffered a crushing defeat at the overwhelming power of the great monarch. But just before Belial's flames completely extinguished the witch's soul, another monarch stole the witch's soul, and that was Asmodeus, the monarch of lust. Asmodeus thought that the witch's soul, who overthrew countless demons, could become a dagger to stab other great monarchs. Asmodeus sealed the witch's soul deep in the forest of Trafalgar in order to hide the witch's soul from the other monarchs until the day it would become useful, as well as to make the witch's soul submissive to him. That is why the great witch's soul was sealed in the human world, and why there was only one demonic monster that protected the seal. If the witch's seal was in hell, or even if it was in the human world and had a lot of guardians protecting the seal, it was highly likely that the other monarchs would notice it. Having said that, when the witch made a sullen face, Cordelia hurriedly opened her mouth and said, "Ah, know about that? Well, I don't know. Please tell us more about it." "Really?" "Yes, really." The witch was enchanted by Cordelia's words and bright smile, and soon, a smile spread on the witch's face too. And Jude thought at that time, "You must have been lonely." It was understandable since she was trapped alone in the seal for hundreds of years. So to begin, the witch began telling her story clearly and softly, and Cordelia's eyes sparkled as she became a good listener. After 4 hours or so, and that's how it happened. The witch widely smiled with a satisfied face, while Cordelia and Jude nodded with exhausted faces. It was briefly summarized in the game, but it was a really long story if you heard the full story directly. Ha, that was refreshing. Now then, let's get to the main point. What? You've been talking for 4 hours, and you're only starting to get to the main point now? Cordelia was surprised and asked back, and the witch laughed and came close to her. I've finally finished telling you about the past, so let's talk about the future. In fact, there was no such conversation in the original story. The witch who had possessed Cordelia's body and defeated the monster immediately ascended afterwards. Cordelia, you're a lovely child. You contain my soul for a moment, and I have seen the potential of your soul and body. The potential that you have the same power as mine. Unlike before, the witch who has spoken so far had a crafty smile, and then she kissed Cordelia's forehead, eyes, cheeks, neck, chest, and the back of her hands in order. Why, witch, I left my mark on your soul. Remember my feelings when you use my power. Increase your own strength through that. The witch whispered in Cordelia's ear, and after deeply swallowing, Cordelia recited the spell taught to her by the witch. She changed in a moment. However, it was a little different from the previous witch transformation made by the witch herself. Cordelia's hair was dyed black, but the tips were still red. Instead of both eyes turning green, her usual blue eyes became more vivid. Go and increase your strength. Cordelia's witch transformation. It is a reinforced transformation spell with a time limit, and when in the witch state, all magical abilities are greatly increased. As Cordelia nodded and looked at herself, the witch affectionately kissed her forehead one more time. Look carefully at the place where I was sealed. There should be a spell book that I wrote there. It was a spell book that contained all of the witch's magic spells. Thank you very much, witch. As Cordelia bowed her head in greeting, the witch laughed and hugged Cordelia. And Jude, who watched all these, cleared his throat. Ahem, a cough that meant you don't have anything for me. Unlike the original story, Jude had also met the witch, so shouldn't he get something too? Of course, this journey had already given Jude the skills of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, but wasn't there a saying that stated that the more, the better? At Jude's appeal, the witch narrowed her eyes and said with a slight lick on her lips, Jude, you're not compatible with me. Rather you possess other possibilities. Jude turned at her unexpected words. Another possibility. In the original story, after the treatment of his Gyumjelmeek, Jude became a powerful warrior with the help of his Chinmujich. But now, the witch's words didn't seem to be talking about that. You don't know much about yourself yet. But don't you worry, fate will guide you to it. Jude blinked his eyes in curiosity, and the witch smiled strangely, acting as if she didn't know as she stroked Cordelia's head. Find the place where the demonic monster lived. There must be something that can help the both of you. And that was it. The witch released her hand from Cordelia and then stepped back, placing both Jude and Cordelia in her sight. You've been delayed for too long. I think I should leave now. But Cordelia and Jude, the witch's body, floated in the air. The area in front of the cozy fireplace, as well as the surrounding areas, turned into a dark and black space. We will meet again. It was words that implied a reunion, not an eternal parting. Jude and Cordelia were surprised for a moment at the different dialogue from the original story, but that was it. Before they could even speak out, their vision was tinged in darkness. Jude and Cordelia opened their eyes at the same time and raised their upper bodies simultaneously. Young master, miss. The voices they heard almost at that same moment belonged to Jun and Dahlia, respectively. Jude and Cordelia blinked their eyes and looked at each other before realizing that they were still inside the witch's ceiling area. Oh, you've come to your senses. Lucas, who was standing at the side and talking with the knights, came to them with a bright face. The witch guided the knights. I've told everyone about what happened here. What happened here? Yes, I've conveyed everything I saw without exceptions. Lucas proudly stretched his shoulders and taps his chest, and the knight's facial expressions were as unusual as him. Everyone was looking at Jude and Cordelia with happy and warm-hearted expressions. What the hell did he say? Why is Dahlia looking like that? Cordelia quickly asked Jude with a glance, but instead of answering her, he closed his eyes. Jude had a rough idea on what happened. As it is, it's better not to ask. However, Lucas already opened his mouth as if not thinking about Jude's feelings. The moment when the monster's attack was about to hit Lady Cordelia, the sight of Mr. Bayer flying towards Lady Cordelia was really amazing. It was a proof of true love that didn't even fear death. Like a heroic novel enthusiast, Lucas began to speak strangely about what happened. The knights, led by Dahlia, all looked at Jude and Cordelia happily again, and Cordelia looked at Jude. Jude then quickly said with a glance, "No, it's not. Will they believe me if I told them it's the fairy steps? I know, right?" The two exchanged a conversation by just looking at each other, and they tried to get over the situation by coughing and clearing their throat as if they had promised each other. Fortunately, Lucas didn't bother the two too much. All the knights are fine. The witch said that both of you were very tired, but that there were no problems with your health. Although we were covered in blood, it was as Lucas had said, that we were just tired and had nothing wrong with our bodies. We've decided to stay here overnight and leave the forest early tomorrow morning. Yes, that sounds good. We had to bring the witch's spell book and a helpful item that was in the monster's nest. Of course, we were also tired and exhausted. Jude closed his eyes for a moment and thought about the flow of the original story. Cordelia, having obtained the witch transformation 2 facts, came to light when she repelled the pursuers of the Devil's Hand in the witch's forest. One fact was that the Devil's Hand kidnapped the children of the 12 families to use them as a sacrifice for demon summoning. The other fact was that the place where the demon summoning ritual was held and what date the ritual was supposed to take place. There wasn't enough time to go back to Count Chase to announce the crisis, so in the end, the troubled Cordelia decided to head north to save the children of the 12 families and stop the ritual. That scenario is already gone, though. The Devil's Hand couldn't kidnap any of the 12 families' children. Even if Cordelia escaped in the original story, they still carried out the ritual because they used characters such as Lucas and Sylvia as sacrifices. But now, it was questionable if the ritual would be held when none of the children were secured. Moreover, the attack of the Devil's Hand was enough to raise the awareness of the northern cities. It would be impossible to hold a large-scale attack now that the vigilance against the demonic followers have increased, but there is still a chance. The purpose of Jude and Cordelia was not just to follow the main scenario. Their goal was to twist the main scenario and create a happy ending that did not originally exist. Let's go to the north. If the ritual is held, stop it. He must also twist Jude's main scenario, the northern barbarians' great attack, from its very roots. When Jude made up his mind and opened his eyes, Lucas continued to explain. First, We plan to stop by the Northern Viscount's mansion and stay for a day or two as scheduled. And I think the people from my home will meet us there and join us in our journey to the northern place." At Luca's explanation, Jude and Cordelia looked at each other simultaneously, and they exchanged glances. The reason was simple. Who is coming? There was no event in the original story where a number of people were sent to meet each of the 12 families' children. In other words, the arrival of Gal and Count Chase to pick us up earlier was also different from the original story. Who will come to meet us from Count H.R. Svelger? As Jude began to think of the people of Count H.R. Svelger with a serious face, Cordelia just shook her head and looked at Lucas as she asked, "Lord Lucas, do you know who is coming?" "Yes, it's someone that I really admire that is coming. It's a bit embarrassing, but it's been a while since I've seen him, so I am looking forward to meeting him again." Jude and Cordelia's curiosity grew even greater when Lucas spoke with sparkling eyes like he did when talking about adventures. Who is it? Who is it that Lucas had such a reaction? When Jude and Cordelia showed their keen interest, Lucas said with a proud face, "You've both heard of the red-haired warrior, right?" Jude and Cordelia nodded together. They obviously have heard of him. Red-haired warrior, the Red Flame Landius. He was one of the 5 main characters of Legend of Heroes 1. However, in Legend of Heroes 2, he no longer appeared because his setting was to die in the beginning. Chapter 35 Full Moon 2. The content of the Legend of Heroes series grew in scale for every succeeding work. In the first episode of the series, there are a total of 5 playable characters. The stage of the story was also limited to a small country located between the Slen Kingdom and the Argon Empire. The Queen of the Paragon Kingdom was brainwashed by the demon followers, and summons a demon by offering a prince as a sacrifice. The summoned demon, Demon Prince Bakehazel, kills the king and turns the entire palace into a demon's den. The story of Legend of Heroes 1 was about becoming one of the 5 main characters and defeating Bakehazel, who took over the Paragon Kingdom. The story of the second episode takes place in the Slen Kingdom and Argon Empire. The story of the third episode takes place in a world devastated by Armageddon and is about settling the fight between the angels and demons. Inside one of the rattling carriages, Jude and Cordelia were laying side by side on a temporarily made bed as the 2 carriages headed to the Northern Viscount's mansion. They weren't lying on the same bed, but on 2 beds with a low partition in between. The 2 carriages were prepared in a hurry by Lucas for their group after they wandered through the witch's forest. Landius of the Red Flame. He is one of the 5 main characters in the first episode. Landius, along with Sword Noble Camel, are considered to be the de facto main characters of the episode. He is the son of the Paragon Knights commander, and after defeating Bakehazel, he is wandering around the continent looking for the demon followers who were behind everything. Good job, Jude Wiki. As Cordelia clapped and applauded like an idiot, Jude was somewhat embarrassed but continued his words. First of all, depending on which character you played in the first episode, the hero was differential based on the game's history. It was either Landius or Camel who defeated Bakehazel. Search Camel, enter. Cordelia spoke, pretending to type in the air, and Jude narrowed his eyes, but soon opened his mouth again. Camel the Sword Noble. He is the illegitimate son of King Paragon who was murdered by Bakehazel. He is a main protagonist of the first episode and is the only one who survived and is active in the second episode. If the main characters of the first episode, who have already become stronger, played an active part in the second episode, it would be difficult for the main characters of the second episode to stand out. Perhaps because of this, the 5 main characters of the first episode all met a miserable end in the second episode. Landius was killed by a demonic human, right? Yes, it's a story that doesn't actually appear and only exists as a setting, but he was killed by demonic human Duke, the chief executive of the Devil's Hand. In fact, the context of this situation was not perfectly revealed in the series. It was a guess made by the users because demonic human Duke carried Landius' sword, the Solar Blade. So you're saying that he's not dead yet? Yes, that's exactly the important thing. Landius is not dead yet. In the original story, Landius meeting with either Jude or Cordelia was something that did not exist. However, the 2 had crushed the Devil's Hand's kidnapping plot, causing the current situation to happen. Lucas was not kidnapped, and Count H.R. Svelger asked Landius, who had ties to them, to pick up Lucas from the Northern Viscount's place. Thus, the encounter between the main characters of the first and second episodes, which was not originally possible, was about to be realized. Can we save him? Cordelia raised her upper body and turned to Jude, as she asked with expectant eyes. Save Landius. Prevent the death of the physically strongest main character in the first episode and make him active in the second episode. We can save him. No, we must save him. After all, the goal of Jude and Cordelia was to create the ultimate happy ending. There was also a fact that having a strong man alive like Landius could be a disaster for the demon followers. So we must save him. We had to somehow create the Landius survival route with our upcoming meeting with him. Awesome. Cordelia spoke quietly as she lied down again and smiled. I wanted to save Landius. Do you like him? Yes, he's my second favorite character among the main characters in the first episode. Who was your most favorite? Lena? Yes, Lena. She was the wizard lady and the only woman among the 5 main characters of the first episode. Lena was a disciple of the Paragon Kingdom's royal wizard, and she also faced a miserable end in the second episode. Can we save Lena too? We can save her. It was relatively clear when and where Lena dies. He had not talked to Cordelia about it in detail yet, but Jude already had a rough plan on how to save Lena. Because there's so much work to be done in the north. The sunflower event for curing his Gumjalmeek. The perfect blockage of Jude's main scenario, the northern barbarians' great attack. The rescue of Lena, one of the main characters in the first series. And at this moment, the mission called Saving the Life of Landius was added. Since Landius is strong, just telling him his weaknesses will dramatically increase his chances of survival. That's highly likely. Jude replied and nodded. He then turned to Cordelia in silence, and she tilted her head in confusion. Why? No, it's just that your enthusiasm is vastly different from when you were about to meet Lucas. That's because Landius is cool. Is Lucas not cool? How should I say I's a cute one? You don't seem to hate him anymore. Because he's cute. Should I say that he's like a puppy? At Cordelia's evaluation, Jude wryly smiled and then turned his gaze back to the ceiling. But this time, Cordelia sat up again, tilted her head in curiosity as she turned to Jude and asked, well, Jude, why? Can I ask you a question? Cordelia lightly assumed an air of cuteness as she asked, and Jude unwittingly flinched at her suddenly acting cute and charming. Wah, what are you going to ask? No, well, it's not a big deal. As the end of her words became a little unclear, Cordelia leaned against the partition and spoke. Well, I mean, you mean what? Sauham, darn it. Hey, what did you do? What did you do? Outboxer's job, your previous job. You couldn't have been a real boxer. Cordelia, who had been agonizing over how to say it, gave up thinking and almost shouted. Why are you suddenly asking about my job? Something's weird. No, I am also curious. Cordelia straightened her sitting position as she continued while pointing her finger at him. First of all, your memory is ridiculously good. Maybe it's yours that's just bad. Hey, grab 100 people passing by and ask whether I am the one who's normal or you are. Cordelia snorted as she continued pointing her finger. You said that the soil has changed while we're walking, but where can you find a person that notices that the soil has changed? Unless you're a paranoid and checked the soil when entering the forest. Here's that person. Would you please stop talking? Yes. So, what else? From the very idea of scamming and the tremendous forgery skills, and even telling lies skillfully without displaying any nervousness, it's not normal no matter how I think about it. Cordelia nodded as she was intoxicated by her own words and said again while she looked straight into Jude's eyes. It was a previous life anyway, so it's okay. I completely understand. Then, were you a scammer? Am I right? No, it's not. I was an exemplary citizen who paid taxes well, even local taxes, national pension, and health insurance. Local tax? Health insurance? Why, did you not pay? You are no, I know about it too. I mean, I paid it too, Cordelia quickly answered as she clenched her fist and tapped on the partition. Whatever, what if you weren't a scammer? Then what? Tell me, okay? What is with this cute act? Come on. FCK. Jude unintentionally cursed as he recoiled and retreated, but Cordelia brought her face closer to Jude. And Jude involuntarily broke into a cold sweat. Because Cordelia was an incomparably beautiful girl. Her cute act had a destructive power beyond imagination. Hwu, I can't help it then. Wow, are you finally telling me? I used to be a spy. Until Cordelia became wide-eyed at him, suddenly speaking in the English language, blinked in surprise, and then asked back. Spy, undercover agent? Jude did not answer and just looked at Cordelia, and she exclaimed ah and nodded. That's possible. He was similar to the main character of the spy drama that she watched before. Excellent acting skills to hide their disguise and identity. Trained forgery skills for the sake of forging various documents. Excellent memorization, concentration, observation, and so on. Ooh, ooh, woo. When Cordelia was finally convinced as her eyes shined, Jude stifled his laugh but soon burst into laughter. What spy? Hey, no, so don't have such a strange delusion. FCK, then what really was your job? Then what's yours? Huh, what about yours? Isn't this give and take? If you tell me first, I'll let you know mine. That's so mean. Hey, isn't it mean to just ask me but not let me know yours too? SHT Jude's logic was right, but Cordelia didn't want to talk about herself. I might have to call him Opa. I don't know what Jude's job is, but it seemed like he was older than me. We can let it pass now that we've reincarnated with a similar age and that we don't know each other's past. But once we talk about it and express it clearly, the atmosphere between us would become strange. Cordelia pouted as she lied down and said again, You know what, can you just tell me one thing then? You just can't tell me your job. Not that. Your memory. My memory? Yes, your memory. It really doesn't make sense to me. Just teach me that. How did you do it? When Cordelia stuck her face out of the partition again and asked, Jude frowned a little and then nodded. Okay, I'll teach you that. Oh, is this something secret? Cordelia stuck her head out even more in her excitement. Jude was struck by Cordelia's hair spilling over his head, so he moved over to the side. There are two things. What is it? First of all, I am highly intelligent. FCK. What kind of secret is that? Cordelia impulsively cursed no. That was just her saying an interjection, but she did not deny Jude's statement. She already knew that Jude was smart from the time when he was still outboxer. Ando, you know of the Memory Palace? Memory Palace? Yuha, I know that. That's the one Sherlock used, right? Yes, it's a mnemonic system that has been passed down since ancient Greece. The Memory Palace. It was a method developed in the ancient times when the means of recording was trivial. It is a mnemonic system where one imagines a virtual space and store memories in the places they have walked step by step. So, when one needs to remember a certain memory, they walk through that place to remember it. The Memory Palace, aka the method of loci, is a method of memorizing information by placing each item to be remembered at a point along an imaginary journey. The information can then be recalled in a specific order by retracing the same route through the imaginary journey. And regarding Sherlock Holmes, the Memory Palace was only mentioned in the BBC's 2010 TV series, Sherlock, and not in the original novels written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Source: Method of Loci. The ancient Greek philosophers said that they memorized the content of speeches or books through the Memory Palace. It was a technique that seemed like a superpower at first glance, but it was a skill that ordinary people could acquire through training. Of course, there are individual differences, and I belong to the special cases, but for the present, I am using the Memory Palace. Wow then, are you putting it in something like a library in your head, just like what Sherlock did? It's similar. But mine is a bit old-fashioned. Amazing. Cordelia looked at Jude with pure admiration, and Jude cleared his throat as he was somewhat embarrassed. Do you want me to teach you? Really? Can I do it too? Although repetitive learning is necessary, and Cordelia must be smart. Well, of course, Yellow Storm is smart too. If you say so. It was when Jude laughed a little, Kaya. At that moment, the carriage shook and rattled greatly. Cordelia, who was leaning over the partition, lost her balance and fell on top of Jude. Hey, are you okay? Yes. At the time, Cordelia's head fell on top of Jude's chest, and she responded with a groan, You're both fine, you're all right. Have a good time. Lucas had quickly opened the carriage door to check on them after the carriage shook, but soon retreated and closed the door with a red face. Jude and Cordelia sighed, instead of getting angry. How do I say it wasn't there a scene like this in novels or manhwas, comics? Yeah, I know. The two sat up and lay down on their respective beds again, and the carriage continued to shake. More than an hour passed like that. The carriage finally arrived at the Northern Viscount's mansion. Chapter 36, Full Moon 3, I am glad to greet you again, Northern Viscount. Oh, I heard the story on what happened at Langesthay. I am really glad to see you safe. Thank you for your concern. Let me introduce you to my companions, Mr. Jude Bayer from Count Bayer and Lady Cordelia from Count Chase. With the introduction of Lucas, the old and white-haired Northern Viscount turned to Jude and Cordelia, and the two bowed and greeted in respect. Mr. Jude Bayer greets the Northern Viscount. Lady Cordelia Chase greets the Northern Viscount. Oh, the two of you are a good-looking couple, as I've heard. I am the Northern Viscount. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for your generous welcome. Even though Jude, Cordelia, and Lucas were children of the 12 Northern families, they were still nothing but ordinary nobles who did not possess any titles yet. So it was natural for them to show respect to the Northern Viscount, who is their senior and possessed a noble title. The atmosphere of the mansion is very nice. Cordelia spoke as she looked around the old but not worn-down mansion that was well-maintained, and the Northern Viscount replied with a smile. It's a mansion that has existed for 3 generations. It's small and old, but it's a precious place where I was born and raised. The Northern Viscount responded warmly to Cordelia and did not dilly-dally any longer as he ordered the maids to assign each of them a guest room. Do you think he's a good person? He doesn't look like a bad person, I think. In the original story, the Northern Viscount was a person who was mentioned only once, so Jude and Cordelia knew very little about him. They couldn't fully investigate the Northern Viscount's background because they were both stuck in the carriage throughout the journey. Well, I am sure there would be no problems. Although the Viscount said that it was small, it was only small when compared to the mansion of counts, and the mansion itself was not really small. Like the mansion of a nobleman with a manor, it had several guest rooms. Having been assigned rooms on the 2nd floor, they then had dinner with the Northern Viscount and went back to their respective rooms early to get some rest. And in the balcony of the guest room, Jude and Cordelia began to have their alone time together as usual. Ah, it's nice. After a long time, I could finally eat delicious food, take a good bath, and sleep in a proper bed. Cordelia, who was wearing a nightgown, mumbled as she hummed and stroked her hair flowing down over her shoulders. Her hair was very shiny after she had finished her bath. Well, I did like the bathroom. It's great, but do you really have to say it that way? Moving on, the two sat next to each other on the balcony chair as they looked up at the night sky. They saw the usual 2 moons shining with the stars. Jude was the first to start the conversation. I think Landius will arrive tomorrow. He will be with us for a while. Would it be enough to tell him to be careful with Duke? First, we have to give him some hints about Duke's weaknesses and attack styles. Once he knows that, Landius Gavriel will remember about our usefulness whenever he thinks of us. Should we become intimately acquainted with Landius first then? That way, he'll be able to trust in our words, and we can deliver more information to him. You're probably right. The best situation was for Landius to not fight with Duke at all. Can we get him to travel with us together? Landius is a wandering warrior. He's not affiliated with the Guardians of the Holy Cross like Camille. You're right, but well, we have to try first. If they could get Landius to travel with them, they'd be able to solve more easily most of the events that would happen in the north. Butit won't be easy. Landius was chasing a demon follower after the fall of the Paragon Kingdom. To be exact, he was chasing after the Archbishop Manuela, who had deceived the Queen of Paragon to summon Bakehazel. Since Landius had a clear goal, it was close to impossible for them to make him give up his chase and everything else just to follow Jude and Cordelia. Well, we'll figure it out once we meet him. You're right. Since the 2nd episode takes place 10 years after the 1st episode, Landius must have changed a lot, right? He must have changed. I think he'll be in his 20s to 30s. Camel covers his bare face with a mask, but their faces should be the same. It gets me curious, though. Legend of Heroes 1's main characters, Landius and Camel, were both outstandingly handsome guys. Camel was an incomparably handsome young man with a neutral beauty like Jude, while Landius was an orthodox good-looking guy with bold and intense facial lines like that of Maximilian, the main character of Legend of Heroes 2. The second episode takes place 10 years after the first episode. Camel becomes an executive of the Guardians of the Holy Cross and fights against numerous demons. In the midst of that, he became addicted to the demon's power itself, and his appearance changed quite a bit. Surprisingly, though, there were many fans who preferred his appearance in the second episode. Was it because it added a beauty of corruption to him? Jude scratched his chin as he turned his thoughts to Landius again. Well, it's something to look forward to. Even when Camel and all the protagonists of the first episode fell into despair in front of the mighty power of Bakehazel, Landius was the man who obstinately stood up and gave everyone hope. In fact, Jude also liked Landius because he didn't talk very much. His heart was thrilled at the thought of meeting the real-life Landius. Well, meet him tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, right? I am looking forward to it. Yeah. Jude responded with a nod and stood up as he said, "We'll be having a difficult time anyway, so let's get some sleep for tonight at least." "Oh, okay. Good night to you too. Dream of me?" "Yes, yes, I'll dream of you. I'll have a risk dream. What is this crazy beastard saying?" Cordelia left the balcony after their usual banter, and Jude looked back at the night sky. It was a much brighter moonlit night than usual. It was a deep, deep night that was nearing dawn when Jude opened his eyes. The reason he suddenly opened his eyes was simple. Boom! Jude woke up to the sound of an explosion and sprang up from the bed as he looked out the window where he heard the sound. The windows were broken thanks to the traps he had habitually installed earlier, which was triggered when an intruder came in. That intruder was a black-masked man that was now groaning and bleeding on the balcony. It was an attack. At that moment, one thing came into Jude's mind. Cordelia. The moment he equipped the knuckles on his bedside, 2 more masked men appeared on the balcony, and Jude realized it. The Devil's Hand. The ones who failed in Langesthay attempted to attack them once again, though this was quite troublesome. The fact that they've attacked Jude's group, even though they knew how much power Jude's side has, could only mean that they've sent enough troops to handle it. I was complacent. He thought that they wouldn't attempt a second attack because they had suffered a lot of damage in Langesthay. Each of the 2 masked combatants held a small knife. Behind them, another masked man showed up. I have to avoid them. It was a bad idea to deal with these people when he had no idea how many they were. He had to hurry up and join Cordelia first to ensure her safety. And at that very moment, Jude. The door exploded as a thunderous sound echoed into the air. And what appeared after was an incomparably beautiful girl. No, it was a witch with a fluttering blackish red hair, dressed in a nightgown. "Get out of here." The moment Cordelia yelled at the masked people, 2 magic missiles quickly flew and hit the masked people. Jude, come on. He wanted to save her but ended up as the one being saved. However, the important thing was that they have joined up and are now together. Jude hastily ran from the bed as he asked Cordelia, "What about Dahlia?" On the first floor, the knight said that they were having a drink together. That was certainly possible. But the moment he heard Cordelia, Jude suddenly thought, a trap? If you think about it, they were knights on an escort mission. It was unreasonable for such knights like Dahlia and Jun to go drinking with a glass or 2 in someone else's mansion. Even more when one considers the character of Sir Siorn, the leader of Count Harsvelger's escort knights. This could not have happened if perhaps the Northern Viscount did not offer them drinks first. If so, there was one possibility. The Northern Viscount himself trapped them. It may be the Northern Viscount's own work or some of his servants, but there definitely is someone who was in touch with the Devil's Hand. Let's go quickly. Go to the first floor. To save Dahlia. Let's find Lucas before that. It was Lucas and Cordelia that the Devil's Hand were after. Jude rushed out into the hallway and Cordelia followed and asked, "But what was that explosion?" "What?" "That sound of explosion." She was asking about the sound of explosion in Jude's room. Jude shouted as he kicked on Luca's door. "It's a trap. I installed it on the windows every day. Were you really a spy?" "No. There's no one." Luca's room was empty, but they didn't see any signs of an intrusion. The first floor? Could it be that he slipped in the night's drinking party? Or he went to the toilet? It didn't take him long to think, because they heard the sounds of fighting coming from the first floor. "Let's hurry, magic missile." At the moment Cordelia shouted, 5 magic missiles simultaneously formed and flew through the hallway. It headed towards the Devil's Hand's combatants who had infiltrated through the window of Jude's room. "You turned off the witch transformation? I can't use it for a long time," he understood then. Jude took the lead and started running, and they found their party on the side of the central staircase. "Dahlia, Jun, Miss, young master." Dahlia and Jun answered at the same time. However, there were only the two of them and some knights. The other knights, such as Sir Sion and Dame Thillian, and above all Lucas, were not visible. "Where's Lucas?" "Outside." That was the end of their conversation. More than a dozen combatants of the Devil's Hand poured in from all sides of the first floor and attacked the knights. And on the second floor, combatants attacked and aimed at Jude and Cordelia. It was clear that at least dozens of combatants were mobilized for this attack. "Cordelia, hold on to me." Jude held Cordelia by her waist in a hurry as he kicked the ground and jumped down from the central staircase. And Cordelia hugged Jude's neck. But instead of screaming and going Kaya, she stared at the back and fired magic missiles in succession. Boom, 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 thud. The sound of the magic missiles exploding and the noise of Jude landing on the floor erupted simultaneously. Jude carried Cordelia and kicked the ground once again. Outside, fire arrow, Cordelia, who was still in Jude's arms, formed a huge flame arrow. The knights perfectly understood Jude's command and formed a wedge-type formation with the two in the center as they rushed towards the central entrance. Boom, the fire arrow fired by Cordelia destroyed the front door and burned it. At the same time, arrows poured out from all sides. Shield, Count Chase's ring activated immediately. A translucent hemisphere wrapped around Jude and Cordelia, and the knights swung their swords in response to the rain of arrows. Ack! But it was impossible to stop all the arrows. Several arrows pierced the arms and shoulders of the knights. Dahlia, outside. Cordelia screamed when she saw Dahlia with an arrow in her left thigh, but Dahlia promptly replied and moved forward. They had to get out of the mansion first before the next rain of arrows poured down. Valiant charge, Jun's body was suddenly enveloped in a subtle golden light when he shouted loudly. He then charged like a bullet towards the front door. It was chivalry, the magic of the knights. Papa papa papa. Arrows rained down on Jun, who fiercely advanced, but the golden light caused most of the arrows to bounce or deflect. However, there were limitations. Jun, who had charged forward, collapsed and fell down. And Jude could see the outside. Lucas and his party were besieged and fighting against the combatants of the Devil's Hand. Lucas. After passing through the front door, Jude put down Cordelia, and at that moment, Cordelia began to chant. She was going to use the witch's spells she learned from the witch's spell book. The knights who went through the front door in succession set up a formation to protect Jude and Cordelia, and a shout was heard from Lucas. "Mr. Bayer, the enemy is the Northern Viscount." At the time that Sir Sion shouted within a short moment, powerful magic flowed through the entire place in front of the main entrance. Among those in this place, it was Jude who instantly recognized the familiar magic while Cordelia was still in the middle of chanting. Magic circle, it was similar. Just as Jude had prepared a magic circle in advance to fight against demonic human Minas, the Devil's Hand also prepared a trap. The light of the magic circle rose. The purple lines seemed to be intricately drawn on the place, and it soon began to suppress everyone, including Jude. It was as if gravity had become several times stronger. Heavy suppression. As the name suggests, it was a magic circle that suppresses a group of people through the heavy pressure of gravity. Cordelia, who was chanting the spell, fell down and screamed at the sudden pressure. The knights fell into a crooked posture as they were unable to move. "Ha ha ha, you fools!" As Jude turned his gaze after hearing the stereotypical villain lines, the one who was hiding on the garden grounds finally appeared. It was the Northern Viscount. His face had a distorted look, as if his good face earlier had been a mask, and his eyes glowed red. "It's over. Even if you break through the prepared heavy suppression, there is no hope for you." When the Northern Viscount spoke in theatrics and waved his hand, combatants of the Devil's Hand appeared not only in the garden, but also in the mansion. At first glance, they numbered over 30. Moreover, there weren't just ordinary combatants. We still can't let down our vigilance against them because they're the ones who killed Minas, even if it was by chance. A new demonic human emerged on the side of the Northern Viscount. Unlike the Northern Viscount, who was only mentioned once, This new demonic human was a villain whose presence was revealed at the beginning of the original story. Demonic human Varys. In the Devil's Hand, he was a demonic human equal to Minos. He was the demonic human in charge of transporting the kidnapped children of the 12 families to the ritual site. As opposed to Minos, who used ice, he was a demonic human who used hellfire. Jude. Cordelia groaned as she quietly spoke. There were 2 demonic humans, and the combatants were close to 40, so even if there was no heavy suppression, they were all tough enemies to deal with. I believed in the original story too much. Jude didn't think that the Northern Viscount was a demonic human. He also viewed the possibility of a second attack as too low, but it was all belated regrets. They had to first overcome their current crisis. I just need the children of the 12 families. Kill all the knights. The combatants ordered by Varys stepped into the magic circle. Thanks to the special engraving on their bodies, they were able to move freely in the heavy suppression magic circle. Jude. Cordelia called Jude again, and at that point, Jude realized what Cordelia wanted to do. Make the witch's power run out of control. It was for a short time, but the released tremendous power would be enough to destroy the heavy suppression. But her method was close to self-destruction. There were still a lot of enemies even if they destroyed the heavy suppression, and more importantly, Cordelia would fall into a state of near death. Jude saw Cordelia, and Cordelia helplessly grinned. She closed her eyes and began to draw out the witch's power. Jude instinctively reached out to stop Cordelia, because Jude knew there was no way to overcome their current crisis. The fact that Cordelia's chosen method was the only solution she could offer to resolve their current crisis, even though she knew the consequences. But suppose Thatevin, if we're so even so as Jude was thinking, that suddenly happened. Bang. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying and huge loud sound reverberated and instantly erased all the sounds in their surroundings. No, Cordelia's power did not run out of control. Even Cordelia, who was in the midst of drawing out the witch's power, opened her eyes in astonishment, and she saw the current scene. The scene of the night sky being torn, the scene of a red flash cutting through the darkness. What is that? The moment she unconsciously spoke bang, a thunderbolt struck from the sky. A red flash came to the ground like a lightning bolt. Boom! The shockwave struck both the heavens and earth. A strong wind rose and pushed away the surrounding air. And the one who stood at the center of it all, a person with bright red hair. He was a man shining like the sun in the dark. Red Flame Landius, the warrior of the sun who never succumbs to any despair. However, Jude and Cordelia were puzzled by his appearance. It was not because of his dramatic entrance like those in the movies. Lalandius? 10 years after Legend of Heroes 1. His changed appearance that no one knew because he didn't even appear in the second episode. Landius was originally tall. He was close to a gigantic 190 cm, but now he was bigger than that. No, even if he was big, he was too big now. To put the case very mildly, he had become close to 3 meters without any difficulty. Landius' body was in good shape. He originally had a good body with broad shoulders that the players gave him the nickname Captain Paragon. But now, his body was good, or more like, it was too good. Even if he had broad shoulders, it was too broad now. Even though he had hard muscles, it was too hard now. He was indeed a moving body of steel. He was a gigantic existence. In the midst of this, his face was as handsome as it was in the first episode. His red hair fluttered in the wind like a lion's mane. His face remained the same, but his size almost doubled. Furthermore, he was not holding the solar blade he used in the first episode, but was now barehanded. Sir Landius. Lucas cried out, and Landius had a manly smile. Landius loudly laughed as he roughly moved his foot. Thud, that was it. Just a single kick shook the Earth's axis, creating dozens of cracks above the ground. The mana that was forming the heavy suppression magic circle was quickly scattered. What happened? When Cordelia spoke, the demonic humans of the Devil's Hand moved. Combatants fired their crossbows at the same time to create a rain of arrows, and Landius saw it all. He struck the sky with his fist. It was like a blast from an explosion. The surrounding air shook with the shock wave centered on Landius' strike and swept away all the flying arrows. Crazy, die, Varys exclaimed as he urgently shot a huge fireball. It was hellfire, created with his mana as a demonic human. Landius scornfully laughed at the fireball coming towards him. He shouted out loud as if he didn't need to use his hand. Break. His outrageous chi-loaded cry was like the roar of a lion itself. The fireball was extinguished in an instant rather than burning Landius. It wasn't just Varys who was bewildered. Jude and Cordelia, as well as everyone on the mansion grounds, were in shock. His level of strength was truly convincing, because Landius was the protagonist of the first episode. He was the super strong man who had defeated the demon prince with a human body that has now become stronger over the course of a decade. No way, be like that. At the time when even Jude was confused, Landius finally took a step. He crossed the space with a light step and swung his clenched fists. Bang, 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 it burst out. It was not a special martial arts skill. The combatants of the Devil's Hand exploded with his sheer fists. It was the result of the tremendous physical force his fists generated. It broke the sky and cut the ground, in the literal sense. Several punches that Landius exerted turned the 30-something combatants into a handful of blood. He broke the arms and legs of the combatants by force alone, at a level that his violent blows made the air itself collapse. It wasn't much different for the demonic humans. The Northern Viscount completely lost his mind to the overwhelming power, and Landius easily seized him by his neck and decapitated him. Varys, who was out of his wits, also suffered a similar fate. The moment he turned his back to escape, Landius swung his fist. The fearsome air wave did not stop at cutting him into two, but even completely crushed him. Weak ones, I don't even need to use a sword. Landius mockingly laughed, and Jude and Cordelia thought, WH? What is that? I am scared. Pleiades was a world of superhumans. Just as the nickname of Yellowstorm was Human Storm, it was also possible for a strong superhuman to face against hundreds or thousands of people. But even so, there was a limit. It was the difference between the game and reality. There was a difference between seeing in the monitor a warrior cutting dozens of monsters and seeing with his real eyes a person bursting from a punch. Duke killed him? That person? How? Isn't it more probable that Duke just picked up the solar blade that Landius threw away? While Jude blinked his eyes in surprise, Landius turned. He first looked at Lucas before turning his gaze towards Jude and Cordelia. Ho! Landius laughed and began walking, while Cordelia unwittingly grabbed Jude's arm. Jude also hid Cordelia in his back and swallowed nervously. Something's not right. The meeting with Landius that he and Cordelia thought of was different. No, it was also of what they thought Landius looked like. 2 meters and 30 centimeters tall. The giant's shadow, which was several times larger than Jude in size, completely covered Jude and Cordelia. Even though she had never been afraid when she faced against a demonic human, Cordelia's shoulders were now shaking, while Jude's breathing became rough. Landius squinted his eyes as he looked at Jude and Cordelia. He looked at Jude's whole body with a piercing gaze. You, Chen Mujich. A fierce smile spread on Landius' face. He raised his big hands, and Cordelia responded. Just like when they first met Lysagang, she naturally raised her mana. Jude also flinched as he tried to use the 36 world steps, although late. But he realized then that Cordelia was just right behind his back. Landius' hand then grabbed Jude's shoulder. The aura rising from his whole body scattered Cordelia's mana at once. I am going to die, Jude unconsciously thought at that moment. Landius opened his mouth and said something that Jude didn't even think of. Be my disciple. Yes, become my disciple, boy with Chinmujich. Landius of the Red Flame, the warrior of the sun. I will pass on to you the Guchinguman, 9th Heaven's 9 doors. Jude looked at Landius with a blank face, and Landius revealed a manly smile. Chapter 37, 9th Heaven's 9 doors. 1. The 9th Heaven and 9 doors. This wasn't the first time he had heard of it. I've certainly heard of it before. But where? He was certain that it was not a martial art technique that appeared in the first episode. It was when Jude tried to enter his memory palace out of habit. Ah! Behind him, Cordelia suddenly exclaimed. Jude automatically looked at his back, and Cordelia moved her lips to convey a silent message. He then understood when he read her lips. 3rd episode. That was what Cordelia silently said. Thanks to her, he finally remembered. Ninth Heaven's Nine Doors was a fantasy martial art that appeared in the third episode, or to be more precise, in the last expansion pack of the third episode. It's similar to Nine Celestial Steps. Its existence was known, but the martial art did not appear in the game. But now, rather than anyone else from the third episode, it was Landius, one of the main characters of the first episode, that had spoken of the Ninth Heaven's Nine Doors. Did Landius learn it? Sometime in the past 10 years? Or perhaps Landius himself created that martial art. Either way, it didn't matter to him for now. Just that it was clear that the Ninth Heaven's Nine Doors was the highest in rank for that martial art skill tree, similar to Nine Celestial Steps. I'll say it for the last time, boy, be my disciple. With your Chinmujich, you can learn the Ninth Heaven's Nine Doors. At Landius' words, Jude swallowed in excitement. He admitted it. His heart was pounding. Among the numerous rotten waters in Legend of Heroes, there was no one else who had the opportunity to learn and master that fantasy martial art skill, and this fact got him excited. Furthermore, he would become the disciple of the Sun Warrior Landius, his favorite character in the first episode. There was no way he'd ever refuse that offer. Ha! Landius smiled in satisfaction as he read the eyes of Jude, and soon, Jude opened his lips. He was about to say that he would become his disciple. But right at that moment, wait a second. Cordelia unexpectedly raised her voice while pulling Jude's arm. Because of that, everyone's gaze on Jude and Landius turned to Cordelia. Landius looked at her, seemingly wondering what was going on, and Cordelia herself was surprised at her actions and hesitated to open her mouth. It seemed like her voice popped out without her realizing it. That tell me, girl. When Landius spoke magnanimously, Cordelia looked at Jude once and soon plucked up her courage as she spoke. That Ninth Heaven's Nine Dorsif, he learns it if he learns. Will Jude get bigger? Everyone went blank at Cordelia's timid question, but soon nodded in understanding. Because Landius was indeed abnormally huge. Even Jude, who just before was thrilled at the thought of becoming Landius' disciple, was startled as he looked at Landius. He was definitely big, extremely big. Landius touched his chin in amusement and asked Cordelia again, who was hiding behind Jude's back. Girl, what is the relationship between you and the boy with Chinmujich? He's my fianc. Sure enough, it's something worth worrying about. Mum, it is a very important question. An important issue. Landius nodded in understanding, and the knights sporadically cleared their throats as everyone's faces, except for Luca's, turned red. What's wrong with everyone? Young master, for a moment. Immediately after, Sir Sion hastily pulled Luca's hand. Landius happily gazed at the completely red-faced Jude and Cordelia, and then laughed as he spoke. Don't worry, girl. It's not because of the Ninth Heaven's Nine Doors that I am huge. It's not because of the Ninth Heaven's Nine Doors. Cordelia blinked in surprise as she asked again, and Jude became surprised too, as he looked at Landius. Landius in the first episode was definitely around 190 centimeters tall. It was impossible for his growth period to suddenly come back in his late 20s, so it must have been due to some acquired cause. But if it was not due to the Ninth Heaven's Nine Doors, what other reason could it be? I have the blood of giants flowing through my body. I use the ancestral regression technique to draw out the power of my ancestors. Ancestral regression technique? Yes, the ancestral regression technique. It's a technique to awaken the ancestors' physical and spiritual powers sleeping in the blood and regress in a form similar to one's ancestor. At Landius' explanation, the knights had faces expressing that they've haven't heard of it, but not for Jude and Cordelia. This is because it was a technique that had appeared several times in Legend of Heroes 2. In the immediate future, Cordelia also wakes up her angelic blood through the ancestral regression technique. That was why the two understood Landius' words. If the blood of the giant had been awakened through the ancestral regression technique, it would indeed make sense that Landius' size had greatly increased. I never thought that the blood of giants flowed in Landius. Although it was a sudden character setting, it was understandable. Landius had an overwhelming physique from the start. That's why, girl, even if the boy with Chinmujich learns the Ninth Heaven's Nine Doors, he will not become as big as me. So don't worry, ahais I see. As Cordelia faltered and shut her lips tightly, Landius focused on Jude again. Now answer, boy with Chinmujich, will you be my disciple? a fantasy martial art called Ninth Heaven's Nine Doors, a disciple of Landius, one of the main characters of the first episode. It was a very different development from the original story, but there was no reason for him to refuse it. To begin with, Jude's goal was to destroy the original ending and bring about a perfect happy ending. Will you do it? I will do it. Jude exchanged looks with Cordelia before looking up at Landius and finally replied, I will become your disciple, master. Ha, good, you are my disciple from today, so answer my questions, disciple. Yes, master. When Jude responded nervously, Landius asked with a magnanimous face. First of all, what is your name? How old are you? If you have a fiancé, are you a noble? It was the most basic questions. Though they had become master and disciple, they had yet to mutually introduce themselves. With a dazed look on his face for a moment, Jude opened his mouth and answered the questions of his overly considerate master. The next morning, the group had spent the night in the now ownerless mansion of the Northern Viscount. There were opinions that it was still dangerous, but Landius' presence was the answer to all of their concerns. While preparing to leave in a hurry, they also delivered the news to Langisthe. The fact that a nobleman with a manor was a demon follower, and even became a demonic human, was a very serious matter. If we go by the standard procedure, we should stay here and cooperate with the investigation, but as there had been 2 attacks already, I think it's for the best to return to the Count as soon as possible. There was a second attack, so there could be a third attack, so it was best to return quickly when Landius was with them. Jude knew that Landius was traveling all over the continent in search of the Archbishop Manuela. Landius only accepted the job this time because he also had to meet and deal with Count H.R. Svelger. So if they got delayed for a long time, he was more likely to leave. Okay, let's do that then. Lucas replied to Sir Sioran before enviously looking at the carriage where Jude and Cordelia was in. I am really envious. He wasn't talking about Jude having a perfect and harmonious teamwork with a fiancé that is an incomparably beautiful girl. It was because of being Landius' disciple. Landius had the personality that Lucas longed for, as his visuals and strength seemed to have been torn from a heroic novel, and that Landius had demanded Jude first to be his disciple. That did not happen when he was with Lucas. Young master, Sir Landius' martial arts are of a form that cannot be mastered without having a special bodily constitution. It is not because of young master's lack of talent. Landius himself didn't pay attention to that. If it's only the talent for the sword, young master is already on par with sword noble Camille. Yes, but he knew that. But he was still envious of what he highly desired. The training of Sir Landius. The training from the red-haired warrior. While Lucas stared at the carriage, Jude was lying at death's door. Aya Akakea lying on a remodeled bed in the carriage, Jude wriggled his body and let out groans while Cordelia sat down at the bedside of Jude and took care of him. Does it hurt that much? It hurts, FCK. It FCking hurts. I really think I'm going to die. It wasn't even like this when I was in Afghanistan. It was unlike the usual Jude as he uncontrollably kept popping out curses in just one day. No, it wasn't just a day, but from the few hours of training in the middle of the night that made his whole body scream in pain. I have to leave again when we arrive at Count H.R. Svelger. I can't take you with me, so I'll teach you the basics while we go to the Count's territory. It was good so far. He fully understood that. But the training that followed was far beyond Jude's expectations. I didn't learn like this from my father. There was quite a difference from when he learned lightning punch and lightning strike fist. He would react like that because Landius overworked all the muscles of his whole body. It wasn't martial arts training, but some kind of physical training, no. It felt more like physical abuse. Moreover, Landius made him do all possible exercises, or more like continuous abuse, by repeating adequate rest and training that is just right for Jude who didn't have enough physical strength, yet because of his Gyumjelmeek. Sodo, you know exactly what the Ninth Heaven's Nine Doors is. I don't know, but based on the training, it doesn't strengthen the body itself. It FCking hurts. It hurts even if I stay still. Don't just say FCK twice. FCK. Their positions were reversed from their usual conversation when the door suddenly opened. You look fine. It's Chinmujic indeed. When Landius spoke with a pleased face at the sight of Jude stretched out on the bed, Jude's soaring anger burst at that moment. Are you sane saying that I am fine? Fortunately, he still held some degree of reason, so he could only shout in his mind. Landius said as he nodded his head in satisfaction, "Let your body rest until lunch. We'll start the training again every time the carriage stops. Ah, girl, feed this to my disciple." Landius took a pouch from his waist and threw it to Cordelia. When she opened the pouch, there were a lot of pills inside that were the size of a thumbnail. Physicalno, to be exact, those are pills that helps the muscles recover. From now on, feed those pills at the end of every training session. Do you understand? Ah, yes. All right, then see you at lunch. Landius smiled refreshingly as he closed the door and left, and Cordelia turned to Jude with a face full of concern. "Yuhum, do you want to say ah first? I'll give you the pills." Cordelia had somehow become so eagerly nice to Jude as she pretty much spoke in a gentle voice, and Jude trembled as he opened his mouth. And those unforgettable hellish days continued to Jude for 5 more days. Aughu on the 6th night after meeting Landius, Jude trembled and fell down in place after having finished doing squats. "Ma master." "Yes. My legs won't move, you're right? Your lower body needs to rest a bit now. So let's train your upper body now." Landius was laughing ha-ha-ha as he helped Jude sit in place before handing him his handmade exercise equipment. "Be quick, we don't have much time. You need to train your muscles during breaks too. Don't cry. You'll lose the water in your body." As he trembled in various ways, Jude began working out his upper body. And after 2 hours like that, Jude had completely used all of his body muscles as he collapsed while looking out of breath. That's good. Repeat the entire training course even when I am not here in the future. Okay, they'll be arriving at Count H.R. Svelger's territory tomorrow. It's liberation, I'll finally be free now. Jude was flushed with tears, and Landius chuckled as he said, "Don't be too sad, my disciple. I am only going to take care of some urgent business before coming back to see your training. So stop those tears or you'll lose the muscles you've gained." Jude trembled instead of answering, and Landius continued his words. "Now then, there's only 1 day left, so let's start the training for Ninth Heaven's 9 doors." "Yes, what?" Jude asked as he looked up and raised his head, even if his body had collapsed. What Landius said was too absurd. Start. Training for Ninth Heaven's 9 doors? So what had he been doing so far? What is it? It's muscle training. My dear boy, you're too weak even without Gyumjulmeek. So work hard repeatedly to build up your body. Landius clicked his tongue, and Jude had a stunned look as he blinked. Simple muscle training, not training for Ninth Heaven's 9 doors. When he thought about it, he agreed too. The training was so hard that he didn't properly think about it, but in retrospect, it was all pure physical training that had nothing to do with martial arts. It was also true that Jude was weak, even if he didn't have Gyumjulmeek. But even so, FUFCK, fortunately again, Jude only shouted in his mind. Landius sat Jude upright as he spoke. "From now on, I will teach you the oral passage of the Ninth Heaven's 9 doors. Learn it by heart. All I have to do is memorize it. For now, yes." At that moment, Jude was mortified as a few tears came out of his eyes, but he decided to endure it for now. He had to learn the Ninth Heaven's 9 doors. Okay, let's get started. The oral passage of the Ninth Heaven's 9 doors. Jude closed his eyes and focused on Landius' voice. A new memory was added to his memory palace. For a while, the oral passage settled down at one point in Jude's head. It then naturally became one with Jude. And only then did Jude realize. Ninth Heaven's 9 doors was not a combat technique that consisted of attack and defense like lightning punch or God's fist. However, it wasn't inner chi cultivation either. Make 9 doors to one's body and soul. Every time a door is opened, new possibilities are unlocked. All of these will lead the body and soul to reach a higher level. It is a soul training method that is a mixture of both martial arts and magic. It makes the soul evolve. Jude felt the location of the bottommost door as the door was created. The first door, it couldn't have been this fast originally, but his Chinmujich made it possible. In the first place, Ninth Heaven's 9 doors itself was one with Chinmujich. It was a martial art that could not be properly learned without having Chinmujich. Sweat poured down from Jude's whole body. He forgot the passage of time, and the first door was finally completed after what felt like an eternity. And at that moment, Jude realized. one of the martial arts that Jude himself had reacted to the ninth heaven's 9 doors. It advanced to a higher rank. 36 world steps. Jude's footwork technique. Can he reach the ultimate fantasy footwork technique, 9 celestial steps, by the end? But why? Why does the 36 world steps respond to the ninth heaven's 9 doors? The first door opened. The first evolution began in the depths of Jude's body and soul. And at the same time, the 36 world steps took on a new form, 24 gale steps. Jude opened his eyes and faced Landius. Chapter 38, Ninth Heaven's 9 Doors, 2, Juju-da-ah, he heard a voice. However, he couldn't hear it properly because it was garbled. Perhaps it was Landius' voice. His sight returned, though it was still blurry, and at that time he clearly heard an audible voice near him. Jude, are you all right? You okay? Cordelia. His sight became clear the moment he unwittingly spoke. He immediately saw the faces of Cordelia, whose white and pretty face was right in front of him, and Landius, who was looking down at him from a distance. Are you awake? Do you know how many these are? When Jude suddenly spoke, Cordelia flinched, but she soon waved 2 fingers with a joyful face. 2, just like you. What? Cordelia growled, but her eyes seemed to be smiling, though. She seemed to be very happy that Jude had woken up. Did it take a long time? Since he began memorizing the mnemonic chant of Ninth Heaven's 9 doors, he no longer felt the passage of time. Judging by Cordelia's reaction, though, it looked like a considerable amount of time had passed. You must be fine if you're whispering sweet words with the girl. Clicking his tongue as he grinned, Landius approached him, and Cordelia stepped aside. Landius spoke again. It seems to me that you're not yet aware of it, but it's been a day since you began memorizing the mnemonic chant. A day? Yes, a day. It was night when you closed your eyes, but it's still night, right? Jude unthinkingly nodded before inspecting his body. Maybe because he was now aware of it, he felt that his whole body was weak and that he was hungry. That's why the girl came. Her fiancé, whom she loved more than her life, has not woken up for the entire day, so she was suffering from a heartache, isn't that right? That's what Lucas said. No, that's right. Yes, ahis. I couldn't do anything because I was worried that my beloved Mr. Bayer hadn't opened his eyes for the whole day. Yes, that's right. When Landius asked with narrowed eyes, both Jude and Cordelia answered quickly. However, Cordelia's answer was a problem, because as always, her acting was monotone. Okay, moving on. Luckily, the magnanimous Landius didn't care about such trivial stuff. Moreover, it was true that Cordelia was here because she was worried about Jude. Disciple, if my eyes are correct, you seem to have opened the first door. Is that correct? Yes, I think so. Jude carefully answered as he placed his hand over the lower part of his belly. It was the place where the first door was installed. Cordelia just looked at Jude's belly as she thought that nothing had changed, but it was a little different for Landius. He had a feeble smile as he looked dumbfounded, but soon burst out into a hearty laugh. Sure enough, indeed. Is this the work of Chinmujich? Master, you're fast. It took me over a month to open the first door. But Jude opened the first door in just 1 day. As expected was the Chinmujich, the divine inspiration of the transcendent beings. Both Jude and Cordelia focused on what Landius muttered. The divine inspiration of the transcendent beings. Those were words that did not exist in both Legend of Heroes' first and second episodes. Master, what you called transcendent beings, yes, you have the qualifications. First, Landius' words slurred at the end of his sentence as his gaze headed to Cordelia, and she flinched and then stood up from her seat. She thought that Landius was reluctant to talk because of her presence. Well, Jude will tell me later about it. But then Jude grabbed Cordelia's hand. Why? Cordelia asked with her eyes, but instead of answering, Jude looked at Landius and said, Master, Lady Cordelia and I are no different from one body. Lady Cordelia also has the right to know about what happened to my body. Please let us hear it together. You're right. My disciple and the girl are engaged, so they're as good as one body. No, it's not. Me and Jude are 2 different bodies, right? The last thought belonged to Cordelia, but only Jude could guess her thoughts by looking at her eyes. All right, I'll tell the girl the story too. Thank you. Thank you. For a moment, Cordelia was dazed but expressed her gratitude afterwards as she quietly sat down next to Jude. Landius began talking after sitting in front of the 2. Disciple and girl, do you know anything about the great monarchs of hell? Ahais, are you referring to the 5 great demons of hell? When Cordelia said in response, Landius nodded. Yes, the 5 great demons. Asmodeus of lust, Belial of corruption, Belphegor of cruelty, Behemoth of violence, and Lilith of love and hate. But the truth is, the great monarchs of hell were originally 7, not 5. Jude and Cordelia also knew of this story. According to the setting of Legend of Heroes, 2 of the original 7 great monarchs had disappeared, leaving only 5. A long time ago, in what we call the ancient times, 2 of the 7 great monarchs came down to the human world. Numerous human nations were destroyed by the 2 mighty demons, and some races even went extinct. The High Dwarves, the higher race and ancestors of the current dwarves, virtually went extinct, and the elves lost their great empire, which was the most prosperous on the continent. All the races living on the continent joined forces to confront the Demon Sand. After countless sacrifices, they were able to win. They knew of this story up to this point. Ordinary people didn't know it well, but it was a story that was known to some knowledgeable wizards, scholars, and priests. If so, then who was it? Who were the people with transcendental powers that defeated the great monarchs? Landius' gaze turned to the sky. He continued the story as if he was talking to himself and not to Jude and Cordelia. I was curious about it, because I thought that knowing who and how they defeated the great monarchs would greatly help in the future fight against the demons. Unlike the sword noble Camille, who joined the Guardians of the Holy Cross, Landius wandered all over the continent alone. After a long search, I was able to find a record in the ancient ruins where the Guardians of the Holy Cross first began. It was a record of the heroes who defeated the great monarchs. Jude and Cordelia simultaneously swallowed in their excitement. This was the first time that the 2 had heard of this story. There were 7 heroes who were neither angels nor demons, but possessed divine powers. It was a really impressive formation. The dwarves' strongest warrior, the elven queen, the sun god Solaris champion, the best assassin of the continent, and so each and every one of them was worthy of the title of great hero. And there was one of them that caught the interest of Landius, the transcendent being. The ancient guardians called them a transcendent being, whose name, age, and gender were unknown, and that being used a special martial art. Yes, it's the 9th heaven's 9 doors. Landius' gaze returned to Jude and Cordelia. Only the mnemonic chant remained, and the mnemonic chant wasn't perfect either. But I couldn't give up on the 9th heaven's 9 doors. After having acquired an incomplete mnemonic chant, Landius did not worry alone. Together with his former comrade, the sword noble Camille, they asked for help from their colleagues who defeated demon Prince Bakazel. Each of them began their research and investigation on the 9th heaven's 9 doors and the heroes of the ancient times. The current 9th heaven's 9 doors was restored by Camille, me and Lena together. And in the process, we concluded that we needed a special talent to fully master the 9th heaven's 9 doors. There was no need to say what it was. Chinmujic, the manifestation of martial arts talent from the heavens. In the last 1,000 years, fewer than 10 have been born with Chinmujic, so I was on the verge of giving you until I met you. That was why Landius told him to become his disciple, even without having introduced themselves first. Jude and Cordelia were thrilled by the story that was much larger than they thought. The 2 looked at each other, and Cordelia opened her mouth first. Landius, what kind of martial arts is the 9th heaven's 9 doors specifically? It is a martial art that allows the body and soul to rise to a higher level. Well, to put it simply, to become a being that transcends humans, it's a way to become a transcendent being. Jude nodded at Landius' words, because he had felt it during the process of opening the first door. Jude, what changed happened when you opened the first door? It felt like my soul expanded. My body too, I think it got better. The simple story about the soul and such came suddenly, but his body did actually get better. Landius nodded his head. As its name suggests, 9th heaven's 9 doors consists of 9 doors. Every time a door is opened, one becomes closer to the transcendent being, and the body and soul itself are reinforced. Many different abilities also appear as an additional effect. Abilities. Yes, opening the 5th door gave me the ability to see through things, Landius said, and Jude peeked at Cordelia and she narrowed her eyes. What is it? No, just Landius cheerfully laughed. It can only be used when the door is opened, and it is very obvious too. When you open the fifth gate, a red energy rises like a flame, so if you use the ability to see through, other people can tell with their eyes. That's too bad. As Jude sighed, Cordelia's eyes narrowed at him. The doors are always open up until the fourth door. From the fifth door and above, the doors are only opened whenever it is necessary. It's because after the fifth door, the burden on the body is so great that it is difficult to maintain it for a long time. It was a convincing story. I have opened up to the seventh door. In fact, I turned towards the ancestral regression technique to get a clue on how to open the eighth door. Landius, who had talked so far, suddenly had a generous smile as he stood up and said, "The only one who can open the doors of ninth heaven's 9 doors is the one who has it. That is why there is nothing more that I could teach you about the ninth heaven's 9 doors. I can only give you a bit of advice. Of course, that doesn't mean that I won't be a teacher. What I can teach you about are a lot of things besides the ninth heaven's 9 doors." As he finished his rather long talk, Landius flaunted his muscles to Jude, while Jude unconsciously flinched when he realized what other things Landius could teach. There was silence for some time. Jude soon regained his reason as he likewise stood up and said, "Master, I have something to tell you. What is it? Do you think you're having muscle loss after sitting around all day?" "No, that's not it. It's about the ninth heaven's 9 doors." In response to the ninth heaven's 9 doors, the 36 world steps had advanced a rank. It's a martial art that I accidentally got from a dungeon book. As Jude talked about the 36 world steps, Landius' eyes became very serious. It responded to the ninth heaven's 9 door, so perhaps the 36 world steps is also a martial art of the transcendent being that you've mentioned. It was a possible story. 9 celestial steps and ninth heaven's 9 doors. The fantasy martial arts whose existence itself was unclear. Okay, then tell me more about it. Yes, the 36 world steps, Landius said in his most excited tone. He really wanted Jude to teach him about it right now. I understand. It would take some time to tell you both the movement and the mnemonic chant, so I'd like to share a story before that. What is that? Jude turned to Cordelia for a moment rather than answering right away. Are you going to tell him now? Now is the only time to do so. For 6 days, he completely forgot about it because he underwent a hellish physical training, but their original purpose of meeting Landius was not to learn the ninth heaven's 9 doors. Saving the life of Landius, warning him on how to deal with Duke. The question is, will it be necessary, though? Frankly, the current Landius doesn't seem like he'll be killed and die if Duke tries to kill him, but there was still a chance. There was nothing to lose in telling him. This is a story when we met the witch's soul in the witch's forest. After the fairy queen, it was now the witch's soul. What if an ancient witch left a prophecy about Landius? Will he be able to verify it? How would he do it? The witch's soul said that a great danger would befall the sun warrior we would meet in the future. The danger is that there is a high chance of being poisoned by the red scorpion's poison, so they should lay down preventive measures to completely prepare for it. Duke was someone who often uses poison. In particular, the red scorpion's poison that he used was a poison so deadly that even a graze could kill a person. I see. I'll prepare an antidote then. Jude was worried that Landius would just snort, saying that he was not afraid of poison, but Landius unexpectedly accepted Jude's story seriously. Well, are you done with your story then? Jude looked at Cordelia at Landius' question, and she swallowed once before raising her hand to ask. Sir Landius, may I ask you just one thing? Ask, girl. That didn't you originally use a sword, like the solar blade or something? One of the reasons why Landius is called the warrior of the sun is because of the solar blade. Landius heartily laughed at Cordelia's question. I still use it now. I just don't use it to train myself. Training? Yes, Camel said that. When you understand the principles, you can use swordsmanship without a sword. It was the so-called intangible sword, or the heart of the sword, a state which one reaches when their sword art is above a certain level. But isn't it more like Landius is using fist-fighting techniques now rather than using swordsmanship without a sword? Ooh, so you don't use a sword? I am testing this and that. Ahais. With that, their questions were solved. Given that he talked about the solar blade, the treasured item of the Paragon Kingdom, he seemed to still have it. So that's it, right? Just for now, it would be strange to ask him to show to them the solar blade here. As Jude and Cordelia exchanged glances, Landius smiled as he found them cute, and then he said, That's good then. It looks like the story is over. Now then, 36 no, wait. I was so excited that I forgot something important. I am still not good enough. Landius abruptly stopped his words and reproached himself before looking over Jude's whole body and saying, Eat your meals first. It's focused on protein. Since you haven't eaten all day, let's fill you in with nutrients first, before learning about the 36 world steps. When you starve and lose weight, you lose your muscles before your fat, because muscles are precious. At the urging of Landius, Jude began to eat. The menu was chicken breast meat. Chapter 39, Count HRSVELGR, there were 3 protectors in the Slen Kingdom. The Knights of the Golden Lion protected the Silates Plains, which has been the biggest battleground against the Argon Empire for generations. The invincible fleet of the 7 southern families dominated the southern waters. And the last one was the Jackdaw Brigade, which blocked the northern barbarians for over the past 300 years. The northern Margrave is the head of the Jackdaw Brigade, and Thunderdoom Fortress is the nest of the Jackdaws. If the Knights of the Golden Lion were the king of pitched battles on the plains, the Jackdaw Brigade were experts in fortress defense. The Jackdaw Brigade have always had 0 people at all times and built numerous legends together with the Thunderdoom Fortress. In the Great Invasion 150 years ago, Black Eagle, the legendary chieftain of the barbarians, led more than 150 troops against the 0 troops of the fortress. Despite the fact that the enemies were 10 times more than their own troops, the Count Bayer of that time not only stopped the overwhelming enemies 7 times, but also made a record of beheading the enemy wild lion. However, Count Bayer was killed, and this great invasion was called the Tragedy of the Jackdaws. If you live in the north, always thank the Jackdaws. They are the ones protecting your life, your family, and your loved ones. Those statements weren't wrong, because many northerners do harbor feelings of goodwill and gratitude to the Jackdaw Brigade. And it was when the Count of Harsvelger became the Margrave that such feelings of pride and dignity truly reached its peak. Thunderdoom Fortress was not only the nest of the Jackdaws, but was also the place where the Count of Harsvelger, the first Jackdaw, lived. The situation feels delicate now that I've come here. Jude himself was a man from the Bayer family. 50 years ago, the head of the Jackdaws was the Count of Bayer. It was a time before the current Count Bayer was born, and only a few people, including the old knight Victor Cromwell, remembered the days when the Bayer family was a Jackdaw. Moreover, the former Count Bayer was not so much talented in the sword, which was unlike the current Count Bayer, who was such a powerful swordsman that he ranked among the top 10 swordmasters of the Slen Kingdom. The current Count Harsvelger was also one of the 10 swordmasters, so it was inevitable that a delicate rivalry relationship was formed between the two. Well, it didn't matter to Jude what the actual thoughts between the 2 counts were. I only came here because I needed to, and as for Lukash is someone who's truly pure of heart. In the first place, it was Lucas who invited him here, and Jude had readily accepted it. Of course, Cordelia was also here because she had clung to her beloved fiancé, insisting that she would follow him. What is it? Why? No, I just suddenly felt like I've lost. Cordelia tilted her head in confusion, sniffing as she replied to Jude, and Jude inwardly admired her. She's yellow storm indeed. Her senses were really sharp that she could somehow sense what Jude was thinking of her. Moving on, Jude looked at the front again. The group had not actually arrived at the Thunderdoom Fortress. Lucas and Jude's destination from the very beginning was right here, the trading city of Vedafalnir, located at the entrance of Count Harsvelger's territory. Because the Thunderdoom Fortress is literally a fortress, so the Count's mansion couldn't be inside the fortress. Thus, while Count Harsvelger almost lived in the Thunderdoom Fortress, his family settled in Vedafalnir, the most developed city in the Harsvelger territory. My disciple, I'll be parting with you for a while here. Landius strode over as he said. He was originally on the move to meet Count Harsvelger, so he was now going to part with them here and head to the Thunderdoom Fortress. Disciple, don't show your tears. Tears are useless because it causes muscle loss. Yes, the time I taught you was short, but you learned really well. That's Chinmujic indeed. With a satisfied face, Landius heartily laughed and then patted Jude on his shoulder. But don't worry. I'll meet you again after I've met with Count Harsfelger and dealt with some urgent matters. It'll be a few months later when we see each other again. Yes, master. I look forward to the day of our reunion. Yes, and don't forget to exercise. Be healthy and let's meet again. Landius tapped on Jude's shoulder before turning to Cordelia. Girl. Yes, Sir Landius. Please take good care of my disciple and do what I asked you to. Yes. Cordelia modestly answered, and Landius heartily laughed again. Jude had a curious look on his face as he stared at Cordelia. What did he ask you to do? Please replenish him with a protein diet every day. When they had their usual conversation with just their eyes, Landius looked at them happily. What a nice and loving couple. They're indisputably soulmates. I think so, too. Lucas, who had been somehow trying to get involved in their conversation, cut in when he got the chance. Unfortunately, the conversation had already reached its end. My disciple, I look forward to seeing you again. May the muscles always be together. Ma master too. Jude awkwardly smiled as he couldn't say the same about muscles being together. Landius heartily laughed again and lowered his posture. Then, disciple, girl, Lucas, and the others. May you be healthy until the day we meet again. Boom! Landius kicked the ground and soared up. 12 meters no, he soared at almost tens of meters high, and then he kicked again into the air and became the red flash that they saw on the first day. Boom, 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 they didn't hear it wrong. That was the sound of Landius tearing through the air as he soared up the sky. Ha, 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 they blankly stared at the sky for a few seconds while listening to the faint sound of Landius' laughter. Cordelia was the first to open her mouth. He alone is in a different genre, I agree. Jude strongly agreed as he looked far at the northern sky. You must have accumulated a lot of fatigue from traveling, so take a good rest for today. If there is something you lack or need, please tell us right away. You don't have to feel burdened about it. Thank you, Lord Lucas. Thank you very much. After Lucas guided them directly to the guest rooms, he smiled and left. Jude and Cordelia ate, took a bath, and had a break before having their alone time together as usual. They were surprisingly cooperative. Well, we've already spent so much time alone together. It must be a routine for the knights now. It was at a level where the knights left the two alone, now, even though they haven't said anything yet. Moreover, the phenomenon accelerated further after Dahlia returned to Count Chase's territory because of her injury. They didn't have any knights closely attached to them now. Doing that is good, but do you really have to do that now? It'll be over soon. I'll just do one more set. After exercising every day for the past 6 days, it had become awkward for Jude to not continue his daily exercises. Disciple, remember, all the strength of a man comes from a stable and strong lower body. It is already common sense that the circumference of the thigh is directly proportional to one's lifespan. Jude wanted to ask whose common sense was that, but he did agree to the fact that training the lower body was important. Because a person is an animal that stands on the ground with both feet after all. The whole body was stable only when the lower body was stabilized, and the whole body had to be stable in order to move the body properly. Ah, it's hot. I am sweating. Cordelia wrinkled her nose as she spoke. She was making a special juice with the help of wind cutter magic. It was what Landius asked for before he left. But you must have gotten a lot better with your Gymjalmeek. You can now exercise that long. I think the physical part has somehow been solved. It's also thanks to the opening of the first door. After having finished his squatting exercise, Jude took a deep breath and received the juice from Cordelia. Look forward to it. Once my Gymjalmeek is healed, I'll carry you, cross over the wall, and care for you. I'll even do all of it as a set. What is this crazy bastard saying? After their usual exchange, the two sat facing each other and started talking seriously. Well, we've come all the way here, so let's organize our future schedule. First of all, is our top priority the sunflower? That's right, because the sunflower will bloom in the next 15 days. As legend has it, the sunflower was a flower that bloomed only once every 20 years and fell on the 3rd day. We have to get the timing right. We'll have to leave in a week at the latest. They had to consider the time to get to Frost Anvil and the time to travel through all kinds of obstacles to get to the place where the sunflower is located. Eating the sunflower will almost cure my Gymjalmeek. In addition, I can also get my hands on a special constitution. What did you get when you ate it as Jude? I don't know, because I haven't eaten it when I played as Jude. It was physically impossible then. Jude's main scenario happens a year later after Cordelia and Luca's. When Jude's scenario began, it was after the sunflower had already wilted. If Cordelia eats it, it will damage her body instead. The Yang energy's extreme energy was like a poison to ordinary humans. You've become a witch, so it's my turn this time. What about the ninth heaven's 9 doors? That's that. I hate you. Jude sneakily laughed at Cordelia's words and said as he raised his palms as if to calm her down. But I am not going to let it go after all. Just as I got the ninth heaven's 9 doors, this time there's no rule that says that we have to move according to the original story. Cordelia tilted her head at Jude's words, but soon understood it. She spoke with a smile on her face. Ancestral regression technique. If Jude was born with Chinmujich, Cordelia was born with the very strong blood of a high-ranking angel. Therefore, just as Landius acquired the power of a giant through ancestral regression technique, Cordelia could also gain the power of an angel. It's an event that only takes place after the middle part of the original story, but I don't have to wait until then. Exactly, because I am here. The ancestral regression technique required a very special magic circle and various materials, but the problem of the magic circle could be solved right now. It was proudly stored in Jude's memory. Jude Wiki is the best. It's really convenient. Please use it anytime, Mom. Jude did an old-fashioned bow like those in plays and then spoke to Cordelia, who was laughing lightly. But as you know, you have to collect the ingredients first. Do you know the materials necessary for the ancestral regression technique? I have Jude Wiki, so do I have to know? Thaddeus, you're right, but do you know though? I know it. You're talking about that now, right? The most important material that cannot be replaced and varies for each ancestral regression target. That's right. The ancestral regression technique was a ritual to awaken the power of the ancestors hidden in the blood, which is the way to go through the soul. And in order to make the ritual a success, they needed the blood of the target ancestor. Landius must have conducted the ritual with the blood of a giant. Though he had to go to a remote area to find the giants, it wasn't that difficult as he could still meet them. But Cordelia was different. She needed the blood of an angel. Is there any way to get the angel's blood early on? It didn't exist in the original story, but it should still be possible now. That's not Lena. She is one of the 5 main characters in the first episode of Legend of Heroes and is the only woman among the main characters. In the original story, Jude or Cordelia never met her, let alone prevent her death. But this time, it was different. There were 2 people who planned to meet her in person and save her life. And Lena had the blood of an angel. At the end of the first episode of Legend of Heroes, she was awakened as an angel through the ancestral regression technique. As expected, it's Lena. We must get it, by all means. Yes, but we don't even know where she is right now, so we would only be able to get it at the right time period that we know. There have already been many changes due to the butterfly effect, but Lena's death event takes place in the barbaric land beyond the borders. Like the sunflower, it was an event that occurred in conjunction with a special event with a fixed time period, so it was highly likely to proceed as scheduled. Then let's sort them in order. Okay, first of all is the sunflower event. After obtaining the sunflower, we will work on twisting the main scenario, the Northern Barbarians' great attack, from its very roots. I think I know what you're thinking. Oh, really? Really? Cordelia was the 2nd place in the server rankings after all. Jude cheerfully laughed and said, yes, in the middle of our work on the main scenario, we will save Lena and get the angel's blood. Then Jude himself will carry out the ancestral regression technique to awaken Cordelia as an angel. I can't wait for it to happen. When one awakens as an angel, wings made up of light are formed and it becomes possible to fly. Give me a ride when you awaken. What is this crazy bastard saying? What are you talking about? Moving on. Moving on? Yeah, moving on. In order to do that, we have to first finish the sunflower event well. One of the materials needed for the ancestral regression technique can be found in Frost Anvil. That's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yes, we achieved 2 things by just going to Frost Anvil. And as usual, the 2 then quickly began to make detailed plans for their future schedule. But during the next afternoon, an emergency report from Thunderdoom Fortress threw all their plans into the gutter. Because we've been attacked. There had been 2 attacks from the demon followers that aimed at the children of the 12 northern families. What was even more problematic was the fact that only Jude, Cordelia, and Lucas were attacked for the second time. Fortunately, Lady Sylvia, Miss Viola, Lord Felix, and Count Dahut's male twins were not attacked. Some of them had already arrived home, like Count Dahut's twins, but there were some who weren't attacked even though they were on the way home, like Sylvia and Felix. And these facts only suggested one thing. The target of the devil's hand were the 3 children Jude, Cordelia, and Lucas, or at least one of them. Therefore, Count Harsvelger gave a strict order to Lucas when he returned home. Stay quietly at home, with the guests. Upon hearing Lucas' entire explanation, Cordelia urgently turned to Jude, who cautiously asked, "Then, Lord Lucas, what about the sunflower? My father said that he would give a separate order to his subordinates in finding the sunflower." But before Thaith said that a major search for the devil's hand was necessary first. At Lucas' words, Jude and Cordelia looked back at each other again. "Is this for real?" "Yes, I think it is." According to Lucas, the search operation for the devil's hand must be completed first before they begin the work for the sunflower. However, if this happens, there was a high possibility that they would miss the sunflower's blooming period. Moreover, if Jude and Cordelia do not directly go to Frost Anvil, the necessary materials for the ancestral regression technique would not be obtained. If we're in Vedafalnir, we're free to go out because my father gave us his permission, so would the 2 of you like to go sightseeing around the city together? Lucas sweetly offered with an apologetic face. What should we do? Let's get out of this one first. The 2 made up their minds and came up with a plan without any further discussion. I understand your concerns well. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Lucas. It's our first time in Vedafalnir, so I am very excited. I look forward to working with you tomorrow. When Jude and Cordelia responded with a smile instead of disappointment, Lucas became visibly relieved and then continued. Okay, I'll be in charge and guide the 2 of you around Vedafalnir's attractions. It'll be fun. By all means, I look forward to it. My heart is already pounding. Cordelia smiled while lightly pressing on her chest, and Lucas unconsciously blushed and hastily said, Then I'll go now to prepare for tomorrow's tour. Please have a good rest. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Lord Lucas." Jude and Cordelia acted like a married couple as they warmly received Lucas' offer, and Lucas immediately left the room with a bright face. Hey, what should we do? If we agree to this, we'll be stuck in this place. It was as Cordelia had said. If they followed Count Harsvelger's orders and went sightseeing around Vedafalnir, they wouldn't be able to save Lena, as well as get the sunflower. I can't help it. We have no choice but to do that. Is there something we can do? You know, the usual solution. Jude seriously spoke as he placed his 2 hands over Cordelia's shoulder and gave her a deep and quiet look. What is it? Why are you looking like that? Cordelia, do you trust me? What is this crazy bastard? Saw her words were cut off. Cordelia realized it at that moment, what the usual solution that Jude had mentioned was. Moreover, Dahlia wasn't here right now. FCK, Cordelia cursed, and Jude took out the stationery. I am going on a honeymoon trip with my beloved Mr. Bayer. We'll be back in a few days, so please don't bother looking for us, okay? A letter was found on the bed of Cordelia's room the next morning. It was obviously written by Jude and Cordelia, but by that time, the 2 had already run off.